Shanghai, one sunny morning. While breastfeeding her son Cheng Chen, the mother admitted that she envied him. Once he eats, he'll fall asleep, whereas she has so much to do with him that she doesn't get enough sleep. But it's worth it, because this way he'll grow up healthy. As Cheng Chen drank the milk, hints about his energy being restored flashed before his eyes. In fact, he is a human who has been reincarnated as a newborn, whose brain is not yet fully developed. However, he has a system whose interface allowed him to learn that his full name is Lin Zikin, and that he is only 33 days old. His biological level is standard at rank 1, while he lacks any biological attributes. Lin Zikin, in his third year of life, his mother Zhang Wangxing noticed that their little Cheng Chen had started wiggling his legs again. This sweet little boy was truly her joy. He doesn't cry or even make a fuss. Lin Zikin's father, Lin Yangsheng, surmised that their little one likely possessed special physical abilities, and in the future their son would surely become one of those great and powerful gene combiners, or at the very least a cyborg. During his first 3 months, Lin Zikin completed his first task from the system to perform 10,000 kicks, for which he received the use-based adaptation attribute, which would allow him to build strength by training any part of his body. However, this enhancement cannot exceed the limits of a carbon-based body. Lin Zikin wondered what these gene combiners his father had mentioned were all about. Could they be referring to someone like Spider-Man or Iron Man? At 4 months old, Lin Zikin had already learned to sit up and crawl. But so as not to scare his parents, he had to train only at night, gradually improving his abilities. By his 5th month, thanks to the boost from usage-based adaptation, Lin Zikin had already learned to walk. When Lin Zikin turned 6 months old, he was finally able to sit and crawl in front of his parents. The news anchor said that next up was a report on aberrant monsters. Gene combiners and cyborgs had banded together to fight them. Only now did Lin Zikin realize that the world he now found himself in was vastly different from the one before his reincarnation. To be more precise, this world had mutated, giving rise to a multitude of terrifying and unknown creatures that everyone had come to call aberrant monsters. To counter them, humanity spent a decade developing 2 approaches. The first approach, the cyborg, involves mechanization and physical modifications using technology to fight the monsters. The second path is the gene fuser, a more advanced form of genetic modification that involves merging monster genes to acquire their abilities so as to fight fire with fire against the monsters. Fortunately, he has a system. He must grow, lie low, and develop in order to survive in this world. Suddenly, Lin Zikin heard a knock on the door that interrupted his train of thought. When his mother opened the door, the woman who had been knocking greeted Zhang Wangxing and introduced herself as Xu Meng, their new neighbor. She had also brought them a housewarming gift. After that, Xu Meng introduced her husband, Shen Jian, and her daughter, Shen Qinghang. She hoped they would get along well with their new neighbors. This girl, Shen Qinghang, would become Lin Zikin's first friend in this world, but right now he has no idea that their fates are about to become intertwined. 7 months have already passed. While no one was watching, Lin Zikin ran around the room, improving his vitality, body coordination, speed, and running technique. He would jump in place to improve his vitality, leg strength, jump height, and jumping technique. When he played with toys and talked to himself, Lin Zikin improved his spirit, language skills, and ability to express himself. Thanks to the effects of his ability, Lin Zikin had already mastered all these basic skills by the time he was 7 months old. Lin Zikin, 8 months old by this time, he could already do sit-ups and push-ups with ease, boosting his vitality and building muscle. Even though he only dared to train when his parents weren't around. You can't walk along the riverbank without getting your shoes wet. And of course, today, this unfortunate accident happened. While he was so absorbed in doing push-ups, he didn't notice his mother entering the room. Zhang Wangxing asked, "What's going on?" And as she began to rub her eyes, she wondered, "Did I really just see Cheng Chen doing sit-ups?" Opening her eyes, Zhang Wangxing saw that Cheng Chen was simply asleep. She then concluded that she'd been so absorbed in writing her novel lately that her mind had started playing tricks on her, causing her to hallucinate. Zhang Wangxing's profession is writing web novels aimed at a male audience. Pretending to be asleep, Lin Zikin was glad he'd managed to get his mother out of there, but next time he'd have to be much more careful. A few days later, frightened by what she'd seen, Zhang Wangxing suddenly called out to her husband as something unbelievable had happened. Rushing into the kitchen, Lin Yangsheng saw Zhang Wangxing bathing their son and asked what had happened. Zhang Wangxing asked where Cheng Chen's six-pack had come from. After all, He was only 8 months old. In fact, Lin Yangsheng had long been amazed by Cheng Chen's appetite, and now he suddenly had defined abs. As he pondered this, it suddenly dawned on Lin Yangsheng. He asked Zhang Wangxing if it was possible that their son was a 1 in a million case. After all, that meant their son had a brilliant future ahead of him. Most likely he could become a gene combiner, or at the very least a cyborg. Lin Yangsheng's profession was also that of a web novelist catering to a male audience. Zhang Wangxing was simply stunned by this answer. Lin Zikin's secret was almost revealed, but even Lin Zikin hadn't expected his father to jump to the conclusion that he was a genius. It was a blessing that his parents were writers. Speaking of geniuses, he's clearly not the only one on this mutated Earth. Soon the news on TV featured a story about a boy born into a martial arts family with a 1,000-year history. He was a prodigy with innate supernatural strength who at just 2 years old could lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wangxing stroked her son, Cheng Chen, and said that he too was amazing, and in the future, he would certainly not be outdone by so-called families of geniuses. Lin Zikin was glad to have such a mother. She was excellent at reading people. Lin Zikin wondered if he would really be able to lift 20 kilograms in 2 years. Lin Zikin was 2 years old. Hiding in the storage room, Lin Zikin lifted the 20-kilogram weight with ease, and he did it with just one hand. Suddenly, Lin Zikin's mother, Lin Yangsheng, called out to him because Han Han had come over to play with him. Startled, Lin Zikin flinched and dropped the box. Lin Zikin brushed the dust off himself and walked over to Shen Jinghang. As soon as he opened the storage room door, 2-year-old Shen Qinghang came out to greet him and offered him an egg cake. Lin Zikin thanked her and suggested she eat the cake herself. Shen Qinghang is the same age as Lin Zikin, but she still speaks like a child, and her pronunciation isn't very clear. They rarely played together because of the large gap in their psychological development. Han Han eats and sleeps, while Lin Zikin takes every opportunity to train. However, they still enjoy being together. Besides, Han Han is tall enough to be conveniently used as a weight during training. The only thing is, this weight had a catch. This weight sometimes leaks, Lin Zikin called his mom because apparently Han Han had wet herself again. At the age of 3, Lin Zikin could already lift 40 kilograms with one hand. And most importantly, he had already surpassed that genius. The reporters said it was simply astonishing, since the child prodigy, at only 4.5 years old, was already capable of lifting a 30-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. No matter how much Lin Zikin checked the interface, his biological level remained at the first rank. Because of this, Lin Zikin couldn't help but wonder, what would it take to reach even the second rank? Would he really have to go beyond human capabilities? With that question on his mind, he stepped out of the house for the first time. In the outside world, he saw beastmen and robots everywhere. Lin Zikin assumed they were gene fusion beings and cyborgs. The first place he wanted to go was the library. After all, since his parents didn't allow him to use electronic gadgets often, this was the only place where he could find answers to his questions. Upon entering the library, Cheng Chen immediately dashed forward. His mother, trying to catch up with him, asked where he was going, since the children's books were on the other side. Han Han also ran after Cheng Chen. After finding the Encyclopedia of Monsters among the bookshelves, Lin Zikin began reading it. Zhang Wangxing asked Cheng Chen in surprise why he had chosen that particular book. Xu Meng suggested that this was a sign that he was a genius. Han Han offered Cheng Chen some cookies. Cheng Chen thanked her and suggested she eat the cookies herself since he needed to concentrate. Thanks to the books, he began to form a new vision of this mutated world. According to the inscriptions on an ancient stone tablet found in the ruins, there are 6 biological levels in their world: common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. At the same time, each level is divided into 9 ranks. Ordinary people are only at the first rank, which means that to high-level beings, they are even less significant than ants. Since that's the case, he must speed up his leveling if he wants to have a chance of surviving in this dangerous world. While reading the book, Lin Zikin increased his morale, perception, and knowledge by +1. He also received a quest to read a total of 100 million words, for which he would be rewarded with the biological attribute innate genius. This timely quest meant that the system truly understood him. After all, the system immediately assigned him a new quest, and now he could train both his body and his mind. Lin Zikin is 4 years old. For the days that followed, Lin Zikin worked tirelessly, reading and training, and even combining these activities. For reading the illustrated Encyclopedia of Aberrant Monsters, Lin Zikin gained +1 to spirit, perception, and monster knowledge. So far, he has read 43,960,000 words out of 100,000. At the age of 4, Lin Zikin started attending kindergarten under the guidance of his homeroom teacher, Strawberry Teacher. Shortly thereafter, he smoothly reached the standard second rank and was able to lift a full 80 kilograms with one hand. His vertical jump reached 120 centimeters, while he could run 100 meters in just 11 seconds. With such results, he could already be counted among the elite of ordinary adults. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Because Shen Qinghang, at the age of 4, continued to wet her clothes from time to time, the other children began to tease her. Seeing this, how could he not stand up for her? Lin Zikin leaped forward. Standing before his classmates, he loudly ordered them all to listen to him. Almost knocking them off their feet with his thunderous voice, he said he would make sure that anyone who dared to insult Han Han would end up wetting their own bed. After that, Lin Zikin asked if they understood everything. Frightened by him, his classmates began to sob. Sobbing, they told their parents how scared they were and how much they wanted to go home. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghang was beaming with happiness. Thanks to Lin Zikin's domineering aura, which made everyone in the class afraid of him, he unlocked the title King of Kindergarten. He also received the quest Dominate throughout the 9 years of compulsory education, for which he would be rewarded with the titles Elementary School Leader and Middle School Overlord. Lin Zikin was pleased that he could complete multiple quests at the same time. Half a year later, he successfully completed the reading task and received the biological trait Innate Genius. He gained a photographic memory, and his learning abilities reached the peak of human potential. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before they knew it, they were almost 7 years old and attending their kindergarten graduation. During the summer break before starting elementary school, he continued to train and improve. Lin Zikin could already lift 200 kilograms with one hand. Lin Zikin's jumps reached 2 meters in height, and his 100-meter dash time dropped to 8 seconds. Thanks to his innate genius, he mastered the entire elementary school curriculum in his free time. Lin Zikin hoped this would help him quickly earn the title of elementary school leader. Shanghai, Radiance Elementary School. Lin Zikin's life in elementary school is finally beginning. Since he had already begun studying the middle and high school curricula on his own, participating in elementary school competitions was, of course, a breeze for him. But the awards from these competitions were meaningless, since his goal was to win the title of elementary school leader. Whenever Lin Zikin had a free moment at school, he gave Shen Qinghang extra lessons. Although she didn't possess any outstanding talent, she was obedient and diligent. After the first quarter, she ranked second in the class. He was first. To unlock the title as soon as possible, in addition to his studies, he actively participated in various sports competitions and set new records. Just as he began to think that his time in elementary school would pass just as peacefully, a special student was transferred to their class. A girl walked into the classroom, after which the teacher announced that today they would be welcoming their new student. The teacher asked everyone to welcome Bai Shui. Lin Zikin called her special for a reason. At that moment, he sensed an otherworldly aura emanating from Bai Shui. Bai Shui walked between the desks, heading toward an empty desk at the back of the classroom. As Bai Shui passed by, Shen Qinghang quietly asked Chengni why their new classmate had such beautiful hair. It looked like winter snow. Lin Zikin didn't answer her, as he wasn't in the mood to do so at all, after all. Right now, he was deeply troubled by the question, why did Bai Shui emit such an otherworldly aura? Could she be a gene unifier, or perhaps his descendant? For the next few days, Bai Shui didn't speak to anyone in class. As soon as class ended, she would immediately lie down on her desk to take a nap, and she rarely even went to the restroom. At first, everyone was curious about Bai Shui, but over time, the students stopped paying attention to her. The atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. Until, a little over a month later, the calm was shattered once again. Bai Shui's body suddenly began to secrete a white liquid. No one understood what it was, but it smelled unpleasant. The girls grimaced at the sight of Bai Shui, drenched in something and reeking. Meanwhile, one of her classmates, Guang Chun, said it looked familiar and very indecent. Approaching Bai Shui from behind, Guang Chun said that since he was a kind-hearted person by nature, he would help her, and as he began pouring water from a bottle over Bai Shui, Guang Chun told her that a quick shower would fix the situation. Feeling humiliated, Bai Shui bit her lip and began to tremble, after which she couldn't hold back and started sobbing. Her classmates started laughing at her. Lin Zikin couldn't understand what was happening, since he had always considered Bai Shui dangerous. How could it be that they had suddenly reduced her to tears? Shen Qinghong told Chengni that Bai Shui looked sad and offered to help her. Lin Zikin didn't know what kind of past Bai Shui had, but she no longer seemed dangerous to him. At least right now, she was just a vulnerable girl being bullied. Stepping closer, Lin Zikin turned to Guang Chun and placed his hand on his shoulder. He then ordered Guang Chun to wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk. Shuddering with fear, Guang Chun immediately pulled out a pack of tissues and said he would clean it up right away. Lin Zikin was known throughout the school for excelling in both academics and sports. Even sixth graders didn't dare mess with him. So Guang Chun decided it would be best to do as he was told. Next, Lin Zikin pointed at Bai Shui and ordered everyone who had made fun of her to apologize immediately. Fearing Lin Zikin, the bullies all agreed to do so in unison. After that, they bowed and began asking Bai Shui for forgiveness, promising they would never do such a thing again. Delighted that someone had come to her aid in this situation, Bai Shui thanked Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghong. Stepping closer, Shen Qinghong said it was no big deal and that it was only natural for classmates to help each other when someone was in trouble. From that day on, Shen Qinghong began to actively grow closer to the fair-haired girl, encouraging him to befriend her as well. Whenever she had candy with her, she would immediately share it with her. Bai Shui asked if they felt repulsed by her because of how bad she smelled. Bai Shui apologized for asking that question and explained that it wasn't at all because she didn't trust them. Bai Shui said that she'd been shunned and looked down upon since childhood, which is why she now finds it hard to believe that someone would suddenly want to be by her side. It feels like a dream. Shen Qinghong said that it wasn't a dream at all. She then explained that she too had once gone through something similar, which is why she would definitely never turn her back on Bai Shui, unless Bai Shui herself wanted her to. Shen Qinghong told Bai Shui that they would be friends forever. Suddenly, Bai Shui rushed forward and immediately hugged Shen Qinghong. After that, she began to sob with happiness and thanked them both. Soon after calming down, Bai Shui came up with an idea. Bai Shui recalled that Han, and Cheng Ni had always treated her to sweets and had even become her friends. Taking a pendant off her neck, she said that's why she wanted to give them something too. After that, Bai Shui held out several pendants and explained that they were a pair of animal fangs her mother had given her last year, and if they didn't mind, she'd like them to take them. Shen Qinghong said she hoped they really would be friends forever. As Bai Shui placed the pendants in their hands, she replied that of course they would be. Shen Qinghong happily held up the beast's fang and declared that they were friends forever. No sooner had Shen Qinghong come to believe that this friendship would last forever than something unexpected happened. Shen Qinghong asked in shock, how come Bai Shui transferred to another school? Lin Zikin replied that it was indeed true and that he had personally seen her fill out the transfer application. The man with the mechanical arms apologized for the disturbance, and Bai Shui thanked him for everything he had done. The principal said it was no big deal and that her application had already been accepted. He also assured her that all information regarding Bai Shui would be kept strictly confidential. Just as Lin Zikin had thought, Bai Shui was extraordinary. After that day, they never saw Bai Shui again. Perhaps she would remain nothing more than a childhood memory for them, but compared to Bai Shui's translation, certain events that occurred afterward caught his attention far more. Lin Zikin was massaging his mother's stiff shoulders. Zhang Wangxing couldn't help but say that it was simply perfect. She had been writing her novel all day, and now she was very grateful to Chengni for his help because she felt much better. Lin Zikin had used his innate genius to master massage techniques, and this skill soon came in very handy. Meanwhile, the host announced that breaking news was coming up next. The genius from Kyoto had pulled off yet another feat. The 10-year-old boy had successfully implanted a monster gene into himself and could now lift a massive boulder with just one hand. Lin Zikin was surprised to see this genius from Kyoto again, and it turned out he had already begun implanting monster genes into himself. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yangsheng asked, could this really be that genius from Kyoto again? After all, he's all anyone's talking about right now. Lin Yangsheng speculated that they were trying to turn this genius into an internet star to make money. After all, he comes from a family that has been practicing martial arts for 1,000 years, and they surely have advanced gene integration technology. Zhang Wangxing asked with clear disapproval, how can you use people as guinea pigs? To which Lin Yangsheng replied that for families like that, sacrificing oneself for the good of the entire clan is the norm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become the best. Zhang Wangxing sarcastically agreed with him and said that he knew everything about them. After that, they began arguing with each other about how things really were. Lin Zikin recalled that previously, this genius could lift only 100 kilograms with one hand, but after the gene fusion, he was capable of lifting 500 kilograms. His strength had increased fivefold. At the same time, he was already 8 years old and could lift 300 kilograms on his own. Based on this, Lin Zikin surmised that his own potential was far greater than that of the genius from Kyoto. Once he had crunched the numbers, his confidence in his future grew. That is, until he saw the following news report and learned what true fear felt like. Breaking news: a neighboring country has suffered a devastating monster attack. Judging by eyewitness photos, this beast's attack is linked to giant aberrant rats. A monstrous rat seized a woman crying for help and dragged her into its jaws. It then snapped its jaws shut, devouring its latest prey. According to the investigation, heretics are behind the recent monster attacks. They hope that all countries will support them so that, together, they can eliminate the heretics. The so-called heretics, traitors to humanity, have created an inhumane organization. They act as servants of the monsters, carrying out attacks on people. Fortunately, Lin Zikin was lucky enough to be born in a strong country with a relatively stable environment, which will allow him to develop unnoticed. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, snapping Lin Zikin out of his thoughts. Immediately afterward, a loud rumbling could be heard outside the window. Pulling back the curtains, Lin Zikin saw cyborgs flying through the sky. But why were there so many cyborgs flying around here at a time like this? Be that as it may, Lin Zikin hoped that nothing bad had happened. The next morning, Lin Zikin told Han Han that they had to hurry if they didn't want to be late. Han Han thanked Chen for waiting for her. Suddenly, Lin Zikin noticed something unusual about her. Approaching her, Lin Zikin told Han Han that her beast fang had suddenly begun to glow, then took it in his hands. Even Shen Qinghong was surprised by this. Looking at the fang, Lin Zikin wondered if this meant that it belonged to an aberrant monster. If so, it was no wonder that Bai Shui's aura was inhuman. After all, it emanated from this fang. The fang on Han Han's neck glowed for just a moment, after which they didn't look at it anymore. However, because of yesterday's mobilization of the cyborgs and this situation with the fang, Lin Zikin had a bad feeling, as if something terrible was about to happen. On their way to school, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghong walked past a red-haired woman who was smoking. She suddenly said that they were very cute kids. Seeing that they were walking together, the woman asked if they were brother and sister, to which Shen Qinghong replied that they weren't related and that they'd simply been friends since childhood. The woman said she envied such a friendship and that she'd like to have one like that herself. After that, she asked why they were walking to school alone at their age and where their parents were. Suddenly hearing the question about their parents, Shen Qinghong was a little flustered trying to answer. But Lin Zikin told the woman to be quiet, grabbed Han Han by the hand, and led her on. Lin Zikin reminded her that they were running late and that they should hurry. When they entered the school grounds, Lin Zikin advised Shen Qinghong not to answer any more questions from strangers who tried to strike up a conversation with her. Shen Qinghong replied that she understood. After school, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghong took a different route home. As they walked through the alleys, Shen Qinghong remarked that it was very quiet in this alley. She then admitted that she felt very uneasy there. Lin Zikin explained that it was so quiet because they were planning to demolish this area next week, and all the residents had already been relocated. Suddenly, someone asked the children if their classes were already over. It was the very same woman who had spoken to them on their way to school. The woman called out to Brother Shen and told him he didn't need to look any further, since those kids were already here. Lin Zikin immediately blocked Han Han's path. He had deliberately taken her a different way after school, so it was surprising that she'd managed to track them down. The woman said she had lots of candy at home and invited the kids to come play with her. Then her brother Shen came out and told them to stop this pointless chatter. Immediately afterward, he rushed toward the children, shouting that they could simply knock them out and carry them away. While trying to drug them with a cloth soaked in a sedative, he yelled that he couldn't wait to sell them off as soon as possible. In a matter of seconds, Lin Zikin raised his fist to strike and attacked the thug who was assaulting them. With a single punch to the chest, he managed to knock him back. After that, the man crashed into the wall behind him at tremendous speed. The red-haired woman was stunned by what had happened. She simply couldn't understand what had just happened. How could an elementary school student so easily send an adult flying? The woman turned toward the children when suddenly she noticed that Lin Zicken had already approached her. Immediately afterward, Lin Zicken struck her in the face. Lin Zicken picked up a brick lying nearby and headed toward the kidnappers. He was certain there were no security cameras anywhere in the area, which meant that to avoid any trouble, he would have to deal with them himself. Of course, he didn't want to do this, but if they told anyone what had happened, everyone would find out about his abilities, and then his plan to secretly level up would be ruined. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, and the building shook. Lin Zicken wondered if an earthquake had struck. A few seconds later, a huge monster, an aberrant rat, stumbled into the alley. The giant rat leaned toward the woman and opened its jaws. Then, snapping its jaws shut, it severed the woman's upper body. The rat pulled the remaining part into its mouth and grabbed Shen with its other hand. Things were really bad. Lin Zicken rushed toward the terrified Shen Qinghang, who was trying to figure out what was going on. Lin Zicken picked up Han Han and explained that it was a giant aberrant rat. He then ran at full speed down the alley. He had to find cover as soon as possible. Before Lin Zicken could even react, a cyborg woman flew right over him. Hearing the noise, Lin Zicken immediately stopped and turned to face the cyborg woman. Given the speed she had demonstrated, Lin Zicken couldn't help but admit that her speed was truly incredible. The cyborg woman raised her hand and fired a charge, causing her hand to open up, revealing multiple barrels and activating a repulsor. Immediately afterward, she aimed her hand at the rat and deployed an anesthetic smoke screen. About a dozen rockets fired from the cyborg's hand, targeting the giant rat. Upon hitting their target, they caused a powerful explosion that nearly blew Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghang away. The giant rat was forced to take the damage without putting up much of a fight. The female cyborg rushed toward the aberrant rat and decapitated the monster with a powerful blow. A short time later, Lin Zicken surmised that the cyborg woman who had saved them wasn't particularly high level. First, she had weakened the giant rat with tranquilizer darts, then engaged in close combat that lasted 7 minutes. But the giant aberrant rat is indeed a formidable opponent. Adult specimens reach over 3 meters in length, and their biological level is a standard 7th rank. Fortunately, everything turned out all right yesterday. Lin Zicken decided he needed to step up the intensity of his training, so he started doing barbell squats to improve his vitality, leg strength, and squatting technique. Even as the rat crisis continues, life goes on as usual. Soon, he and Han Han celebrated their 9th birthdays. Together, they made wishes and exchanged gifts. Thanks to his innate genius, Lin Zicken learned wood carving overnight and crafted a wooden hairpin for Shen Qinghang. Shen Qinghang thanked Chengni for the gift. She really liked it. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but now they had already graduated from elementary school and moved on to middle school. For his dominance in elementary school, Lin Zicken earned the title of elementary school leader, bringing him one step closer to obtaining the biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Lin Zicken was thrilled by the thought of how close he was to obtaining a new attribute. During the summer break, to prepare for the title and build up his strength more quickly, he maintained a high-intensity training regimen every day. Lin Zicken completed 1,000 weighted push-ups, which increased his vitality, arm strength, and chest strength by 2,000, while his push-up skill improved by 1,000. Finally, one day before training began, his biological level reached the usual 3rd rank. His physical stats had also increased significantly. Now he can lift 700 kilograms with one hand, jump 4 meters high, and run the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. Lin Zicken even wondered what level that genius from Kyoto was at now. As it happened on the eve of classes, news reports about him began airing again. The 14-year-old genius from Kyoto used the power ant gene and can now easily lift 2,000 kilograms with one hand. Lin Zicken calculated that the power ant gene increases a person's strength by about 4 to 8 times. Even if we use a 4-fold multiplier, in reality, he would only be able to lift 400 kilograms, which means he is still stronger than this genius. But if he were to combine his genes in the future, Lin Zicken couldn't wait to do it. High school had officially begun. Since Lin Zicken had been the top elementary school student in the city, the principals of all the top high schools had tried to recruit him. He accepted an offer from Shanghai High School on the condition that Shen Qinghang could also study in the same class with him. During new student registration, the principal and his homeroom teacher came to welcome him. They asked him to bring honor to their school. After exchanging pleasantries, they went their separate ways. The reason he didn't stay to chat with them further was that the school was full of sports facilities, so before classes started, he and Han Han agreed to play a game of badminton. Shen Qinghong picked up a racket and shuttlecock and suggested they start. Shen Qinghong shouted, "Take this spectacular curve shot of mine," and then smashed the shuttlecock. After flying a short distance, the shuttlecock was suddenly stopped by a hand. The high school student who interrupted their game assumed that the two were new to the court and explained that it was reserved for high school students. After that, his friends invited Shen Qinghong to stay with them so she could take turns playing with them. If she didn't know how to play, they were willing to teach her. Shen Qinghong replied that even though they were high school students, the rules still applied and reminded them that they had arrived first. A cold aura emanated from Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin ordered the two of them to step away from Shen Qinghong. After that, he decided to ask if they needed to be reminded that the spot belongs to whoever arrived first. The leader of this gang asked who had said that, and whether such a rule even existed. Even if God himself appeared here, he would be chased off the court. Lin Zikin took out a shuttlecock and asked the high school student to listen to him. Then he tossed the shuttlecock into the air, jumped up and said, his words were the law, and immediately afterward he struck the shuttlecock with great force. The hit was so powerful that the shuttlecock flew at tremendous speed, easily smashing through the high school student's racket. The high school students were stunned by this boy's strength. Was he even human? Or was he a genetic hybrid? Though he seemed too small for that. After all, if the shot had taken a different trajectory, the boss would have been decapitated. After witnessing this, the three high school students immediately apologized, promised not to bother them anymore, and ran off after saying goodbye. Probably because rumors spread quickly, but after what happened at the middle school, no one else tried to bother them anymore. High school is similar to elementary school, except that it's larger and has more buildings. Lin Zikin had long since finished the high school curriculum, so during class he read supplementary literature that interested him, such as the Gene Association collection. After his nightly training sessions, Lin Zikin spent his time mastering various skills. Thanks to his innate genius, Lin Zikin gradually learned skills such as cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports. To unlock the title of high school master as soon as possible, Lin Zikin not only ranked first in every subject, but also represented his school at national academic competitions. He won gold, silver, and bronze medals in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and programming. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion, Lin Zikin didn't dare to come in first in every subject. The first quarter flew by, but he still hadn't been awarded the title. However, thanks to his impressive performances, Lin Zikin gained many female fans. Yet he had no plans to date any of them. Aside from Shen Qinghong's help with his studies, Lin Zikin focused on the upcoming school sports meet. After all, if he won, wouldn't he surely be awarded the title of high school champion? At this meet, Lin Zikin competed only in the shot put, high jump, and running. These three events allow him to demonstrate his strength, jumping ability, and speed. Winning these events means total dominance in track and field. Although Lin Zikin held back so as not to draw too much attention to himself, he easily managed to take first place in each event. And it was at that very moment that he felt a great power surge through his body. Lin Zikin had obtained the life attribute he had long desired. His academic and athletic achievements surpassed those of all other students, simply eclipsing them, for which he earned the title Lord of High School. For his dominance throughout the 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Zikin received the biological attribute Survival of the Fittest. Thanks to the biological attribute Survival of the Fittest, Lin Zikin's life essence surpasses that of all other beings, and he can absorb the life essences of other creatures to evolve himself. But what exactly is the essence of life? Pondering this, Lin Zikin quickened his pace, forcing Shen Qinghong to catch up with him. While reflecting on the essence of life, Lin Zikin suddenly remembered something. Lin Zikin asked Han Han if she could lend him her beast fang. Without asking any questions, Han Han removed the fang from her neck and handed it to Lin Zikin. The moment the beast fang touched Lin Zikin's hand, he sensed it. Upon contact with the fang, he absorbed a trace of the life essence of the giant butterfly from hell, gathering 1% of the blueprint for the giant butterfly from hell. Only now did Lin Zikin learn who these fangs belonged to. Since he now knew the name of this creature, he decided to search for information about the butterfly online once he returned home. But to his surprise, a search for giant butterfly from hell turned up nothing. Since he couldn't find any information online, Lin Zikin realized he would have to figure this out on his own. After rummaging through his bag, Lin Zikin managed to find the second fang of the beast that Bai Shui had given him. Lin Zikin clenched the beast's fang, after which the system notified him that his progress in absorbing the essence of the giant butterfly from hell had reached 2%. Lin Zikin was a little disappointed to have gained so little from these fangs. He then surmised that there was very little life left in them. This meant he had to find another way to increase that percentage. The next day after school, to increase the intensity of his training, he began riding his bike to and from school with Shen Qinghang. If they encountered an aberrant rat again, he would be able to quickly get Han Han out of there. After Lin Zikin entered the school grounds, a man suddenly approached him and introduced himself as Teacher Guo from the school's martial arts team. Teacher Guo acknowledged that Lin Zikin's performance at the sports meet was the most impressive in the school's history, and that was precisely why he wanted to invite Lin Zikin to join the team. Since Lin Zikin was clearly more talented in athletics than in academics, Teacher Guo advised him not to turn down the offer. He then added that by joining the team, Lin Zikin would also have the opportunity to learn martial arts. After they had agreed, Teacher Guo said goodbye and went about his business. In fact, Teacher Guo spoke so quickly that Lin Zikin couldn't get a word in. As he was leaving, Teacher Guo mentioned that they were in room C of the school gym and asked Lin Zikin to stop by tomorrow if he was free. That same evening, having caught up with his prey, Lin Zikin swatted it with his hands. As it turned out, after killing the cockroach and the mosquito, he was unable to absorb anything using the survival of the fittest attribute. Based on this, Lin Zikin surmised that only powerful monsters possess enough life essence to be absorbed. After quickly getting ready, Lin Zikin and Han Han drove to a supermarket that sells monster meat so he could confirm his hypothesis. They were able to reach a suitable supermarket fairly quickly. There was quite a lot of monster meat there, but it was all pre-packaged, and without direct contact, he wouldn't be able to verify his hypothesis. Suddenly, Lin Zikin heard one of the salespeople call out, "Freshly cut monster meat." Looking in that direction, Lin Zikin saw a man butchering a monster. Lin Zikin asked Han Han to wait for him a moment while he checked out that shop. Leaving Han Han behind, Lin Zikin rushed over to the vendor he was looking for. Han Han was surely confused by his eagerness, but Lin Zikin had no time to explain. He wanted to test his theory as soon as possible. The answer to his question lay right in front of him. Lin Zikin reached out his trembling hand toward the monster's meat, and as soon as he touched it, he felt the life essence being absorbed. And yet he was right. The monster's meat contained a great deal of life essence. Shen Qinghang felt uneasy at the sight of Lin Zikin happily touching the raw meat. Shen Qinghang asked how the meat felt to the touch. "Is it any different from regular meat?" Dropping the meat where he stood, Lin Zikin replied that there was nothing special about it, except perhaps that this meat was fresher. Then he asked if she wanted to touch it. Shen Qinghang immediately refused, since it was enough that he had already done so. Since they were already there, Lin Zikin suggested they buy a little meat to try. This surprised Shen Qinghang once again. But as soon as he glanced at the prices, he understood why Shen Qinghang was so surprised. Monster meat wasn't cheap. Even the cheapest ghost cuttlefish costs nearly 2,000 yuan per kilogram. Lin Zikin suggested to Han Han that they buy some ghost cuttlefish today. Shen Qinghang pointed out that it was very expensive and asked if they should ask Aunt Xing for permission first. Lin Zikin patted Han Han on the head and told her not to worry about it. He then said that his mom had asked him to go grocery shopping. His mother, Zhang Wangxing, said that if he was going to buy monster meat, he should get plenty of it. They would invite Han Han's family over for dinner, and she would give him money for the meat. Lin Zikin told Han Han that his mom would cook dinner for everyone using the meat. Another reason Lin Zikin bought this meat was that he was worried it might spoil if he absorbed the life essence directly. Of course, this was just a guess, so he had to test it out on the meat he bought. After going to the register, Lin Zikin bought 1.5 kilograms of phantom cuttlefish meat for 2,994 yuan. The saleswoman thanked him for his purchase and asked him to come back again. It really was very expensive for Lin Zikin, and he didn't even know when he'd be able to buy it again. By the time they were done, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Things had been unsettled on the streets lately, so Lin Zikin decided to head straight home. Even though they were still on the way, Lin Zikin couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to test his theory immediately, so he reached for the meat they had bought. When Lin Zikin touched the tentacle, he managed to absorb a trace of the ghost cuttlefish's life essence. That single tentacle was enough to absorb 0.1% of the ghost cuttlefish's essence. By absorbing just 1 or 2 pieces of phantom cuttlefish meat, he was able to obtain only 0.1% of its essence. Consequently, he would have to absorb 1,000 kilograms to reach the full 100%. Since a kilogram costs 800 yuan, he would need to spend nearly 2 million. The phantom squid's ability is to dissolve in water and vanish. To acquire this power, Lin Zikin didn't even mind spending 2 million. Besides, it was the cheapest meat he could get his hands on. Lin Zikin made up his mind. He had to figure out a way to make money. After all, he simply couldn't ask his parents for that kind of sum. Lin Zikin suddenly remembered that he had taken the meat to test whether it would spoil if he absorbed its life essence. Some time had already passed since he absorbed the life essence, and the result should have become apparent by now. Glancing at the meat, Lin Zikin saw that it had hardly changed at all. Apparently, absorbing the life essence didn't alter its appearance, so he continued to absorb it, bringing his progress to 0.3%. Just then, Shen Qingheng told Chenny to be careful, as someone was coming from ahead. Hearing her, Lin Zikin immediately slammed on the brakes. After nearly knocking over 2 pedestrians, Lin Zikin apologized. He had been too focused on absorbing the essence of life, which caused him to lose track of the road. But why were there people walking on the bike path? Shen Qingheng pointed ahead and asked Chengni to look that way. After all, their teacher, Strawberry, was there. A man had taken Strawberry hostage and was holding a knife to her throat. The man warned everyone not to approach him, or else he would kill her. The captain told the man that he was surrounded and advised him to stay calm and put his weapon down on the ground. He then asked his subordinate Bin not to shoot recklessly since the hostage was too close and the man was an experienced criminal. He was using the hostage as a human shield and was constantly moving. One wrong shot and they would harm the girl. Bin reminded him that the hostage was in danger and that they couldn't delay. He then asked if they should use tear gas instead. The captain firmly refused his subordinate's suggestion since it was obvious that the criminal would have time to harm his victim before the tear gas took effect. Stepping off his bicycle, Lin Zikin picked up a rock lying nearby. He then hurled it at the criminal. The rock flew like lightning and struck the criminal's arm, causing him to drop the knife and release the teacher Klubnica. Seeing his chance, the captain ordered his subordinates to act. The police officers quickly subdued the criminal, while one of them began to calm the hostage. Shen Qingheng asked Chenny, "Was it really you who threw the stone?" Lin Zikin asked her to keep her voice down, then said they needed to leave and that they would talk later. No sooner had they turned around than the police captain ordered the students to stop and asked if they were the ones who had thrown the rock. With a wry smile, Lin Zikin replied that it wasn't them. After that, he and Han Han hurried to leave the scene. The captain found this rather strange after all. Why would someone suddenly refuse to admit to doing a good deed? And yet they even give out awards for such bravery. Upon hearing about the bravery award, Lin Zikin suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, lured by the scent of money, he quickly returned to the captain. Lin Zikin said that he had suddenly remembered that he was the one who had thrown that rock. Of course, he didn't want to say that, but he needed the money. The captain said they needed to go write a report, after which he would help them apply for a reward. Meanwhile, Han Han had almost caught up with Cheng Ni. She asked why he had suddenly run back and asked him to wait for her. Lin Zikin and Han Han told their parents that they were going to the police station to give a statement. Lin Zikin left his bike in the park and headed for the car, hoping to receive his first reward for bravery. There was practically no sign of trouble ahead. But trouble wasn't long in coming. The captured criminal's eyes suddenly rolled back, and then he began to transform. The police immediately realized that they were facing one of the heretics, and he quickly mutated into a giant rat. Having assumed his full rat form, the heretic immediately pounced on a female police officer standing nearby. The captain ordered everyone to open fire on the mutated rat and warned them to be careful. They had to protect the civilians. A few seconds later, the police reported the appearance of a giant mutant rat in Zhangbei Park. According to preliminary analysis, it was a heretic who had used the genes of the Rat King. Since they wouldn't be able to handle something like this on their own, they requested backup. The situation escalated rapidly, so Lin Zikin grabbed Shen Qingheng and teacher Strawberry, apologized for doing so, and began carrying them away from the monster. The good news was that the monster wasn't chasing them, but even so, they had to hurry. Suddenly, Lin Zikin heard a rumble and felt a gust of wind. A cyborg quickly flew to the scene, and immediately afterwards she kicked the monster rat in the head. The cyborg's kick was enough to push the aberrant rat back. She then opened the compartments on her chest to prepare her laser cannon. And with a shout of fire, the cyborg fired powerful laser beams at the giant rat. The giant aberrant rat was completely helpless against the cyborg's laser beams. And within a few seconds, there was practically nothing left of it. Lin Zicken was stunned by what he saw, for this power was simply incredible. Lin Zicken was grateful that at least his bike hadn't been hit, as that could have been a huge loss. He simply couldn't afford any extra expenses. Suddenly he sensed something. Glancing down at the bike's basket, Lin Zicken saw that the monster's meat had gone bad. Apparently, absorbing the essence of life does indeed spoil the product, but there's a delay. Now he had to figure out how to explain that the meat had gone bad. The best option was to blame it all on that poor heretic. Lin Zicken shouted that it was all that heretic's fault, and throwing the spoiled meat on the ground, he added that the cyborg's blow had been so powerful that it had simply burned the meat. Shen Qinghong told Chenny that it was all nonsense after all. The main thing was that they were alive. They were already about to go home, but the captain asked them to go to the police station to give their statements. No one expected that after the laser cannon, all that would remain of the heretic's body would be a pile of charcoal, and the smell coming from it was far too pungent. Looking at these charred remains, Lin Zicken wondered, if the monster's fangs still contained life essence, then surely these remains must contain it as well. But would it be possible to absorb the essence from a corpse? How much of the Rat King's life essence could be extracted from the heretic's freshly charred corpse? There was only one way to find out. Lin Zicken carefully reached out and touched the charred body. Immediately afterward, he managed to absorb a trace of the life essence of the giant mutant rat. That single body was enough to absorb 5% of the essence. That was indeed a lot. Based on this, Lin Zicken surmised that freshness greatly affects the amount of life essence that can be absorbed. The police officer standing next to him asked Lin Zicken to sit still and not fidget. Lin Zicken stretched and replied that he was just tired and had decided to stretch a bit. It was easy to fool Bina, but their captain was much more perceptive. Public Security Bureau, the captain explained that he had already submitted a nomination for a bravery award for Lin Zicken, after which he asked him to explain honestly how he, a high school student, had managed to strike the man's hand holding the knife so accurately from such a distance and in such poor lighting. Lin Zicken replied that perhaps it was because he had trained his right hand well. The captain wasn't satisfied with this answer, but Lin Zicken had no intention of revealing everything. Suddenly, the door opened and Shen Qinghong told Chengni that her aunt had come to take them home. When he saw his mother, Lin Zicken asked, "Why did you come?" After all, he and Han Han could have made their own way home. Zhang Wangxing immediately rushed over to her Zhao Chen and started asking if he was okay. After all, he had scared her to death. Lin Zicken asked his mom not to worry since he was perfectly fine and had even received an award for bravery. Zhang Wangxing took her Chenny by the hand and asked him to promise that next time, if it got dangerous, he would hide. After all, she wants to see him grow up safely. Lin Zicken asked her not to worry about it and promised he wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him. The captain decided not to get involved in this matter. On the way out, Lin Zicken overheard female police officers discussing how the rat god cult was becoming increasingly brazen. It has now begun infiltrating universities, targeting mainly students who cannot legally obtain the qualifications for gene splicing. Even the man who was shot today was a student in the humanities department at Guangyan University. The cult had brainwashed him. Would they really have to deal with every single heretic? The problem is that this is like treating the symptoms rather than the cause. They must destroy the self-proclaimed king of rats himself. Lin Zicken became interested in information about the king of rats. As it turned out, there's a lot of information online about the rat god cult. The cult's main base is here in Shanghai. Most of its members are social outcasts. They only began their activities this year. Lin Zicken wondered, could it be that the Rat King wishes to evolve into a higher form of life, and that is precisely why he is forcing his followers to collect tons of materials? Does this mean that the Rat King has already gained consciousness? Suddenly, Lin Zicken saw a scene through the window, a huge rat walking toward a cat. Could it be connected to the Rat King? Lin Zicken sighed. He remembered that they were in the south where it was common to see rats the size of cats. Suddenly, he noticed something strange again. Why was Han Han so quiet? Looking at her, he wondered, could she be? Whenever she was nervous or scared, Han Han couldn't help herself, just like a child. But Lin Zicken always felt that this might be related to some unknown potential. Meanwhile, a huge rat scurried past the frightened cat and climbed into the trash can. When they returned home, Zhang Wangxing gasped in surprise. How could the meat already be gone? Lin Zicken explained that the situation had been extreme, which is why he hadn't been able to keep an eye on the meat and seemed to have lost it. Zhang Wangxing asked her son to forget about it, since the main thing was that he was safe. It wasn't a big deal if the meat was gone. Lin Zicken breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky to have been able to see his mother off. Suddenly, his father said that it was all nonsense and that he would go look for it right away. Lin Zicken reminded his father that it was dangerous out there, to which his father replied that it was all nonsense. Besides, he's just a poor hired hand, as strong as an ox. Trying to stop his father, Lin Zicken said that even if he found the meat, it would surely have gone bad by now. Lin Yangsheng asked how he knew that, to which Lin Zicken replied that it was just a guess. The captain lit a cigarette, then wondered how a high school student could throw a rock with such force. Suddenly, the captain sensed a serious threat. Looking up, he wondered where this giant rat could have come from. The police captain instantly drew his gun and started firing at the giant rat. But it was already too late. Sometime later, during school classes, Lin Zicken reflected on how weak he was compared to the cyborg woman who had saved them yesterday. And that meant he had to start making money as soon as possible and accumulate enough points to fully absorb the essence of the phantom cuttlefish. Scholarships for participating in academic competitions alone wouldn't be enough for that. Lin Zicken even considered options like becoming an influencer among students, hosting live streams and selling educational materials, but he dismissed the idea almost immediately. He would, of course, make quick money, but doing so would draw unnecessary attention to himself. Lin Zicken suddenly realized that this wasn't what he was thinking about at all. After all, in a world of gene fusionists and cyborgs, combat skills are valued higher than knowledge. That's why the prizes for martial arts competitions are much higher than for other disciplines. Lin Zicken decided he had to take action. A short time later in the gym of Building C, after giving instructions to his students, Teacher Guo decided to take a sip of tea. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lin Zicken greeted him, causing Teacher Guo to spit out his tea. Surprised by Lin Zicken's appearance there, the teacher asked if he had come to learn more about the martial arts team. Lin Zicken quietly asked Teacher Guo if by joining them, he would be able to participate in the city tournament and how large the prize money was there. Teacher Guo replied that, of course, he could participate in the tournament and that the prizes were indeed quite substantial. Each prize could be in the tens of thousands. Upon hearing such a sum, Lin Zicken grabbed Teacher Guo's hand, called him coach, and said he'd made up his mind. Starting today, he would be officially part of his team. Coach Guo welcomed Lin Zicken aboard. He then asked all the students to come over to him as they had a new addition to the team. Teacher Guo assumed that each of them had already heard about Zicken, their champion who had won at the school sports competition. Today, he was officially joining their team. Coach Guo asked the students to introduce themselves to the newcomer. They then began introducing themselves one by one. Zhang Kai, Huang Tianxing from 9th grade, Li Shutong from 6th grade, whom everyone calls Little Li Han Yisu and others. Lin Zicken also introduced himself and said he was counting on their support. Since Lin Zicken had never practiced martial arts before, Coach Guo began by demonstrating basic punches and kicks. After finishing the demonstration, Coach Guo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that it only looked simple. Even Little Li, who picked things up the fastest, had spent a whole week mastering them. Coach Guo asked Lin Zicken to try doing the same. Lin Zicken tried to repeat Coach Guo's movements. Immediately afterward, Coach Guo's movements flashed through his mind, and he mastered the skill of heaven-sent understanding of martial arts. After that, he was able to repeat all of Coach Guo's movements on his first try. For honing his fist-fighting technique, his vitality, arm strength, hand dexterity, and mastery of fist-fighting techniques were each increased by 1. For honing his kicking technique, his vitality, leg strength, foot dexterity, and mastery of kicking techniques were each increased by 1. Coach Guo was stunned by what he saw. Unable to contain his emotions, he said that this was simply unimaginable. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. After all, how could anyone memorize all of this at a glance? Coach Guo even wondered, could Lin Zicken really be a martial arts genius, the kind born once in a million? Sometime later in the evening, Zhang Wangxin called Chengni into the kitchen, as dinner would be ready soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Zicken instantly ran into the kitchen with a spoon in hand and asked his mother what she had cooked today. To which she replied that, of course, she had made the ghost squid he'd been dreaming of. Taking in the aroma of the cooked ghost squid, Lin Zikin admitted that the dish smelled simply delicious. Zhang Wangxing advised him to stir the dish so it would cool down faster. After stirring the dish a little, Lin Zikin took a spoonful. Then his mother came over and asked how it tasted. Lin Zikin replied that, just as he'd expected, her cooking was the best in the world. Zhang Wangxing told him to eat as much as he wanted, since she'd bought 1.5 kilograms. Suddenly, the system notified Lin Zikin that he had absorbed a trace of the phantom cuttlefish's life essence, bringing his progress to 3.01%. As it turned out, he could absorb life essence even while eating monster meat. If only he had known this, he wouldn't have limited himself to just touching them. To grab attention, the reporter said that a genius girl had shocked the entire country. She is only 14, but she has already successfully absorbed an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When activated, her energy system allows her to lift a 2,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, run 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jump 8 meters high. Lin Zikin wondered which of the two was stronger, the genius from Kyoto who used gene fusion, or this cyborg girl. Next news item, a tragedy has occurred. Security Captain Hai Chun-sang was killed last night at 11 p.m. Security camera footage shows that he was attacked by a huge, mutated rat. Lin Zikin wondered if it could have been the same rat he saw yesterday. Be that as it may, he needs to step up his training. After prolonged practice, his 100-meter time reached 4.61 seconds. Now Lin Zikin can jump 51 meters high, and he can already lift 1,000 kilograms with one hand. Lin Zikin also doesn't neglect his martial arts training, and he hopes to quickly build up his strength to prepare for the competition. The next morning, Lin Zikin went to the gym to continue his martial arts training. Han joined him out of curiosity. After walking a short distance, Lin Zikin was forced to stop because one of the female students was blocking his path. The pink-haired girl asked Zikin if he had had breakfast yet. She then took out a bottle and said she had brought him some milk. Lin Zikin said he didn't need it, thanked his classmate, and continued on with Han. One of the students witnessed this scene, and he was very upset. First, that bastard Zi Chen stole the championship title from him at the competition, and now he had rejected a gift from his goddess. The student stepped in front of Lin Zichen and ordered him to stop. Then he asked Lin Zichen, "Where are your manners?" Lin Zikin could have simply given that milk to someone else, him for example, so why hurt her feelings? Lin Zikin asked if that wouldn't be even ruder. The student then shouted that Lin Zikin could have just drunk the milk, since refusing it was impolite. Lin Zikin said he was allergic to milk, to which the other student replied that Lin Zikin was obviously lying. After that, the student challenged Lin Zikin to a contest. If he lost, he would never speak to Lin Zikin again. If he wins, however, Lin Zikin will have to drink an entire bottle of milk. As soon as Lin Zikin accepted the challenge, the system assigned him a new quest: defeat 1,000 opponents in official combat using a simple method. As a reward, he will receive the biological trait, survival of the fittest. Lin Zikin had been waiting a long time for his fourth mission, and now that he had to defeat 1,000 opponents, Lin Zikin accepted his first challenge. The news that Lin Zikin was going to fight a high school senior in the gym quickly spread among the students. A short time later in the gym, one of the female students shyly told Zikin that she would be rooting for him and hoped he would successfully teach that upperclassman a lesson. Meanwhile, her pink-haired friend also wished Zikin good luck and said she would take a bunch of photos of him. Zhang Kai was stung by everything he heard behind him, because everyone here simply assumed he would lose to Zi Chen. Zhang Kai told himself that he had to seize the opportunity, because while Lin Zichen was still young and weak, he could easily defeat him. Over the past month, Lin Zichen had improved significantly, and if he waited any longer, he would miss the chance to show what he was capable of. Before the fight began, Lin Zichen asked that they finish quickly, since his family was waiting for him at home for dinner. Zhang Kai, of course, agreed, since he himself wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Coach Guo reminded his students that friendship is more important than fighting, then announced the start of the match. Just as the match was about to begin, Zhang Kai shouted, "Wait!" He recalled that Lin Zikin had been training for only a month, while he himself had been doing this for nearly 2 years. To ensure a fair fight, he suggested that Zikin land the first 3 strikes. Lin Zikin accepted the high schooler's offer, and immediately afterward he darted forward at lightning speed, instantly finding himself in front of his opponent. Using the momentum of his speed, Lin Zikin landed the first of 3 strikes on the high school senior. But Zhang Kai couldn't even withstand a single blow, flying back a dozen meters from the impact. Afterward, the high school senior slumped painfully to the floor and spat foam from his mouth. Everyone, including Coach Guo, was stunned by what they saw, because Lin Zikin had managed to defeat his older opponent with just a single blow. It was so unbelievable that it was even funny. Could the match really have ended that quickly? Shen Xinghang raised her hand and shouted, "He won! Zikin won!" After that, other female students joined in, chanting about how amazing Zikin was. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had defeated his opponent and successfully won the affection of the opposite sex. He received priority rights to copulation. Lin Zikin completely ignored the entire message, except for the part stating that he still needed to defeat 999 more people to unlock a new attribute. Lin Zikin turned to his fellow students and asked, with a hint of awkwardness, why they shouldn't take this opportunity to spar with him as well. Upon hearing this, all the students' mouths dropped open in shock. Then, as each of them remembered something like extra classes, their mom's request to come home early for dinner, or practice, they began to disperse. Some of the students simply followed the busy ones. Meanwhile, one student even left, complaining of dizziness, and another student offered to take him to the infirmary. Once he had regained his composure, the high school senior said that the match didn't count, since Lin Zikin had used a trick. And if they fought again, he was certain he would defeat Zikin. Coach Guo asked Zhang Kai to accept his defeat like a man. Afterward, the coach wondered whether Zikin had simply been lucky, or if he was truly that strong. He definitely had to send Li Shutong to test him. Coach Guo called out to young Li and asked him to stay for the fight. Upon hearing this, he flinched, but with no way to refuse, he still stepped into the ring. Li Shutong apologized to Zikin. Meanwhile, he silently prayed that Lin Zikin wouldn't hit him in the face. 10 minutes later, all the students sent by Coach Guo had been beaten. Lin Zikin tried not to hit them too hard, simply exchanging blows with them. But most importantly, only the victory over Zhang Kai counted toward the mission's progress. Based on this, Lin Zikin concluded that the fight itself didn't count. He had to actually defeat his opponents. Coach Guo suddenly exclaimed that Zikin was a genius, a true genius. He then grabbed him by the shoulders, adopted a strange expression, and said that Zikin had only been on the team for a month, but had already become a star. After that, the satisfied coach said that at the regional martial arts tournament, their Shanghai school would surely crush the others and take first place. And indeed, Lin Zikin suddenly realized that a martial arts tournament was the perfect place to defeat a multitude of opponents. If he defeated his rivals in the competition, the mission would have to count those fights. Suddenly, someone called out to Lin Zikin again. Zhang Kai said he accepted his defeat, and even if Lin Zikin were to shit on his head, he wouldn't say a word. Everyone present suddenly felt uneasy at Zhang Kai's words. Immediately afterward, they all hurried to leave the gym. Watching them walk away, Zhang Kai asked them to stop since he hadn't finished speaking. In this world, high school students study either martial arts or academic subjects. Of course, the first option is the best. Joining the run and trying to catch up with Cheng Ni, Shen Qinghang asked him to wait for her. To make the martial arts team, Shen Qinghang began training. After running 3 kilometers, they spent another hour practicing martial arts moves to improve their hand-to-hand combat skills. Then they did squats and push-ups to build strength and endurance. After each session, Lin Zikin would relieve Shen Qinghang's muscle tension with a massage. Lin Zikin knew he couldn't afford to be idle if he wanted to prepare for the upcoming tournament, so he was ready to do everything in his power to unlock the survival of the fittest attribute as soon as possible. A month later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. City High School, a large crowd had gathered in the stands, eagerly awaiting the match's waiting area. Coach Guo told his students that their school had drawn the short straw and would now be facing off against the strongest team from Shanghai #1 High School. Li Shutong recalled that there was a boy at that school who could run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, which meant they were definitely doomed. Lin Zikin raised his hand and said he wanted to go first. Almost immediately, Coach Guo gave Zikin the go-ahead. A short time later, when Lin Zikin stepped into the ring, Shen Qinghang, as always, began cheering on Cheng Ni. Coach Guo grabbed a megaphone and started shouting to little Cheng that they were counting on him and that he believed in him. With heavy footsteps, Lin Zikin's first opponent entered the ring. He was a high school student, twice as tall as Zikin. The massive high schooler said he had seen Zikin's name in the announcement. It was his first year of high school, and he had already entered the 8-school tournament. The high schooler couldn't help but admit that Zikin's talent was impressive. However, there was no place on this stage for a short freshman who hadn't even grown to 1.7 meters yet. Flexing the muscles in his right arm, the high school senior promised to show Lin Zikin the difference between them in both height and strength. The referee signaled the start of the duel. Immediately afterward, the massive high school senior charged forward like a train, attacking the little guy. But when he struck from a running start, Lin Zikin suddenly managed to dodge the blow. After that, Lin Zikin struck him in the chest with the palm of his hand. And in the very next instant, the huge high school senior, twice Zikin's size, was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Hardly believing what he'd seen, the coach declared that Lin Zikin had won the fight. Raising her fist, Shen Qinghang shouted that it was impressive. Immediately afterward, the rest of their school joined in the chant, shouting about how amazing Zikin was. Meanwhile, that dumb musclehead has absolutely no flexibility. When the defeated high schooler returned to his team, the coach began scolding him, reminding him that he should have used his kicks, just as he had told him countless times. He shouldn't have rushed into the attack right away. He should have worked with his feet. The coach asked why he hadn't listened to him. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had defeated his opponent and his tournament rank had risen. The total number of opponents he had defeated had reached 2 out of 1,000. Just as Zikin had expected, defeating opponents in competitive matches increased his progress level. Next, a coach from the opposing class sent Cheng Feng into the ring, ordering him to defeat that freshman as quickly as possible. Cheng Feng entered the ring and took his stance. As soon as the referee signaled the start of the fight, Cheng Feng lunged forward and delivered a kick to the freshman. Somehow, Lin Zikin managed to dodge the blow by simply crouching down, and immediately afterward, he slapped Cheng Fei in the side with the palm of his hand. Immediately afterward, Cheng Fei was sent flying backward, spinning at tremendous speed. And in the end, he too landed painfully on the floor. Medical staff who had been standing by immediately rushed out and loaded Cheng Feng onto a stretcher. The referee shouted at them to hurry him to the hospital for a head MRI, as it appeared he had suffered a concussion. The spectators tried to figure out what had just happened, and wasn't this freshman just lucky? In the final round, his opponent was knocked out of the ring, resulting in his own disqualification. It was as if the heavens had blessed this youngster. Some spectators even suspected the fight was fixed and began demanding their money back, even though the spectators started shouting that the fight was rigged. The opposing team's coach understood that it had nothing to do with luck or cheating. This freshman Zikin really is a tough opponent. Next, the coach sent Gao Feng into the ring. He advised Gao Feng to focus on defense and not go on the offensive, because he simply couldn't afford to lose this fight. Gao Fei told the coach not to worry, because he was sure to win. Based on what he had seen, Gao Fei had a rough idea that Li Zichen wasn't actually that physically strong. It's all about his agility and the tricks he uses to secure an easy victory. After all, he runs the 100-meter dash in just 9 seconds, and he has more combat experience. If he takes this seriously, he definitely won't lose. Upon seeing Gao Fei, the spectators began discussing him. The fact that Gao Fei could run the 100-meter dash so fast was simply insane. Everyone knew that Gao Fei's father was a gene combiner, and his physical stats as a child had far exceeded the norm. Facing off against Gao Fei, that freshman is bound to lose, but once he grows up, he'll likely take all of Shanghai by storm. No sooner had the referee signaled the start of the duel than Gao Fei found himself in front of Lin Zikin in the blink of an eye. Using the flowing water erodes stone technique, Gao Fei unleashed a powerful and rapid series of attacks, but not a single strike managed to land on Lin Zikin. The coach asked Gao Fei what he was doing. After all, he had told him to focus on defense. So why was he attacking? Gao Fei wondered why a genius like him should suddenly have to start defending himself. Easily dodging Gao Fei's attacks, Lin Zikin mentally acknowledged that this striking technique was quite interesting and decided to memorize it. Attacking non-stop, Gao Fei was already starting to get tired. He couldn't understand why he just couldn't land a hit on Lin Zikin. Pausing his attack, Gao Fei asked Lin Zikin how he managed to dodge. After all, it was complete nonsense. Ignoring Gao Fei's question, Lin Zikin asked if he knew any other moves. If he did, Lin Zikin wouldn't mind seeing them. Such audacity completely infuriated Gao Fei, and he charged headlong into the attack. To Lin Zikin's disappointment, he saw Gao Fei performing the exact same moves, and since that was the case, he wasn't going to waste any more time there and kicked Gao Fei. Seeing this, the spectators' mouths dropped open in shock. On the other hand, Zikin's team cheered him on, shouting that he was the best and that he had secured 3 consecutive victories. They were happy to be able to celebrate without having to put in any effort. The next few opponents were even weaker, so Lin Zikin quickly disposed of them, finally defeating the first school. Over the next 2 days, Lin Zikin single-handedly defeated 2 more schools, and in the end, he led his school to victory in the 8 schools tournament. The total number of opponents he had eliminated reached 16 out of 1,000. This meant Zikin still had 984 opponents left to defeat. If things continued at this pace, it would take about a year to unlock the survival of the fittest attribute. Even though he wouldn't be able to complete this task quickly, Lin Zikin hadn't expected Coach Guo to give him the lion's share of the prize money. It amounted to a whopping 20,000 yuan. After collecting prize money from all the academic competitions, he had already saved up about 30,000 yuan. But that money didn't last long. It was almost immediately spent on monster meat. Zhang Wangxing prepared many dishes made from phantom cuttlefish, after which Zikin devoured them. Zhang Wangxing asked Chengni to eat more slowly, since they still had plenty of food left. After eating 15 kilograms of phantom cuttlefish meat, Lin Zikin had already absorbed 33% of its life essence. By his second year of middle school, Lin Zikin had advanced from ordinary 3rd rank to ordinary 4th rank. He could already effortlessly lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters high, and run the 100-meter dash in 4.49 seconds. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, he and Shen Qinghang had graduated from high school. Soon the exam results came in. When Shen Qinghang saw her scores, she was deeply upset. She asked why this had happened. She had worked so hard, and yet Shen Qinghang asked Chengni if this meant they wouldn't be able to attend the same high school. Lin Zikin ranked first in both the humanities and martial arts. Qinghang's grades in academic subjects were, of course, excellent, but her martial arts scores weren't high enough to qualify for an elite martial arts high school. Lin Zikin wiped away Shen Qinghang's tears and asked, "How am I supposed to know?" He then explained that the high school principal had said he would come to their home for a visit. Zikin suggested she come over if she wanted to. Shen Qinghang knew the principal would surely ask Zikin to enroll in the martial arts class. Since it didn't concern her, why should she go? Lin Zikin took Qinghang by the hand, led her along and asked her not to worry, since his only condition for attending Shanghai High School would be that Qinghang remain his deskmate. A short while later, the principal of Shanghai High School came to their home and spoke with them for several hours. Generally speaking, she simply expressed her hope that Lin Zikin would choose her school for enrollment. The high school principal told Zikin that she believed they had discussed everything that needed to be discussed. As she was leaving, the principal said that if he chose their school, he would be free to express his opinion on any matter. Lin Zikin thanked the principal and, pointing to Han Han, said he had only one request. He hoped that he and Qinghan would be able to continue studying in the same class. The principal approached Shen Qinghang and looked her over. She then turned toward the door and said that in that case, the two of them could enroll together at the start of the school year. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang suddenly brightened up and thanked the principal. Once Lin Zikin had decided on a high school, he was invited to the final martial arts tournament for lower-grade high school students. As expected, he once again easily helped his school win the championship. With the prize money, he decided to fulfill a long-held wish. At this point, his progress in absorbing the life essence of the phantom cuttlefish had reached 80%. He was only 20% away from unlocking the phantom cuttlefish's trace. The meat he bought with the prize money should be enough for him to reach 100%. Since Lin Zikin didn't know what uncontrollable events might occur after creating the trace, he deliberately headed to a forest on the outskirts of Shanghai. Lin Zikin didn't want to waste any more time, so he immediately took out the phantom cuttlefish meat and began absorbing the life essence. A vast amount of life essence was absorbed in a matter of moments, and finally it was accomplished. The absorption progress of the phantom cuttlefish had reached 100%. Lin Zikin created the phantom cuttlefish's trace and obtained the biological attribute Blessing of the Water Affinity. The Blessing of Water Affinity significantly strengthened Lin Zikin's connection with the water, allowing him to move freely and vanish without a trace in aquatic environments. What Lin Zikin gained by creating the phantom cuttlefish's trail was simply astonishing. Lin Zikin immediately went to test his new ability in the nearest pond and discovered that his skin no longer wrinkled from prolonged exposure to water as it had before, and swimming had become much easier due to reduced water resistance. However, aside from that, there were no other effects. However, this wasn't surprising, since the phantom cuttlefish is a low-level monster whose genes aren't even used for fusion. To improve his biological attributes, Lin Zikin would simply have to save up money and buy high-quality meat, and sooner or later he would achieve his goal. Alternatively, he could wait until he's strong enough to hunt and devour monsters like that huge mutated rat on his own. Time passed, and with less than a week left before school started, Shen Qinghang's mother and family decided they should go on a trip together. To better explore the blessing of the water lineage, Lin Zikin suggested they go to the beach. Once in the water, Shen Qinghang complained to Chengni that the seawater was too cold, to which Lin Zikin replied that it always feels that way at first, and that she should just get into the water slowly until she gets used to it. Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin began swimming. As a result of swimming, Lin Zikin's vitality, muscle strength, muscle coordination, affinity for water, and swimming skill were each increased by 1. And for diving, his vitality, muscle strength, muscle coordination, affinity for water, swimming skill, hypoxia resistance, water pressure resistance, and diving skill were also increased by 1. Kicking her foot, Shen Qinghang called out to Chengni and asked him not to swim alone, and she asked him to teach her how to swim. Lin Zikin suddenly remembered that Shen Qinghang still couldn't swim. After that, he returned to shore and began patiently teaching her. Since Qinghan's talent for sports was average, he decided she would most likely never master them. But she instantly proved him wrong. Having quickly learned to swim, Shen Qinghan admitted that swimming turned out to be very easy. Suddenly, as she looked down at the bottom of the pool, Shen Qinghang realized something. She then wondered, could she actually dive now? After swimming for a bit, Shen Qinghang surfaced abruptly, startling Lin Zikin. Delighted by what had happened, Shen Qinghang said it was simply amazing. After all, people usually say that if you open your eyes underwater, they'll sting. But for some reason, she didn't feel anything like that. It was great and she loved it. Lin Zikin understood that even if Shen Qinghang had a talent for swimming, she couldn't possibly master all the techniques at once. After all, that would be abnormal. Suddenly, Lin Zikin realized something. Could it be that Qinghang often wet the bed as a child because she was born with an affinity for water? It's unbelievable. But what if Shen Qinghang actually has some kind of special physique suited for cultivation, just like in the novel Xiangxia? They continued diving, and Qinghan's skills impressed Zikin more and more. They held their breath underwater for more than 10 minutes, something that would impress even a trained person, let alone beginners. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan heard a strange sound coming from the depths. What the hell was that just now? Startled by it, Shen Qinghang hurried to the surface, and Lin Zikin followed her. When they finally made it ashore, Lin Zikin asked what was going on and why she had suddenly panicked. Shen Qinghang replied that she had just heard a strange sound that had really scared her. Trying to calm her down, Lin Zikin put his hands on her shoulders and asked, "What kind of sound?" Shen Qinghang admitted that she didn't know what it was, but it sounded like a foreign language. She could only make out that it was a woman's voice. The voice sounded very realistic and echoed in her ears until she surfaced. Lin Zikin took Qinghang back to the hotel so she could calm down. Afterward, he started searching online but couldn't find anything resembling what Qinghan had described. However, Lin Zikin couldn't fall asleep either, so he did 1,000 weighted squats, increasing his vitality and muscle strength by 2,000 and raising his squat skill by 1,000. After that, he started doing push-ups, and to his surprise, his biological level had risen to the standard 5th rank. With a standard 5th rank, Lin Zikin could now match a fully grown mutated giant rat. If he continued at this rate, he would be able to tear such a rat apart with his bare hands. After resting, Lin Zikin returned to the deserted beach to continue improving his performance. Now Lin Zikin runs the 100-meter dash in 3.64 seconds. Meanwhile, his high jump has reached 6.98 meters. He can also lift a 1,600-kilogram car with one hand. Compared to the performance levels of a typical 4th-ranked student, the difference from his current abilities is enormous. After such a leap in ability, they began their high school studies. His female classmates were delighted to see the handsome Lin Zikin in class, and as it turned out, they were very lucky that he was on duty the same day as they were. Since Lin Zikin and Qinghan were on duty, they arrived at school early, but he didn't expect that his new classmates already knew who they were. What surprised him most was that their class duties triggered a new quest: complete 1,000 quests in co-op mode. As a reward, they would receive the social animal biological trait, 1 quest out of 1,000 completed. Lin Zikin was very curious about what this attribute would grant, so he eagerly awaited the moment he would receive it. School had just started, and everything was quiet for now, so Lin Zikin took the opportunity to pop into the supermarket. He had already created a life force trace from the phantom cuttlefish, which meant it was time to choose a new target. Among the various monster parts on display, Lin Zikin's eye was caught by the meat of a wild giant eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan for 500 grams. Clearly, monster meat at that price became his next target. The wild giant eagle is a mutant beast whose rank is slightly higher than that of the phantom cuttlefish he had devoured. It possesses exceptional vision, 30 times sharper than that of an ordinary human. This is a very powerful ability, which enhances its hunting capabilities. It can even catch mutant rabbits that move so fast that only an afterimage remains. Such vision significantly boosts combat effectiveness. Considering all this, it's safe to say that the blueprint for the wild giant eagle is worth unlocking. Another important fact is that this meat is only slightly more expensive than that of the phantom cuttlefish. After consuming a piece of meat, Lin Zikin obtained 1% of the wild giant eagle's life essence. By consuming the life essence from half a kilogram of meat, he was able to obtain 1%, which meant he would have to spend another 200,000 yuan or so to unlock the blueprint. Lin Zikin surmised that in high school he would need to work even harder to win prize money at competitions. The standards are much higher now than they were in middle school. Lin Zikin decided that he had to create a trace of the life essence of a wild giant eagle by the end of the school year. Soon the summer vacation ended, and Lin Zikin's school life began. Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new quarter, the homeroom teacher and several subject teachers introduced themselves to the students. The first to greet the students was Han Yuanfeng, the martial arts instructor and their homeroom teacher. After him, Cai Yuanfeng, the cyborg studies teacher, introduced himself. Liu Dizhen, whose class focuses on gene recombination, and Cheng Bei, who will teach the students how to survive in the wild. After introducing themselves, the teachers asked the students to introduce themselves one by one. The first to introduce herself was Chu Yusi. She loves music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Next was Zhong Yijia, whose hobbies include anime, cosplay, and sports. Peng Huguang prefers to stay home and play video games. Soon it was Shen Qinghang's turn. She began to get very nervous under the intense stares of those around her. Shen Qinghang shyly greeted everyone and after introducing herself, said that she loves to draw. She then suggested that everyone become friends. Without a doubt, Zikin's introduction was the shortest. Lin Zikin greeted everyone, introduced himself, and said he hoped they would get along. Time passed fairly quickly, and after everyone had introduced themselves, the bell rang. One of her classmates asked Qinghang what score she had received on her high school entrance exam. Shen Qinghang told Chunxing that she had scored 709 points, then asked how many points Chunxing had scored. Chunxing was surprised to learn that Qinghang had scored 11 points more than she had, and then replied that she herself had scored 698 points. Chunxing then asked what Shen Qinghang's score was on the physical education exam. She herself had failed the exam, scoring only 95, which was a poor result. 100 points was the maximum, and 95 points was enough to be among the top students. Starting to panic, Qinghang replied that her score wasn't nearly that good. In reality, however, she had scored only 79 points. She was 11 points short of making it into the elite class, but she couldn't bring herself to say so. Chunxing asked, "How much lower is that than yours? 94 or 93? With her head down, Shen Qinghang replied that her score was even lower. Chunxing asked, "Could it be that she got 92 points? Or even 91 or 90? Suddenly, someone slammed their fist on the desk, startling Chunxing. Lin Zikin asked Chunxing if he could add her on WeChat. Chunxing was surprised that Zikin wanted to add her. She replied that of course he could, and that she'd let him scan her QR code right away. Obviously, she was having a lucky day since such a handsome guy had asked to add her on WeChat. Shen Qinghang was glad that she could count on Zikin. If he hadn't stepped in, she didn't even know how it would have ended. She felt too embarrassed. After adding Chunxing on WeChat, Lin Zikin walked over to He Yu, who was sitting at his desk, and asked him to exchange WeChat contacts as well. He Yu agreed right away. After adding a couple of classmates, Lin Zikin quickly created a group called Dawn, consisting of 4 people. At the same time, Lin Zikin never expected that he would complete yet another cooperative mission this way. He had already completed 2 out of 1,000 cooperative missions in a sense. All he needed to complete this mission were his hands. After forming the group, the four of them got to know each other better. He came from the neighboring city of Nangguan. His family has run martial arts schools for several generations. He is a true scion of a martial arts family. He even placed 8th in the youth martial arts tournament in Nangguan, bringing pride to his family. Li Chuxing's family owns a chain of clothing stores with several branches throughout the district, making her a very wealthy young woman. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang also told them about themselves, and soon the four of them became an inseparable group who shared everything with one another. Just as they were about to wrap up their conversation, He brought up an intriguing topic. He suggested that his friends try to guess who was the strongest in the class. He was sure they wouldn't be able to figure it out. Without hesitation, Li Chuxing replied that it was Zichen, since he had scored the highest on the entrance exam. He was stunned to hear this. Lin Zichen turned out to be way cooler than he had previously thought. But getting the most points isn't the only thing that makes you the best. He said that they might not believe it, but there are 2 students in their class whom the principal generously paid to transfer here from Nangguan City. Sitting in the 3rd row on the left by the window is Wang Shuzhe, who placed 3rd on the exam. He runs the 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds. The next muscle-bound guy in the far right seat of the last row is Lu Gang. He was born with superhuman strength and can easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand. The girls were amazed to hear about classmates with such incredible strength. On the other hand, Lin Zikin was able to breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, he can rest easy, since running the 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds and lifting 300 kilograms with one hand are feats he had already achieved back in elementary school. Soon the bell rang again. It was time to pick up his textbooks. There were only 4 of them, each corresponding to one of the 4 core subjects. Lin Zikin had already mastered all of this as a child, so in his free time, he began going to secluded places to train. After all, the rat god cult still exists, and the police have only managed to arrest the heretics while their king remains nowhere to be found. That's why Lin Zikin had to raise his rank to level 6 or higher as soon as possible, so he could fight back against the aberrant rats if he encountered them. The first practical session at lunchtime was wilderness survival. The wilderness survival instructor, Cheng Bei, asked the students if anyone knew how to start a fire using 2 sticks. He pointed out that this skill isn't necessary in everyday life, and asked who would bother learning it just for the sake of it. Looking ahead, He saw that Wang Shuzhe and Lu Gang had already started building a fire. Teacher Cheng Bei was pleasantly surprised by their skills and praised these 2 talented students for being able to start a fire on their own. Lu Gang told the teacher that he had taken summer classes in middle school to learn this. After that, Wang Shuzhe explained that he had learned it online back in elementary school. After the boys from Nangguan finished starting the fire, the other students also began trying to imitate them. Pretty soon, Lin Zikin taught their Dawn group how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. The next martial arts class became a great opportunity for the boys from Nangguan to show off their skills. The martial arts instructor and class leader, Han Yuanfeng, told the students that today he would teach them a special breathing technique. The students from Nangguan learned this breathing technique fairly quickly. Although it was a little funny, they managed to do it. Of course, Lin Zikin already knew how to do it, but out of habit, he chose to stay on the sidelines. A month passed before Lin Zikin realized it. The cyborg studies teacher, Cai Yuanfei, told the students that a month had passed since the start of the school year and that it was time to test their progress. Teacher Cai Yuanfei explained that they would receive a reward for this test: 888 yuan for first place, 666 yuan for second place, and 333 yuan for third place. Cash rewards were offered for the test, and they were quite generous. That's almost enough to buy 250 grams of wild giant eagle meat. For a reward like that, each of them would put in the effort. In less than an hour, the test was over. Liu Dijen, the teacher of the gene combination course, told the students that more than a month had passed since they began their studies. He then suggested they take a test to see how well they had mastered the material. Suddenly, it turned out that teacher Liu Dijen had also decided to give them awards for the test. After finishing the test, an exhausted He collapsed onto his desk. It was finally over. The test was very difficult. It even included off-topic questions, such as one about the wavelength of a laser cannon's energy, something few people could possibly remember. The last question was also absurd. It asked about the relationship between an anti-force airflow device and atmospheric pressure. They even had to calculate exact values with many decimal places. Many students weren't even sure they'd be able to score more than 60 points. While all the students were complaining about the questions, the pair of boastful Nangwan students started bragging again. Wang Shuzi admitted that the test was indeed difficult, then asked Lu Gan how he was doing, to which Lu Gang replied that he thought he could score 95 points, all because he hadn't understood the last part of the final question. Wang Shuzi admitted that he had also missed that part and that he would probably get the same 95 points. He Yu wondered, are these two starting to brag again? And haven't they gotten tired of it yet? He'd been wanting to give them a good scolding for a long time. A short time later, teacher Lu Dizhen finished grading the tests. Guo Yanglin scored 52 points. Shen Qinghang scored 91 points. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghang quietly told Lin Zikin that she had passed. Lin Zikin said that heaven rewards those who work hard and that she deserved it. He Yu scored 88 points. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. They were all surprised that a guy like him had managed to score so high. He had worked hard and the teacher had high hopes for him. He Yu said he was just lucky he'd happened to get questions he knew the answers to. After that, He Yu promised that if he came in third place and received 333 yuan, he would treat them all. Teacher Lu Dizhen said that Lu Gang scored 95 points. Wang Shuzi scored 95 points. It was simply an amazing result, since the two of them had only failed to complete one problem. Wang Shuzi smugly told the teacher that completing this problem required a lot of calculations. And if he'd had 10 more minutes, he would definitely have finished it. Lu Gang added that he too could have managed it with extra time. Seeing this, He Yu suddenly clenched his teeth. Those two are showing off again, but even so, third place belongs to him. Teacher Lu Dizhen acknowledged that the test was difficult, but even so, someone managed to score a perfect score. Lin Ziken scored 100 points. Wang Shuzi and Li Gang were shocked by what they heard. What kind of person is this who managed to complete all the problems? It's just unbelievable. Lin Ziken outperformed the top students from Nangwan, forcing He Yu to admit that he was insanely cool. However, it still stings because of him. He lost third place. He Yu made a mental note not to brag before it was time. Shen Qinghang praised Cheng Ni, after which Li Chunxing said he would bring glory to Shanghai. Lin Ziken raised his hand and asked the teacher when he would receive his 888 yuan prize. Teacher Lu Dizhen told Ziken not to worry about it, since he would send the prize in a red envelope to the class chat. Lu Dizhen simply couldn't believe how much Lin Ziken cared about money. Could he really be struggling financially? Later, the test results for another subject were announced. Teacher Kai Yuanfei said he had checked their test results. Wang Shuzi scored 81 points, and Lu Gang scored 83 points. Considering that most of the class had failed the test, the fact that they had scored any points at all was remarkable in itself. Of course, the Nangwan duo wasn't happy with this result, since they wouldn't be able to brag about it. Shen Qinghang scored 78 points and made it into the top 5. Lin Ziken, on the other hand, once again scored a perfect 100 and earned a prize. He Yu, Wang Shuzi, and Lu Gang were once again taken aback by this. Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang raised their hands at the same time to address the teacher. Wang Shuzi said that this test was incredibly difficult, then asked if it was possible to get a perfect score on it. Lu Gang suggested that Lin Ziken might have known the answers in advance. Teacher Kai Yuanfei replied that such a thing was practically impossible. After all, he had personally compiled this test. Furthermore, the answers to the questions couldn't be found online, so cheating was out of the question. Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang simply couldn't believe that anyone could have scored so high on such a difficult test. Their classmates started laughing at them. He Yu admitted that these two simply amazed him. They hadn't even been able to pass the test themselves, so why make fools of themselves by accusing someone else of cheating? Those two should definitely be ashamed of themselves. Li Chunxing agreed with He Yu. It wasn't cool at all, and such weaklings are always trying to let others down. Lunch break flew by. The high school freshmen began their wilderness survival test. Teacher Cheng Bei explained that the rewards for this test were the same as for the others. First place, 888 yuan. Second place, 666 yuan. Third place, 333 yuan. The test consists of 3 activities: mountain and tree climbing, swimming, and starting a fire with wood. Wang Shuzi told Lu Gan that although they had failed to outperform Lin Ziken in the 2 theoretical tests, today, in the wild survival and martial arts event, they must regain their standing. Lu Gan said that Wang Shuzi didn't need to mention it anymore. He would do everything in his power to crush Lin Ziken and avenge their humiliation. The test began. First, they had to demonstrate rock climbing and tree climbing. Points were awarded based on speed. Lin Zikin easily took first place in rock climbing. When it came to tree climbing, as expected, the two Nangguan members once again fell behind him. Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang simply couldn't believe what was happening. This Lin Zikin was too fast, even though they were giving it their all. What's more, they couldn't even keep up with his shadow. With the same ease, Lin Zikin took first place in tree climbing. However, despite his first place finishes, Lin Zikin was most worried about Shen Qinghang right now. She hadn't finished the rock climbing event yet and of course had come in last. But that didn't matter, because when it came time to swim, Shen Qinghang would regain her confidence. In the next stage, where they had to start a fire, Lin Zikin had no choice but to keep running alongside the Nangguan duo to compete for the prize. Lu Gang wondered why Lin Zikin was faster than them at everything. Could it be that he had lightning-fast hands? Wang Shuzi still remembered that during the last class, Lin Zikin hadn't lit the fire that quickly. Lin Zikin lit the fire in just 58 seconds, once again beating the entire class. Swimming was the final challenge. This time, the Nangguan duo was soundly defeated by Shen Qinghang, which probably stung their pride even more. Wang Shuzi even thought he was hallucinating from stress, since even Shen Qinghang had beaten him. After this test, Wang Shuzi and Lu Gang became unusually quiet. They didn't even talk about anything. But this didn't last long. Master Han Yuanfeng recalled that they had all been practicing martial arts for over a month. Today, the time had come to test the results of their training. The test would take the form of sparring in the ring, and the top 3 would receive awards. The afternoon sparring session reignited the Nangong clan's hope to prove themselves. Lin Zikin may know the theory well and be skilled at survival, but in martial arts, the keyword is martial, which means physical conditioning and technique are what matter most. These two were convinced that without martial arts skills, all other achievements were meaningless, and each of them wanted to take first place in this sparring match. Before the sparring match, Coach Han Yuanfeng conducted a physical fitness test as a warm-up, which consisted of 3 stages: a 100-meter run, a one-arm weight lift, and a standing high jump. Lin Zikin ran the 100-meter dash in 7.78 seconds, lifted 330 kilograms with one hand, and jumped 2.18 meters high, taking first place in all 3 stages. To avoid overexertion, Lin Zikin did not give it his all and only slightly outperformed the results of Inshuz and Lu Gan. The two Nangguan athletes were once again stunned by the insurmountable wall that was Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin ran the 100-meter dash faster than Wang Shuzi, even though his result on the entrance exam wasn't even the best in the district, which is simply absurd. He also proved to be stronger than Lu Gang, even though he doesn't even look like he's been working out. Is it possible that Zikin simply wasn't physically developed enough when he took the entrance exams? Wang Shuzi told Lu Gang that now is not the time to panic, because losing in physical training doesn't necessarily mean losing in sparring after all. In a real fight, technique isn't the only thing that matters, so they still have a chance. Lu Gang agreed with this. All their losses were nothing, and their technique far surpassed the skills of everyone else here. After the physical fitness test, everyone headed to the rings for sparring. The gym, martial arts section, eager to earn the survival of the fittest attribute as soon as possible, Lin Zikin was the first to step into the ring. However, due to his impressive physical conditioning, none of his classmates dared to face him. Even the Nangguan students preferred to simply watch. Everyone hesitated for too long, and eventually the teacher lost his patience. Teacher Han Yuanfeng ordered Lu Wei to spar with Zikin. Reluctantly, Lu Wei stepped into the ring. To avoid wasting time, Lin Zikin quickly knocked Lu Wei out. He had to pick up the pace to defeat everyone before the end of class. The Nangguan fighters watching this once again lost their confidence. Wang Shuzi wondered if Zikin was too strong. Spitting water out the side of his mouth, Lu Gang reflected that during the physical fitness test, Lin Zikin hadn't given it his all. So how were they supposed to fight him? Suddenly, He Yu jumped into the neighboring ring and called out loudly to Lu Gang. Pointing at Lu Gang, He Yu said that he had already finished warming up and his body was at its limit. Therefore, he wanted Lu Gan to step into the ring and fight him. Lu Gan shouted that 30 seconds would be enough for him to handle someone like He Yu, then jumped into the ring. If he didn't accept the challenge, he'd have to fight Lin Zikin, but Lu Gan wasn't sure he could handle him. He wanted to at least defeat He Yu. Surging forward, He Yu shouted that he was coming for him. And upon catching up to Lu Gan, he began unleashing a rapid series of punches and kicks at him. Suddenly, during one of the strikes, Lu Gan grabbed He-Yu by the leg. After that, Lu Gan began spinning He-Yu around him, and a few seconds later, he threw He-Yu out of the ring. As soon as He-Yu got back up, he suddenly started vomiting due to the severe shock from the blow. Lu Gan admitted that of everyone he had sparred with, He-Yu's techniques were the strongest. In fact, in terms of technique, he's probably the best in their class. But unfortunately, Lu Gang still outclasses him. After He-Yu was eliminated, Lin Zikin jumped into the ring to face Lu Gang. He wanted to use this opportunity to make even more progress, because after these fights, no one would dare step into the ring against him anymore. Having gained confidence after his fight with He-Yu, Lu Gang agreed to face Zikin since he wasn't afraid of him. As soon as the fight began, Lu Gang surged forward, and just before colliding with Lin Zikin, he spun around sharply, extending his elbow to strike. It seemed as though Lu Gang was about to ram into Lin Zikin, but at the last moment, Lin managed to dodge the attack. Lin Zikin turned out to be much faster than anyone could have imagined. Immediately after dodging, Lin Zikin landed a punch, knocking the massive Lu Gang out of the ring. After seeing this, the girls in the class began teasing Wang Shuze, asking him if he wasn't going to stand up for his friend. After all, his friend Lu Gang had been badly beaten, and as one of Nangwen's top students, he had to defend his honor. Wang Shuze asked what all the fuss was about. Then he jumped into the ring and said he was going to step into the ring anyway, so they should shut up. Wang Shuze had already realized that he couldn't avoid his fated fight with Lin Zikin, so he absolutely had to figure out how to win. He had to give it his all. Wang Shuze closed in on Lin Zikin at tremendous speed, preparing to strike him. But Lin Zikin managed to react and grabbed Wang Shuze's fist. He then pulled Wang Shuze toward him and struck him with great force. The blow was so powerful that Wang Shuze was sent flying out of the ring, losing consciousness in the process. After that, Lin Zikin defeated all the other boys in the class one by one. According to the rules of the challenge, victories over the same opponent count as a single victory. This meant there was no longer any point for Lin Zikin to spar with the boys in their class. Only the girls remained, but would they be willing to face him? Glancing over at the girls in their class, Lin Zikin suddenly froze when he saw them looking at him. Chu Yusi raised her hand and told Zikin that she wanted to fight him. After that, Chu Yusi leaped toward the ring and spread her arms wide. Just before Chu Yusi could wrap her arms around him, Lin Zikin managed to dodge her. In fact, Chu Yusi turned out to be much faster than he could have imagined. Chu Yusi was disappointed, because if she'd been just a little closer, she would have been able to hug him. After that, to Lin Zikin's surprise, the other girls continued to challenge him one after another. Of course, Lin Zikin held back during his sparring matches against them, as Zikin told himself this was so he could complete the assignment as quickly as possible. Lin Zikin quickly dealt with the girls, but he was still far from finishing the assignment. At first, Zikin was a little disappointed, but then Teacher Han announced some good news. The teacher told the students that they had all performed well today, and that as students in the elite class, they needed to learn to challenge the upperclassmen. Han Yuanfeng announced that in a month, their class would fight against the second-year students, and they needed to prepare properly for it. Their class's goal was to defeat the average second-year students. Lin Zikin was worried that without such battles, he wouldn't be able to make progress on the task required to obtain a new attribute. So this competition came at just the right time. It would save him a lot of time. Thanks to Teacher Han, Lin Zikin had the opportunity to obtain a new attribute within a year. Class was over. As he passed Lin Zikin in the hallway, Lu Gang said he'd been afraid he wouldn't have any rivals after transferring to Shanghai High School, but it seemed he'd underestimated them. Lu Gang declared that from now on, Lin Zikin would be his rival for the next 3 years of school. However, Lin Zikin didn't hear him, as he was deep in thought about the assignment. Next, Lin Zikin ran into Wang Shuzi. Wang Shuzi said that even though he had lost to him today, that didn't mean he would lose in the future. Wang Shuzi declared that before graduation, he would definitely take revenge on Zikin for the humiliation. Ignoring everything around him, Lin Zikin was secretly delighted that he could earn money by completing the assignment. By his calculations, he had earned more than 3,000 yuan today. Since Lin Zikin had completely ignored them, Wang Shuze and Lu Gang became hostile toward him. Worst of all, he was smirking arrogantly. At that moment, Lin Zikin was delighted at the thought of spending all that money on monster meat. That same evening, although Lin Zikin had received a small prize, it wasn't enough to buy enough meat to create a monster's trail. So, to make some extra money, Zikin created a writing account and began his career as a writer. Upon waking up, Lin Zikin saw an unexpected message about a contract offer. An editor from the UN platform had written to him, The editor praised Zicken's novel as simply excellent and expressed a desire to sign a publishing contract with him. While signing the contract through his author dashboard, Lin Zicken was drawn to a news story. Just 2 hours earlier, a giant aberrant rat had attacked the refrigerator where mutant meat was stored. That giant rat was over 5 meters long, and it easily bit a cyborg in half. While in the beast's jaws, the cyborg immediately activated a hidden backup power source and self-destructed to kill the mutant. Such a powerful self-detonation from the cyborg was enough to send even a rat that large flying through the air. But just how many giant rats are hiding in Shanghai? Moreover, given their size, how do they manage to remain undetected? Shanghai High School, Gym. Today they are set to face off against a regular sophomore class. Teacher Han Yuanfeng was discussing tactics with several of his top students. Teacher Han Yuanfeng explained that in one-on-one combat, the top students from the second-year class aren't all that strong compared to them. But in terms of overall strength, they surpass the first elite class. The second-year students will definitely use their numerical advantage to focus on defense and wage a war of attrition. Their strategy will certainly adapt to deal with the top 4 of the elite class. Therefore, once they step into the ring, they must end their fights as quickly as possible. Lin Zicken told Teacher Han that he would go first, and immediately afterward, he jumped into the ring. To gain a new attribute, he must defeat as many opponents as possible, and the sooner he enters the ring, the better. A second-year student told the teacher that the top first-year student had gone first, then asked the teacher how she should fight since she was the weakest in the class. The second-year teacher turned to Brother Han and reminded him that according to the rules during interclass sparring matches, the weakest students enter the ring first. So how could he have sent the strongest student in the class into the first fight? That's against the rules. Teacher Han called out to Zicken and ordered him to come down. He would be able to enter the ring later, but first, the weaker students had to compete. Reluctantly, Lin Zicken agreed to step down. Han Yuanfeng sent Yutong as the first representative from her class. Yutong was surprised that she had been chosen and said she wasn't ready yet. After that, Shen Qinghang approached Teacher Han and said that she was the weakest in the class, so she was the one who should go. Once she stepped into the ring, Shen Qinghang didn't know what to do. She was very nervous about the upcoming fight. Li Chunxing and He Yu began cheering Han on, shouting that she could do it and that she'd be able to beat all the nonsense out of her opponent. Now that these two were supporting her, Shen Qinghang started to get even more nervous. As soon as the fight began, the sophomore lunged forward, swinging her fist. She then began pounding Shen Qinghang with a rapid series of attacks. As she endured her opponent's attacks, Shen Qinghang told herself that even if she couldn't win, she had to try to hold out as long as possible to wear her down. 3 minutes later, it turned out that Shen Qinghang, a freshman, was quite resilient. If things continued this way, the sophomore was certain Shen Qinghang would run out of steam, which meant she had to end the fight as soon as possible. Summoning all her strength and delivering a sharp kick to Shen Qinghang, the sophomore managed to knock her out of the ring. After that, Shen Qinghang fell to the gym floor. Shen Qinghang jumped to her feet and quickly ran over to Lin Zicken. Teacher Han praised Qinghang for a good fight and for realizing she should focus on defense to wear down her opponent, which was very smart. Afterward, Lin Zicken told Shen Qinghang that she'd done well, and as he began to pat her on the head, he said that she'd lasted more than 3 minutes against a high school senior who'd been training for a year longer, which meant Qinghang was making progress. Shen Qinghang was happy to hear Zicken's praise. The next student from the first elite class decided to end this fight quickly, since her opponent's strength must already be running low after the fight with Shen Qinghang. Catching up to her opponent, she used a spinning kick. But at the last moment, her opponent managed to dodge the kick. Immediately afterward, her opponent punched her in the face. Quickly ending the fight, her opponent knocked the elite class student to the floor of the ring, sat on top of her, and began to pin her down. The elite class student began pounding the floor and screaming that it hurt and that she was giving up. The repeat student smirked and asked if she had really decided to just attack without defending herself. Did that mean she looked down on their regular class? The elite class student didn't dare respond to such a question. The repeat student admitted that she did indeed have less talent than they did, but she had been training for a year longer. In the end, the repeat student suggested that the elite class student meet her again in a year. Next, Li Chunxing stepped into the ring. Raising her fist, she vowed to avenge Han. She was ready to crush their opponent. As soon as the fight began, Li Chunxing quickly lunged forward and landed a powerful blow to the repeat student's stomach, knocking her out instantly. Seeing this, Shen Qinghong shouted to Chunxing that she was simply amazing. Lin Zikan patted Han Han on the head and said that she was amazing too. After all, if she hadn't worn down the upperclassmen beforehand, Chunxing wouldn't have been able to defeat her so easily. The regular class teacher turned to Han's brother and reminded him that the elite class had only 4 students left, and if things continued this way, he would end up treating him to dinner after all. Han Yuanfeng replied that it was still too early to talk about such things, and that they should wait and see what happened next. Han Yuanfeng understood that in their class, Lin Zikan, Wang Shuzhe, Lu Gang, and He Yu held all the power of the first year of study in their hands. The real show was only just about to begin. Teacher Han called out to He Yu and told him it was his turn. He Yu jumped into the ring and replied that he understood everything. He Yu told the upperclassman that his fists were already itching for a fight. Then he asked if the other was ready to face his iron fists. The high school senior called Ha Yu a little kid and asked if he should stop being so overly dramatic. Ha! Yu yelled at the high school senior, telling him not to dare ruin his moment of coolness. He instantly closed in on him, ordered him to get lost, and knocked him out with a kick. In practically a matter of seconds, the repeat student was thrown out of the ring. Ha Yu arrogantly asked the repeat student, "Is that really all you've got? And where then did such a pathetic scoundrel get the nerve to look down on others?" The next student, a high schooler, stepped into the ring. Seeing Ha Yu up close, he realized the boy was cocky. He then challenged Ha Yu to test his strength and attacked him with his massive fist. At the last moment, Ha Yu managed to dodge the blow, much to the high schooler's surprise. Immediately afterward, He Yu pushed off the floor with his hands and delivered a powerful kick to the high school senior. Without any difficulty, He Yu managed to throw the huge high school senior out of the ring. Shen Qinghong and Li Chunxing began chanting in honor of He Yu. Shen Qingsui shouted that it was amazing and urged him to keep it up. Chunxing wished for him to crush his opponents, and so He Yu continued to defeat one opponent after another. After knocking out yet another opponent, He Yu called out to the next one, saying he could take down 10 more just like that. Although He Yu tried to keep fighting after defeating 5 opponents in a row, it was clear he was already tired. Unfortunately, the 6th opponent managed to knock him down. After that, only 3 students remained in their first elite class, while the second-year class still had 13. Teacher Han told Wang Shuzhe that it was his turn. Wang Shuzhe replied that he understood and immediately attacked the upperclassmen. Wang Shuzhe managed to defeat 10 upperclassmen all by himself. The 11th opponent, however, managed to defeat him by taking advantage of his accumulated fatigue. Then Lu Gang entered the ring, and in less than 10 minutes, he knocked out the 2 strongest second-year students. Han Yuanfeng reminded the high school teacher that there was only 1 student left in his class and asked if he wanted to give up. To which the teacher replied with a smirk that he doubted that decision and ordered Wang Qinghe to enter the ring. The last opponent among the sophomores was Wang Qinghe, who was much larger than the rest. Lu Gang found this ridiculous since he was just some huge chubby guy. Charging forward, Lu Gang shouted that he could easily handle him. He then struck Wang Qinghe right in the chest with all his might. However, his punch barely penetrated the man's fat. Lu Gan was very surprised by this, as it felt as if he had punched a piece of rubber. But since the first punch didn't work, Lu Gan decided to simply keep throwing punch after punch until he defeated his opponent. Soon Lu Gan began to run out of breath. He hadn't managed to do anything. His opponent was simply too fat. Qinghe's skin was too thick, which made it practically impossible for him to break through it. Wang Qinghe asked Lu Gan if he was already done. Reaching out toward him, he added that in that case it was his turn. Grabbing Lu Gan by the throat, Wang Qinghe began to squeeze. Wang Qinghe's strength turned out to be much greater than Lu Gan had expected, and he nearly lost consciousness. Having pushed Lu Gan to his limit, Wang Qinghe swung his arm and flung him out of the ring. Han Yuanfeng sensed something was wrong, as he didn't recall there being such a strong student in the second-year class. The second-year teacher apologized to Han's brother for this and explained that Qinghe had only transferred in this quarter, which was why Han Yuanfeng didn't remember him. He then noted that Han Yuanfeng would lose this time. He asked him not to forget their agreement. The loser treats the winner's class. Teacher Han felt like crying from grief. After all, the second-year student had a trump card up his sleeve. He believed that no matter how strong Lin Zikin was, he would never be able to defeat this monster. He really had been too careless to fall for his trick. Han Yuanfeng grabbed Lin Zikin by the shoulder and told him it was his turn. He advised Zikin to try to gain experience from this battle and not to worry about losing. As he made his way to the ring, Lin Zikin smiled and told teacher Han not to worry, because he was going to win. When Wang Qinghe saw this young man, he was surprised that this was the strongest fighter in the first elite class. Besides, he looked rather thin. Wang Qinghe told Zikin that he wasn't used to picking on little guys. Li Chunxing yelled at the fat guy not to get cocky because Zikin would definitely beat him. Their classmates shouted that she'd turn him into a kebab, after which Qinghan yelled at Zikin to teach that pig a lesson. All these comments from the girls, especially the one about the pig, really stung Qinghe. Wang Qinghe smirked and told Zikin that he'd let him land 10 blows, so that later neither he nor his girls would talk behind his back, claiming he was bullying the weak and had won unfairly. Lin Zikin smirked and said that, of course, that would be the case. Wang Qinghe pointedly patted his belly and told Lin Zikin to go ahead. He told him to go all out while he himself would just stand there. The very next moment, a fist flew into Wang Qinghe's chest, sending him flying over the ring. As he soared upward, Wang Qinghe spun around in the air several times. Then he landed with a loud thud, his belly slamming into the floor. Everyone watching the fight simply froze. And a few seconds later, the first elite class erupted in cheers for Zikin, since he had won. As he came to his senses, Wang Qinghe wondered how he had ended up here, and what had just happened. Something ridiculous had definitely just happened, and he couldn't believe that something like this could have occurred. The high school teacher admitted that Zikin from Han's brother's class was simply incredible. With a single blow, he had managed to knock Wang Qinghe out. He even began to feel that Zikin was just as strong as Wu Tiansheng had been in his first year of high school. Han Yuanfeng asked what he was talking about. After all, Tiansheng had been on a completely different level back then. His immense strength had nearly scared the principal to death. Upon hearing the teacher's conversation, Lin Zikin asked who Wu Tiansheng was. Teacher Han explained that Wu Tiansheng had graduated several years ago. In his first year of training, he defeated a class of elite graduates and terrified many teachers. Even back then, he could run the 100-meter dash in just 6.12 seconds, jump 3.96 meters in the high jump, and lift a 650-kilogram barbell with one hand. Teacher Han remarked that it even sounded scary. Lin Zikin awkwardly agreed with Teacher Han and said he was impressed. Although Wu Tiansheng was an amazing guy at that moment, he was just as strong as Lin Zikin himself had been during the summer vacation after finishing elementary school. That same evening at the Minxiang restaurant, holding up a bottle of soda, Teacher Han said that thanks to Zikin, they had defeated a regular second-year class since their homeroom teacher had lost a bet. He was treating them, so Teacher Han proposed a toast to Zikin. The students in the elite first-year class and Teacher Han began shouting about how cool Zikin was. After defeating the regular second-year class, Zikin became a celebrity at school. His classmates immediately wanted to get closer to him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. They even started asking how he trains at home and whether he has some special method. Many of them began to realize that they still hadn't exchanged WeChat contacts with Lin Zikin. Meanwhile, Han hadn't changed a bit. She still keeps leaving food for Zikin, worried that he won't find time to eat, all while chatting with her classmates. Suddenly, Shen Qingheng sensed something. Shen Qingheng told Qingni that she needed to step away and hurried off. Another constant in Qingheng's life was her uncontrollable trips to the restroom. Upon entering the restroom, Shen Qingheng overheard gossip that she was still pouring drinks and peeling shrimp for Lin Zikin, practically glued to him, just like a maid who's always tending to her master. And how would she have even made it into the elite class with her skills if she hadn't been serving Zikin? One of the girls admitted that she doubted this would last long, since the gap between them was so great that they were bound to drift apart. Shen Qingheng was hurt to hear this. Interrupting their conversation, Shen Qingheng said she wasn't clinging to him. After all, they were just childhood friends. When everyone had left, Lin Zikin noticed that Han looked sad, so he asked if something had happened. Shen Qingheng said that when she was little, her mom always told her that when she grew up, everything would be fine and she wouldn't wet her pants anymore. But even now, she sometimes wakes up in a wet bed. Because of this, she has to wear a diaper to get a good night's sleep, which really annoys her. Shen Qingheng admitted that she feels like a disabled person who can't control her bathroom habits. Lin Zikin told Han Han that she isn't disabled, and that all of this is her superpower, which she hasn't fully awakened yet. Shen Qinghan was surprised to suddenly hear about a superpower. Lin Zikin said that this was exactly what it was, and that her talent for swimming was proof of it. Shen Qinghan suddenly remembered that Chengni had been amazing since childhood, and asked if he also had a superpower. To which Zikin replied that that was exactly right. It was a superpower, just like hers. Shen Qinghang said that if that was the case, she was very curious to know exactly what kind of power it was. Lin Zikin guessed that her power would surely be very cool. Suddenly, Lin Zikin heard a noise nearby. The police officers asked the man to drop the broom, explaining that they had to eliminate these rats for the safety of society as a whole. They asked him to cooperate. Waving the broom to scare off the officers, the man ordered them to stop and to stop killing his children. The man's face contorted even more. He screamed and ordered them to stop killing his brothers. After that, he shouted that he would make them pay for this and attack them. Shen Qinghang asked, "Could this man be insane?" Covering Han Han with his hand, Zikin replied that it was probably so. Shen Qinghang said that it looked very scary. Lin Zikin said that this is how people with mental illnesses behave, and suggested that Qinghang continue on her way home. A short time later, at Lin Zikin's house, the news anchor reported that last week a young teacher went missing after school. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Wangxing was shocked that yet another young woman had gone missing. What's more, this was already the fourth such case this month. Lin Yangsheng corrected his wife, saying it was actually the fifth case. The host explained that all 5 people who had gone missing this month were young, beautiful women. Therefore, women are currently advised not to go out at night. If it's absolutely necessary, it's best to go out with friends and avoid remote areas. Zhang Wangxing asked Chengni not to leave Han Han alone, since it hasn't been safe on the streets lately. Zichen asked his mom not to worry, since he would definitely keep an eye on her. Shanghai Police Station. After a brief check, the scientist left the interrogation room. The police officer asked if they had managed to find out anything. Did this man have a mental disorder? The scientist admitted that he wasn't sure. He had tried to talk to the man, but the man remained silent as if he were mute. The police officer explained that the man wasn't mute, since he had been shouting nonstop at the market. Suddenly, he noticed something strange behind the scientist. The man in the interrogation room suddenly began to transform. His body stretched out slightly and began to twitch strangely. Suddenly, the man turned into a huge rat, which allowed him to break free from his shackles. The police officer immediately grabbed his radio and shouted for cyborg backup to be requested from headquarters as soon as possible. The man in the interrogation room is turning into a giant mutant rat. The police officers continued to fire at the huge rat with everything they had, but it kept advancing, seemingly unaffected by the shots. A female police officer ran up to the captain and reported that headquarters had said all the cyborgs were out on assignments. They wouldn't be able to send reinforcements for another 10 minutes, but she was afraid the reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time. They had too little ammunition left. The captain ordered her to get in the car quickly. They had to lure the rat to the side of the road to buy time until reinforcements arrived. When they reached the car, the captain ordered them to lure the rat man into the mountains so they could buy as much time as possible. Driving at full speed, the police officers still managed to lure the giant rat out of the city. However, it continued to chase them, smashing through every obstacle in its path. A huge cobblestone thrown by the rat hit the police car, causing it to overturn. Barely alive, the female police officer hung out of the car window. She realized it was already too late, and that this was the end for them. Approaching the overturned car, the giant aberrant rat screamed in rage. Suddenly, the giant rat was blown up. The cyborg woman in purple announced that the target had been captured and began firing at the aberrant rat. She ordered the rat to die and subjected it to heavy fire. Under rocket fire, the giant rat dug a burrow and escaped, surprising the cyborg. Apparently, these creatures have become smarter, although judging by the chunks of flesh on the ground, the aberrant rat is definitely seriously wounded. With such injuries, it couldn't have gotten far, which means there's still a chance to track it down and kill it. 3:00 a.m. on the same day. Lin Zikin had been writing for over half a month and was constantly updating chapters, typing more than 4,000 words a day. In total, he had already written nearly 100,000 words, and his earnings from them had exceeded 10,000 yuan. Zikin's book would remain on the recommended list for a while longer, during which time the statistics were expected to rise. Even Zicken didn't know how much he would earn in the first month after the official release. Late at night, after checking the statistics for the novel, Zicken couldn't fall asleep because he was thinking about the potential profits. So he decided to take a walk down a small alley where there were no cameras to assess the results of his recent training. Lin Zicken could already run the 100-meter dash in 3.43 seconds and jump 7.22 meters in the high jump, which was very significant progress. If he continues to improve at this rate, he'll be able to become a true superhuman by pushing his physical limits. While running through the alleys, Lin Zicken suddenly heard something terrifying. The half-human, half-rat creature was eating a rat and apologizing for it. Since he really didn't want to eat it, he was forced to do so because of hunger. He had promised his younger brother that, once he had eaten his fill, he would make offerings to him every year. Lin Zicken was stunned to suddenly come across a rat man. He assumed this was the very same giant rat that had been in the news today. Lin Zicken didn't dare attack the giant aberrant rat and hurried to get away from there as quickly as possible to notify the police. But the rat man had already spotted Zicken. He told his brother that he no longer wanted to eat him. Instead, he would eat a human. Bouncing off the walls, the rat man quickly caught up to Lin Zicken. He wanted more meat. He wanted to taste human flesh. Lin Zicken was stunned by just how fast the rat was and began thinking about how to dodge the attack. The giant rat caught up to him too quickly, leaving Lin Zicken with no choice but to fight. The giant rat tried to bite Zicken, but at that very moment, he kicked it in the chest. Lin Zicken's kick was powerful enough to knock the giant rat back and inflict damage on it. The rat man couldn't comprehend what had just happened. This man clearly looked like a frail schoolboy, so where did he get so much strength? Before the rat man could fully come to his senses, a rock suddenly struck him in the head. Lin Zicken knew he couldn't let the giant aberrant rat recover. So, trying to finish it off as quickly as possible, he began hurling rocks at it with all his might. In a matter of moments, under a hail of rocks, the giant aberrant rat was reduced to a sieve. While trying to finish off the rat, Lin Zicken managed to catch his breath a little, but what was even more surprising was that he had actually managed to defeat it. Lin Zicken wondered if he had truly managed to defeat the aberrant monster, then walked over and touched its remains. The system notified Lin Zicken that he had absorbed the life essence of the giant aberrant rat. The trace of the giant rat's life essence was 7% complete. Having successfully absorbed the giant rat's life essence, Zicken was convinced that he had indeed done it. However, he had only received 2%, which was very little. Last time he had received 5%. Lin Zicken speculated that this might be related to the number of Rat King genes each of the cultists had consumed. After finishing absorbing the life essence, Zicken decided to return home. Morning was about to break and it wasn't safe to stay here. A short time later, a female cyborg flew to the scene, pursuing the massive aberrant rat that had escaped. But to her surprise, the rat man was already dead. But who could have killed the rat man? Somewhere in an abandoned building. After capturing the girl, the cultists brought her to the cultists' lair to offer her as a sacrifice to their god. Placing the girl in the center of the ritual circle, the cultists knelt and called upon the rat god to accept this offering. The rat god answered the cultist's call and asked why he had brought only one woman. Did he really intend to starve him to death? This girl wouldn't even be enough to clean his teeth. Or did he wish to offer himself as a sacrifice? The cultist bowed before the rat god and said that wasn't the case at all, asking to be heard. The cultist told the rat god that human women had become much more cautious lately. At night, they hardly ever leave the house, and during the day they move around in groups, which is why it's now hard to catch them. The rat god ordered the cultist to catch a man next time. The cultist bowed even lower and told his master that he understood everything. The rat god tossed a piece of meat to his cultist. The cultist immediately pounced on it, and as he began to devour the piece of raw meat, thanked his god for the generous gift. Having rewarded his faithful servant, the rat god wrapped his tongue around the sacrifice brought to him. He then pulled it into his enormous maw. With soul-piercing sounds, the rat god devoured the sacrifice. Afterward, he ordered the cultists to stop capturing ordinary people. He desired those of high rank and power, for they lived in comfort and luxury, which kept their meat tender and satisfying. To help Shen Qinghang improve her martial arts skills as quickly as possible, Lin Zicken occasionally conducted special training sessions at her home. Upon seeing Han Han's technique, Lin Zicken explained that she was striking too high. Trying to correct her, he said that if she lowered her arm, the power of her strike would be much greater. After that, he advised her to stand with her feet slightly wider apart. Finally, he advised her to adjust her stance. After all, it's not necessary to look the opponent straight in the face. Qinghang should lean forward slightly. Shen Qinghang said she understood everything. With her stance corrected, she began practicing. When Lin Zikin saw her improved technique, he said it was time to practice. Lin Zikin told Qinghan to attack him with all her strength. Shen Qinghan shouted that she was advancing and turned toward Zikin. She then punched him. Zikin caught her fist and said it wasn't bad. However, her form was still incorrect, and she was putting much more force into the punch than necessary. Shen Qinghang spun around sharply, attacking Zikin with a kick. But without even looking, he caught her leg with his right hand and explained that she hadn't positioned herself correctly for the kick. Before striking, she should place her feet slightly wider apart. Lin Zikin told her to do everything exactly as he said and repeat the whole sequence. After that, they continued their practice. A short time later, sighing heavily, Qinghang said she was very tired. But at the same time, she could already feel that her kicks were getting a little stronger. Shen Qinghang turned to Qingni and said that she thought 3 times a week wasn't enough. She then asked if they could train like this every day. Lin Zikin replied that it wasn't necessary and that 3 days a week was quite enough. Lin Zikin explained that if she trained every day, he wouldn't have time to recover. Shen Qinghang had to admit he was right and agreed to stick with 3 times a week. Lin Zikin suddenly received a notification. Curious about what it was, Qinghang asked, "Could this be breaking news?" The God of Mechanisms Corporation announced on its official website that it would provide free medical care to a former genius cyborg girl who became disabled due to premature mechanical modification. In addition, a genius from Kyoto University successfully underwent a gene fusion with a beast spider, breaking the university's record as the youngest person to undergo a second gene fusion. Lin Zikin wondered, could this really be the very same Kyoto genius who was previously mentioned in the news? Usually people can only undergo gene fusion as adults. Otherwise, the body cannot withstand the influence of the beast genes and a mutation may occur. However, this genius from Kyoto had already undergone his second fusion before he even turned 18. His talent is truly frightening. Lin Zikin tried to figure out whether gene fusion might be the ideal option for him. At night, at Lin Zikin's house, commenters were amazed that 50,000 words had suddenly appeared on the website in a single day. One of them even suggested that the author was some kind of monster with extra arms, and nothing could convince him otherwise after seeing such productivity. Thanks to his biological traits of use-based adaptation and innate genius, after a month of practice, Lin Zikin could already easily write 10,000 words an hour. It took him about an hour a day to write a novel, which meant it didn't interfere with his training. An ideal situation for Zikin. Zikin's father, Lin Yangsheng, acknowledged that his son's novel was a success, and if he could continue to consistently write 10,000 words a day without losing his mind, he would earn about 50,000 yuan in royalties in the very first month. Lin Yangsheng put his arm around Chengyi's shoulder and said that later, once he learned to write more, earning 100,000 wouldn't be a problem for him. To go from 50,000 to 100? Lin Zikin realized that with that kind of money, he wouldn't have to worry about paying to unlock monster tracks in the future. However, Zikin hoped that at the very least, his income from the first 2 months would be enough to cover the costs of unlocking the track of the wild giant eagle. Martial arts lesson. Han Yuanfeng organized a sparring match among the students to test their progress. As usual, Lin Zikin dominated the ring with ease. His strikes were so powerful that no one could stand up to him. After earning his 888 yuan, Lin Zikin also received dozens of experience points for his dominance. Shen Qinghang, on the other hand, still can't beat anyone and ranks last in the class. However, she has now gained the strength to fight back against her opponent. The last time she fought Wen Yutong, who is second to last in the class, she was knocked out of the ring with a single blow. That fight lasted less than 3 seconds. This time, Qinghang held her own against her for nearly 3 minutes. And she didn't just hold her own, she also landed several punches and kicks. Teacher Han Yuanfeng noticed her progress and praised her, thereby inspiring Qinghan to keep up the good work. Teacher Han Yuanfeng announced to the class that in a month's time, they would challenge the strongest elite class of second-year students. Their goal was to defeat everyone except the top 3. Teacher Han asked if they could handle it. The students of the first elite class replied loudly that they could. Pleased with his students, Teacher Han said that was very good. The month since the novel's publication flew by quickly, and Lin Zikin received his 80,000 yuan. Upon entering the store, Lin Zicken greeted the clerk and said he wanted to buy some wild giant eagle meat. The clerk asked how much meat he needed. She then mentioned that they were having a sale and that if he bought 50 kilograms, he would receive a 5% discount. After thinking it over for a moment, Lin Zicken decided not to buy the monster meat just yet. He decided to wait until he had enough to buy 50 kilograms all at once. He would have saved up the desired amount by next month anyway. The next day at school, Shen Qinghang told Chengni that the cafeteria had recently started selling oven-baked dishes. She'd even heard that the chef's potatoes smelled absolutely amazing and tasted great. Then Qinghang asked if he wanted to try some. Lin Zicken agreed to give it a try, and they headed to the school cafeteria. As they got closer, Shen Qinghang could smell just how amazing the food being prepared smelled. Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghang each grabbed a tray of food and headed for the tables. A few minutes after they arrived at the cafeteria, a crowd of students from all grades poured in. Shen Qinghang remarked that they were lucky to have come early, otherwise they might have gotten stuck in line. Zicken, of course, agreed. Suddenly, shouts rang out not far from them. He and another student started arguing over whether one of them had cut in line, while the other tried to prove that his desk mate had taken his seat. He asked the student, "Are you really that stupid? Your friend is right in front of you, but you cut in between them. That's the same as if you'd taken his seat." The student asked, "So what? What can he do about it?" Noticing that He had started arguing with someone, Shen Qinghang asked Chengni if they should go over to them. Lin Zicken replied that he doubted there was any need for that. After all, He had gotten so angry that he'd already put that guy in his place. Angry at He, the student left the line. After that, he went over to his friends and started discussing something with them. After that, they all lined up together in front of Ha-Yu. Ha-Yu asked, "What the hell are you guys doing?" To which the ringleader replied that they weren't doing anything wrong. They were just cutting in line. An angry Ha-Yu shouted, "Are you kidding me?" and slapping them on the shoulders, ordered them to step back. But as soon as He tried to move them, he realized something unexpected. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't budge them. The high schoolers smirked, since this guy couldn't do anything to them. Shen Qinghang told Lin Zicken that it seemed like He was being picked on. Lin Zicken stood up from his seat. Then he grabbed one of the guys by the shoulder and asked if he'd like to get in line. The insolent student asked Zicken what he would do if he didn't stand in line. Lin Zicken picked up his phone and promised he would report the four of them. Upon hearing this, the student said that reporting on someone was very underhanded, to which Lin Zicken replied that, in his opinion, cutting in line was far worse. The high school senior snorted in displeasure, then left the cafeteria with his friends. Shanghai, a villa in an affluent neighborhood. The cult leader told his followers that Sha Cheng was dead. He had fled to the market and provoked the police, after which he was killed. One of the cult members said that this idiot deserved it, since he was completely insane and always caused trouble. He himself had long wanted to kill Sha Cheng, because otherwise, sooner or later, Sha Cheng would have dragged them all down. The cult leader pointed to a figure in a cloak standing next to him and explained that this young man was a newcomer. He added that the young man would take over Sha Cheng's duties. He then explained that the rat god had contacted him and said that he was no longer satisfied with the offerings of ordinary people. From now on, his sacrifices must be high-ranking individuals. Everyone must be made aware of this so that they no longer offer him unworthy sacrifices. One of the young cultists reminded the leader that kidnapping high-ranking officials was far too dangerous. After that, a male cultist standing next to him agreed and pointed out that the disappearance of ordinary people wasn't a problem, but if someone more important went missing, it would have serious consequences. The cult leader advised them to target the children of wealthy but non-influential merchants, since that would minimize the risk. The leader then told the newcomer that, since he had only recently joined them, he didn't need to do that just yet. To start with, he should practice by kidnapping ordinary young people. They would sacrifice these young people to the divine children of the rat god. The young cultist assured the leader not to worry, as he would definitely secure the best offering for them. He told Zichen that after what happened in the cafeteria, he spent several days investigating and found out that those who cut in front of him in line that day were repeaters from the third-year class they were planning to challenge. He was very upset that even students from an elite class could be so ill-mannered. Lin Zicken said that being a good student doesn't necessarily mean a person has a good character. While scrolling through his news feed, Lin Zicken suddenly noticed something strange. Yet another rich kid has gone missing. The problem is that this is already the 5th time a wealthy family's child has gone missing. What's more, money isn't the motive at all, since the kidnappers haven't even contacted the families to demand a ransom. Lin Zikin speculated that the disappearances might be linked to the cultists of the rat god. Finally, the day had come when the first-year Class 1 would challenge the second-year Class 3, the strongest elite class. The guys who had cut in front of He-Yu last week were already glancing his way. He-Yu, in turn, returned their glances. Soon, both classes finished their warm-up, and sparring began. Just like last time, Shen Qinghang stepped into the ring first. The sophomore girl was the first to make a move. She took a running start, jumped, and kicked at Qinghang. Shen Qinghang blocked the blow, but her opponent's kick was strong enough to knock her backward. Shen Qinghang barely managed to stay on her feet. The high school senior who faced her proved too strong, and even her turtle-style defense couldn't stop a single one of her attacks. Then the high school senior knocked out the second of the weakest girls in the class. Even when Chu Yusi entered the ring, she was quickly defeated. The girls who entered the ring, including Li Choxing, proved completely powerless against this high school senior. Her winning streak continued until a stocky, short-haired student entered the ring and finally got the better of her. But the second high school senior quickly took control of the situation. In less than 10 minutes, she single-handedly defeated 9 people in a row. Among those defeated were even 3 boys. Soon only 4 remained from the first elite class: Lin Zikin, Wang Shuze, Lu Gang, and He-Yu. On the other hand, the third class of second-year students had lost only 5 students by this point, and the remaining 36 hadn't even entered the ring yet. All those who had lost were girls. None of the boys from their class had competed yet. Teacher Han realized that the gap in strength between their classes was too great. His students simply didn't stand a chance. Teacher Han Yuanfeng turned to He-Yu and said it was his turn. He then mentioned that the opposing team had only 6 girls left and asked He-Yu if he could defeat them all. He-Yu stepped into the ring and replied that he would do it without any trouble. As he looked at the hot beauties, He-Yu told himself that even if there weren't 6 of them, he was ready to face even more high school girls. And so He-Yu finally knocked out all 6 high school girls. He-Yu lived up to everyone's expectations and threw all the girls out of the ring with little effort. Next to enter the ring was the very same guy who had run into He-Yu in the cafeteria. He asked He-Yu if he was ready to meet his end. Hearing this, He-Yu said that not only was the guy rude, but he also didn't know his own limits. He-Yu had practically no doubts about himself, since his opponent was the first guy to come out from that side. This meant he was facing the weakest guy in the sophomore class, and he now had a great chance to get his revenge. While He-Yu was thinking about this, the upperclassman instantly lunged forward, shocking He-Yu with his speed. Immediately afterward, he struck He-Yu in the stomach with all his might. The blow to his stomach nearly sent He-Yu crashing to the ground. The strike was simply too fast for him. The high schooler pointedly stepped over He-Yu and called him a nobody. He then suggested He-Yu just give up. Yu told the high schooler to get lost and immediately attacked him with a punch. But the high schooler simply straightened his leg, striking He-Yu in the stomach. After that, He-Yu was painfully knocked out of the ring. He-Yu groaned quietly from the pain he felt. In terms of strength, this high school senior was definitely not the weakest. He-Yu assumed that the boy had intentionally stepped forward to seek revenge. It was his own fault for severely underestimating his opponent. After dealing with He-Yu, the high school senior called out to Zikin and asked if he was the guy who was always sticking his nose into other people's business. If he had the guts to do it, he could step into the ring, but if not, he should forget about it. Without wasting any time, Lin Zikin jumped into the ring. Lin Zikin was afraid he wouldn't get a chance to step into the ring at all, but finally he was given the chance to step in. Cheering for Lin Zikin, his classmates shouted for him to crush and humiliate his opponent. Cutting in line was obviously wrong, but once he stepped into the ring, he began to behave even more despicably. Does this high schooler have absolutely no shame? They wanted Zikin to humiliate the high schooler and avenge their He-Yu. Without giving Zikin time to prepare, the high schooler immediately lunged forward, and upon catching up to his opponent, he prepared to knock him out of the ring with a horizontal kick. But to his surprise, Lin Zikin managed to block the kick simply by putting his hand in the way. Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin grabbed the high school senior by the head and slammed it hard against the floor. A single blow from Lin Zikin was enough to knock the high school senior out. Lin Zikin stepped over the high school senior just as demonstratively as the latter had. He then kicked the high school senior out of the ring. The high school students who were repeating the year were stunned by what they saw after all. Their classmate Chi Yue was among the top 5 in the class, and yet he was defeated so easily. Could this younger student really be that strong? After witnessing this fight, Han Yuanfeng suspected something was amiss. Lin Zikin is definitely hiding his strength, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do that. At the same time, the two from Nangguan were speechless with shock. They wondered, given that Lin Zikin was displaying such incredible strength, surely this wasn't all he was capable of? Lu Gang asked, "Is Zikin even human?" Lin Zikin turned to the class of upperclassmen and asked, "Who's next?" Chi Yue's friends who had been involved in the cafeteria incident suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They were afraid to step into the ring against this underclassman. Half an hour later, Lin Zikin defeated all 29 remaining second-year students from the 3rd grade. In fact, Lin Zikin no longer knew how much his progress on the survival of the fittest attribute quest had increased. After checking the system, Lin Zikin was even surprised to find that, over the entire period, he had only knocked out 119 opponents out of 1,000. The number of opponents for the quest was clearly growing too slowly. Lin Zikin fell into deep thought. Every time interclass sparring matches took place, he was forced to step into the ring at the last minute. This definitely couldn't go on any longer. Lin Zikin's strength had already far surpassed the high school level, so he no longer needed to follow the high school rules. Lin Zikin decided that from now on he would set the rules himself. Monday, the principal's office. Upon hearing Lin Zikin's words, the principal asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" So he actually wanted her to organize private fights with prizes for him? Lin Zikin replied that this was exactly what he wanted. He was going to challenge the entire school. The principal reminded Lin Zikin that he was only a freshman in high school. She then asked if he was serious about this, and on what grounds did he want to challenge all the students. Lin Zikin replied that he was serious, and asked the principal to go with him to the gym. He wanted to prove to her that he was strong enough to challenge everyone. A short time later, the principal followed Lin Zikin to the gym. The principal told Zikin that it was already too late for that, then asked why they were there. As he began to take off his outer clothing, Lin Zikin replied that he would demonstrate his strength to her. Demonstrate? The principal, sensing something was amiss, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The principal asked Zikin to stop. Suddenly, Lin Zikin walked over to a 700-kilogram barbell and lifted it with one hand. The principal was baffled. This was not at all what she had expected. Only now did the principal realize what he had meant by strength, but by bringing her here, he had indeed shown her how he could lift 700 kilograms. And that was even more than Wu Tiancheng. The strongest student in their school's history had lifted during his freshman year. Under these circumstances, she didn't dare refuse Zikin. The principal agreed to arrange one-on-one sparring matches for him with everyone at the school. With a touch of awkwardness, Lin Zikin asked the principal not to forget to offer rewards for this, since without them, people wouldn't have any motivation to fight. Lin Zikin suggested establishing 2 types of rewards. The first would be a participation prize to encourage everyone who accepted the challenge. The second would be a cumulative prize. They would create a prize pool that would grow with each new challenge. Whoever defeats him will claim the cumulative reward. However, if no one manages to defeat Zikin within a certain time frame, the entire reward will go to him. The principal asked Zikin not to worry about this and assured him that he could count on her. She was ready to do everything exactly as he said. Lin Zikin also asked the principal to keep his abilities a secret for now. Otherwise, all the students would lose their motivation to accept his challenge if they suddenly found out about it. The principal agreed to keep it a secret. A short time later, in the principal's office, the principal offered Zikin a look at the papers and asked what he thought about holding the competition this way. After glancing at the papers, Lin Zikin said everything was great and that the principal had done a good job on it. The principal smiled and replied to Lin Zikin that it hadn't been difficult at all. Seeing this, teachers Han Yuanfeng and Liu Dizhen hurried to rub their eyes. They couldn't understand what on earth was going on here. Could it be that their tyrannical principal, who always walked around with a sour expression on her face, had suddenly started smiling flatteringly at Lin Zikin, as if trying to curry favor with him? 2 p.m. following the principal's instructions, the students gathered in the gym. As planned, the principal introduced Lin Zikin to the students and outlined his recent achievements, as well as the competition rules, cash prizes, and other details in full. As expected, the gym erupted in outrage. The teachers thought their principal had suddenly lost her mind. Meanwhile, the students were outraged that some cocky freshman dared to challenge the entire school. For those who hadn't witnessed Lin Zikin's strength, it was laughable that he'd gotten so cocky after crushing the elite sophomore class. After all, that was nowhere near the same as taking on the juniors. Lin Zikin announced to the students that starting tomorrow, he would be in the gym during the 2-hour lunch break. Anyone who wants to can come by and test their strength against him. Lin Zikin was pleased because, by the looks of it, there were quite a few people here eager to beat him up. He had a chance to complete his assignment ahead of schedule. That same evening, somewhere on the city streets, a blonde guy was strolling through the city checking out the passers-by, until 2 girls stepped up in front of him. The girls asked this handsome guy if he was alone, and if he'd like to go to a bar with them and have a couple of drinks. The guy told the girls that he wasn't interested in that sort of thing. The disappointed girls turned around and walked away. As they left, they said there was no romance with this guy, and if things kept going this way, he'd remain single forever. The guy wondered, what's wrong with Shanghai? After all, he just wanted to find a guy who was a perfect 10, but in all these days he hadn't met anyone suitable. The guys he kept running into weren't exactly a sight for sore eyes. If he can't complete the mission perfectly, what will the leader think of him? Won't they start bullying him in the community then? At first, the young cultist decided to kidnap a celebrity, but they're all surrounded by bodyguards. After all, he's just a newcomer to the rat god cult, and he doesn't stand a chance of kidnapping people like that. The deadline for the mission is almost up. What's he supposed to do now? While the guy was pondering this, a young guy with green hair suddenly ran past him. After taking in his excellent physique, the cultist couldn't help but admit that this guy was cool. He was obviously in luck, since his victim had decided to walk right into his hands. This guy would be perfect as his first sacrifice to the rat god. Following the guy, the cultist found himself in a remote alley. There were almost no cars in these parts, which was practically ideal for him. Deciding it was finally time to get down to business, the guy abruptly shed his human form, transforming into a hideous, aberrant rat. But the very next moment, his forehead was smashed by a brick that appeared out of nowhere. Clutching his head in pain, the cultist wondered what had just happened. Armed with another brick, Lin Zikin stepped out of the shadows and admitted that he hadn't expected to run into a rat man just by going out for a stretch. This meant he could add another entry to his catalog of aberrant rats. Due to the damage he sustained, the Ratman cultist fell to his knees. The guy he'd been chasing turned out to be absolutely terrible, and on top of that, he was speaking a language he didn't understand. He really had terrible luck chasing after him. Unable to withstand the damage from a single brick thrown at him, the Ratman finally died. Even Lin Zikin was stunned by what had happened, since he'd managed to kill the Ratman simply by throwing a brick at him. Could there really be followers of the rat god cult who were that weak? Lin Zikin decided not to dwell on it. It would be better if he absorbed the life essence of the aberrant rat as soon as possible, before anyone else arrived. After absorbing a trace of the giant aberrant rat's life essence, Lin Zikin reached 8% absorption. Lin Zikin was surprised that his absorption progress had increased by only 1%, but at the same time it was no wonder that this rat man was so worthless. But even though he had dealt with him so easily for safety's sake, Lin Zikin decided he shouldn't go for night runs anytime soon. Not all cult followers are so weak. Some of the stronger followers of the rat god, after mutating, gain incredibly powerful bodies capable of withstanding even firearms. A short while later, after getting out of the shower, Lin Zikin heard the news on TV. Yesterday at 3 a.m., the city's security service, in collaboration with professors from the Department of Evolution at Shanghai University, had wiped out the rat god cult. Lin Zikin was a little surprised to hear that the rat god cult had already been destroyed. Mentor Wu Tiancheng from the Department of Evolution at Shanghai University, who defeated the Rat King, is also a gene combiner and possesses a high biological level. Standing before the Rat King, the gene combiner unleashed hundreds of his sharp quills. In just a matter of seconds, he pierced the Rat King's defenses and defeated him. All in all, this mission took 30 seconds and ended in a crushing victory. After watching the report, Lin Zikin finally got a sense of the approximate power level of high-level creatures, and he really was strong. That same evening, at the Thetan building, the man asked Tiancheng if he had managed to contact his mentor yet, to which Tiancheng replied that he hadn't been able to do so yet. The group that had been sent to quell the rebellion at the 36th spring is still listed as missing. He then asked how things were going at that spring now. Tiancheng explained that everything was relatively stable, otherwise he wouldn't have had time to come here and deal with the minor parasites that had escaped back then. The man was surprised to hear the term petty parasites used to describe those monsters. After all, the entire city's security service was powerless against the rats. However, to a high-level genius like Tiancheng, they really were nothing but nobodies. The man asked Tiancheng, since he had come this far, if he would like to visit his alma mater to give a lecture. Tiancheng declined, pointing out that he already had enough on his plate with his actual job. After that, the man remarked that doing ideological work with his lovely students was also a job. That very night, in a deep cave lit only by moonlight, the mighty monster recalled that at first this rat had eaten only beggars and the homeless. Then it had moved on to the young and tender. And in the end, it began to devour those who belonged to the upper echelons of society, the pampered and those living in luxury. The Rat King had no choice but to bow down before the more powerful creature, fearing he would be trampled. The green-skinned monster explained that it had taken a great deal of effort to bring the giant rat here so that it could strengthen their race and dig tunnels. But instead, it had simply begun eating people and ultimately caused a huge commotion. Threatening to crush the giant rat, the monster asked him if he didn't deserve to die for this. Trembling with the terror of death, the giant aberrant rat began to beg his master to give him one more chance. The master agreed that the giant rat could indeed be given another chance, but the mighty master told the giant rat that it would have to pay a price for this, then reached out his hand toward it. A terrifying echo reverberated through the cave, and a few seconds later, a bloodied eye appeared in the monster's hands. The monster said that the eye of the stinking sewer rat reeked terribly. After that, it ate the giant rat's eye and said it was delicious. The monstrous, aberrant monster grabbed the giant rat by the scruff of its neck and admitted that the rat was no fool. The rat knew full well that it should stay in the dark and enjoy the spoils while others did the dirty work. The monster reached toward the giant rat's eyes again and said that unless it started digging a tunnel for him as it was supposed to, it would die. He then repeated his punishment so that the giant rat would learn its lesson. While Lin Zikin was strolling around the school grounds, the students were discussing him aloud. Could this be that very same Lin Zikin, the naive freshman who dared to challenge their entire school? And by the looks of it, he was heading toward the gym. Did that mean the competition was about to begin? Eager to find out, the students followed him, paying no attention to anyone. Lin Zikin continued scrolling through his feed. 9 followers of the rat god are on the run. A reward of 5,000 to 500,000 yuan is being offered for information on them. The heretics' faces have also been posted online. Lin Zikin looked at these faces as nothing more than 500,000 yuan on 2 legs. Even if he desperately wanted to claim this reward, Lin Zikin understood that, should he encounter a heretic, he must act modestly and quietly, avoiding danger, and only then begin to think about the reward. A short time later, a huge crowd gathered in the school gym. Lin Zikin wasn't surprised that so many people had come to see him, since there was a prize for participating. Taking the megaphone, Shen Qinghang encouraged the students to participate in the competition and receive raffle tickets. Shen Qinghang said the prizes were impressive, but they should hurry, quantities were limited. The students immediately fell for it. Rumor had it that the prizes included the latest game consoles and even those phones with the Apple logo. Some of the students just wanted to touch Shen Qinghang's hand during the prize drawing. Eager to touch this girl as soon as possible, one of the students shouted that he was ready. Suddenly, one of the female students jumped up, said she was coming and bounced away from his face. Eager to get to Lin Zikin as quickly as possible, a crowd of girls ran over the boys' faces. None of them wanted Zikin to let them pass. 10 girls instantly surrounded Lin Zikin, eager to compete with him. The first one grabbed Lin Zikin's hand. She was satisfied just to have touched him, and only then did she realize how muscular Zikin's arm was. One of the girls even pressed her chest against his face, and as it turned out, Zikin's face was very masculine. Nothing was going the way Zikin had planned. Events were taking a very strange turn. Lin Zikin didn't want to use force against the girls, but for the sake of the mission. With a wave of his hand, Lin Zikin swept one of the girls out of the ring. Then with a precise palm strike, he sent the second one flying as well. After apologizing to the girls, Lin Zikin sent them all flying out of the ring in a matter of seconds. After dealing with all the girls, Lin Zikin glanced at the system window. So far, he had defeated 309 out of 1,000 opponents. After being eliminated, one of the girls raised her hand and said haltingly that she wanted to challenge him again. Lin Zikin said that a defeated opponent couldn't challenge him again. The girls were very upset by this, since they wanted to hug Zikin some more. Next up were the guys who had been eyeing Zicken with hostility for some time. They were also unhappy with how the girls were clinging to him. Now it was their turn to teach him a lesson. After easily dispatching the next group of students, Lin Zicken had racked up 419 wins out of 1,000. 2 hours flew by like that. Standing atop a pile of students' bodies, Lin Zicken asked, "Who's next?" A boy with a red armband stepped out of the crowd and said he was next. He then leaped toward the ring. The students were surprised to see him, for it was Yan Xiaoshuan, the top student in the second-year elite class. The students had already begun speculating which of the two would prove to be stronger. Most were betting on Yan Xiaoshuan, since the gap between the regular and elite second-year classes was truly enormous. In his heyday, Yan Xiaoshuan had single-handedly crushed an entire class. But in the end, he was taught a lesson by upperclassman Chen Wuxing, who showed him who was boss. Yan Xiaoshuan told Lin Zicken that he too had once been just as cocky, but only until he was dealt a harsh lesson. Only then did he understand the meaning of the phrase, "No matter how good you are, there's always someone better." Lin Zicken didn't care about Xiaoshuan's words. He just wanted to start the fight as soon as possible. Yan Xiaoshuan said that today he would give Zicken the first lesson of his life and teach him how to be a genius without arrogance or haste. After all, he'd taken his fair share of knocks before reaching his current level. Xiaoshuan admitted that he didn't really want the newcomer to repeat his mistakes. But since people learn from their mistakes, he was forced to sacrifice himself to teach Zicken. Xiaoshuan assured Zicken that he was ready, and that as soon as they began their sparring match, Zicken would immediately understand how much he cared about him. Having grown tired of the chatterbox on the other side of the ring, Zicken asked his teacher if they could begin. The teacher said they could proceed. Yan Xiaoshuan was about to give Lin Zicken some advice, but the moment he opened his mouth, a kick flew straight into his face. At breathtaking speed, Lin Zicken caught up to Xiaoshuan and knocked him out of the ring with a single blow. Ignoring the chatterbox pinned against the wall, Lin Zicken was glad that he had finally shut up. The students who witnessed this gaped in shock, as Yan Xiaoshuan himself had been knocked out in less than a second. Could Lin Zicken really be invincible? Before the students could recover from their shock, they heard a loud thud that snapped them back to their senses. As it turned out, Chen Wuxing, who had previously defeated Xiaoshuan, had entered the arena. The students assumed he wanted to help Yan Xiaoshuan restore his reputation. Even the school's top student had accepted Zicken's challenge, which meant the show was about to begin. Lin Zicken wondered, what did this best mean? And had he really come here as a senior to stand up for a junior who'd been beaten? Chen Wuxing jumped into the ring and admitted that he hadn't expected Yan Xiaoshuan to lose to a newcomer like Zicken. Lin Zicken told the teacher that they were ready to fight and asked if they could begin. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuxing demanded that the freshman let him finish speaking first. But to his disappointment, the teacher allowed the match to begin. As soon as the signal to start the fight was given, Chen Wuxing immediately lunged forward. He figured that Lin Zicken would only agree to listen to him without rushing once he had defeated him. Chen Wuxing intended to quickly knock out Lin Zicken, but Lin blocked his punch simply by thrusting his fist forward. After pushing Chen Wuxing away, Lin Zicken said he was sorry, but he really was in a hurry. Defeated by just a single blow from Lin Zicken, Chen Wuxing shouted in disbelief that this was impossible. It was one thing to defeat Yan Xiaoshuan, but to dispatch Chen Wuxing just as quickly, the students were simply speechless with shock. Pointing at one of the students, Lin Zicken ordered him to stop daydreaming and instead step into the ring to fight him. Pointing at himself, the student asked Zicken if he was really talking about him, to which Zicken replied that he was, since the student hadn't fought him yet. As he stepped into the ring, the student asked Zicken to go easy on him. He had to agree to fight Zicken in order to participate in the raffle. Lin Zicken agreed not to hit him too hard. As soon as the fight began, Lin Zicken threw him out of the ring, a little more carefully than he had with the previous two. The students decided that since they were already there, they might as well go all the way. Lin Zicken was cool enough that they wouldn't be ashamed to lose to him. Besides, the students were still captivated by the potential rewards for victory. One by one, Lin Zicken knocked his opponents out of the ring, gradually increasing his progress on the quest, and so he finally achieved it. Lin Zicken defeated 1,000 opponents in an official competition. As a reward, he received the biological trait, Survival of the Fittest. Survival of the Fittest increases the damage dealt to other living creatures. Even if it was just a simple, direct damage boost, it was still a useful ability. However, the description didn't specify how significant the boost was. Jumping down from the ring, Lin Zikin announced that the competition was over and that everyone was free to go. The girls were disappointed that it was already over, since they wanted to watch Zikin fight some more. Lin Zikin took Shen Qinghong by the hand and headed with her toward the gym exit. Back in her office, the principal laughed at the show Lin Zikin had put on for them and congratulated him. After all, he had indeed managed to win first place in the school. What's more, he had even managed to defeat Chen Wuxing in just a single moment. The principal surmised that Lin Zikin was definitely hiding part of his true strength. Lin Zikin replied that he wasn't really hiding it, and that it was only a small fraction of his strength. The principal admitted that she didn't see it that way at all. She then explained that Chen Wuxing had recently taken a special entrance exam for Kyoto University and demonstrated impressive strength by lifting a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. And judging by Lin Zikin's measured strength, he is capable of lifting at least 800 kilograms. Lin Zikin told the principal that she was right, since his measured strength was 795 kilograms. Even if the principal suspected he was lying, Lin Zikin simply couldn't let her know his true capabilities. The director laughed, then said she knew it all along. Lin Zikin turned to the director. Then he raised his hand and, in high spirits, asked when the prize money of 8,810 yuan would be transferred to him. Remembering this, the principal said she would transfer it right away, and a few seconds later, Lin Zikin received a notification that the funds had been credited to his account. The principal realized that this little rascal was obsessed with money. After settling the prize money, the principal told Zikin that from now on, he would represent their school. Lin Zikin addressed the principal again, and she asked what he wanted. Lin Zikin explained that he and Shen Qinghong loved to swim and asked if they could use the pool in the gym. Shen Qinghong was taken aback when she suddenly heard this. Lin Zikin added that he'd like to use the pool at any time, but that they'd like to have it closed off from others while they were there. Without giving it a second thought, the director allowed Zikin and Qinghong to use the pool. Even Lin Zikin was surprised at how quickly the director agreed. Lin Zikin also added that he didn't like people watching him in his swim trunks, so he explained that for this reason he would turn off all the cameras during their visit. It's one thing to be alone with someone of the opposite sex, but Lin Zikin wanted to turn off all the cameras. Given that, the director could guess what the two of them might be up to in there. The director opened her desk drawer, reached for the key, and told Zikin that since that's what he wanted, she would grant all his requests. The principal handed Zichen the key and said that from now on, it would be their private pool. After that, she moved closer to him and asked them to be careful and try to avoid any incidents. Lin Zikin was puzzled by the principal's warning. What incidents was she talking about? After sorting everything out, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghong left the principal's office. Now that they had access to the pool, and with no prying eyes around, Lin Zikin could finally help Han Han figure out the nature of her superpower. Shen Qinghong suddenly stopped and asked Chengni if he could help her with something. Lin Zikin asked what she needed help with. Shen Qinghong then explained that she had signed up for a singing competition and had already mastered her solo part very well, but she would like to rehearse with someone. Shen Qinghong asked Chengni if he could practice with her tonight. Of course, Lin Zikin agreed. Shen Qinghong was very happy that he agreed. Seeing her reaction, Lin Zikin realized that Han Han was really taking this competition seriously, and so Lin Zikin hoped that, thanks to the competition, she would be able to gain self-confidence. Sometime later, at the Han Han family's home, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghong were having fun rehearsing for Han Han's competition. Shen Jian noticed that the children had grown up and asked his wife if she didn't think it was a bit inappropriate for a boy and a girl to be alone together in the same room. Xu Meng reminded her husband that their children had grown up together as friends, so what was wrong with them playing together? Xu Meng told the old man to mind his own business. She then advised him to go about his own business instead. Under pressure from Xu Meng, Shen Jian agreed with her and promised not to bring it up again. Thanks to his improved hearing, the brief argument between Han Han's parents reached his ears. Lin Zikin suggested that Han Han take a break and get back to her studies, since they'd already been rehearsing for half an hour. Lin Zikin grabbed his backpack, and as he was leaving, promised that they'd go to the pool tomorrow after school. Lin Zikin reminded her not to forget to bring her swimsuit. Shen Qinghong waved goodbye to Chengni, and he left. As soon as Chengni left, Shen Qinghong immediately blushed, because the thought of the pool was still making her nervous. Shen Qinghong headed to the locker room and, as she sorted through her clothes, wondered which swimsuit she should choose. Shen Qinghang had a choice between a one-piece swimsuit and a bikini. Shen Qinghang picked up the bikini top and wondered if it was too revealing. Then Qinghang imagined herself splashing around in that swimsuit with Chengni, which made her feel even more embarrassed. Realizing that only Chengni would be there, Shen Qinghang hurriedly packed away the bikini. The next day, at the school pool, after changing into his swim trunks, Lin Zikin surveyed the pool. Realizing what Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang would be up to here, the principal had anticipated everything and covered the cameras. While Lin Zikin was looking around the pool, Shen Qinghang suddenly called out to him. Coming out to meet Lin Zikin in her swimsuit, Shen Qinghang apologized for making him wait. Lin Zikin asked Han Han not to run around the pool like that if she didn't want to slip. In his mind, he held his heart back so as not to exclaim, "Sweetheart." After that, trying to hide his embarrassment, Lin Zikin suggested that Han Han start their training. While training, Lin Zikin and Han Han dove into the pool. Then they began swimming underwater. That was until Shen Qinghang suddenly noticed something. Qinghang tapped Chengni on the arm to get his attention. Then he pointed upward, signaling that they needed to surface. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang clung to each other, then worked together to quickly swim to the surface. Once they surfaced, Lin Zikin asked Han Han what had happened. Not understanding what was going on, Shen Qinghang turned to Chengni and said that the water was passing right through her body. Shen Qinghang asked Chengni to take a look, then cupped her hands to catch some water. When Qinghang raised her hands, the water began to pour right through her palms. It was truly strange. Why was her body letting the water pass through? Lin Zikin realized almost immediately that this might be part of Han Han's superpower. Lin Zikin asked Han Han to let him examine her hands. After feeling her hands, Lin Zikin confirmed that, aside from the water passing right through them, there were no other abnormalities. Lin Zikin took Han Han by the hand and suggested they go outside, as he needed to examine her body. Perhaps there were other places on her body where water could pass through. Shen Qinghang reluctantly agreed to do so. After that, Lin Zikin began pouring water over Shen Qinghang, trying to find any anomalies related to her ability. After several tests, Shen Qinghang asked how much longer it would take. Lin Zikin explained that he had already tested her 3 times, but had not been able to detect any anomalies. As he helped Han Han to her feet, Lin Zikin suggested that, for now, only her hands possessed this ability. Shen Qinghang asked Chengni if it was possible that she had been unable to control her urination since childhood because her body partially leaked urine, to which Lin Zikin replied that this was likely the cause. Lin Zikin asked Qinghang to let him know the next time she felt she couldn't hold it in. After that, Zikin suddenly turned around and said, somewhat embarrassed, that she should try to figure out for herself if she felt the same sensation in other places as she did in her palms. Lin Zikin felt a little uneasy, as he had almost said too much. Shen Qinghang glanced at her palms, which made her feel better, because what was happening could prove that she wasn't just a talentless girl, and that her ability was connected to water. And perhaps her ability would one day fully develop. Then she would be able to stand beside Chenny and be his equal. That evening, Lin Zikin headed to the store, whose sign now glowed with an advertisement for the god of mechanisms. When a customer approached her, the saleswoman greeted Zikin. Suddenly, Lin Zikin tossed her his business card. Holding out the slip of paper, he said he needed 200 kilograms of wild giant eagle meat. After handing over the note, Lin Zikin asked for the meat to be delivered to the specified address. Watching the young man's back as he walked away, the saleswoman wondered, could this young man be from some wealthy family, since he's buying so generously? A short time later, after the order was delivered, while Zikin was signing the order form, the saleswoman asked him to leave a review as well. This morning, Zikin's author's fee amounted to 120,000 yuan, and in total he was paid 210,000 yuan in cash. Lin Zikin opened the box and, looking at the 200 kilograms of meat, figured that it should be enough. Eager to find out what kind of ability he could gain from the wild giant eagle, Lin Zikin hurried to absorb all the life essence from the meat. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had absorbed a large amount of the wild giant eagle's life essence, thanks to which he had reached 100% and created a monster's life force trace. Suddenly, Lin Zikin found himself standing above the ocean. The enormous bird plunged toward the water and submerged its limbs in it. It then pulled a massive octopus out of the water. By creating the life force trail of a wild giant eagle, Lin Zikin obtained the all-seeing eye attribute. Thanks to the all-seeing eye, Zikin's field of vision and his ability to detect movement were significantly improved. Climbing higher, Lin Zikin looked out over the streets of Shanghai at night. Thanks to the all-seeing eye, Lin Zikin could clearly make out the people walking along the streets. Moreover, he could even clearly see one of the residents watching a live stream on their phone. Zikin's vision had indeed become extremely sharp. After dealing with the absorption of the second monster and testing its abilities, Lin Zikin headed home. As he walked along, he suddenly saw his parents watching a news report about a gene awakener. Recently, a carrier of a triple gene fusion mutated in a public place, resulting in hundreds of people being killed or injured. A man from a family of traditional martial artists stated that genetic engineering is the wrong path. After all, since ancient times, only monsters have longed to take on human form, but no one has ever wanted to become a monster. If they can find the right way to unlock human potential, they will be able to evolve into a higher form of life. The scientist rose from his seat and exclaimed that it was all just fairy tales after all. At this stage, if they don't rely on gene combiners, how could they, traditional fighters, incapable even of stopping a bullet, possibly stand up to monsters? Lin Yangsheng admitted that, in his opinion, gene combiners really are like uncontrollable bombs. If they mutate, disaster is sure to follow. Zhang Wangxing asked her husband not to worry about this needlessly, since government oversight in this area is very strict, and the likelihood of such an event is negligible. After that, Zhang Wangxing suggested that instead of worrying about mutations, he should be more concerned about how gene combiners would continue their lineage, since they all lose their reproductive capacity. Lin Yangsheng agreed with this, since before gene fusion, future gene combiners need to accumulate as much genetic material as possible or find a partner in advance and have children. Suddenly, Zhang Wangxing noticed someone standing behind them. Upon seeing Cheng Ni, Zhang Wangxing greeted him with a smile. Lin Yangsheng felt very embarrassed, since they had been discussing such topics not suitable for a child's ears in front of their son. Since Chenny was back, Lin Yangsheng suggested they all have dinner together. During dinner, Lin Zikin told his parents that there would be a singing contest at school the next day, and that Han Han had also signed up. Lin Yangsheng asked, "Is that really true?" After all, if so, they'd all have to go and support her. Zhang Wangxing agreed with the idea, since Han Han was like a daughter to her. Chewing his food, Lin Zikin mumbled his agreement with his parents. The following evening, on stage at the high school, cheering for Han Han, Zhang Wangxing and Lin Yangsheng held up a sign that read, "Shen Qinghang, you're the best." Meanwhile, Lin Zikin was helping Qinghan in their classroom. To be more precise, Lin Zikin was helping her with her makeup. Zikin even got a little carried away with it. Feeling a piercing gaze on her, Shen Qinghan asked Zikin, flustered, why he was staring at her so intently. To which Lin Zikin replied that it was because she was very beautiful. Hearing these words from Zikin, Shen Qinghan blushed deeply and lowered her gaze. Suddenly, Li Chunxing yanked the curtains open, startling Qinghang, and asked if they weren't done with their affection yet. Trying not to let on, Shen Qinghang quickly explained that she had simply asked Chengni for help because he was good at applying makeup, and that it wasn't affection at all. Hiding a smirk, Li Chunxing said she understood everything. The two of them shared a sincere love, just like a long-married couple. By this point, Lin Zikin had become a master makeup artist. He believed that having extra skills wouldn't hurt. As she left the classroom, Li Chunxing said she didn't want to be the third wheel, and that she just stopped by to remind them that their performance was coming up in 2 acts. Shen Qinghang exclaimed sheepishly that she already knew that. At that very moment, Chunxing slammed the door shut. As he began gathering his things, Lin Zikin told Han Han that he would walk her out. Suddenly, Shen Qinghang began to tremble and blushed even more deeply. Shaking violently, Shen Qinghang grabbed the hem of her dress with one hand and stood up. Then she pressed her chest against Zikin's arm, tugged at his sleeve, and spoke to him softly. Suddenly bursting into tears, Shen Qinghan said she couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately afterwards, she wet herself. Sobbing even harder, Qinghang asked Qingni what she should do now. After all, her performance with Chuxing was about to begin. They had rehearsed this for a long time, and if all their efforts were to be wasted just because she had wet herself, Qinghan was certain that Chuxing would hate her for this. Hugging Han Han, Lin Zikin asked her not to cry or else she'd smudge all her makeup. But Han Han couldn't just hold back her tears, because right now, Lin Zikin looked at the curtains and suddenly had an idea. Lin Zikin took a pair of scissors out of his desk, took down the curtains, and began cutting them with the scissors. Before Shen Qinghan knew it, Chengni had already made her a new dress. Lin Zikin said he had everything ready, and holding out the dress told Qinghang to hurry up and change in the restroom. Shen Qinghang, feeling embarrassed, refused to go to the restroom and asked Zikin to just turn away. She was going to change in the classroom right in front of him. Realizing that Shen Qinghang was going to change in front of him, Lin Zikin blushed fiercely. Immediately afterward, he agreed and turned away. As Zikin turned away, Shen Qinghang began to take off her clothes. Lin Zikin could clearly hear the sound of fabric rustling as Qinghang changed, which made his heart beat even faster. Soon, Shen Qinghang put on the dress Zikin had made from a curtain and tied the laces. When she was done, Shen Qinghang told him he could turn around, then thanked Zikin. Qinghang said she had cried it all out and that now she wasn't scared at all. Lin Zikin told Qinghang it was time for her to go and that he hoped her performance would go well. The host announced that next on stage were contestants number 20, Li Chuxing and Shen Qinghang. Upon taking the stage, Li Chuxing and Shen Qinghang began singing their song. After the competition ended, the host announced that Li Chuxing and Shen Qinghang were the winners of this school's singing competition. Lin Zikin applauded Shen Qinghang and Li Chuxing for their wonderful performance. After the competition, the teacher returned to the classroom and, upon seeing the state of the curtains, shouted, "What little brat tore up the curtains?" The next day, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang cleaned up their classroom together. Lin Zikin decided to consider this atonement for ruining the classroom curtains. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him. Lin Zikin had completed 1,000 cooperative missions, for which he received the social animal biological trait as a reward. Social animal, within certain limits, the owner's combat power increases as the number of fellow creatures nearby increases. Lin Zikin grinned as he looked at it. It was quite an unexpected bonus. His classmates praised Han Han for how beautifully she sang and invited her to go to karaoke with them after school. One of them even asked Han Han to teach her to sing just like that. Of course, Han Han didn't turn them down. The singing competition had truly helped Han Han regain her self-confidence. And along with her confidence came her steady progress in martial arts. As for Zikin himself, 5 years later, their school finally won the Champions Cup again, and his parents and teachers were overjoyed by Zikin's victory. Lin Zikin has won numerous martial arts competitions. The school has set up a wall of honor displaying his many awards. Lin Zikin has also signed a contract with the He Yuya family's martial arts hall, becoming its representative. If you add up his advance for the advertising contract and his royalties from writing the novel, the total has already reached 900,000 yuan. That should be more than enough to unlock the next trace of the monster's life force. After delivering the shipment once again, the saleswoman at the monster meat shop greeted the handsome Zikin once more. This time, Lin Zikin chose the meat of a stealth dragon, known for its ability to camouflage itself. Touching the meat, Lin Zikin began to absorb the life force of the aberrant monster from it. After absorbing a large amount of life essence, he reached 100% absorption. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had successfully unlocked the life force trail of the hidden dragon and obtained the biological attribute, natural camouflage. Natural camouflage. The user can reduce their detectability by lowering the visible life energy in their body, as well as conceal their biological level. Lin Zikin noticed that this biological attribute had two distinct effects. He could either lower his visibility to evade enemies or hidden attacks, or conceal his biological level to defeat the strong by feigning weakness. Having completed his main task for the day, Zikin next needed to pick up the cake his mother had ordered. Lin Zikin was thinking about how he would pick up the cake and head straight home when suddenly he heard someone shout, "Calm down." The voice sounded familiar to Lin Zikin. Turning around, he saw 3 cyborgs leading away a woman in handcuffs. One of the cyborgs was surprised to see Zikin and admitted that he hadn't expected to run into him like this. Lin Zikin was also surprised to see Zhang Kai there. After that, he looked down and noticed that his legs. Zhang Kai greeted Zikin and explained that he had never enrolled in high school and had been passing the time riding a moped for a while until one day he fell off it and broke his leg, after which it was amputated. Fortunately, he took part in a mechanical modification experiment conducted by the God of Mechanisms Corporation. He never imagined that he would go from being disabled to becoming a cyborg. Lin Zikin pointed to the girl being led away by the cyborgs and asked who she was. Zhang Kai replied that this woman was one of the followers of the rat god cult, the only woman among the 9 remaining heretics. One of the cyborgs told Zhang Kai to stop talking and come with them. Zhang Kai told Zichen that they would chat some other time and said goodbye to him. Law enforcement had been doing their utmost to catch the remaining followers of the rat god cult for a very long time, but to no avail, while the God of Mechanisms Corporation caught them with ease. Based on this, Lin Zicken concluded that God of Mechanisms was a serious corporation. Suddenly interrupting Zicken's thoughts, his phone began to vibrate. Zhang Wangxing asked Zicken if he had already bought the cake and how soon he would be back, to which Zicken replied that he was on his way to get the cake and would head home right after. Zhang Wangxing asked him to be careful on the way. The difference between Lin Zicken's and Han Han's birthdays is just one day, so every year their families celebrate them together. This year's 18th birthday was no exception. Their parents said it was time to exchange gifts. Lin Zicken and Chen Qinghang had prepared gifts for each other. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Their parents immediately thought an earthquake had started, but Lin Zicken thought it was clearly something else. Meanwhile, deep underground in Shanghai, a swarm of rats was tearing up the earth as they burrowed their way through. The next day, the news reported that, according to the relevant authorities, the recent 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai was just a minor, routine tremor. Shanghai is not located at the boundary of tectonic plates, so the likelihood of a strong earthquake is low. The news anchor asked residents not to panic. After breakfast, Lin Zicken told his parents he was going to school. Zhang Wangxing asked Zicken to be careful on his way there. When Lin Zicken left the house, he ran into Shen Qinghang, just as he always did. Qinghang suggested that Zicken walk to school with her, and he agreed. Shen Qinghang pointed out that they had already turned 18, which meant they were now adults. Lin Zicken agreed and said that college entrance exams would begin soon. Qinghang admitted that she felt nervous just thinking about it. Soon, Lin Zicken had saved up enough money to activate the Abyssal Fish blueprint. The system notified Zicken that he had absorbed a large amount of the Abyssal Fish's life essence and reached 100% absorption progress. Afterward, Zicken witnessed a scene in which a huge bird was trying to catch the Abyssal Fish. But as soon as the bird closed its talons, the Abyssal Fish abruptly wriggled free from its grip. Lin Zicken successfully created a trace of the Abyssal Fish's life force and obtained the creature's attribute, sense of threat. Sense of threat. Within a certain radius, this ability allows the user to sense hostility from other creatures and be more sensitive to the pressure they emit, making it easier to determine a creature's level. This ability could help Zicken prevent sudden attacks. First, Lin Zicken decided to test the effect at the shopping mall. As he wandered through the shopping mall, Zicken sensed that there were many people of the first rank and slightly fewer of the second ordinary rank around him. This was natural since in real life, the majority are ordinary people. After looking around a bit, Lin Zicken found a monster whose meat, once consumed, would allow him to create a new life force trail. It was the meat of an immortal slug, priced at 100,000 yuan per half kilogram. Lin Zicken surmised that by absorbing its life force he would gain the ability to regenerate, but it was far too expensive, and even a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough. Lin Zicken decided that after his final exams, he would have to figure out how to increase his income. Nanjing Provincial Department of Education, the minister's office. The subordinate explained to the vice-chancellor that academic performance in various cities across Nanjing province this year was generally similar to last year's. Qianzheng City continues to lead, followed by Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and in last place, Haiyuan. Yuan Dongji, Vice President of Shanghai University and Director of the General Education Department of Nanjing Province, listened attentively to his report. The man told Miss Yuan that this covered everything regarding education in the province's cities for this year. The vice president thanked him for his report and took a sip of coffee. After that, the man asked Miss Yuan how things were going in the area around spring number 36. Yuan Dongji replied that the situation had largely stabilized, otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to oversee this year's provincial graduation exams. The man was glad to hear things had stabilized because otherwise, the entire Nanjiang province would have been doomed. Yuan Dongji said she had no further business here and that he could leave. The secretary agreed with her and asked her to contact him if necessary. After that, he left the minister's office. Left alone, Yuan Dongji reflected that many years had indeed passed since she last took on students. She then walked over to the window to look out at the sun-drenched beach. The martial arts graduation exams last 9 days. On the first day, a written exam is held in the morning to test theoretical knowledge. After lunch, the students' physical fitness test begins, measuring their endurance, running speed, jump height, weightlifting, and other metrics. From the 2nd through the 8th day, a week-long practical trial takes place. All martial arts students in the province are sent into the forest to survive in the wild. On the 9th day, a compatibility test for genetic fusion and mechanical modification will be conducted. Today, June 7th, marks the first day of their exams. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan were walking to school together as usual, but Qinghan was clearly feeling uneasy. Shen Qinghan tugged at Zikin's sleeve and said with a tremor in her voice that she was nervous. What if she wet herself again during the exam? Lin Zikin smiled as he looked at Han Han. Then he hugged her and told her not to worry about it. Lin Zikin told the flustered Qinghan that she had mastered the theory very well, and besides, she was wearing a diaper. She just needed to do her very best. Lowering her gaze, Shen Qinghong promised to try her best, and also asked Qingni to do his best. Lin Zikin agreed and said they would try their best together. As soon as the written exam began, Lin Zikin set about taking it. Soon Lin Zikin finished the exam and set his pen aside. Since there was still plenty of time left before the exam ended, Lin Zikin decided to think about a plot for a novel. After turning in his paper, Lin Zikin stepped out into the school hallway and saw Qinghan walking toward him, looking dejected. Seeing her like that, Zikin wondered, did Han Han really do poorly? Approaching her, Zikin put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her and said that for students in the martial arts class, the main thing was to pass the written exam, but it wasn't necessary to strive for high scores. Shen Qinghan replied that she had actually done very well and didn't need any consolation. Surprised by this, Lin Zikin asked why she looked so downcast then. Shen Qinghong replied sheepishly that she had wet herself, after which she asked him to wait for her while she quickly ran to the restroom. Lin Zichen asked her to hurry since the physical fitness test was about to begin. After the tests, the teacher announced Lin Zikin's final results, lifting a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand. The students were amazed by Zikin's incredible performance. He had just run the 100-meter dash with equally impressive results, 5.12 seconds, and he also stood jump 4.91 meters high. Shortly after the physical tests ended, Qinghan came over to Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin asked Qinghan how she was doing. Shen Qinghan smiled as she explained that she ran the 100-meter dash in 9.32 seconds, stood jump 1.62 meters, and lifted 125 kilograms with one hand. She then admitted that, of course, her results couldn't compare to Lin Zikin's. Lin Zikin stroked Qinghang's hair and said that these were excellent results for a girl. Chengni and Han Han were suddenly called over by He Yu, who waved his phone and told them that the written exam results were already available. While Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan were looking up their scores, He Yu mentioned that he'd heard Wang Shuzhe and Lu Gang had scored over 80 points. He himself had done slightly worse. 80. He Yu asked how many points the two of them had scored. Shen Qinghang was delighted to see her score and replied that she had 82 points. He Yu was surprised that she had scored higher than he had and praised Han Han for it. After that, He Yu asked how things were going for Lin Zikin. Qinghang also turned to him, eager to find out his results. Lin Zikin turned his phone around with a sour expression, revealing to Qinghan and He Yu that he had scored 100 on the written exam. Shen Qinghan admitted that Qingni was really cool. Meanwhile, He Yu felt uneasy. Just as expected, this guy was still as crazy as ever. After school, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan headed home. Shen Qinghan turned to Zikin and said that the week of practical exams would begin tomorrow. She wondered what the forest at the exam site would be like. Lin Zikin took Han Han by the hand and asked her not to worry about it, since he would be right by her side. Qinghang agreed and said she would stay close to him. That evening, the man wearing a bird mask told the young man that the practical trials would begin tomorrow. He then handed him a box and explained that the young man must use his status as a security inspector to recruit 10 talented students. The masked man explained that the box contained 10 demonic seeds, and that they would help him. The young man opened the box and saw 10 strange seeds. The masked man said that if he succeeded, he would introduce him to the higher-ups, and he would become an official member of the organization. The young man said he wasn't in a hurry to become an official member. He only needed one seed from the fruit. The masked man turned to the young man and said he was short-sighted. A single magical fruit would help him rise to the 7th rank at most, whereas by joining the organization, he would be able to evolve into a higher being. The boy gulped, then told the man that he was right. Becoming an official member of the organization was indeed more advantageous. A short while later, the teacher told the students that they would soon arrive at the practical exam site. The teacher asked the students to get ready to leave in advance. Lin Zikin touched Han Han's hand and asked her to wake up, since they had arrived. Barely coming to, Qinghan asked, "Have we really arrived already?" Soon all the students were ready to get off the bus. The teacher asked the students near the 9th entrance to get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point. There are numerous scoreboards scattered throughout the forest, each marked with a number indicating the number of points. These scoreboards are located in hard-to-reach places, at the tops of trees, on cliffs, near predatory beasts, and even on aberrant monsters. Safety instructors are on duty near every predatory beast and mutant. In case of unforeseen circumstances, you can ask for help, but doing so will result in immediate disqualification. The mutants deep in the forest are intended for geniuses to earn points. Ordinary students should act within their capabilities. The results of the practical exam include not only the points earned personally, but also an evaluation of the performance via the online broadcast. Hundreds of thousands of students are taking the practical exam, but there are only 50,000 scorecards, so more than half of the applicants will not receive any points. Since the practical exam encourages cooperation, students can work together and share scorecards or take them from others. The instructor asked the students to get ready, as they would be entering the exam area in an hour. A chubby student raised his hand and announced loudly that his dad was a top manager at the God of Mechanisms Corporation. He then asked if there were any cool guys there who would take him along. He promised to reward them generously. A muscular guy stepped forward from the group and said he'd take him along. He himself was a top student in the gifted class at Changzhou First Middle School, and success was guaranteed with him. The instructor hit the fat guy on the head with a booklet and gave him a first warning, since it's forbidden to form teams so openly here. The fat guy quietly apologized. Meanwhile, a crowd of girls had gathered around Lin Zikin. Since Lin Zikin was very strong, they wanted him to take them with him, but Lin Zikin was adamant. He turned them down. As the girls began to disperse, a student from another school approached Zikin. He said he was a little hungry and asked Zikin if he would share some food with him. Offering the boy a snack, Lin Zikin tossed him a few bites and said he wouldn't charge him for it. The boy asked, "Really?" Then he suggested that Zikin join forces with him. The guy introduced himself as Hong Junping, a student in the elite class at Qianzheng No. 1 Middle School. Lin Zikin thanked Hong Junping for the offer but declined. Hong Junping quickly accepted this. He thanked Zikin for the cookies and bread and left. Shen Qinghang noticed that this guy was pretty strange, after all. There were so many snack bars around, but he had approached them specifically. Lin Zikin said that, as the saying goes, an old drunkard's true intentions aren't directed at the wine. He then remarked that they had a real beauty here. Hearing this, Han Han blushed deeply and asked if that meant he just wanted to get to know her. Lin Zikin told Qinghang that time was almost up, then helped her to her feet. Soon the exam began. To give Han Han time to get used to the pace, they decided not to venture deep into the forest right away. Instead, they decided to look for signs at the edge of the forest. After finding a suitable spot, Lin Zikin used his all-seeing eye. Thanks to this, he quickly managed to spot a sign with a single dot on it. Lin Zikin said there was a sign at the top of that tree and asked Han Han to get it. Immediately afterward, Han Han went to retrieve the sign. Shen Qinghang picked up the first sign and happily shouted to Chengni that she had found it. Using his all-seeing eye, Lin Zikin continued to search for the signs and point out their locations to Han Han. Soon they had collected 5 points. Shen Qinghang rushed over to Zikin and happily shouted how cool he was. Then she asked how he could even see them. Suddenly, someone they knew remarked that it was an amazing coincidence. Approaching Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang, Hong Junping said that they had met again. He then mentioned that he had already scored 28 points and that his principle was to repay even a drop of kindness many times over. Hong Junping thought Qinghang was incredibly sweet, so he was determined to get to know her. Hong suggested that the three of them team up and split all the rewards they received among themselves. Shen Qinghang hid behind Chengni's back. Lin Zikin told Hong that there was no need for that, and that if he really wanted to show his gratitude, he could simply give them all his scorecards. Hong Junping was very upset that the two of them had turned him down. Hong Junping told Zikin that he had brought it on himself by attacking him. Lin Zikin smirked and said that, of course, he had brought it on himself. After that, he knocked Hong Junping out with a single punch. After thanking Hong Junping for the gift, Lin Zikin and Qinghang moved on. Shen Qinghang asked Chengni, "Nothing's going to happen to Hong, is it?" To which Zikin replied that nothing should happen, since he hadn't hit him very hard. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang continued searching together for the scoreboards, finding them in all sorts of places. Lin Zikin also taught Qinghang how to use bamboo as a weapon for hunting wild boars. Lin Zikin told her that she had to aim carefully before striking. The strike had to be fast, strong, and precise. He also gathered and ate fruit with Qinghang. Together they taught a lesson to those who attacked them for points. When they were exhausted, they snuggled up to each other and rested. Lin Zikin wished these moments could last longer. But then they wandered into an area in the middle of the forest where rare animals lived. Upon seeing the pools of blood, Shen Qinghang realized they were too late. The animals were no longer there. Shen Qinghang was disappointed by this, because if they had arrived earlier, Zikin would surely have been hailed as a genius for killing the mutant beast. Lin Zikin stroked Han Han's hair and told her not to be upset, since it didn't really matter anyway. Lin Zikin suggested that Qinghan return to camp. Lin Zikin didn't really care about these beasts, since there were cameras and security guards all around. That meant that even if he had killed the mutant beast, he still wouldn't have been able to absorb its entire life essence. For him, teaching Han Han wilderness survival skills was far more valuable. Immediately after the practical exam ended, the genetic fusion compatibility test began, the Gene Research Institute on the island. The instructor told the students to go inside and line up at the testing window. After moving forward a bit in line, Lin Zikin, Shen Qinghang, and their friends finally approached the lab technician who was drawing blood. Shen Qinghang turned to Cheng Ni and, pointing to the test tubes containing the blue liquid, asked, "Are these the very reagents used for the genetic compatibility test?" Lin Zikin replied that she was right. These were genetic reagents from the glass cloud jellyfish. The genes of this type of mutant creature have a very high level of compatibility with the human body and readily undergo a specific chemical reaction with human blood. That is why they are used as a reagent for compatibility testing. The testing method involves drawing fresh blood from the subject on site. The blood is then injected into a glass cloud jellyfish to trigger a chemical reaction. Afterward, based on the intensity of the reaction, it is determined whether the test subject is suitable for genetic fusion. He said he really hopes to pass this test. After all, he would really rather not have to undergo the mechanical modification test. Li Chunxing agreed with Yu, since she was in the same situation. Chunxing explained that she had heard that the mechanical modification compatibility test required to become a cyborg involves implanting alloy materials into the body, and the pain from this is worse than childbirth. Yu and Li Chunxing began praying to God that he would help them pass the test. A few minutes later, it was Shen Qinghang's turn to have her blood drawn. Afterward, she walked over to the bench where Zikin was sitting. Lin Zikin told Qinghang that the test results should be ready in about an hour. While they waited, they could hear the conversations of people who had received their results. One of them scored 8%, which made him very happy, since now he would be able to become a gene unifier. Another scored 4%, which made him sad. One of the applicants laughed when he received a 6%, since he had barely passed. 6% is the passing score, while 8% is considered an excellent result. 10% is the threshold for admission to the top two universities, Kyoto University and Shanghai University. That genius from Kyoto whom Zikin had seen on TV managed to score 16% on the gene fusion compatibility test. Zikin's physical strength far surpassed that of the genius, so he assumed he would score around 20%. Shen Qinghang took Chengni by the hand and said she couldn't take it anymore. She was very nervous. Lin Zikin took her hand and asked her not to worry. Then he said that it was perfectly normal to be nervous. Lin Zikin understood why Han Han was worried, because if her compatibility score turned out to be low, they wouldn't be able to be together anymore. Suddenly they heard someone shout, 10%. That was enough to get into one of the top two universities. Li Chunxing admitted that she hadn't expected to get 10% at all. Meanwhile, Yu was surprised that he had scored only 11. After all, he had previously thought he would get at least 12 or 13. Lin Zikin recalled that those two had been ahead of them, and since they had already received their results, that meant their results must be ready as well. Shen Qinghang admitted that she was too scared to check hers. She suggested that Zikin check his first, and then they would look at her result together. All right then, Lin Zikin agreed to start with his result. Lin Zikin checked his result, and as it turned out, his compatibility score was 15%. Lin Zikin was very surprised by this result, while Han Han, happy for him, hugged Chengni and said he had the best score in the entire province. Lin Zikin scored only 15%, which was lower than that genius from Kyoto. Based on this, Zikin concluded that physical strength alone wasn't the only factor determining compatibility. Lin Zikin told Han Han that now it was her turn. While Lin Zikin went to check her results, Li Chunxing tried to cheer Han Han up. She said that even someone like her, who had always been an outsider, scored 10%, so Han Han was sure to score higher. Lin Zikin opened Han Han's test results, and when they saw the score, all three of them gaped in shock. Shen Qinghang's genetic compatibility score is 21%. Nanjian Province, Education Department Headquarters. After reviewing the candidates' tests, a meeting began within the Department of Education. Yuan Dongji told those present that the compatibility results from all schools had been published and asked them to take a look. Candidate Lin Zikin from Shanghai High School has a 15% genetic compatibility. Few could have imagined that this year's top student in the province would be a student from Shanghai High School. The mustached man turned to Principal Bai and congratulated her, as her school had produced the province's top student, after which those present in the hall applauded her. Principal Bai said that they were all making her feel embarrassed. Upon learning the results, Principal Bai silently praised Zikin. She knew he had potential, and he truly made her proud. No sooner had everyone begun to think that Lin Zikin was the best than Han Han's test results stunned them completely. Candidate Shen Qinghan from Shanghai High School has a 21% genetic compatibility rate. Everyone was stunned to see such a high compatibility rate. Was such a result even possible? Even Principal Bai was taken aback by what she saw, since Shen Qinghang, Lin Zikin's childhood friend, had always seemed so ordinary. Yuan Dongji, with a serious expression, asked Principal Bai, "Who exactly is this student, Shen Qinghang?" Principal Bai immediately replied that Shen Qinghang had always been an average student, then asked if there might be some kind of error in the results. Yuan Dongji sighed and said that in that case, there was no other option. Apparently, she would have to personally verify Shen Qinghang's results. Meanwhile, at the Institute of Genetic Research, the candidates were trying to figure out what the hell was going on. How was it possible to score 21%, and could there be errors in the test? Shen Qinghang turned to Cheng Ni and asked, "Is a 21% compatibility rating even possible?" Qinghang assumed it was simply a mistake and asked if that was true. Taking Qinghang aside, Lin Zikin said that it wasn't a mistake and that he believed the results were correct. Shen Qinghang was surprised to hear this. Lin Zikin reminded her that she naturally had a very strong affinity for water, whereas the glass cloud jellyfish used in the compatibility test was a water-type mutant beast. Delighted by what she heard, Shen Qinghang asked if this meant her body was highly compatible with the genes of water-type mutant beasts. Did this mean she was a genius, not just average? Shen Qinghang was overjoyed by this news, as she would finally be able to prove herself worthy of Cheng Ni. Lin Zikin was also very happy for Han Han. Suddenly, one of the candidates called out to everyone and asked them to look at something strange approaching them. A huge wave was crashing toward the Gene Research Institute, and standing atop the wave was a woman. It was a dragon maiden. Everyone was terrified when they saw her. After all, what were the chances that she might be a heretic? And what if she was planning to flood the place? Upon arriving at the test site, Yuan Dongji stepped down from the wave and headed toward the entrance. The scientists who had hurriedly gathered for the meeting greeted Vice Chancellor Yuan. The students who heard this were surprised. Could this really be the very same Yuan Dongji from Shanghai University? After all, her family has a 1,000-year history of martial arts practice. Rumor has it that the Yuan family once killed a dragon and used its genes for fusion. Since Yuan Dongji is a water-type gene fuser, it's no surprise that she can control the ocean waves. Approaching the girl in the photograph, Yuan Dongji asked if her name was Shen Qinghan. Fearful of this woman, Shen Qinghan replied that it was her. Yuan Dongji ordered that 3 blood samples be taken from Qinghan and that everything be rechecked. The scientist bowed to Ms. Yuan and set to work. Li Chunxing was surprised that Han Han had had 3 more vials of blood drawn, worried about her condition. Chunxing asked if she was all right, to which Qinghang replied that her arm was a little numb. Before Qing Han could finish speaking, the scientist called out to her and asked her to follow him for a moment. Upon entering Yuan Dongji's office, Shen Qinghan apologized for the delay. With a smile on her face, Yuan Dongji said the results were ready. She then approached Shen Qinghan and admitted that it was simply unbelievable. All 3 tests showed 21%. Still in disbelief, Qinghan asked, "Is that true?" Yuan Dongji suggested getting straight to the point and said she wanted to take Shen Qinghan on as her student. Shen Qinghan was shocked by this offer and, pointing at herself, asked, "You want to take me as your disciple?" Yuan Dongji returned to her chair and, beginning to play with the water in her glass, explained that if Shen Qinghan became her disciple, things like riding the waves, in the future she'd be able to do all of that without the slightest effort. Shen Qinghan said this was too sudden and asked if she could think it over for a bit. She wanted to go back and consult with Cheng Ni. Yuan Dongji said there was nothing to think about since there were only benefits to her becoming her student. She is both the head of the Provincial Education Department and the vice president of Shanghai University, and since they now have a teacher-student relationship, Shen Qinghang should enroll at Shanghai University to study. Leaning toward Qinghang, Yuan Dongji asked if she had anything else to say. Nervously, Qinghang replied that there was nothing else. Since everything was fine, Yuan Dongji suggested that Qinghang add each other on WeChat. Shen Qinghan hurried to exchange contact information with Yuan Dongji since she was practically being forced to do so. Yuan Dongji recalled that she had another student, one who was about the same age as Qinghan, which meant she would have to call her older sister. Yuan Dongji sent Shen Qinghang a photo of her senior classmate and promised to introduce them to each other when the opportunity arose. Shen Qinghang was very surprised when she saw her senior classmate. After all, she looked just like her older sister. Shen Qinghang wondered, could this really be Bai Shui? Shen Qinghang asked the teacher what her senior student's name was. Yuan Dongji said that her senior student's name was Luo Ganshuo and asked if they might know each other. Shen Qinghang explained that back when she was in elementary school, she had a close friend named Bai Shui who looked exactly like her, but she soon transferred to another school, which is why she was wondering if this might be the same person. Yuan Dongji replied that this was practically impossible. Yuan Dongji then explained that Qinghang's compatibility with gene fusion far exceeded anything she had ever seen. That was precisely why she needed to conduct a thorough examination of her body to see if there was anything unusual about it. Shen Qinghan agreed, after which Yuan Dongji touched her chest. Light began to emanate from Yuan Dongji's hand, and Shen Qinghan closed her eyes, anxiously awaiting the results of the examination. After completing the physical examination, Yuan Dongji was greatly surprised. Yuan Dongji withdrew her hand from Qinghang and said that this was strange. Shen Qinghang grabbed teacher Yuan's hand and asked, "Is something wrong?" To which Yuan Dongji replied that nothing was wrong, but that was precisely what was strange. Qinghang's body was too normal. For someone with a compatibility rate of 21%, that's unusual. Yuan Dongji took Qinghang's hand and shoulder and said that, to protect her, it would be publicly announced that her compatibility rate was 16%. That way, villains wouldn't try to harm her. Qinghang agreed with this. Yuan Dongji glanced at her phone and said it was already late. She had said everything she needed to, so Qinghang could go home. Shen Qinghan told her teacher that in that case, she would take her leave, and then she left the room. Left alone, Yuan Dongji called her father. Her father asked Yuan Dongji how she was doing. Yuan Dongji asked her father if he remembered the person she had told him about. She then said that she had taken her on as a student. Her father praised Yuan for this and asked her to make sure she trained her new student well. Yuan Dongji explained that she had also checked the girl's background and that it was impeccable. As for the young man, Lin Zikin, who came in second place, he was her childhood friend. Her father acknowledged that this was amazing and that Yuan's new student was destined for great things, and the benefits they would reap from her in the future would be beyond imagination. He also asked Yuan to remember that she must not let anyone else discover the terrifying talent of her brilliant student. Yuan Dongji said she understood everything. Some time ago, on her way home, Lin Zikin admitted that it was all too strange. Shen Qinghan's teacher had just appeared out of nowhere. Qinghan agreed that it was strange and said that it had all happened too quickly. Lin Zikin suggested they see how things went. If her teacher had no bad intentions, then having an authoritative teacher wouldn't hurt her. Lin Zikin helped Qinghan get off her bike and added that if her teacher turned out to be a bad person, she could end their relationship herself once she became strong enough. The children's mothers came out to meet them. After welcoming them home, they suggested celebrating properly that evening at the Minjiang restaurant. As she got into the car, Zhang Wangxing told her neighbors that she'd heard Han Han had taken first place in the province, which was simply amazing. After that, Xu Meng said she was very happy that Han Han and Cheng Ni would be able to attend the same university. Once they gathered at the restaurant, the parents congratulated Han Han and Cheng Ni on placing first and second on the test, and then they had a wonderful evening. After the celebration before leaving, Lin Yangsheng said it was already late and asked the neighbors to be careful on their way home. Shen Jian wished them the same and suggested they get together like this more often. A short time later, there was a knock on the door of Lin Zikin's house. Zhang Wangxing opened the door and upon seeing Han Han, invited her inside. Then she asked, "Have you come to spend the night with Cheng Ni again?" Han Han replied sheepishly that wasn't the case at all. She just wanted to discuss something very important with him in person. Shen Qinghang rushed past Aunt Xing, saying she was going to Cheng Ni's room to talk. Zhang Wangxing wondered what could be so important that it had to be said in person. Could it be that Han Han wants to confess her feelings? Shen Qinghang knocked on Cheng Ni's door and said she had something very important to tell him. Lin Zikin opened the door and asked what was going on. Upon entering his room, Shen Qinghang explained that it had to do with the teacher who had taken her on as a student. Shen Qinghang sat down on the bed and explained that the teacher had thoroughly examined her body but hadn't found anything unusual. It was completely normal, just like everyone else's. During the examination, the teacher hadn't realized that water passed right through her body. Lin Zikin was surprised to hear this, because even Yuan Dongji, who was capable of controlling the waves of the sea, had been unable to uncover the secret hidden within Han Han's body. Lin Zikin surmised that Han Han's body was far more mysterious than he had thought. Lin Zikin advised Qinghan not to tell anyone about this for now. After all, if anyone found out about something like this, even he didn't know what the consequences might be. However, once they became stronger and knew more, then they would take their time investigating this matter. Lin Zikin said they didn't need to rush. Since Chenny said so, Qinghan agreed. After that, Shen Qinghan remembered something else, and reaching for her phone, said that according to her teacher, she had an older sister. And when she saw her photo, she immediately thought it was Bai Shui. Looking at the photo, even Lin Zikin thought they really did look alike, except that their auras and temperaments were completely different. Unless pointing to the background, Lin Zikin asked Qinghang if she knew where the photo was taken. Shen Qinghang replied that she had no idea and decided to ask her teacher. Shen Qinghan asked teacher Yuan where the photo of her older sister was taken. Upon seeing Qinghan's message, Yuan Dongji replied that the photo was taken on the land of origins. Shen Qinghan asked what kind of place that was, but teacher Yuan only replied that she would find out about it once she became stronger. Shen Qinghang told Lin Zikin that her teacher had only said the place was called the land of origins. She couldn't get anything else out of her. Since that was the case, Lin Zikin suggested to Han Han that they put it off for later. After that, Lin Zikin and Qinghan lay down on the bed together. Hugging her pillow, Shen Qinghan suddenly started thinking about something. Shen Qinghan turned to Cheng Ni and asked if all guys liked girls who wore cheongsam. Lin Zikin guessed that Qinghang had thought that because of teacher Yuan. He then imagined Han Han in a cheongsam and replied sheepishly that it all depended on the person. He didn't voice his thoughts that this outfit would look really good on Han Han. Shen Qinghan moved closer to him and demanded an answer. Did he like cheongsams or not? After a brief pause due to his embarrassment, Zikin replied that maybe he did. After that, Shen Qinghan asked what he thought about stockings, black, white, or flesh-colored. Lin Zikin asked why she had suddenly started asking such strange questions. But if he had to choose, he'd probably go with black or white. After finding out Zikin's preferences, Qinghang decided to order both a qipao and some stockings for herself. Zikin, not understanding what had just happened, wondered what had come over her. Soon there was a sudden knock at the door. After that, Zhang Wangxing told Han Han that her mom had just sent her some things and said she would be staying over tonight. Shen Qinghang picked up the bag and said sheepishly that she hadn't asked her to do that, and how could she have decided for her on her own? Zhang Wangxin said it was no big deal. After all, they were adults now, and it was perfectly normal to stay up late studying. After handing over the bag, Zhang Wangxin hurried out of the room. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan exchanged glances and felt very embarrassed by Zhang Wangxin's words. Since Shen Qinghong had no choice, she emptied the contents of the bag and said she would change her diaper and go to sleep. After emptying the contents of the bag, Shen Qinghong discovered something strange inside. Taking a closer look at the little box, Shen Qinghong gasped. It was an ultra-thin natural latex condom. Quickly stuffing the box back into her bag, a deeply flushed Qinghong asked, "What the hell did Mom put in here?" Immediately afterward, Shen Qinghong jumped out of bed and saying she needed to use the restroom right away, ran out of the room. Sighing quietly, Lin Zikin wondered what the hell was going on here. Lin Zikin and Han Han both enrolled in the College of Evolution at Shanghai University. Han Han, like him, had also signed a contract with He-Yu's martial arts school. Today they were heading there to take part in a promotional event. But Lin Zikin never expected that on the street they would run into a group of strange people blocking their path. A stranger greeted Zikin. He then apologized and asked the young man if he was the student Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin asked the man who they were. The man introduced himself as Liu Chuanwu, Dean of the College of Martial Arts at Shanghai University. However, today he was there as a representative of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. As reported in the news, the Heavenly Man Pavilion is a conservative organization that opposes gene editing and mechanical modification. They have long been a hot topic online, but most of the attention they receive comes from people who criticize them for misleading the younger generation. Liu Chuanwu said he had come to invite Zikin to join the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Ignoring him, Zikin asked to be let through and simply walked past. Liu Chuanwu grabbed Zikin by the shoulder and asked, "Wouldn't you be so kind as to spare a minute to talk?" He then offered Zikin the latest model of a fruit phone in exchange. Feeling a little awkward about this, Lin Zikin suggested to director Liu that they talk somewhere else. Liu Chuanwu explained that their studio was looking for ways to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without relying on genetic fusion or mechanical modification. They aim to transcend the ordinary level and evolve into beings of the advanced, rare, or even legendary tiers. Liu Chuanwu said that they had already achieved some results and, playing a recording, told Zikin that he would understand everything himself after watching this video. His biological level is an ordinary 9th. In this video, he subdues and defeats a high-level gene fuser. Glancing at his opponent, Liu Chuanwu, Lin Zikin recognized him as Wu Tiancheng, the very same gene combiner who single-handedly destroyed the Rad God cult. As soon as the fight began, Wu Tiancheng immediately flapped his wings and soared upward. Immediately afterward, he attacked Liu Chuanwu with dozens of sharp feathers from his wings. Liu Chuanwu put up a block, using his body to deflect the feathers. After finishing his feather barrage, Wu Tiancheng returned to the ring. Immediately afterward, Liu Chuanwu, ignoring the pain in his body, charged forward. And with a single blow, he managed to knock Wu Tiancheng off balance. Liu Chuanwu said that the human body is already unmatched, so why should humans rely on other races? He then declared, "Those who master the art of physical tempering are the true future of humanity." Lin Zikin was stunned by what he saw. He tried to figure out whether it was real or fake. Could it be that the video had been edited? Or was Wu Tiancheng just an actor? Realizing what he was thinking, Liu Chuanwu explained that the video had not been edited in any way, and that he would continue to challenge other high-level gene combiners. Lin Zikin was always welcome to come and see for himself. Lin Zikin asked why they didn't just post the fight video online. Wouldn't that help them promote their pavilion more effectively? Liu Chuanwu replied that they would like to do so themselves, but the current authorities won't allow it. Lin Zikin asked why, to which Liu Chuanwu replied that they believe there is no future without raising the biological level, and therefore it's pointless to promote such things. But if we don't promote it and encourage more people to participate in the research, achieving a breakthrough will be extremely difficult. After all, qualitative changes are only possible with sufficient involvement in the process. However, if a genius like Lin Zikin were to join them, he clearly wouldn't get stuck at the 9th ordinary level like him. Liu Chuanwu said that he had trained diligently for 50 years and still held the ordinary 9th rank, but Lin Zikin would surely evolve into a high-level being. Lin Zikin suddenly realized that something was strange here. Liu Chuanwu said 50 years, yet he certainly didn't look much older than 50. Liu Chuanwu asked Zikin not to be deceived by his appearance. After all, while he looks 50 to 60 years old, he is actually nearly 100. And the reason he remains so young is entirely due to his body tempering technique. Liu Chuanwu told Zikin that if he didn't believe him, He could simply look up information about him in the Qiandu Encyclopedia. Lin Zikin immediately began searching for information about the dean. Liu Chuanwu is the dean of the College of Evolution at Shanghai University. He was born in March 1929. As it turned out, the body tempering technique can indeed prolong a person's life. However, Zikin wasn't sure his parents would be able to master it. Lin Zikin decided to see what other information was available about Dean Liu. In his youth, he was a respected young master of the renowned Liu family, one of the leading families in Nanjing province. However, when the era of gene fusion arrived, the entire family fell into decline because they refused to mix their genes with those of mutants. As for Liu Chuanwu, the family's eldest young master, he lost his family. His wife and children left him because he refused to follow the path of gene fusion they had chosen. Lin Zikin thought that if Han Han were in her place, she would never have left him. Such was the bond between them, childhood friends. Scrolling a little further, Lin Zikin was greatly surprised by what he saw. After all, Liu Chuanwu's wife is Liu Chuanwu, Han Han's teacher. The photos on the profiles of Yuan Xusheng's son and Yuan Xiaoyi's daughter had been blacked out. Zikin assumed they were already dead. Glancing once more at Liu Chuanwu's face, Lin Zikin decided that he definitely shouldn't underestimate this man. Liu Chuanwu said that the fact that he was nearly 100 years old but still looked so young proved that pure-blooded people possessed enormous potential, and that was precisely why their Heavenly Man Pavilion existed. Liu Chuanwu asked aloud, "What does Heavenly Man mean?" He then answered that it refers to a person who defies fate itself, one who conquers the heavens. Gene fusion allows one to borrow power from mutants, which is why unifiers can never surpass them. One day, because of this, humanity will be unable to withstand a mutant invasion, leading to the extinction of humanity. The same applies to mechanical modifications. Many of the materials used in these modifications are also derived from mutants. Cyborgs also depend on mutants and will never be able to surpass them. Their pavilion does not oppose genetic fusion or mechanical modification. They oppose relying exclusively on these two paths, which are only suitable in the early stages. The rest of the time, they can explore alternative paths and prepare for the later stages. Liu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zikin, extended his hand, and invited him to join the Heavenly Man Pavilion and work with them for the sake of humanity's future. Liu Chuanwu admitted that he firmly believed Zikin could become the first pure-blooded human to surpass the ordinary rank. Lin Zikin recalled that Liu Chuanwu had often mentioned the body tempering technique, after which he asked, "What exactly is it?" Liu Chuanwu explained that the Heavenly Man Pavilion's body tempering technique is a blood tempering technique discovered in ancient ruins. As the name suggests, the blood tempering technique uses one's own qi and blood to purify the body, strengthen the flesh, and increase one's combat power. Records found in ancient ruins state that when the blood tempering technique is mastered to its highest degree, one can achieve a purified body that is then capable of soaring through the heavens, penetrating the earth, and shattering mountains and rivers using only human flesh and blood. However, only pure-blooded humans can master the blood tempering technique. Those who have undergone genetic fusion have impurities in their blood that prevent them from mastering it, just as cyborgs have incomplete bodies that hinder the circulation of their qi and blood. This is precisely why their pavilion firmly believes that the future belongs exclusively to pure-blooded humans, and not to those who have undergone genetic fusion or cyborgs. Liu Chuanwu asked Lin Zikin if he would like to join their pavilion, master the technique of blood tempering, and embark on the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zikin replied that he still knew too little about these so-called pure-blooded humans, and therefore he would study the matter more thoroughly before giving an answer. Slamming his hand on the table, Liu Chuanwu jumped to his feet and said that understanding would come in time. But with his extraordinary physical talent, it would be a waste not to try the path of a pureblood. Leaning toward Zichen, Liu Chuanwu explained that, from their pavilion's perspective, that so-called best student in the province, with a 16% gene fusion compatibility rate, was completely insignificant compared to Zichen. He added that she wasn't even worth a single hair on Zichen's head. Feeling all these jabs directed at her, Qinghang nearly choked on her drink. Liu Chuanwu shouted that they firmly believed Zikin, who had taken first place on the physical test, was the true top student in Nanjing province. And if he chose the path of a pureblood, unhappy with what was happening, Shen Qinghang wondered how they had managed to drag her into this. After all, she hadn't even said a word. Lin Zikin raised his hand to stop the overly excited Liu Chuanwu. Then, pointing at Han Han, He said that she was the province's top student with a score of 16%. Shen Qingheng laughed awkwardly and greeted Dean Lu. Lin Zikin reached for his brand new Apple phone and said it was already late, and they had other things to do. After that, he thanked Dean Lu for the phone and the tea with milk and said they were leaving. Reaching toward Lin Zikin, Liu Chuanwu shouted, "Wait!" He asked Zikin to stay with them for just half a year, just to stay with them for half a year and give it a try. Lin Zikin took Han Han by the hand and, completely ignoring Dean Lu, headed for the exit. Liu Chuanwu said that no matter what benefits the College of Evolution offered, their department would give him twice as much. If twice as much isn't enough, then 3 times as much. No matter how hard Lin Zikin tried to ignore Liu Chuanwu, 3 times as much. Lin Zikin dashed back to the table and said that in fact, he had always sincerely admired the ideals of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. With fire in his eyes, Lin Zikin shouted that he had decided to put his talent to use at the pavilion and contribute to the future of the purebloods. Liu Chuanwu was taken aback by how quickly Zikin agreed after he offered to triple the money. Liu Chuanwu admitted that he was glad Zikin had finally understood, though deep down he was lamenting, because 3 times as much, just how much money would he have to spend on Zikin? Lin Zikin said he had a question. Does Dean Lu know what the Land of Origins is? Liu Chuanwu was surprised that this guy knew about the Land of Origins. He told Zikin that according to legend, this place is the source of life, and all the mutants that exist today originated from there. Since they know this is the land from which all monsters originated, Lin Zikin surmised that in that case people must be aware of these strange creatures and are able to enter their habitats. Lin Zikin asked if that meant the exotic animal meat at the shopping center came from there, to which Liu Chuanwu replied that this was exactly the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough mutant meat on Earth to distribute among high-ranking officials, let alone ordinary people. Lin Zikin asked Dean Lu if he had any videos related to the Land of Origins. Dean Lu replied bitterly that there weren't any. After all electronic devices stopped working there. So the only way to capture anything is through realistic hand-drawn illustrations. Based on this, Lin Zikin surmised that the image of Luo Ganshuo was not a photograph, but a drawing. Lin Zikin's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden call from He Yu. He Yu greeted the lovely couple and said that the martial arts school's promotional event was about to begin, then asked when they would arrive. Zikin replied that they were already on their way. He Yu asked them to hurry. Lin Zikin and Shen Qingheng stood up, and Zikin said that since he had business to attend to, he would have to leave, but they would talk more later. Liu Chuanwu handed him a book and said it was a translation of a manual on blood tempering techniques. Inside, Zikin would find detailed cultivation methods. As soon as Lin Zikin picked up the manual, Liu Chuanwu explained that there was a prerequisite for using the blood tempering technique. To master it, one must be at least at the 4th ordinary rank and possess sufficient qi and blood before beginning cultivation. But judging by Zikin's physical test results, he was already nearly at the 4th ordinary rank. Liu Chuanwu suggested that Zikin read the manual over the summer break, and once the new semester began and he reached the 4th ordinary rank, he should immediately start cultivating. Lin Zikin was a little surprised to hear this request, but in any case, he was already at the 6th ordinary rank. He decided to try to master the technique as soon as he returned. Sometime later in the gym, a student was training by hitting the punching bag. Gathering her strength, she delivered another kick to the punching bag. Suddenly, she heard someone behind her humming contentedly to themselves. The student asked the dean why he seemed so cheerful today. With a broad smile, Dean Lu explained that, thanks to his undeniable personal charisma, the province's second-best college applicant and the student who had placed first on the physics section of the entrance exams had officially joined their department. Yu Yan asked if this was true. Dean Lu replied that of course it was true and showed her Zikin's WeChat account. Surprised by this, Yu Yan asked the dean how on earth he'd managed it. He replied that it was all thanks to his charisma. Yu Yan asked skeptically, but honestly? After that, Dean Lu admitted that he had simply told Zikin he would offer 3 times as much as what the College of Evolution had proposed. Yu Yan was shocked to hear 3 times as much. She reminded Dean Lu that they already had enough debt. Liu Chuanwu asked Yu Yan not to worry about it, since he had already arranged meetings with 3 wealthy ladies. Covering the cost of their contract would be no trouble at all. Yu Yan asked Dean Lu to please not act so recklessly in the future. Liu Chuanwu turned to Yu Yan and asked, "When you were learning the blood tempering technique back then, how long did it take you to sense your qi and blood?" Yu Yan said it had been 10 years ago, and if she remembered correctly, it had taken about a week. Liu Chuanwu asked, "What about controlling your qi and blood?" To which Yu Yan replied, 2 months. Liu Chuanwu was forced to admit that she had not been the second-best applicant in Kyoto for nothing. Her talents were truly outstanding. He had always considered himself a genius, but back then, it had taken him 2 weeks just to sense qi and blood. Yu Yan asked Dean Liu not to mention her Kyoto entrance exam results anymore. After all, ever since she had refused the gene fusion and joined the Heavenly Man Pavilion all these years later, she still hadn't reached an advanced rank. She had long since lost count of how many people had laughed at her for being lost among those with ordinary ranks. Liu Chuanwu said, "Well, let them laugh if they want to, but in a few years, when she reaches the advanced rank, she'll be strong enough to easily defeat them all." Yu Yan said that she had already gone through 2 rounds of tempering, but still hadn't opened a single acupoint. After that, Yu Yan asked, "What about Lin Zikin? How long does Dean Liu estimate it will take him to sense his qi and blood?" Liu Chuanwu recalled that Lin Zikin's physical test results were simply incredible, only slightly lower than hers had been back then. Therefore, he estimated that it would take him about 10 days. As soon as Yu Yan heard this, her eyes lit up. If that was true, then she would have to get serious about training her gifted younger brother. That evening, at the Zikin family home, after studying the manual, Lin Zikin sat down on the bed and began practicing. To his surprise, sensing his qi and blood turned out to be surprisingly easy. Lin Zikin felt them within 3 seconds. Lin Zikin decided to move on to the next step, controlling and tempering his body. He decided to start with his right hand. The system notified Zikin that he was using his qi and blood to harden his skin. His skin's durability was increased by 1, and his mastery of the blood hardening technique was increased by 1. Half an hour later, after completing 1 round of hardening, Lin Zikin decided to test the durability of his skin with a knife. Lin Zikin began slashing at his arm with a knife, but just 1 round of hardening proved enough to make his arm invulnerable to the blade. Now it was no longer surprising that Liu Chuanwu, who had completed 3 rounds of body hardening, was able to withstand Wu Tianqin's feather attack. Lin Zikin wondered just how strong his body would become after 5 rounds of tempering. 3 hours later, after a lengthy tempering process, Lin Zikin was exhausted. Lin Zikin estimated that at this rate, he would be able to temper the skin of his entire body in less than a week, once both arms were fully hardened, a process that consumed about 1/3 of his qi and blood. Shortly before midnight, someone suddenly messaged Lin Zikin. Shen Qinghang asked Qingni if he was still awake. He replied that he wasn't asleep. Shen Qinghang wrote that she had a surprise for him and asked him to come over. Lin Zikin tried to find out what the surprise was, but Shen Qinghang refused to answer, saying it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Lin Zikin wondered what kind of surprise it could be, since Han Han was calling him so late. When she opened the door and saw Chengni, Xu Meng asked, "Are you here to see Han Han?" To which Lin Zikin replied that Han Han had texted him saying she'd prepared a surprise for him and asked him to come right away. In that case, Xu Meng let Chengni in and asked him to hurry upstairs so Han Han wouldn't have to wait too long. Lin Zikin knocked on the bedroom door and said he was there. Shen Qinghang asked him to come in. Upon entering the room, Lin Zikin saw a blushing Han Han hiding under the blanket. Lin Zikin asked what she was doing, to which Han Han replied, embarrassed, that it was a surprise. Lin Zikin asked what kind of surprise it was if she had to wrap herself in a blanket. Then he wondered, could the surprise Han Han was referring to be giving herself to him? Han Han couldn't have come up with something as silly as a glow-in-the-dark watch, could she? Shen Qinghang asked Chengni to come over and take a look. When Lin Zikin approached and sat on the bed, Han Han asked him to lift the blanket and take a peek. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang were both very embarrassed by what was about to happen. Lin Zikin grabbed the blanket covering Han Han and yanked it up. As it turned out, Han Han had been hiding her new Qipao dress under the blanket. Taken by surprise, Lin Zikin almost let out a cry. Shen Qinghang grabbed her leg and asked if the dress looked good on her. Lin Zikin quickly shook his head and replied that she looked absolutely stunning. Shen Qinghang began twirling her hair shyly, and after a short pause said that she had also bought some black stockings. Qinghang asked if he wanted to watch her put them on. Lin Zikin eagerly agreed. He told Qinghang to put on the stockings and show him. Then, under Zikin's gaze, Shen Qinghang began to put on the black stockings. Watching her, Zikin, his face already completely flushed, unconsciously swallowed. Stretching out her legs in the stockings, Shen Qinghang asked if they looked good, to which Lin Zikin immediately replied that they looked great and suited her perfectly. Shen Qinghang said the stockings were made of a pleasant material, and holding out her leg to Zikin, asked if he wanted to touch them. Lin Zikin felt her legs, then said that the stockings were indeed very soft. Shen Qinghang decided to ask which felt better to the touch, stockings or her legs. Without hesitation, Lin Zikin replied that it was definitely her legs. Han Han said that was right. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and then Xu Meng called out to Chengni that his mom had just brought over some things. Xu Meng said she'd hung the bag on the doorknob and asked him to grab it on his way out. Lin Zikin replied to Aunt Meng that he understood and headed for the door to get the bag. Lin Zikin took the bag, opened it, and peered inside. As expected, an ultra-thin condom was lying on top. Lin Zikin tossed the box back into the bag. He wondered why the rush. After all, he and Han Han hadn't even kissed yet. Shen Qinghang approached Chenny and asked him to stay the night at her place, since it was already late. But before that, she asked him to turn away as she needed to put on a diaper. Lin Zikin turned away, after which Shen Qinghang quickly changed in another part of the room. When she was done, Shen Qinghang said everything was ready and asked him to turn off the light and go to sleep. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang lay down in bed together. Lin Zikin turned to Han Han and asked why her bed smelled so good. Had she sprayed something on it? Hearing this, Shen Qinghang smiled and replied that it was her natural scent. That was exactly why the bed smelled that way. If Chengni didn't believe her, he could take a whiff. Looking at Han Han, Lin Zikin asked, "How is that possible?" Han Han didn't answer. Instead, she pursed her lips. Realizing what she meant, Lin Zikin blushed. Then they moved closer and kissed for the first time. During the kiss, Shen Qinghang suddenly felt something inside her. Shen Qinghang pulled away from Zikin and, sighing, asked him to stop. Immediately afterwards, Shen Qinghang began to get out of bed. Lin Zikin asked, "What's wrong?" To which Shen Qinghang replied, flustered, that she had wet herself. An awkward silence suddenly hung in the room. Suddenly realizing something, Lin Zikin asked Qinghang what she had just felt. He surmised that her emotions were unstable. Shen Qinghang replied that she felt as if her heart was pounding, and there was a certain tremulous sensation. Then her whole body suddenly grew warm, and after that she wet herself. Shen Qinghang admitted that at that moment, her emotions were indeed unstable. Everything was just as Zikin had suspected. Lin Zikin explained that he suspected her unknown superpower might be related to mental strength and controlled by mental energy. And when her mental strength becomes powerful enough, she will likely be able to fully awaken and control this superpower. Lin Zikin pulled Han Han by the hand and suggested they continue kissing to see if she would behave the same way as she was now when she was feeling emotionally unstable. Shen Qinghang asked Zikin to wait since she needed to change her diaper first. Lin Zikin suggested they continue anyway since the diaper would get wet later anyway. Shen Qinghang returned to the bed and they continued kissing. Looking at her flushed face, Lin Zikin asked how she was feeling this time. Sighing, Shen Qinghang replied that it was just like before. Her mental state had fluctuated wildly, and then she had wet herself. Lin Zikin said that after several attempts, he was absolutely certain that her superpowers were activated by the power of her mind. Shen Qinghang complained that she was already covered in sweat and said she was going to take a shower. Stepping out the door, Qinghang called out to Chengni and said she'd forgotten to bring her clothes. She then asked if he could bring her some pajamas. Lin Zikin headed to Qinghang's closet to find her some clothes. Looking around, he saw stacks of underwear. Lin Zikin picked up a pair of panties with a bow and, feeling embarrassed, admitted that they were cute. Lin Zikin assumed that Han Han usually slept in a diaper rather than underwear. After that, he picked out a pair of pajamas to give to Han Han. Morning came, and Lin Zikin, as usual, woke up early. Then he looked at Han Han's sleeping face. Lin Zikin smiled and wiped the drool dripping from her mouth. Then he got up and left the room. When she saw Chengni, Xu Meng said that breakfast was ready and asked if he'd like to eat before heading back to his room. Lin Zikin agreed. He didn't mind having breakfast with him. At breakfast, Shen Jian asked Chenny if Han Han was awake yet. Chenny replied that she was still asleep. Shen Jian wished that their Han Han were as disciplined as Chenny. Lin Zikin reminded Uncle Ye that Han Han had won first place in the entire province for their sake. Besides, sleeping in during vacation is perfectly reasonable. Shen Jian couldn't help but agree. As he was leaving, Lin Zikin told Aunt Meng that she didn't need to see him off. After closing the door behind Channy, Xu Meng adjusted her glasses, looking embarrassed. Approaching her husband, Xu Meng told him that last night she had gotten up and heard the sound of a shower coming from the upper floor. Xu Meng nudged him with her elbow and asked if he thought their daughter had been with him. Without hesitation, Shen Jian assumed that was most likely the case. Xu Meng said this was huge progress, and since that was the case, she had to tell Wang Xin the good news as soon as possible. Soon, Lin Zikin returned to his own home. The first thing he decided to do was put yesterday's dirty clothes in the wash. Just as Zikin had changed and was about to leave, his mom suddenly called out to him. Giving her son a thumbs up, Zhang Wangxing said she could count on him. Lin Zikin didn't understand what she was talking about. That same day, Ma Zhenhe, along with his people, was on his way to see a negligent dean. He shouted that he was waiting for an explanation regarding Lin Zikin. Lu Chuanwu replied that she didn't even know what to say about him. An angry Ma Zhenhe shouted that Lin Zikin had already enrolled in his College of Evolution, but that Lin had secretly pulled strings to lure him to his College of Martial Arts. Ma Zhenhe asked, "Don't you feel even a shred of shame?" Upon hearing about shame and pulling strings, Liu Chuanwu asked, "What do you mean by pulling strings?" Did that mean only his evolution college could recruit students, but Liu Chuanwu's college couldn't? Ma Zhenhe reminded Liu Chuanwu that, despite being of such a respectable age, he still didn't understand the basic principle of first come, first served. Liu Chuanwu admitted that he didn't care about that principle. Moreover, classes hadn't even started yet, and Lin Zikin wasn't his official student. He could recruit whoever he wanted. He hadn't broken any rules. Ma Zhenhe said that university regulations didn't cover such a situation, but even so, Liu Chuanwu had violated an unwritten rule among deans. Liu Chuanwu asked, "Is this some kind of joke? And what does his unwritten rule have to do with me?" But in any case, his choice was entirely justified. It was an open and fair competition. If Ma Zhenhe didn't like it, then he could go personally and convince Lin Zikin to return to him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ma Zhenhe asked, "Is there really someone so shameless who dares to talk about a fair competition?" Ma Zhenhe challenged Liu Chuanwu to step into the ring, if, of course, he had the courage to fight him. Now that would be a fair competition. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuanwu asked if Ma Zhenhe really thought he was a fool who would suddenly decide to fight him. Liu Chuanwu reminded Ma Zhenhe that Ma was at the 5th advanced rank, while he was at the ordinary 9th rank. This would be a mockery, not a fight. Wasn't he ashamed of himself? Ma Zhenhe shouted that he was 48 years old, while Liu Chuanwu was 95. So what kind of mockery was he talking about? Liu Chuanwu agreed with him and said that Ma Zhenhe simply wanted to make fun of an old man. Not wanting to waste any more time here, Ma Zhenhe was about to just walk away. But before leaving, he reminded Liu Chuanwu that until he underwent gene fusion, he would remain a weakling of the ordinary 9th rank for the rest of his life. To Ma Zhenhe, Liu Chuanwu was weaker than an ant, so he didn't care if Liu continued to fuss over his so-called purebloods. Ma Zhenhe went to see Yuan Dongji and told her everything. Yuan Dongji asked Dean Ma not to worry. She then said that once he started college, Lin Zikin would see for himself that peers who had previously been weaker than him suddenly surpassed him through gene fusion or mechanical modification. When the time comes, Lin Zikin will return to his College of Evolution on his own. Ma Zhenhe turned to Principal Yuan and said that this wasn't the issue at all. Rather, Liu Chuanwu had broken the rules and therefore must be punished. Yuan Dongji picked up her cup and told Dean Ma that if he was so dissatisfied, he could simply use Liu Chuanwu's tactics against him and lure back the student who had placed second. Ma Zhenhe agreed to do as Principal Yuan had advised. After that, he left the office, slamming the door loudly behind him. Yuan Dongji said that although Ma Zhenhe usually seems calm and level-headed, whenever he encounters someone like Liu, he gets so angry that he quickly loses all sense of reason. Even after all these years, Liu hasn't changed a bit. His tongue is still just as sharp. Yuan Dongji believed that his physique could have remained the same, but unfortunately he went down the wrong path when he was young. Had he chosen the right path, he could already be the director by now. Meanwhile, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang were training by going for a run. After a long run, Shen Qinghang was drenched in sweat and could barely keep running. Shen Qinghang said breathlessly that she couldn't go on. She couldn't run anymore. They stopped. after which Lin Zikin suggested that Han Han drink some water. Lin Zikin suggested that Qing Hong end today's workout and go stretch her muscles on a nearby bench. As she prepared for her warm-up, Shen Qinghang lay down on a bench. After that, Lin Zikin began to gently stretch her leg muscles. Feeling a little embarrassed, Shen Qinghang thanked Chengni. Lin Zikin said that, given their relationship, saying thank you was too formal. As she began twirling a strand of hair around her finger, Shen Qinghang asked what their relationship was now. Were they buddies, childhood friends, or a couple? Lin Zikin replied that they were family. Shen Qinghang asked, a little annoyed, how else was she supposed to understand that? And what kind of family were they in his opinion? Shen Qinghan asked, am I really his fiancé? After saying this, Qinghan smiled and then happily declared that she was his fiancé. Shen Qinghan held out her pinky to Chengni and asked, once we graduate from college, will we get married? Lin Zikin promised to do so and held out his pinky finger. After that, they sealed their vow with their pinky fingers. And a pinky promise cannot be broken, even after 100 years. Sometime later, at the Zikin family home, someone knocked on the door and Lin Yangsheng went to answer it. Lin Yangsheng was very surprised to see Dean Ma and asked what had brought him there. Ma Zhenhe apologized for coming so late and disturbing them, then said he'd like to talk to Zikin about choosing a college. Lin Yangsheng was surprised to hear this, since Lin Zikin had already made up his mind. So why bring up this issue again so late at night? Ma Zhenhe handed over 2 frozen fish as a gift and said they were very tasty. One of his former students had given him a large quantity of them, so he brought 2 for them to try. Lin Yangsheng accepted the package and thanked Dean Ma for his generosity. Dean Ma then said it was just a small token of goodwill. Lin Yangsheng told Dean Ma that Chengyi was in the living room and suggested they go there to talk. As he entered the house, Ma Zhenhe apologized for intruding. Ma Zhenhe explained that Zikin's compatibility with gene fusion was 15%, and if he chose the path of gene fusion, his future potential would be limitless. Therefore, he really had no reason to follow the path of a pureblood, as that would only waste his talent. After accepting tea from Ms. Singh, Ma Zhenhe explained that the celestial man may have good intentions, but their theory of the pure-blooded human has yet to produce any tangible results. Ma Zhenhe assured them that this was a massive trap, and if Zikin fell into it, he would only ruin his future. Turning to Zikin, Ma Zhenhe advised him to heed his words and not follow the path of a pureblood. After all, that would turn him into a mediocre person. Instead, he advised Zikin to return to the College of Evolution. Zhang Wangxing admitted that she didn't quite understand what he meant. She then asked, hasn't Chengni already enrolled in the College of Evolution? Lin Zikin admitted that he had forgotten to tell them something a few days ago. He joined the Heavenly Man Pavilion and enrolled in the College of Martial Arts. His parents were shocked when they suddenly heard about it. Lin Zikin said he was going to follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Zhang Wangxing asked Chengni, what's going on? Lin Zikin said that first of all, he wholeheartedly agreed with the Heavenly Man Pavilion's philosophy. And since the dean of the martial arts college had offered 3 times as many benefits, he agreed to join the pavilion for half a year and try the path of a pure-blooded human. If, however, he made no visible progress during that time, he would return to the College of Evolution and pursue the path of genetic fusion. Upon hearing this, his parents felt relieved. Ma Zhenhe, on the other hand, was furious. Could this be some kind of joke? Did that poor old fool really offer triple the benefits just like that? Ma Zhenhe turned to Zikin and asked if he could offer some advice. Triple benefits are indeed a lot, but in the long run, they're nothing more than a minor advantage. He shouldn't sacrifice his future for something so trivial, and even if it's only for half a year, he'll still end up back on the path of gene fusion. Those 6 months will be enough for him to miss out on a vast amount of invaluable knowledge, and that's incomparable to what triple benefits could ever compensate for. Ma Zhenhe explained that he had been working at Shanghai University for many years and had seen far too many similar cases. Therefore, he asked Zikin to trust him and not to waste these 6 months. Lin Zikin was already tired of listening to Dean Ma. Lin Zikin thanked Dean Ma for his advice, then explained that he now firmly believed in the philosophy of the pavilion, and if he didn't at least give it a try, he would constantly think about it in the future, and it would weigh heavily on his mind. In reality, Zikin wasn't exactly unwilling to do it, but triple benefits sounded too good to pass up. Ma Zhenhe sighed quietly. He then stood up and said that since Zikin was so determined, there was no point in discussing it further. Since he had other matters to attend to, He had to say goodbye to them. Lin Yangsheng asked the dean to see him out. A short time later, at the Zi Chen family home, Lin Zichen decided to check today's news, but he was immediately shocked by the very first headline. Outrageous! The Heavenly Man Pavilion brainwashed the runner-up in the entrance exams for a provincial college in Nanjing, forcing him to abandon the path of genetic fusion and choose the path of a pure-blooded human. It's a great pity that yet another genius will soon become just another run-of-the-mill person. They even brought up the girl who placed second on the college entrance exams in Beijing 10 years ago, saying that she too became run-of-the-mill after joining the pavilion. A large number of people with a negative attitude toward the Heavenly Man Pavilion quickly gathered under the news post. Zi Chen speculated that these were hired spam bots trying to sway public opinion. They wrote that the Heavenly Man Pavilion was corrupting the younger generation and that the guy was extremely stupid. If Lin Zichen didn't want to use his brain, he could just give it to someone else. Some commenters even asked, isn't it possible to arrest everyone from the Heavenly Man Pavilion under the law? Zichen's personal information had been exposed. Not only was he at risk of being cyberbullied, but he also risked serious trouble if these cultists spotted him. Lin Zichen immediately suspected that Ma Zhenhe had leaked his personal information. Or was it someone else who hated the Heavenly Man Pavilion? But none of that mattered now. Right now, Zichen had to. Lin Zichen dialed the number and reported the leak of the student's personal information. 2 hours later, the article was finally taken down. Feeling relieved, Lin Zichen set his phone aside when suddenly he received a notification. The high school seniors in the group chat began discussing what was happening. They were surprised that Zichen had suddenly joined the Heavenly Man Pavilion, which, according to rumors, ruined students' lives. What's more, someone had even leaked photos of Lin Zichen, and now everyone online was talking about him. There was already a group of people on the internet going crazy over how handsome he was. One of the high school students asked, "Is Lin Zichen here?" The news that even Zichen's photos had been leaked made the situation even more unpleasant for him. A little later, Shen Qinghang came to see him. She told Chengni that she would be staying over at his place tonight. Noticing Zichen scrolling through his phone, Shen Qinghang asked if he was reading the news about himself. She then said that these people were terrible. They had used an innocent college applicant as a pawn, showing no basic human decency. Lin Zichen explained that this is how the struggle for power works. If you stick to your principles, you're at a disadvantage. Only the unprincipled come out on top. Shen Qinghang recalled that her mentor seemed quite powerful and asked, "Do you think if she asks her for help, she'll be able to resolve this problem for you?" Lin Zichen explained that this was a conflict between factions, and that the genetically modified faction was clearly suppressing the pureblood faction. Her mentor belonged to the genetically modified faction and had no real reason to help him. Shen Qinghang said it wouldn't hurt to try and send a message to her mentor. Soon, Mentor Yuan replied that everything had been settled. Lin Zichen was astonished by this, since only half an hour had passed. Lin Zichen asked how that was possible. Shen Qinghang tried searching for articles about Zichen, and finding nothing, said that everything had indeed been settled. Lin Zichen still found it hard to believe. He wondered if Yuan Dongji had done this for her students' sake, or because of her past relationship with Liu Chuanwu. But whatever the reason, at least it worked out in his favor. Lin Zichen asked Han Han to thank his mentor on his behalf. He was deeply grateful for her help. Shen Qinghang asked Zichen how he planned to repay her after this. Lin Zichen asked, "What do you want as a thank you?" Shen Qinghang leaned close to his face and asked, "Will you kiss me?" Sometime later, Lin Zichen continued his skin tempering sessions using qi and blood for the process. As he finished the tempering session, Lin Zichen took a deep breath. He had finally finished tempering the skin all over his body. The system notified Zichen that his biological level had been raised to the standard 7th rank. A body tempering category appeared in the interface, consisting of skin tempering, muscle tempering, and bone tempering. At this point, Lin Zichen already had 9 biological attributes, which according to Zichen's estimation was equivalent to 10 gene fusions. He could completely crush that genius from Kyoto University who had undergone 4 gene fusions. Lin Zichen's phone vibrated. Shen Qinghang had sent him a message. Shen Qinghang told Chengni that Yuan Dongji had asked her to go in for an egg retrieval next Monday. Han Han asked if he could go with her. Lin Zichen understood that Han Han would definitely undergo genetic fusion and lose her fertility, so she needed to preserve her eggs now for future in vitro fertilization. Next Monday, Shen Qinghang was lying on the hospital bed waiting for her injection. The nurse told Qinghang that the stimulation injections had been administered and asked her to come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval. Shen Qinghang thanked her and apologized for the inconvenience. Li Chunxing said it was quite a hassle. At first she thought they'd just show up and be taken away right away, but she hadn't expected to have to come back here tomorrow. Shen Qinghan admitted that she was still a little scared. Since they were already out, Li Chunxing suggested that Qinghan go shopping, to which she happily agreed. After that, Li Chunxing asked Zikin if he was coming with them. Lin Zikin declined, as he still had things to do at home. Since that was the case, Li Chunxing said that today it would just be her and Han Han in their little world for two. Upon returning home, Lin Zikin decided to start strengthening his muscles. A short while later, the system notified him that his skin and muscle toughness, as well as his blood tempering skill, had increased by 1. Lin Zikin felt that the burning sensation during muscle tempering was much stronger than during skin tempering, but it was still bearable. It took him an entire day to temper his entire right arm, but he was already starting to feel dizzy. To properly replenish his qi and blood, Lin Zikin went to eat. By squeezing the resistance band, Lin Zikin discovered that his strength had increased by 50%. As it turned out, the blood tempering technique really did suit his physique. There was a knock on the door, and Han Han said she needed to talk to him about something. Lin Zikin said the door was open and asked her to come in. Upon entering the room, Shen Qinghang explained that, according to Chunxing, they should all go out together somewhere before classes start. He Yu would be there too, so she agreed on his behalf as well. Lin Zikin took Han Han by the hand and said that if she was going, he would go too. Shen Qinghang sighed heavily and said that Chunxing had chosen the beach. She didn't want to spoil her fun, but didn't know how to refuse, especially since she had already promised. Shen Qinghang asked Chengni if he remembered when she heard those terrible sounds coming from the sea. She was scared because of that now. Lin Zikin said everything would be fine because he'd be right there with her. If worse came to worst, they'd just stay out of the water. Shen Qinghang agreed, looking embarrassed. Somewhere deep underground beneath Shanghai, on a stone altar. On the altar stood a green-skinned monster and a smaller figure. The green-skinned monster addressed the envoy and reported that the rats had finished digging. He then asked him to set a biological coordinate here. The man in the bird mask grabbed his cane with both hands. He then thrust the cane straight into the center of the altar. Next, he cut his hand with a flick of his finger and began to pour his blood onto the tip of the cane. The spilled blood began to bubble and lash out furiously. The man in the bird mask said that the coordinate had been established. Now all they had to do was wait until, on the other side in the land of origins, they found the same communication channel and established an identical biological coordinate. As soon as the coordinates resonated, the tunnels would connect to the land of origins. On the way to the beach, Li Chunxing asked He Yu when he'd managed to get his driver's license. He Yu explained that exactly 10 days after summer vacation began, his father used his connections to get him into an accelerated driving course. Chunxing asked, "Are there really courses like that?" He Yu said that if they were interested, he could talk to his father. All three of them said at once that of course they were interested, which embarrassed He Yu. And so they finally arrived at the beach, with his arms spread wide. He Yu enjoyed the sea breeze. He Yu enjoyed the sea. He was also enjoying the sight of the bikinis. Li Chunxing smacked He Yu on the head and told him to stop being such a pervert. After that, Chunxing took Han Han by the hand and suggested they go change into their swimsuits. She also asked Han Han not to pay any attention to He Yu. He Yu put his arm around Zikin and suggested they go change as well. He Yu admitted that he couldn't wait to go for a swim. Suddenly, he heard voices behind him talking about Zikin. "Isn't that the student who came in second on the entrance exams in Nanjiang province? That must be the guy who joined the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Since he joined them, he's either been brainwashed or he's incredibly stupid. He's simply ruined his future." He Yu was furious that they were discussing his friend behind his back. He asked those people, "Who are you to condemn him? Do you really think you have the right to judge a student who placed second on the Nanjing provincial exams?" Silence hung in the air. He Yu demanded an answer, then asked why they had suddenly fallen silent. Lin Zikin grabbed He Yu by the arm, dragged him along and urged him not to pay any attention to them or waste his energy. He Yu admitted that Zikin really did have a good temperament, since he himself would have already beaten them up if he were in Zikin's place. Lin Zikin replied that he simply didn't care about such things, but if he really did care, he would definitely have taken action. Yu asked what it was that he actually cared about. Li Chunxing interrupted the conversation, asking, "Are you really still asking about this?" Pointing to Han Han, she explained that what Zikin cares about most is Han Han. Yu admitted that he shouldn't even have asked. Li Chunxing said that the two of them needed to change into their swimsuits as soon as possible, too. Once the two of them had changed into their swimsuits, Lin Zikin asked Han Han if she wanted him to put sunscreen on her. Shen Qinghang agreed, and Lin Zikin proceeded to apply it to her back. Watching this, a blushing Yu silently admitted to himself that this guy really knew what he was doing. After that, with a lecherous look on his face, he offered to put sunscreen on Chunxing as well, but Li Chunxing simply ordered him to get away from her. Enjoying the process, Shen Qinghang thought to herself that Chengni really knew what he was doing. Suddenly, Han Han heard a voice say, "The great deity is awakening. It's being reborn." Startled, Shen Qinghan jumped to her feet. She then began looking around, trying to find the source of the voice. Finding no one, Shen Qinghan realized that the voice had come from the sea. Lin Zikin put his arm around the frightened Han Han and asked, "What's wrong?" To which Shen Qinghang replied that she had heard that voice again, and it had said something about a great god, rebirth, and the sea land of origins. The voice was just as eerie as before. Lin Zikin asked if it could possibly be related to the land of origins. Their current knowledge was too limited, and they couldn't figure anything out. Lin Zikin said that first, they needed to gather more information about the land of origins, and once college started, Qinghang could try to carefully ask her mentor about it. Shen Qinghang agreed to do so. Sometime later, after tempering all the muscles in his body, Lin Zikin successfully moved on to tempering his bones. However, Zikin never expected that tempering his bones would be hundreds of times more unbearable than tempering his muscles. Having finally completed the tempering of all 206 bones in his body, Lin Zikin collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. The system congratulated Lin Zikin, as he had successfully reached the ordinary 9th rank. Now Lin Zikin was just one step away from the advanced rank. According to the manual, Zikin would be able to reach the advanced biological level as soon as he could open at least one aperture in his body. However, the method for opening an aperture was described in extremely vague terms. Closing the book, Lin Zikin told himself that by all accounts, he would have to figure this out on his own. After the holidays ended, Shanghai University, Zhang Wangxing told the children that they had already arrived. On the way, Shen Qinghang asked Chengni to look over there since that ice cream shop was still there. This was exactly the place where they used to come to eat when they were kids. Zhang Wangxin suggested they go buy some ice cream. After all, they had arrived too early anyway, and they wouldn't be late for check-in if they stepped out for a bit. Shen Qinghang told Chengni that her strawberry milk-flavored ice cream was very delicious. Qinghang offered Chengni a taste and brought the spoon to his mouth. While eating the ice cream, Lin Zikin heard shouts coming from across the street. The gene combiner told Jackson that her skirt was too long today, and that because of this, it was hard for him to slip his hand under it to feel her up. Jackson said he could slip his hand under it. She didn't mind. After that, the horn combiner turned to Brother Yun and asked him to guess the number quickly instead of touching that woman. Brother Yun lost, which made the horn combiner start laughing, because if he lost, Brother Yun had to drink. The students watching began to discuss the situation. The cyborg said that Huang Jiaxin from the art college acts like an unapproachable ice queen every day. But as soon as you look, she throws herself at that guy from the evolution college, letting him hug her and touch her everywhere. His friend pointed out that people from the College of Evolution have a guaranteed future. And if he were that girl, he'd throw himself at him too. Cyborg agreed. After all, if he were a student at the College of Evolution on the inner campus, he'd also go to the outer campus every day to have fun with the girls. Lin Zikin started thinking about the inner campus after hearing this. Shanghai University is divided into two campuses, the inner and the outer. The outer campus is home to students in general education and arts programs. The inner campus is home to gene-combining students, cyborgs, and martial arts students. Since the inner campus deals with confidential matters such as gene fusion and mechanical modifications, entry and exit are strictly controlled. Students from the outer campus of the same university are not allowed to enter. It is closed to the public. Only faculty and students are allowed to enter. Zhang Wangxing said that now that the two of them are at the university and have more freedom, they shouldn't start acting recklessly like those people who drink and party on the street. They need to study hard. Zhang Wangxing asked, "Do you understand?" To which they replied yes. Lin Yangsheng was confident that Chengni and Han Han wouldn't turn out like those kids, since they had always been good kids. He then said it was already late and that it was time for Chengni and Han Han to head to the inner campus. Lin Yangsheng explained that he and his mom wouldn't be able to get in, and he also reminded Chengni that he needed to take good care of Han Han. Lin Zichen asked his parents not to worry and to take good care of Han Han. When they reached the campus entrance, the security guard asked them to show their admission notices. After checking Han Han's notice, he said everything was in order. After that, the man told Zichen that he didn't need to show his, since he knew who he was. He had placed second on the provincial exams and had been admitted to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. The security guard told Zichen that he could proceed. The inner campus was full of gene fusionists and cyborgs. After Zichen and Han Han finished processing their paperwork at the admissions office for freshmen, they headed to the dorms assigned to them. Saying goodbye to Chengni, Han Han said they would meet again that evening at the welcome party. After Zichen walked Han Han to her dorm at the College of Evolution, Lin Zichen headed to the College of Martial Arts, where he was immediately blocked by a crowd of girls who were crazy about the freshmen. They wanted Zichen to add them on WeChat, help him carry his luggage, or just take a look at him. A girl stepped out of the group and offered to escort Zichen to the dorm. He didn't refuse and thanked her. The girl turned to the freshman Zichen and told him that a ranking match was taking place nearby and asked if he wanted to watch. Lin Zichen thanked her for offering to look after him. The girl replied that it was no trouble at all. After all, it was a great honor for her to accompany such a handsome freshman as him. There are two rankings, the overall ranking and the freshman ranking. The overall ranking includes the top 500 students from the entire university, while the freshman ranking includes the top 100 new students. The top 3 in the overall ranking are powerful, advanced-level fighters. They are all gene fusion students and cyborgs, as well as upperclassmen. Only 3 students from the martial arts college made the list. They are also upperclassmen, but all rank at the very bottom of the list. An upper-class woman shared that, in fact, their martial arts college once had an upper-class woman who reached 6th place in the overall rankings. And just like Zichen, she placed second on the entrance exams and was admitted to the martial arts college. However, her development as a pure-blooded human eventually hit a ceiling, and she was gradually overtaken by those who had undergone gene fusion and mechanical modifications. Her name is Song Yuyin, and she is now an instructor at their college, as well as a leading researcher at the Heavenly Man Pavilion and Dean Liu's trusted right-hand woman. Approaching the door, the senior student told Zichen that they had arrived. Following Zichen into the room, she noticed that coming in second on the exam really did come with perks. He had been given an entire dorm room all to himself, something she was very envious of. The student turned to the freshman Zi Chen and, noting that it was very hot outside, asked if she could take a shower there. Lindsay Chen acknowledged that she had worked hard and offered to treat her to some milk tea from the shop across from the dorm. A little surprised by this, the student agreed anyway. She couldn't understand why this guy hadn't taken the bait. After treating her to milk tea with all the toppings, Zichen thanked her for walking him home, and soon he received a flurry of messages. Shen Qinghang shared photos of her room at Evolution College with Zi Chen and asked him to send her some of his own. Compared to Han Han's luxurious apartment, this tiny room suddenly lost all its appeal. Evolution College really was wealthy. Lindsay Chen quickly took a photo of his room. Shen Qinghang was disappointed by how small Zichen's dorm room was and asked why he didn't just move in with her. The bed in her dorm was even bigger than the one at home. Move in with Han Han? Zichen immediately packed his things and headed to Han Han's dorm. Lin Zichen had to admit that the College of Evolution was truly wealthy. Even their student dorms were luxurious. Compared to Han Han's luxurious apartment, the room the Martial Arts Academy had assigned him was practically a doghouse, and that was their best room. Based on what he saw, Lin Zichen wondered if Lu Chuanwu could really fulfill his promise of a threefold benefit. Shen Qinghang was delighted when she saw Lin Zichen. She asked him to come inside quickly. Then she said she had turned on the air conditioner in the living room, and now it was very cool in there. Lin Zichen admitted that this dormitory was very luxurious and clean. It was clear that Han Han's mentor truly cared for her, and that Han Han had made the right choice in accepting Yuan Dongji as her mentor. Shen Qinghang said she felt the same way. Her mentor really treated her very well. Spreading her arms wide, Shen Qinghang said that from now on, this place would be their little home. There are no parents here, and even if they ran around naked, no one would mind. Embarrassed by her words, Lin Zichen asked her not to be so wild. Shen Qinghong said she was all sweaty, so she'd take a shower first. Then she started undressing on her way to the bathroom. Lin Zikin asked her not to scatter her clothes all over the floor, but it was already too late. Since he finally had a free moment, Zikin decided to check out the app for new students that he'd downloaded earlier. Lin Zikin quickly found it. It was the Shanghai University Campus app. Inside the App Store, Lin Zikin saw a variety of developmental resources that required points to purchase. But how does one earn those points? There are 3 ways to earn points. Climb the overall rankings or the freshman rankings, accept and complete tasks assigned by the university, or represent the university in competitions and achieve excellent results. Apparently, this is much easier than earning money. Shen Qinghong called out to Chengyi, and after saying she had washed up, asked her to bring her clothes. After quickly finding her clothes, Lin Zikin headed to the bathroom. Embarrassed, Shen Qinghong told Chengyi that it was very pleasant in there and asked if he wanted to join her. After all, it would be a huge waste to use so much water just for her. Lin Zikin blushed after her suggestion that he join her in the bath. But since she had invited him, Lin Zikin agreed to soak in the bath with her. Lin Zikin got into the bath and offered to rub Han's back. After a shower and dinner, Lin Zikin began the second round of skin hardening. The second round turned out to be much harder than the first, and it took him a full 2 hours to finish hardening his entire right arm. Lin Zikin asked Han if she had a sewing needle. When Shen Qinghong brought the needle, she asked what he was going to do with it. Lin Zikin held the needle over his hand and replied that he was going to use it to test the strength of his skin after the second round of the blood tempering technique. Lin Zikin pricked the skin of his hand with the sewing needle, but the needle couldn't pierce it. Shen Qinghong remarked that the needle was very sharp, and yet even though Zikin was pressing down with all his might, he couldn't pierce the skin. Now he seemed invulnerable. Lin Zikin tried to press the needle even harder, but it couldn't withstand the pressure and snapped. Seeing this, Shen Qinghong acknowledged that this blood tempering technique was simply incredibly powerful. She even found herself wanting to follow the path of a pureblood. Lin Zikin said that after the needle test, he needed to check his hand's heat resistance, after which he held his hand over the stove's flame. Lin Zikin didn't start feeling a burning sensation until a minute later. As it turned out, the effect of the blood tempering technique was truly powerful, and combined with the biological trait, use-based adaptation, which accelerates his growth, he would eventually attain a holy body. To his surprise, Zikin suddenly received a notification. Liu Chuanwu asked if he had already completed his university registration and whether the luxurious private dormitory he had arranged for him was good enough. Lin Zikin replied that he had registered and that the dormitory was quite nice. If Zikin was free, Liu Chuanwu suggested he stop by the Heavenly Man Pavilion headquarters so he could help him settle in and introduce him to the other members. Liu Chuanwu told Zikin that he would send someone to pick him up. Lin Zikin explained that he was currently staying at his childhood friend's dorm and shared the address. Liu Chuanwu replied that in that case he would send someone to pick him up. Lin Zikin sighed wearily. In that case, he would have to go downstairs and wait. Lin Zikin got ready, and as he was leaving told Han that the dean of the martial arts college had invited him to visit the pavilion's headquarters, so he had to step out for a short while. Upon leaving the apartment, Lin Zikin noticed a shadow under a tree nearby. Hiding in the shadows, he decided to wait there for someone from the pavilion. Soon a student walked past him and suddenly felt as though he had seen this young man before. And indeed, standing by the tree was Lin Zikin, who had placed second on the entrance exams in Nanjiang province and had been admitted to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Lin Zikin greeted the student. By all accounts, he had truly become a celebrity. The student admitted that he admires Zikin for rejecting the path of genetic fusion in order to follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Moreover, he has always believed that regardless of the path chosen, as long as one's intentions are pure, it should be encouraged. The student explained that he is a freshman just like Zikin, but he is from Kyoto, and his home is very close to Kyoto University. He often wandered around the campus grounds as a child. There used to be an institute for the study of pure-blooded humans there, but after more than 20 years without progress, it was dissolved. The student hopes that the Shanghai Institute for Pure Blood Research will be able to continue its work until the day a breakthrough is achieved that will truly shake the world. As he left, the student said he hoped Lin Zikin would achieve great success at the Heavenly Man Pavilion. He then wished him good luck. Watching the stranger walk away, Lin Zikin wondered where this chatterbox had suddenly come from. Suddenly, Lin Zikin heard the loud roar of an engine. A girl on a motorcycle suddenly pulled up beside him, greeted him, and asked if he was Lin Zikin, to which Zikin replied that it was indeed him. The girl took off her helmet and introduced herself as Song Yuyan, an instructor at the martial arts college and a researcher at the Heavenly Man Pavilion. She was there to pick him up and take him to headquarters. Lin Zikin greeted her and shook her hand. He immediately realized that this was the very same Song Yuyan who had placed second on the entrance exams and chosen the path of a pureblood, a path now considered mediocre. After a brief conversation, they got on the motorcycle and headed for headquarters. Song Yuyan told Zikin that he could hug her tighter. Then she asked if he wasn't happy that such a beautiful mentor had come to pick him up. Lin Zikin replied that it was an honor for him. Sun Yuyan asked why, as a martial arts college student, he had just been standing outside the luxurious Evolution College dormitory. Lin Zikin told her that his childhood friend who had become his girlfriend lived in the dorm and that he had moved in with her. Sun Yuyan admitted that this was nice after all. Young people like them had such a wonderful life unlike her. She was almost 30, but she had never even held a man's hand, let alone lived with him. A few minutes later, Lin Zikin and Sun Yuyan arrived at headquarters. Song Yuyan suggested they go inside right away. When Lin Zikin saw the sign that read Pureblood Institute, he wondered if it was short for Institute for the Study of Purebloods. Song Yuyan showed Zikin the Institute's lounge area. When research gets tedious, you can relax here. Everything in the fridge was purchased with Institute funds, so if Zikin wanted something to eat or drink, he could just help himself. Song Yuyan tossed Zikin a can of soda and suggested they move on. She was going to give him a tour of the research area and show him around. Noticing the wind drifting through the empty corridors, Zikin asked Sister Yan why the institute was so deserted. They hadn't encountered a single living soul there the entire time. Song Yuyan awkwardly explained that the Heavenly Man Pavilion had never been held in high regard. The university allocates very little funding to it, which is why they can't even afford to maintain a large membership. To be specific, the pavilion currently consists only of the dean, her, Zikin, and 3 upperclassmen from the martial arts college. Upon hearing this, Lin Zikin was astonished, recalling his first encounter with Liu Chuanwu. Did that mean that when he first saw the dean, all the people following him had actually been hired to make an impression? In any case, if the dean could pay him triple the benefits, the rest could be worked out. Song Yuyan knocked on the door and called out to the dean that she had brought Zikin. When he opened the door, Zikin and Sister Yan saw the dean, who looked exhausted and was trembling. Upon seeing the two of them, Liu Chuanwu asked them to come in. Noticing his appearance, Song Yuyan asked the dean how long he had been cooped up in there. He replied that he had been there for nearly half a month, constantly studying the chapter on opening apertures and the blood tempering technique. But unfortunately, he had not managed to make any progress. This was really starting to wear him down. Liu Chuanwu put his hand on Zikin's shoulder and, giving a thumbs up, said that with Zikin's arrival, the path of the purebloods would definitely make greater progress in the future. The dean warned Zikin not to let Sister Yan's carefree attitude fool him, since she had once placed second on the entrance exams in Kyoto. Boasting, Yuyan said that at the time, her score on the physical fitness test had even been higher than Zikin's. She then asked if he felt a little defeated or discouraged. Dean Liu said they knew she was amazing and asked her not to upset the freshman. He then admitted that it was precisely thanks to his sister Yan's involvement that he, who had been stuck in the second round of physical tempering for decades, successfully completed the third round. He even managed to defeat advanced level, low and high rank gene combiners, despite having only the body of a pure-blooded human of the ordinary level, 9th rank. Liu Chuanwu told Zikin that although his entrance exam results weren't as high as his sister Yan's, he still had a long life ahead of him. There were even many examples of people who had achieved great feats after a long period of accumulation, so Zikin still had a good chance of surpassing her in the future. Liu Chuanwu said that he sincerely believed in Lin Zikin's potential. Yu Yan agreed with him. If Zikin worked hard, he would be able to achieve great success and surpass her. Suddenly remembering this, Liu Chuanwu decided to ask Zikin about his progress with the blood tempering technique he had taught him that summer. Had he managed to learn how to control his qi and blood? Lin Zikin replied that he had already fully mastered it. Liu Chuanwu then asked if his biological level had reached the 4th ordinary rank. Zikin replied that it had. Liu Chuanwu acknowledged that this was a decent result. Since that was the case, he entrusted Zikin to his younger sister Yan to guide him through the skin tempering process. Yu Yan had successfully completed her first round in less than 3 months after starting her freshman year, and under her guidance, he would definitely be able to successfully complete his first round of skin tempering within the first semester. Song Yuyan asked the younger man to rely on her, but Lin Zikin said he didn't need to. After all, he had already completed his first round of skin tempering during summer break. Hearing something strange, Yu Yan asked, "What did you just say?" And Dean Liu asked, "Did I hear that wrong?" Startled, Yu Yan asked, "Are you just joking?" He had been home alone all summer, and no one had taught him anything. It was already a major achievement that he'd managed to learn how to control his qi and blood. But how could he have learned skin hardening? What's more, he'd managed to harden his entire skin. Lin Zikin decided not to mention that he'd learned this after just half an hour of reading. He explained that the translation of the blood tempering technique manual contained detailed notes. After studying it for a few days, he figured out how to temper his skin. Liu Chuanwu suspected that Zikin had made a mistake somewhere, and that he had merely thought he had completed the skin tempering. So he asked Zikin to hold out his hand so he could check for himself. Before Liu Chuanwu could examine him, Zikin decided to mask his true biological level as a fifth-level practitioner using the natural camouflage of the hidden dragon. He also disguised the skin tempering process as the first round of tempering. After testing Lin Zikin, a shocked Liu Chuanwu asked, "How is this even possible? Could he really have completed the first round of skin tempering?" Upon hearing this, a surprised Yu Yan asked, "How did he manage to do that?" Liu Chuanwu asked Lin Zikin what his current biological level was, to which Zikin replied that he was at the standard 4th level. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuanwu exclaimed that Zikin was a genius, an incomparable genius. And if that were the case, it meant that the success of the pure blood path was guaranteed. With tears in his eyes, Liu Chuanwu threw himself at Zichen and told him that with his talent, his pure blood body would transcend the limits of the ordinary level and evolve to the advanced level, or even beyond. Even Yu Yan admitted that there's always someone stronger than you, just as there are heavens higher than other heavens. But now that someone even more gifted would lead them, they'd be able to advance further along the path of a pure blood. The arrival of Lin Zikin was a blessing for all of them. An elated Song Yuyan ran up to them and told Dean Liu that they must unlock Zikin's potential as soon as possible to attract more geniuses to their pavilion and secure additional funding for it. However, with a serious expression, he refused her request, as it would be reckless to reveal Zichen's compatibility with the path of a pure blood. Unleashing Zichen's potential could put him in danger. Furthermore, the importance of geniuses lies not in their numbers. Now that they have Zikin, they must invest all their resources in him and help him transcend the limits of the ordinary level. Echoing Dean Liu, Yuyan fully agreed with everything he said. There was just one thing troubling her, though. If they did this, how much funding would they lose? Without sufficient funding, how could they continue their research into the path of the pure-blooded human? Liu Chuanwu asked Yu Yan not to worry about this, as he was prepared to use his connections to secure resources for Zichen, and as soon as Zichen proved himself sufficiently, he would find him a more powerful patron for protection and security, after which they would widely publicize him and promote their pavilion's heavenly human philosophy. Song Yuyan acknowledged that this was exactly the kind of plan one would expect from the dean. As always, he had thought everything through as thoroughly as possible. Lin Zikin surmised that if he had told them he was already at the 9th ordinary rank, had completed his muscle and bone tempering, and was even in the process of finishing the second round of tempering, they would surely have completely lost their minds. Liu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zikin and declared that from now on, he no longer needed to attend classes at the martial arts college. After all, the basic courses would no longer be of any help to him. Instead, Zikin should come directly to the research institute, where his younger sister Yan would serve as his assistant. Song Yuyan pouted upon hearing that she would be a freshman's assistant. She asked Dean Liu if he really didn't think she was capable of anything at all. Liu Chuanwu reminded her that they were already researching the path of a pure-blooded human, so who cared about dignity in such a situation? They have thick enough skin not to let things like this get to them. Liu Chuanwu explained that tomorrow afternoon the university would hold a ceremonial assembly for the freshmen, followed by an entrance exam to select the king of freshmen. And with Zichen's current strength, barring something unimaginable, the title of king of freshmen will almost certainly be his. However, when he takes the test, he must remember to thoroughly crush the freshmen from the College of Evolution and the cyborgs in order to bring honor to their martial arts college. As soon as Zikin succeeds, he will give him 10 qi and blood pills. Looking at Dean Liu's smug face, Song Yuyan asked, was that really his true goal? Dean Liu also added that winning the title of King of Freshmen would earn Zichen 10 university credits. Those words were enough to pique Lin Zichen's interest. Soon, the day of the orientation ceremony for Shanghai University freshmen arrived. As they walked past Zichen, students asked, "Isn't that the guy who ranked second on the entrance exams in Nanjing province? The heavenly man who entered the pavilion? And why is he sitting next to Shen Qinghang? What's his relationship with their goddess?" After those students left, a guy whom Zichen had seen yesterday sat down next to him and asked if he still remembered him, to which Lin Zichen replied that he did. The guy then asked what the relationship was between the two of them. Lifting Han Han's hand, Lin Zichen explained that they were childhood friends, already engaged and would get married right after graduation. In that case, the redhead decided not to bother them and quietly slipped away. Lin Zichen calculated that there were 1,896 new students at the Martial Arts College, 654 at the Cyborg College, and 469 at the Evolution College. And he noticed that among all the freshmen, there was only one girl who had combined genes. Apparently, she was a Shadow Knight cat. Feeling someone's gaze on her, the gene fusion girl turned slightly to look. This girl exuded such a cold aura, which was very different from that chatterbox up front. After the vice president delivered her speech, it was the students' turn to come up and say a few words. The MC thanked Vice Chancellor Xi for her speech, then invited the freshman representative onto the stage. Everyone began applauding Li Moyu from the genius class. Many were surprised that this guy was the freshman representative. Usually this role goes to the strongest freshman of the entire class, which is why there had been rumors that it would be Ma Siwei, who had already undergone gene fusion. Li Moyu had bleached his hair, and he was also a big talker who didn't give off any aura of a genius at all. But as it turned out, you can't judge a book by its cover. As he walked toward the stage, Li Moyu relished, seeing everyone around him looking surprised and wanted even more. He had deliberately bleached his hair and acted like a chatterbox to create a contrast. And now his moment had come to build up his aura. He would finally be able to put on a big show. Li Moyu stepped onto the stage and asked if everyone had heard of Li Yingjin. Lin Zichen wondered, who doesn't know about that genius from Kyoto University? Li Moyu said that most people are unaware that Li Yijing has a younger brother who is just as talented. He was the top-scoring student on this year's Kyoto entrance exams, and his genetic compatibility is as high as 16%. His exam scores match those of the top female student from Nanjing province, who ranked first in the country, and his physical fitness test score was the highest in the entire country. And this brilliant younger brother is none other than Li Moyu, standing right here in front of them. Meanwhile, everyone sat there with their mouths agape in shock. Li Moyu explained that back when he was in high school, he and his brother had agreed that his brother would be responsible for breaking records at Kyoto University, while he would do the same at Shanghai University. Li Moyu declared that the records of both universities would belong entirely to them, the Li brothers from Kyoto. And now he asked to be allowed to demonstrate what fifth-rank ordinary biological pressure was, immediately releasing his aura. The students felt sluggish under the fifth-rank ordinary biological pressure. Most of them were only at the third rank, while some were merely at the second. This was precisely the gap between them and a genius. It filled their hearts with despair. With a smug smile, Li Moyu introduced himself again and asked everyone to remember this. Shen Qinghang quietly told Chengni that Li Moyu on stage was clearly some kind of fool. He was only at the fifth ordinary rank, yet he already thought he was invincible. He didn't even realize that Chengni could easily crush him with a single finger. Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghang to keep this to herself. Li Moyu headed back to his seat, while the host asked the audience to give a loud round of applause as they invited the Student Council President, Zhou Xuehong, onto the stage to speak on his behalf. The president took the stage, and the host handed him the microphone. After welcoming the freshmen, the president introduced himself as Zhou Xuehong, president of the Shanghai University Student Union. He then said that he was there today primarily to discuss three important matters. First, student discipline at the university is not enforced by faculty members. It is overseen by the student union, which wields power beyond their imagination. Second, the student union recruits 10 students from among the freshmen every year at the beginning of the spring semester. The selection criteria are based solely on strength. Freshmen wishing to join the student union must duly demonstrate their strength over the next 6 months. The president explained that the university campus is a place where strength reigns supreme. It essentially operates on the primitive principle of survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest dynamic, where upperclassmen oppress underclassmen, occurs frequently. Therefore, they must all be mentally prepared for this. Looking down at the students in attendance, Zhou Shuihong said that was all he wanted to say. And before he stepped off the stage, he would let each of them experience the power of an advanced level. Immediately after these words, Zhou Shuihong released his aura, shocking everyone present even more. Faced with such overwhelming biological pressure, they could barely breathe and felt extremely uncomfortable. The biological pressure released by Chairman Zhou Shuihong was indeed overwhelming, but from such a distance it had virtually no effect on Lin Zikin, who was at the 9th ordinary rank. When the chairman finished his demonstration and left the stage, the audience suddenly relaxed. It was a good thing it had lasted only 5 seconds, but even that was enough to make them feel as if they might die right there. An advanced level practitioner is truly terrifying. Yuan Dongji took the stage and announced that, following the conclusion of the freshman orientation, they would immediately begin the entrance exam right there. The rules themselves were very simple. In the center of the gym is a large martial arts arena, and whoever manages to stand alone on it for more than 1 minute will be crowned this year's king of the freshmen and receive 100 points, 10 times more than last year. The second person to stand alone for 1 minute will take second place and receive 90 points. There are 10 spots in the rankings, and the last place finisher will receive 10 points. The students in the genius class were confident that their class would take the top 10 spots, just as it had in previous years. During the test, if even one freshman from a non-genius class manages to make it into the top 10, all freshmen, except those in the genius class, will receive 1 point each. 1 point was already worth 10,000 yuan, so the students from the non-genius classes immediately began negotiating to secure at least one spot in the top 10 after all. That would put them in the black. Suddenly, one of the freshmen shouted at the others to shut up. Snatching the microphone, Yu shouted that he was from the 6th evolution class, and that his desk neighbor was Lin Zikin. He assumed everyone there must know that Lin had placed second on the entrance exams in Nanjing province and had been admitted to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Yu shouted even louder that Lin Zikin was the strongest among the freshmen in the regular class. When the test began, they all had to focus on taking on the genius class to help Lin Zikin break into the top 10. Upon hearing this, the freshmen instantly decided to band together to help Lin Zikin break into the top ranks. They must do everything in their power to clear the path for Lin Zikin. Dean Liu Chuanwu asked Chairman Zhou if he wasn't being too petty. Just because Li Yijin had beaten him in the martial arts arena at the beginning of the year, was it really necessary to take his anger out on his younger brother? Dean Ma Zhenhe smirked and said that when it came to pettiness, who among the nearly 20,000 people at Shanghai University could surpass Liu Chuanwu? Liu Chuanwu pointed out that his pettiness was directed solely at the person involved and that he never dragged his family into it. Zhou Shuihong turned to Dean Ma and said that he had heard his daughter had achieved an exceptional result on the entrance exams. Ma Zhenhe replied that she had indeed done quite well and had even placed 3rd in Kyoto. Zhou Shuihong suggested to Dean Ma that he allow his daughter to join the student union. He was willing to mentor her as a potential future president. Ma Zhenhe did not refuse the offer and said he would count on the president. Since she was a genius, the president promised to ensure she received the support she deserved. President Zhou Shuihong asked who, in their opinion, among the top freshmen would become this year's king of freshmen, Li Moyu or Ma Siwei. The bald man with the scar suggested it would be Li Moyu, since his biological level had already reached the 5th rank of the ordinary level. With such physical strength, he was practically unbeatable among the freshmen. After that, the cyborg woman said that although Dean Ma's daughter scored slightly lower than Li Moyu on the entrance exams, she had successfully fused with the genes of a Shadow Knight cat during summer break, and her current strength might be on par with Li Moyu's. The chairman was of the opinion that it would be Li Moyu. Although Ma Siwei had undergone genetic fusion, it had been only partial. Therefore, the increase in her strength should be quite limited. Liu Chuanwu said loudly that, in his view, this year's king of the freshmen would be neither Li Moyu nor Ma Siwei. Everyone's eyes turned to the dean as they wanted to hear his prediction. Liu Chuanwu said that the king of freshmen would be a member of his Heavenly Man Pavilion, Lin Zikin. Ma Zhenhe pointed out that Lin Zikin's score on the physical aptitude test during the entrance exams didn't even rank in the top 10 among this year's freshmen, and then asked on what grounds Zikin would become the freshman king. Was it simply because he was in the pavilion, or is it because Li Chuanwu was constantly bragging about him as if he were selling overpriced melons? Li Chuanwu asked Dean Ma if he didn't believe him. If that was the case, wouldn't he dare to make a bet? An angry Ma Zhenhe asked, "Why shouldn't I dare?" Liu Chuanwu suggested betting 100 points, and Ma Zhenhe instantly agreed. He just asked Lu Chuanwu not to go back on his word if he lost. Liu Chuanwu asked the others, "Why don't you place a bet too, just for fun?" Given Vice Chancellor Yuan's status, he suggested that he bet 1,000 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Dongji agreed. The others also agreed to place a bet just for fun. Watching this, Ma Zhenhe still couldn't understand why that old scoundrel had the nerve to make such a bet. Could it be that he'd bribed Li Moyu to lose on purpose? But his daughter was still downstairs, or perhaps, could it be that Lin Zikin might actually become this year's freshman king? But that was practically impossible. The dean of the Cyborg College asked Dean Ma, "Aren't you upset? After all, Lin Zikin, who placed second on the provincial entrance exams, was supposed to enroll in his College of Evolution, but Dean Liu had poached him." Dean Liu replied that Zikin had only placed second in the province and that his college was full of such talented students. One missing student wouldn't make a difference. The dean of the Cyborg College found this simply ridiculous. After all, he had recently heard that Dean Ma had managed to poach the last 3 upperclassmen from the Heavenly Man Pavilion, and now he was pretending not to care. Wasn't this blatant revenge? Lu Chuanwu was very pleased with himself, since 9 people had given him 100 points each, and 1 had given him 1,000. This time, he would be able to make a fortune. A battle cry rang out from the freshman classrooms. They were about to take down the genius class. Hearing the commotion, the deans realized that the entrance exam had finally begun. As soon as the entrance exam began, the students attacked each other, starting to fight with their fists and feet. Some students from the class of geniuses who were being beaten began begging for the beating to stop, as they were ready to surrender. Lin Zikin understood that many students in the class of geniuses had gotten there only because of their high compatibility with gene fusion. As for those who truly possessed real power, these were the 12 elite students, led by Li Moyu and Ma Siwei. Thanks to the threat sense attribute of the abyss fish, Lin Zikin discovered that Li Moyu and Ma Siwei had already reached the 5th ordinary rank, while the remaining 10 were at the 4th ordinary rank. After beating up nearly all the students in the genius class, the fighting spirit of the other classes soared. Was this really all the genius class was capable of? Convinced of their strength, the students headed toward the remaining 12 students of the genius class and ordered them to stop hiding and come down to take their beating. One of the 12 jumped down and smirked. He said that they had defeated the weak by relying on their numbers, but now they had suddenly gotten cocky. The massive student ordered them to come straight at him. He suggested they attack him however they wanted. He was ready to let them feel just how insignificant they really were. The students from the non-elite classes surged forward. Why should they be afraid of anyone when they had the numerical advantage? They believed that if each of them landed a single blow, they could easily knock this elite student to the ground. The elite student charged at the crowd. Immediately afterward, he delivered a sweeping kick to the crowd, calling them nobodies. With just a single kick, the elite student managed to send 3 non-elite students flying. The students from the non-elite classes stopped. Afterward, their opponent mockingly explained that ants would always remain ants. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on an elephant. They clearly couldn't defeat such an opponent. The leader of the students called out to Lin Zikin and shouted that their opponent was arrogant and was calling their class a swarm of ants. He told Zikin to defeat him. Since that was the case, Lin Zikin slowly made his way to the ring. He was ready to personally face such a powerful opponent. Upon seeing Zikin, the elite student realized that this was indeed the student with the best physical stats in Nanjiang province. He then admitted that he had wanted to fight him for a long time. The student from the elite class introduced himself as Liu Qizhi, the top-scoring student on the college entrance exams in Yunnan province. His 100-meter sprint time was 5.69 seconds, his vertical jump was 4.52 meters, and he could lift 1,150 kilograms with one hand. He then asked Lin Zikin if he was going to reveal his entrance exam scores. Lin Zikin replied that he didn't need to reveal his scores. And with a sharp kick to Liu Qizhi's face, he added that Liu would find out the hard way anyway. A single blow from Lin Zikin was enough to knock one of the 12 strongest students in the elite class out of the ring. Students from the non-elite class began chanting in Zikin's honor. At the same time, both the teachers and the elite students were stunned by what had happened. Even Li Moyu had thought that Zikin would win through tactics, but instead he won using sheer strength. Yuan Dongji wondered just how strong Lin Zikin really was. Ma Zhenhe noted to himself that, even though he appeared so calm and noble, Zikin was utterly ruthless at heart. Following Li Qizhi, a student who introduced himself as Luo Yongjian, jumped into the ring. He said he had the best record in Jiangxi province. His 100-meter time was. Not wanting to drag this out, Lin Zikin instantly closed in on Luo Yongjian and knocked him out with a kick. Students from the non-elite class shouted in amazement at how incredible this was. Zikin is completely crushing these arrogant geniuses. It looks as though the regular class has its own genius too. Li Moyu and Ma Siwei pointed out that if they didn't step up now, the title of King of the Freshmen would go to the regular class. Immediately after those words, Ma Siwei leaped down. The students in the elite class began mocking the non-elite students, as they were certain that their sister Wei was much stronger than Zikin and would definitely be able to crush him. The students from the elite class shouted at Sister Wei, urging her to show what their class of geniuses was capable of. Meanwhile, the non-elite students shouted at Zi Chen, urging him not to show mercy just because his opponent was a girl. They believed in Chen's victory. But Lin Zikin had no intention of rushing into it, for he now had a rare chance to observe the gene fuser up close. Making the first move, Ma Siwei lunged toward Zikin, crossing nearly the entire ring in an instant. Even Lin Zikin was forced to acknowledge her speed. Dodging her kick, Lin Zikin surmised that this was precisely the boost Ma Siwei had gained from merging with the genes of the Shadow Knight cat. While Lin Zikin calmly pondered the cat's gene combiner, Ma Siwei was taken aback by how easily he had managed to dodge her attack. Sensing danger, Ma Siwei immediately put some distance between them. She realized that in her current state she posed no real threat to Zikin, which meant continuing the fight in the same vein was pointless. Ma Siwei told Zi Chen that if he gave her 30 seconds, she would fully activate her Shadow Knight cat genes, and then they would fight for real. Lin Zi Chen was all for such an opportunity, so he agreed to wait. It was a rare opportunity to observe the activation of genes, and it would be foolish to pass it up. Ma Siwei got down on all fours and began to activate her genes. Her fingernails lengthened into claws, her ears grew larger, and a cat's tail sprouted from her tailbone. Seeing this, the people around Dean Ma began discussing the dean's daughter, praising her. They were surprised that the dean's daughter's genes had fused to such a high degree, and that her talent for gene fusion was exceptionally high. Ma Siwei turned out to be an even greater genius than they had initially thought. Such a person is definitely worthy of being the third best performer on the Jingdu graduation exams, and her talent surpasses that of the top students from other provinces. Dean Ma, however, was not quite as enthusiastic. His daughter had only recently completed her gene fusion, and if she continued at this pace, her body could suffer serious consequences. She was just as stubborn and ambitious as she had been as a child. When the gene activation was complete, Ma Siwei's hands had developed cat-like paw pads, and markings appeared on her face. In a haughty tone, Ma Siwei told Zikin that he was too arrogant. She then asked if he had really just been waiting for her to fully activate. As she prepared to lunge, Ma Siwei warned Zikin that he would pay the price for his arrogance. And in the very next moment, her foot was right by Lin Zikin's head. If Ma Siwei had previously been at the 5th rank of the ordinary level, dodging the attack, Lin Zikin surmised that she was now close to the 6th rank. Ma Siwei was stunned that Lin Zikin had managed to dodge it. Even after fully activating her genes, she still couldn't reach him. Ma Siwei continued her assault, hoping to at least graze Zikin, but he dodged every one of her strikes. Ma Siwei tried to figure out why she couldn't hit him, and how such a thing could even be possible. By this point, Lin Zikin had gathered virtually all possible data on the carrier of the Shadow Knight cat genes. Therefore, there was no longer any point in wasting time on her. Lin Zikin launched a sudden attack on Ma Siwei, landing a punch right in her face. This sent Ma Siwei flying out of the ring and into the audience. Ma Siwei wondered how this was possible. Seeing Ma Siwei's condition, the students were stunned. Lin Zikin had turned her beautiful face into a swollen mess. Coming to her senses, Ma Siwei pressed her hands to her aching face. Her father, Ma Zhenhe, immediately ran to her, eager to help. After taking his daughter away, Ma Zhenhe called out to Zikin and asked how he could possibly have hit a girl. Was he even a man after doing something like that? Lin Zikin said that on the path of evolution, there are no differences between men and women, only strength matters. Li Moyu told Zikin that it was well said, on the path of evolution, only strength matters. After that, Li Moyu jumped into the ring, causing a commotion in the hall. Li Moyu was the last hope of the elite class, and he simply could not let them down. His students wanted him to crush Zikin without mercy and avenge his sister Wei. Li Moyu told Lin Zikin that he was a true master of agility who had deliberately pretended to be nothing more than the second best in the entrance exams, only to crush the top students from each province one by one during the entrance test. Unfortunately for Zikin, however, he wasn't the only one hiding his strength, because he did the same. Suddenly, Li Moyu's muscles bulged, his hair turned black, returning to its true color, and his face flushed red. The deans were surprised by what they saw, for Li Moyu, too, turned out to be a gene carrier. Moreover, he was a carrier of the genes of the demonic one-eyed monkey, genes that only those whose physical strength has reached an advanced level are capable of fusing with. And judging by Li Moyu's biological pressure, he had already reached the 6th ordinary rank. While still at the ordinary level, he had successfully fused with the genes of the demonic one-eyed monkey, proving that he was just like his brother, a monstrous genius. Liu Chuanwu froze in shock and felt his heart sink. It was all over now. He was definitely doomed. He had bet 1,900 points, which was equivalent to 19 million yuan. Wang Shuzhe and Lu Gang received a message and stepped aside. The organization had assigned them a mission. The boss explained that he had already planted an advanced-level demon seed in a park outside the university. He ordered the two of them to retrieve the seed, after which they were to find a way to force Li Moyu to consume it. Wang Shuzhe reminded the boss that Li Moyu was a young master of the Li family in Jingdu. He then asked if it wasn't too risky to force him to absorb the demon seed. The boss explained that the organization's backing was far stronger than they could even imagine, and the humble Li family of Jingdu could be wiped out with a snap of their fingers. Wang Shuzhe turned to Ji and asked, "Are we really going to do this?" To which Ji replied, "Do we have any other choice?" Lin Zikin immediately realized who the genes implanted in Li Moyu belonged to. It was a demonic-eyed monkey, a mutated beast that had maximized both its strength and defense at the expense of its speed. Once they reach maturity, most individuals attain an advanced biological level, while a few exceptionally strong ones are capable of reaching a rare level. Li Moyu said that although Lin Zikin and Ma Siwei are recognized as the top freshmen at Shanghai University, just like him, the gap between their strength and his is enormous. That's why Li Moyu was curious to see if Zikin could remain as calm and composed as before once they began fighting. No sooner had Li Moyu finished speaking than Lin Zikin lunged at him, preparing to strike. Reacting at the last moment, Li Moyu dodged the blow. Lin Zikin acknowledged that Moyu's reaction speed was decent, since he had managed to dodge a strike that Lin had limited to 6th rank speed at the standard level. That being the case, Lin Zikin decided to increase his speed to the 7th rank. Lin Zikin's speed surged dramatically, and he delivered a sharp blow to Li Moyu's face. Thanks to this strike, he realized that Li Moyu's defense was exceptionally strong compared to others at the same rank. After taking the blow, Li Moyu said it was unfair, since Zikin had attacked from ambush. However, now that he was fully focused, it would be difficult for Zikin's strikes to land on him. Watching the fight, the spectators realized that although Lin Zikin was fast, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to inflict any significant damage on Li Moyu. After catching up to Li Moyu, Lin Zikin began unleashing a rapid series of attacks, which Li Moyu managed to block as best he could. Li Moyu was indeed slower than Zikin, but his superior defense gave him a wide margin of safety. Lin Zikin, on the other hand, wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from Li Moyu. To everyone, the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. By this point, Lin Zikin had already finished testing Li Moyu's reaction speed with his monster genes activated. So he leaped back, creating distance between them. Now Lin Zikin wanted to test Li Moyu's strength. Li Moyu admitted that he had underestimated Zikin's speed, but his weakness was obvious. No matter how hard Lin Zikin tried, he was unable to harm him. And unfortunately, in this duel, Zikin was destined to lose. Li Moyu shouted that it was now his turn and rushed into the attack. They shouted at Lin Zikin to dodge the attack, but he simply froze in place. The deans reminded Dean Mo not to forget to transfer the points they had bet on. Li Moyu struck Lin Zikin squarely on the head, releasing a powerful surge of pressure. Suddenly, there was a loud crunch of bones. Immediately afterward, Li Moyu collapsed to the ground and began screaming in pain. His arm was broken. The spectators were stunned by what had happened. What had just happened and what had happened to Li Moyu, and had Lin Zikin really won? It was too unbelievable. Lin Zikin realized what had happened. The fusion of the demonic one-eyed monkey's genes had granted Moyu immense power, so immense that he had broken his own arm. The offensive power had exceeded Lee Moyu's own defenses. Lin Zikin told the medics that Lee Moyu's right arm appeared to have suffered a comminuted fracture and advised them to hurry up and go help him. Suddenly, Yuan Dongji ordered Zikin to step back, then landed next to Lee Moyu. After examining his arm, she could say with certainty that his entire right arm was broken, and she surmised that this had happened because he had struck Lin Zikin in the face and been hit by the recoil of his own force. But even if that were the case, just how tough must Lin Zikin's face be? Yuan Dongji popped a pill into Lee Moyo's mouth. Lin Zikin sensed Yuan Dongji trying to gauge his strength using mental energy and hoped that his natural camouflage as a hidden dragon would help conceal it. After testing Lin Zikin, Yuan Dongji assessed his biological level as a standard 6th rank. However, the toughness of his skin far exceeded that of others at the same level. As for his bones and muscles, they were incredibly hard. Yuan Dongji wondered, is that really all there is to him? When Yuan Dongji returned to the other deans, the scarred dean asked what Lin Zikin's true strength was. Yuan Dongji replied that he was a standard 6th rank with unusually strong physical attributes. She hadn't been able to detect anything out of the ordinary. Having overheard the elders' conversation, Lin Zikin realized that his natural camouflage had worked. He had managed to deceive them. By this point, Lee Moyu had fully recovered and had already returned to his human form. Examining his hand, he asked what kind of miraculous pill she had just given him. He had managed to fully recover without any side effects. Lin Zikin asked Lee Moyu if his hand had healed completely, to which Lee Moyu replied cheerfully that he was perfectly fine. Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin ordered him to get lost and kicked him out of the ring. Stunned, Lee Moyu shouted at Lin Zikin that once his gene fusion reached a new level, he would definitely defeat him right there on that stage. Meanwhile, students from both the elite and non-elite classes began arguing. The students accused each other of arrogance, since that's how they behaved after a defeat. Some of the elite students shouted that Lee Moyu had lost to Lin Zikin, not to them, to which the others replied that Lin Zikin's victory was a victory for the entire regular class, and so more than a minute passed. Students from the regular classes congratulated Lin Zikin on being crowned this year's freshman king and shouted about how awesome he was. He was the pride of their class. Now that Lin Zikin had secured the title of freshman king, he decided to do this. Lin Zikin leaped toward the elite class. Then he snatched a girl from there. The students immediately recognized Shen Qinghang from the genius class. But what did Lin Zikin want from her? Lin Zikin lifted Han Han and leaped toward the ring. Embarrassed, Shen Qinghan asked Chengni, does he really want to? Shen Qinghan tried to figure it out. Was he really going to reveal their relationship to everyone right now? Lin Zikin jumped down from the ring and announced that he was taking all the spots from 2nd to 10th. The elite class students who heard this weren't going to put up with Zikin's antics. He had gone too far, so they all banded together to grab and beat him up in order to knock him out of the top 10. They also had no intention of forgiving Zikin's accomplice, Shen Qinghang, and planned to punish the traitor. A crowd of students from the elite class rushed toward the ring, but in just a few seconds they were knocked out by Lin Zikin's fists. Even Ma Siwei, who had been knocked out, returned to the ring and attacked Shen Qinghang from behind, wanting to settle the score with the traitor. But before she could get close to Qinghang, Lin Zikin rushed onto the stage and sent her flying with a kick. Seeing his Wei defeated once again, Dean Ma grew anxious for his daughter. Lin Zikin had completely crushed his opponents from the elite class. He assumed there was no one left here who would dare to challenge him. The judge's voice congratulated Shen Qinghang on taking 2nd place. Since the remaining 8 spots were vacant, Lin Zikin suggested that the students from the regular class take turns filling them themselves. They get a spot, he gets the points. Many students immediately raised their hands and asked to be placed in the top 10, as they wanted to at least experience what it was like to be in the top 10. According to calculations, the total number of points for the top 10 spots is 550. Add to that the 9 points awarded to freshmen from the regular class, bringing the total to 559 points. Outraged by the outcome of the competition, Ma Zhenhe shouted at Yuan Dongji that this was completely unacceptable. He pointed out that Lin Zikin's actions clearly violated university regulations, and since he had already won the title of freshman king, how could he then take all the spots in the top 10 and hand them out? Liu Chuanwu asked how exactly Lin Zikin had broken the rules. Furthermore, since when has the entrance exam prohibited selecting the fighters who will take the spots? Liu Chuanwu's intervention once again riled up Ma Zhenhe. He explained that just because there is no explicit rule does not make such behavior acceptable. Lin Zikan is simply exploiting a loophole in the rules. Yuan Dongji agreed with Dean Ma's assessment, as it was indeed a loophole in the rules. However, it could only be corrected starting next year. Changing the rules now would be unfair to Lin Zikan. Ma Zhenhe was forced to admit that the vice president was right. Suddenly, the mysterious boss informed Li Yingze and Wang Shuzhe that their plan had changed. They had to forget about the scheme involving Li Moyue. Now their target has shifted to Lin Zikan. They must force him to consume an advanced-level demon seed and recruit him into their organization. After completing the entrance exam, Dean Liu rushed over to Lin Zikan to hug him and asked how many more surprises he was still hiding from him. Lin Zikan dodged the dean and asked if he had forgotten his promise, to which Ma Chuanwu replied that of course he wouldn't forget something like that, and handed Zikan 10 qi and blood pills, as well as his triple benefits for this semester. He transferred 300 points directly to Lin Zikan and told him to buy whatever he needed. Ma Chuanwu wasn't too upset about the losses. After all, Lin Zikan had just helped him win 1,900 points in a bet. Approaching Lin Zikan, Liu Chuanwu asked him to answer honestly. How much strength was he hiding, and what was his actual rank? Lin Zikan lied, saying he was at the 6th rank of the ordinary level. He had already completed the first round of skin tempering, had tempered his facial muscles a bit, and had been born with unusually strong facial bones. Liu Chuanwu was stunned by what he heard and, spitting as he spoke, asked, "Could it be that you've really studied body tempering?" Weeping with joy, Liu Chuanwu declared with absolute confidence that by the time he graduated, Lin Zikan would be able to reach an advanced level while remaining a pure-blooded human. Liu Chuanwu told Zikan that he must stay the path of a pure-blooded human, and in the future he would achieve great things. Lin Zikan asked the dean not to worry about it, as he would do just that. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Zikan took out some qi and blood pills and examined one of them. Eager to experience the pill's effects as soon as possible, Lin Zikan swallowed it. The system notified Lin Zikan that his qi and blood had increased by 108. Lin Zikan was surprised by this result, since this boost wasn't even comparable to running a few kilometers under the effect of his first biological attribute, usage-based adaptation. Since he didn't really need pills like these, Lin Zikan decided to simply give them to Han Han. Upon returning to the room, Shen Qinghang was surprised to see Chengni there and asked when he had managed to get back, to which Lin Zikan replied that he had returned about half an hour ago. After that, he tossed Han Han a qi and blood pill and suggested she find out how it would help her. Shen Qinghan was a little surprised by the sudden pill, but she swallowed it anyway. Lin Zikan asked how it was working. Shen Qinghan explained that warmth was spreading throughout her body and her qi and blood had become more abundant. Shen Qinghan admitted that the pill worked amazingly well. Lin Zikan said the pill hadn't helped him much and offered the remaining ones to Han Han. She should take 1 pill a day. The next day, upon arriving at the Pure Blood Institute, Lin Zikan greeted Sister Yan. She then welcomed the King of Freshmen. While continuing her morning exercises, Song Yuyan said she'd heard from the dean that Lin Zikan was actually at the 6th level of biology and had even mastered physical tempering. Lin Zikan replied that it was true. Upon hearing this, Yuyan admitted that he was exceptionally talented. She rushed over to hug him and said that, thanks to his joining them, the Heavenly Man Pavilion would surely shake the entire world and change people's perceptions. Lin Zikan turned away from his sister and suggested they get to work as soon as possible. Even after many years of research, Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan had been unable to comprehend the chapter on opening the aperture in the treatise on blood tempering. Lin Zikan surmised that he would have to study the original text on his own. With his biological trait of innate wisdom enhancing his abilities, such research was a piece of cake. Song Yuyan called out to Zikan and told him that members of the student union were waiting for him at the entrance to the research institute. She assumed they wanted Zikan to join them because he had performed so well yesterday. Without looking up from his research, Lin Zikan replied that he wasn't interested. Song Yuyan added that union members receive a monthly allowance in the form of points. Seeing Zikan's reaction upon hearing about the allowance, Yuyan smiled. At the entrance to the institute, Lin Zikan was greeted by the student union president, Zhou Shuihong. Lin Zikan shook his hand and returned the greeting. The president then explained that he was there to officially invite Lin Zikan to join the student union as a candidate who would be groomed to become the future president. Chairman Zhou explained that joining the union offers many benefits, including special meals for all 3 daily meals. Lin Zikin would also participate in making both major and minor decisions across the entire university and receive a monthly allowance in the form of credits, in addition to other privileges. The chairman asked Zikin if he wanted to join the student union. Without hesitation, Lin Zikin agreed, after which the chairman set one condition. Lin Zikin must renounce the path of a pure-blooded human and choose the path of genetic fusion. Lin Zikin asked why, to which Chairman Zhou replied that the student union only accepts geniuses with a future. He acknowledged that Lin Zikin was currently very talented, but if he refused to follow the path of genetic fusion, even the greatest talent would ultimately remain stuck at an ordinary level. The chairman cited Dean Liu and instructor Song as living examples of this mistake. Lin Zikin asked Chairman Zhou whether it was mandatory to follow the path of a gene fuser in order to join the student union, to which he replied that it was a prerequisite. Upon hearing this, Lin Zikin refused, saying he wasn't interested, and simply walked away. All the council members were stunned by his refusal. Lin Zikin understood that no matter how generous the student council's perks might be, how could they possibly compare to those of the pavilion? The council members were furious at the behavior of this new king of freshmen. Had he really lost his mind to cling so stubbornly to the path of a pureblood? Or had he simply become arrogant after receiving the title? This freshman was truly ignorant, and sooner or later he would regret this decision. Even the chairman had told them that the Heavenly Man Pavilion was heavily brainwashing people. So the union members decided there was no point in wasting any more energy on Zi Chen. Zhou Shuihong asked everyone to forget about it. Instead, they should go recruit other geniuses. And a genius with no future isn't a genius at all, just trash. Upon hearing what had happened outside, Sister Yan slammed her fist on the table in anger and asked how a student union made up of teenagers barely in their 20s could still think like ancient fossils. At that moment, she realized they were completely hopeless. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a door opening. Obviously, their Dean Liu had returned. But when they saw the state the dean was in, Lin Zikin and Song Yuyan were taken aback. Song Yuyan acknowledged that the dean's generosity was truly remarkable. After all, for the sake of advancing the pureblood path, he had even gone so far as to sell his body day and night to secure funding for them. Song Yuyan declared that his name would surely go down in the history of the pureblood path. Listening to Yuyan's gloating, Liu Chuanwu wondered, is it really that hard for her to avoid bringing up the selling his body thing every single time? Liu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zikin and advised him to remember his words. Women are an obstacle on the path of evolution. They will drain his strength and leave him empty. Liu Chuanwu advised his student to avoid women if he could. After that, Liu Chuanwu sat down on the sofa and recalled that the university provided housing for the families of talented students. He could also arrange for them to work within the university. Liu Chuanwu asked Lin Zikin if he wanted to bring his parents here. Lin Zikin was delighted by the news and told Dean Liu that he would go home this weekend to discuss it with his parents. Liu Chuanwu took out his phone and explained that he had also granted Zikin permission to carry out missions assigned by the university. With his current strength, Lin Zikin didn't need to wait until the second semester. Dean Liu suggested that Zikin start completing missions to earn points and advised him not to waste time that could be used to become stronger. Song Yuyan said that every week she goes off campus to complete missions and convert them into points. In the future, Lin Zikin will be able to join her to learn the process and gain experience. She also mentioned that she'll soon take on a mutant hunting mission and bring Zikin along to broaden his horizons. Lin Zikin told Sister Yan that he's counting on her. After that, Lin Zikin took out his phone to see what missions were available on the university app. The missions assigned by the university were minor tasks, and most of them were worth 1 or 2 points. Although the rewards were low, they matched the low difficulty level, making them extremely popular. Lin Zikin decided to check which student assignments were worth looking into more closely, and soon found a mission to find a sparring partner. The requirements were for a girl, preferably with animal ears, fair-skinned, attractive, and with long legs. The reward was 5 points per month. Looking at this, Lin Zikin wondered, was this person looking for a sparring partner or a girlfriend? Since he hadn't found anything interesting in the student missions, Lin Zikin decided to check out the missions off campus. There were plenty of such missions, and the rewards were high, but the locations of the first few missions he came across were a bit far away. In one mission, he would need to capture 7 suspects in a robbery, presumably mutants or cyborgs on the outskirts of Tianjin. The reward was 30 points. The second mission involved hunting a mutant, a bloodthirsty sea dragon in Jinkai Bay, in the city of Chengzhou. Scrolling a little further, Lin Zikin found a mission that suited him and accepted it. He was to capture a female gene fuser who had gone into a rage. The Catwoman's overall strength is rated at the 6th standard rank, a shadow-type fusion. She has already killed 9 people and is currently active in various red light districts of Shanghai. The bounty is 50 points. Suddenly, Song Yuyan peeked over Lin Zikin's shoulder and, glancing at her phone, asked, "Did you really accept a mission involving the Catwoman?" She then offered to go on the mission with him. Lin Zikin said that wasn't necessary and asked Sister Yan how she found out about it. She replied that the mission page showed who had accepted it. Glancing at the mission page, Lin Zikin saw that only 28 people had accepted it. 26 of them were upperclassmen. That meant there was one other freshman besides him. To his surprise, it was Ma Siwei. But she was only a 5th-rank ordinary level player, so why did she dare accept this mission? Clearly, she had some help. As he said goodbye, Lin Zikin told Sister Yan that it was already late and he needed to go have dinner. Yu Yan asked him to be careful on his way home. On his way home, Lin Zikin could clearly sense that someone was following him. Thanks to his sense of danger ability, Lin Zikin was able to determine that this person was at the 7th rank of the ordinary level. The person jumped out from behind cover, called out to Zikin, and headed straight for him. The upperclassman asked Zikin what Wei Wei had done to him that he was attacking her. He had hit and kicked her during the entrance exam, and now he was competing with her for the same off-campus mission. The senior speculated that Lin Zikin might have done this on the orders of the villain Lu Chuanwu. The guy asked Zikin what kind of man would treat a girl so cruelly, and he challenged Zikin to a fight. If, of course, Zikin had the guts. Lin Zikin asked the nuisance if he'd been sent by Ma Siwei or Dean Ma. The guy shouted back that it was neither of them. He'd come on his own because he couldn't stand that kind of behavior. Lin Zikin asked, "So what?" After that, the guy demanded once again that Zikin fight him. Lin Zikin decided to simply ignore this nuisance and walk away. He just couldn't believe that even at the university, he was still running into such idiots. The guy was stunned by Zikin's attitude and, reaching out toward him, ordered him to stop right there. Zikin complained that the guy was making too much noise, and without turning around, slapped him with his hand. After knocking him out with a single blow, Lin Zikin wondered, is he happy now? Finally, back at the dorm, Lin Zikin said he was home. Shen Qinghong greeted him and told him to get ready for dinner. After that, Han Han told Chengni that the 4.5 kilograms of mutant slug meat he'd ordered from the credit store had just been delivered and that she'd put it in the fridge. Lin Zikin thanked Han Han. In fact, Lin Zikin had wanted to buy the entire batch of meat and unlock the blueprint right away, but he figured that might attract too much attention. Buying a small amount would be much safer. Lin Zikin touched the immortal slug's meat, absorbing its life force, after which the system notified him that he had made 10% progress in creating the immortal slug's life force imprint. Once he was done, Lin Zikin threw the meat away. Seeing this, Shen Qinghong asked why he was throwing the meat in the trash. Zikin replied that it had already gone bad. Shen Qinghong found this strange since the meat had looked perfectly fine just a moment ago. So how could it have gone bad? Lin Zikin explained that it was because he had absorbed all the life essence from it. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghong asked, could this be his superpower? To which Lin Zikin replied that it was exactly so, and explained that he could absorb the life essence from mutant meat and acquire some of their abilities. Shen Qinghong was completely taken aback upon hearing this. She asked, is that even possible? However, she now understands why he so easily rejected the path of genetic fusion and chose the path of a pure-blooded human. After all, with such a superpower, he has no need to undergo genetic fusion. While helping Han Han set the table, Lin Zikin explained that according to Dean Liu, the university could provide housing for the families of talented students and even help them find jobs. He then suggested bringing their parents here. Shen Qinghong was surprised to hear about this benefit and immediately agreed. Lin Zikin suggested in that case that they visit them over the weekend in a few days to discuss it. Over dinner, Shen Qinghong told Chengni that the instructor had mentioned in class that there would be a ranked duel in the gym at 3 p.m. today and that it was definitely worth watching. In the duel, a 9th-ranked cyborg student would challenge an 8th-ranked gene fusion student. Shen Qinghong suggested that Zikin watch it with her. In addition to the instructors and students, representatives from the God of Mechanisms Corporation had also come to watch the duel. After all, this corporation is the largest partner of Shanghai University's Cyborg College, so their presence was not surprising. Shen Qinghong asked Zikin to look up, because standing in the second-floor hallway was the very same cyborg prodigy they often see online. Lin Zikin explained that the main reason the corporation invests so much money in supporting the cyborg college is to expand its own influence. After that, Han Han asked Chenny, if the prodigy from Jingdu University were to fight this female cyborg, who do you think would win? Lin Zikin replied that it all depended on the outcome of this duel. The result would make everything clear. If the 8th-ranked gene combiner student won, then the prodigy from Jingdu University was stronger. However, if the 9th-ranked cyborg student won, then the female cyborg was stronger. While they were talking, the signal was given to start the duel. The cyborg student immediately took off and began firing rockets at the gene fusion student. The 8th-ranked gene fusion student raised his arm, trying to block the damage. He was completely overwhelmed and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Suddenly, the cyborg student descended into the ring. Could he have decided to switch to close combat? The cyborg student and the gene combiner rushed toward each other, intending to engage in close combat. The gene combiner student struck the durable alloy, barely managing to deform it even slightly, while at the same time the cyborg student landed a decisive blow to his face. With a single punch, the 9th-ranked cyborg student knocked out the 8th-ranked gene combiner student. The crowd began to cheer. The cyborg student had indeed won. The woman turned to Miss Yuan and explained that source number 36 had been unusually quiet over the past few months. They weren't sure whether the other side had abandoned this passage or if they were secretly planning something much bigger. Yuan Dongji asked how Gang Shui was doing. How was she adjusting to life on the surface? Had she adapted well? The woman replied that Gang Shui had adapted very well and that her growth was remarkably rapid. She was already close to reaching the 2nd rank of the advanced level. After that, the woman turned to Miss Yuan again and asked, "Who is Gan Shui? Her physical attributes are incredibly unique. She doesn't even seem like she's from Earth." Yuan Dongji advised her subordinate not to ask inappropriate questions, after which the subordinate admitted her mistake. Yuan Dongji explained that she still needed to stay and observe the students' coordination match here, which meant they had to end their conversation. Yuan Dongji advised her subordinate to get back to work. After that, Yuan Dongji switched the channel to the duel between the students. As she watched the duel, Yuan Dongji reflected that, at the moment, the cyborg students held the advantage over the gene fusion students. The God of Mechanisms corporation was stronger than expected. The cyborgs had greater agility and overall advantages, but no matter how powerful their mechanical modifications might be, they cannot set foot on the land of origins. After all, the moment they enter, all electronic equipment there stops working. Even the most powerful cyborgs would turn into a pile of metal on the land of origins. Yuan Dongji turned off the computer. Over the weekend, Lin Zikin and Shen Qingheng came home. They discussed with their parents the possibility of moving closer to the university, and everyone agreed. Sometime later, the hour came to carry out the mission with the Catwoman. The Catwoman's biological level was at the 6th rank. She is incredibly fast and often appears in Shanghai's red light districts, where she seduces men and then brutally kills them. The target possesses a high level of camouflage skill, is extremely cunning, and skillfully uses various drugs. Her territory was vast and she herself was elusive. Lin Zikin wasn't surprised that this mission had remained uncompleted for so long. Lin Zikin decided to conduct a wide-ranging search, using his all-seeing eye and sense of danger abilities. Passers-by noticed that this guy had a frightening gaze and tried to figure out what he was doing. The girls admitted that he was handsome, but his gaze seemed eerie to them. A muscular man approached Lin Zikin and asked who he was staring at so intently. Lin Zikin ordered him to get out of the way and knocked him off his feet, using his biological pressure. After checking the area, Lin Zikin found nothing suspicious, so he headed to check the next red light district. Suddenly, Lin Zikin spotted someone familiar nearby. It was Ma Siwei with 2 upperclassmen, both 7th rank. Lin Zikin assumed they were there to help her with her mission. The girl next to Ma Siwei noticed Lin Zikin and grew wary. Ma Siwei agreed that they were out of luck since he was here too. After that, she turned around and as she walked away, suggested they stay away from him. Lin Zikin felt somewhat uneasy about how they were avoiding him, as if he were some kind of villain. Stepping aside, Ma Siwei said that Lin Zikin had also taken on the mission to catch the Catwoman and suggested that he was probably looking for her right now. They had to find her before he did and thwart all of Zikin's efforts. A guy from the group asked Ma Siwei to trust him. Then, using his sense of smell, he picked up the scent of their target. The scent was coming from the bar across the street. The group rushed toward the bar. Ma Siwei said that as soon as they caught their target, they would take her straight to Lin Zikin to drive him crazy. After rushing into the bar, the guy pointed to a woman sitting at a table in another part of the bar. Ma Siwei asked if he was sure about this. After all, this woman looked like an ordinary college student. The guy explained that the scent coming from her was the same as the one he had smelled on the Catwoman's personal belongings at the security bureau. There could be no mistake. It was definitely her. As expected, the Catwoman was a master of disguise and extremely cunning. Ma Siwei suggested they not waste any time and capture her, and immediately the three of them rushed toward the Catwoman. Before the students could catch up to her, the Catwoman, who had been staring at her phone, suddenly sensed their presence. She suddenly jumped up and leaped out the window. Ma Siwei ordered them to chase after her, and they leaped out of the broken window in pursuit of the Catwoman. As it turned out, the Catwoman was very fast and almost got away from them. A guy from the group said it was no big deal, since he could keep tracking her scent. After all, she'd eventually have to stop and rest. Finally, they found her. Ma Siwei suggested they get this over with quickly and not let the Catwoman escape again. The Catwoman smirked and asked, "If I really wanted to escape, would you have been able to catch me so easily?" Activating her genes, the woman explained that even the most skilled hunters often prefer to look like prey. Her fingernails turned into claws. Her hands became covered in fur. A little black fur grew on her head, and ears sprouted from her head. She herself grew slightly larger. The Catwoman asked, "Don't they know such a simple principle?" Biological pressure weighed on the students. The pressure she was exuding, in fact, the Catwoman was at the 9th rank of the ordinary level. All this time, she had been hiding her true power. Faced with such a threat, the group of students immediately began to flee. This assignment turned out to be completely impossible. The Catwoman asked, "Are you already running away?" She instantly caught up with the students and warned them not to get their hopes up. After all, escaping wouldn't be that easy. Spotting a red-haired guy with animal ears in the group, the Catwoman greeted this handsome guy. Approaching him, she told him that she'd noticed him the moment he walked into the bar. Ma Siwei figured they had no choice but to take advantage of this and tossed a capsule emitting purple smoke onto the ground. Hiding behind the smoke screen, they immediately began to flee. The fumes dulled their senses, which is what gave them a chance to escape. Once back on the crowded streets, the students stopped to catch their breath. A female student in the group said they had nearly been caught, and the information about the mission had been completely wrong, which could have even cost them their lives. A guy turned to Weiwei and asked her to call the director right away and tell him what had happened so that someone could immediately correct the information about this assignment. Ma Siwei agreed and immediately took out her phone. Suddenly, she remembered someone, more specifically Lin Zikin, who had also taken on this assignment. If he ran into the Catwoman, he'd definitely die. Ma Siwei knew she had to warn him. Even though Zikin annoyed her, she couldn't just let him die. Since she didn't have his number, she decided to call Shen Qinghang. The Catwoman was dissatisfied with her hunt, since her prey had slipped right through her fingers. It seemed like the night had been a waste, when suddenly she saw another student walking toward her. And most importantly, he was a heartthrob. This guy was totally her type. The Catwoman said that sometimes what looks like a loss turns out to be a blessing. And as she rushed toward the handsome man, the Catwoman said that he had only his luck to blame for running into her here. As soon as the Catwoman rushed toward him, Lin Zikin went on the offensive as well. He had already sensed that this Catwoman was at the 9th ordinary rank, which surprised him a little. The Catwoman was stunned because this guy turned out to be much faster than she was. Before she could even react, his fist was already right in front of her face. And in the very next moment, she took his attack head-on, which sent her flying into the building, leaving a dent in it. At the moment of impact, she also managed to strike the guy with half her strength, but somehow he wasn't even hurt. This guy clearly looks very young. How can someone at that age be so strong? What's more, he hadn't even undergone genetic fusion. The Catwoman realized that if the fight dragged on, she might actually die at his hands, so she decided to flee while she still had the chance. No matter how fast she tried to run, the guy was still rapidly catching up to her. Lin Zikin decided to use all his strength. He leaped up and kicked the Catwoman. This sent the Catwoman crashing into the wall once again. With that blow, Lin Zikin broke her neck, but she was still alive. To finish her off, Lin Zikin continued attacking the Catwoman. It was unbelievable, but he could feel her biological pressure growing weaker and weaker. Lin Zikin paused for a second to pick up a rock from the ground. He had to kill the Catwoman before she recovered. Suddenly, he felt the Catwoman's biological pressure surge sharply. Her muscles swelled, partially tearing her clothes, and her strength increased dramatically. Lin Zikin surmised that she had triggered a blood surge on the brink of death. He sensed that the Catwoman was already on the verge of reaching a rare level. The frenzied Catwoman asked the young man who he even was. She had been forced to fully activate all the Shadow Knight cat genes in her body. Although this saved her life and increased her strength, her animal instincts had been permanently heightened, and this would also make her vulnerable to genetic backlash. With an awkward smile, Lin Zikin apologized to the Catwoman, as it seemed he had mistaken her for someone else. After that, he turned around and walked away. The Catwoman couldn't gauge the young man's strength, and his actions were completely unpredictable. She had no more tricks up her sleeve, and the genetic backlash could strike her at any second. She realized that if the young man killed her again, she would definitely die. Staying alive was more important, so she immediately began to run away. She had to leave this dangerous place at once. Suddenly, the Catwoman heard a whistling sound. Turning around at the last moment, she saw an elongated steel object. Immediately afterward, the steel rod pierced right through her forehead. He then dragged her further along and pinned her against the wall of the building. Before the Catwoman could even recover from the blow, Lin Zikin pierced her heart with a second steel pipe. To ensure the Catwoman's death, Lin Zikin unleashed another rapid series of attacks on her. That was enough. Lin Zikin could feel the woman's biological energy completely vanish. The Catwoman's body went limp and began to shrink in size, while steam rose from her. Convinced that the Catwoman was definitely dead this time, Lin Zikin tossed aside the steel pipe. Now Lin Zikin had to take a photo of the target and upload it to the university app to confirm completion of the mission. After that, he called the public safety department so they could come and clean up the area. Lin Zikin gave the street, alley, and house number, then said he had found the body of a Catwoman. Now that he had done everything, Lin Zikin absorbed the genes of the Shadow Knight cat. To his surprise, he absorbed 36% of its essence in a single absorption. Lin Zikin hadn't expected this at all, and surmised that it was because she had suffered a severe genetic backlash, which caused an abnormally high concentration of Shadow Knight cat genes in her body. Ma Siwei called her father and told him that the Catwoman mission she'd taken on had nearly cost her her life. And it was all because the mission description in the university app was completely inaccurate. She said that the Catwoman was actually at the 9th rank, not the 6th. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhenhe cried out in shock. Ma Zhenhe asked his daughter to tell him everything that had happened right away. Later, he would definitely speak with Director He, who was in charge of the class system. After telling her father everything, Ma Siwei decided that they needed to return to the university as soon as possible and not stay outside, in case the Catwoman came after them to seek revenge. Noticing something strange, the student helping Siwei tugged at her sleeve and asked her to take a look. Somehow, Lin Zikin had managed to complete the task involving the Catwoman. Ma Siwei couldn't believe it. After all, the Catwoman's biological activity was clearly at the 9th rank of the standard level, while Lin Zikin was just a freshman. So how did he manage it? After the weekend, Lin Zikin and Han Han returned to the university dormitory. Lin Zikin received a notification that 300 points had been credited to his account. This was a reward for the Catwoman, but it wasn't clear why the level was higher than what was stated in the description. The app stated that, due to incorrect information about the quest, the Catwoman's biological level had been corrected to the 9th rank of the standard level. The original reward of 50 points was increased to 200 points, and 100 points in compensation were also added. Shen Qinghong said that the university's mission system had proven unreliable. It was a good thing that Chengni was so strong, otherwise, this error could have killed him. Lin Zikin agreed with Han Han. He promised that from now on he would be more careful when selecting missions. Also, from now on, whenever a suitable mission comes up, he'll take her along so that Han Han can gain real combat experience and toughen up. Shen Qinghong was delighted to hear this, because now she'll finally be able to go on missions with Chengni. Since he'd received his points, Lin Zikin decided to order 45 kilograms of mutant slug meat right away to create a life essence trace. He'd previously been worried that buying a larger quantity might attract attention, but now it seemed irrelevant to him. Mutant meat is extremely nutritious and greatly aids in leveling up. Since Han Han has poor health, she should eat plenty of it. Lin Zikin asked Han Han if she wanted to eat some monster meat. Lin Zikin suggested ordering some meat. Shen Qinghang opened the dorm room door and ran inside. She then jumped onto the couch and grabbed her phone to browse the selection. Shen Qinghang asked Lin Zikin to buy some ferocious eagle meat. 1 point would get her 6 portions of 2.72 kilograms each. And if she stored it in the fridge, it should last for several days. Zikin decided to order the meat Han Han had chosen, but she told him not to, since she wanted to order the meat herself. Han Han said she still had 90 points left that he had given her. While cooking, Lin Zikin reflected that they were one family living under the same roof, so they didn't need to keep track of who paid for what. Just as Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan began to eat, the doorbell suddenly rang. To their surprise, it was the ferocious eagle meat they had recently ordered. Lin Zikin was surprised at how quickly the meat had been delivered. Lin Zikin asked Qinghan to put the ferocious eagle meat in the refrigerator. He then set about absorbing the life essence of the immortal slug. The ordered meat was sufficient to achieve 100% absorption and create a trace of life essence. Lin Zikin witnessed the scene of a mutant bird tearing the slug to pieces with its claws. The slug, now torn into pieces, began to regenerate rapidly. Even Lin Zikin had to admit that such a rate of regeneration was simply insanely fast. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had successfully created a trace of the immortal slug's life force and obtained the ultra-fast regeneration attribute. After what he had just witnessed, Lin Zikin was delighted to have acquired such an absurd ability. Super-fast regeneration significantly improved Zikin's ability to heal himself. As long as he didn't die instantly and had sufficient energy reserves, any injury, regardless of its severity, could be healed. Lin Zikin decided to test just how effective this ability was. Using his teeth, Lin Zikin tore the skin on his arm. A second ago, the wound on his arm was bleeding, but it began to close rapidly. And after a few seconds, the bleeding stopped, and the wound had completely healed. Lin Zikin understood that with his new ability, as long as he was alive, breathing, and had enough energy, he could regenerate his health repeatedly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. But who could it be at such a late hour? As he headed toward the door, Lin Zikin asked Han Han if she had ordered anything else. She replied that she hadn't. Lin Zikin opened the door when suddenly he heard an apology. Ma Siwei apologized for disturbing them at such a late hour. Lin Zikin asked what was the matter, and Ma Siwei explained that she was curious about how he had handled that mission with a Catwoman and whether he could tell her how he'd managed it. Lin Zikin replied that he wasn't very comfortable discussing it. Ma Siwei said she understood and, turning away, added that in that case she wouldn't keep him from his work. Shen Qinghang called out to Siwei and asked if she'd like to come in for some tea. Han Han explained that she'd brought it from home. Her mom had roasted the leaves herself. Ma Siwei replied that maybe another time since she had something to do right now. Shen Qinghang turned to Chenny and said that Siwei was actually a good person. When it became clear that the information about the Catwoman was false, she became worried that he might get hurt. She even texted her to warn Zikin of the danger. Lin Zikin said she thought they should spend more time with Siwei in the future. Lin Zikin replied that if Han Han didn't mind, she could invite her over sometime. After all, Siwei lives right on the floor below them. The next day, Lu Chuanwu explained that that night, he had seen with his own eyes how Ma Jinhei went to confront Director He, who was in charge of the mission system. They started arguing almost immediately, and eventually it escalated into a full-blown fight. Song Yuyan asked, could this be because of the incorrect information about the Catwoman? Liu Chuanwu explained that the whole issue stemmed from the fact that Dean Ma's daughter had taken on this mission. Because the target's biological rank had been incorrectly listed, Ma Siwei could have been killed. So his anger was completely understandable. Song Yuyan said she'd heard about it too. The Catwoman's actual biological rank was 9th, but the mission description listed her as 6th rank. Dean Liu and Yu Yan, who had been discussing the recent incident, approached Zikin. Liu Chuanwu recalled that Lin Zikin was at the same level as Ma Siwei, after which he asked how Lin Zikin had managed to complete the mission. Sun Yuyan speculated that he might have teamed up with someone powerful or set a trap in advance. Lin Zikin replied that he had no help and set no traps. It was purely physical strength and a solo assassination. Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were stunned to hear about the solo assassination. Song Yuyan asked what he meant by that. After that, Dean Liu asked, could it be that he was still hiding his true strength? A solo assassination? Maybe they had misheard something? Or was he just joking? Lin Zikin could no longer bear to listen to this. Over the past few days, Lin Zicken had become convinced that these two were good people. Therefore, he decided that telling them about his actual progress in physical conditioning and biological level would bring more benefits than risks. Besides, they could help him investigate the matter of opening apertures. Lin Zicken made up his mind. He needed to be more open with these two. Lin Zicken gave a wry smile and awkwardly explained that he had actually already reached the 9th rank of the ordinary level. He had also completed the first stage of physical tempering and was already nearing the end of the second stage. Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan's mouths dropped open in shock. Suddenly, Dean Liu pulled himself together. Suddenly becoming serious, he clenched his fists to suppress his trembling and repeated, completed the first stage of body tempering. A broad smile suddenly spread across Dean Liu's face, and weeping with joy, he shouted that heaven truly rewards perseverance. Years of perseverance had finally borne fruit. Liu Chuanwu grabbed Lin Zicken's hands and shouted that, thanks to him, the path of the pure-blooded human would surely achieve great success. When that day came, his name and the name of the Heavenly Man Pavilion would be known throughout the world. Having said this, Liu Chuanwu could no longer hold back his tears of joy and began to wipe them away. He had devoted years to researching the pureblood path, never giving up even when his family and marriage fell apart, but he had never achieved any real breakthroughs, and now he had finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime genius who had mastered the blood tempering technique to perfection. He believed that, thanks to Lin Zicken, the pureblood path would finally gain recognition and become humanity's greatest hope. Lin Zicken felt a chill run down his spine, for Dean Liu suddenly began to laugh and cry at the same time. After calming down a bit, Liu Chuanwu placed his hand on Lin Zicken's shoulder and said that Zicken's physical attributes were truly extraordinary. If there were absolutely no primordial energy in his body, he might have suspected that he was one of the extraordinary beings from the Land of Origins. Once again, Lin Zicken heard something related to the Land of Origins. Lin Zicken asked Dean Liu, what exactly are these extraordinary beings from the Land of Origins? Liu Chuanwu explained that since there are mutated creatures in this world, it is only natural that there are also extraordinary beings. However, they usually dwell in the Land of Origins, not here, which is why they never encounter them. Hearing this from Dean Liu, Song Yuyan became convinced that they truly existed and were not just the product of rumors. Yuyan remarked that she had been in the pavilion for so many years, yet he had never once told her about this. Yuyan asked, could it be because he's the pavilion director's favorite? Lin Zicken asked the dean, what is primordial energy? Liu Chuanwu explained that primordial energy is a unique form of energy inherent only to beings of the source lands, similar to chi, blood, or psychic power. Lin Zicken began asking how this energy is used and what effects it has. Liu Chuanwu admitted that he couldn't give a clear answer right now. In his entire life, he had encountered only two extraordinary beings. Song Yuyan suspected something was amiss. She told the dean that he was simply bragging. Since his biological level was stuck at the 9th ordinary rank, how could he have encountered them if he couldn't even enter the primordial land? Upon hearing this, Lin Zicken asked, is there really still a biological level requirement to enter there? Liu Chuanwu replied that this was a rule set by higher authorities. Only those who have reached the advanced level or higher are permitted entry. Anyone weaker isn't even fit to be cannon fodder. Liu Chuanwu cleared his throat and, answering Yuyan's question, asked who had said that he had encountered these beings in the Land of Origins. After all, he could have met them on Earth. One of them was a disciple whom his ex-wife had taken in 9 years ago, but he had no idea where she had found her. Lin Zicken was greatly surprised to hear that Luogan Shuo, Han Han's elder sister, was an extraordinary being. He had encountered another being in the mysterious ancient ruins, the very same ones where he had found the blood tempering technique. Liu Chuanwu warned them that everything he had told them today was top secret. They must not tell anyone about it. Dean Liu asked if they understood. Patting her chest, Yuyan told the dean that he needn't worry about her. Her lips were sealed and she wouldn't let a word slip. Liu Chuanwu acknowledged that he trusted both of them. He then turned to Zicken and advised him to keep his power a secret and not flaunt it too much, so as not to attract the attention of heretical cults. After all, even inside the university, it was still dangerous. They had eyes and ears everywhere. If Zicken wanted to take on missions that truly matched his strength, he could use his younger sister Yan's account. Yuyan told Zicken that she was also at the 9th rank of the ordinary tier, and if he accepted missions in her name, he could fight freely without worrying about giving himself away. Lin Zicken didn't object to this idea. Lin Zicken turned to Dean Liu and asked if he had any more information about the Land of Origins. He wanted to learn more about it. Liu Chuanwu shook his head and explained that everything related to the land of origins was classified, and even he knew very little about it. Liu Chuanwu told Zikin that there was no need to rush. After all, until he reached an advanced level, knowledge of it wouldn't be of much help to him. All Zikin needed to know was that most of the beings in the land of origins were enemies. They were constantly trying to find a way to invade the Earth. As for the motive and reason behind this, some experts believe that Earth contains something they desperately want. Suddenly, a ringtone played from Dean Liu's pocket, playing the lyrics, "You're my little apple." Baby Liu Chuanwu quickly pulled out his phone and answered to stop it. Hanging up the phone, Liu Chuanwu shouted to his students that an old friend had invited him to dinner, so he was leaving. As he rushed off, Liu Chuanwu asked them to message him on WeChat if they needed anything. Seeing his dedication once again, Song Yuyan acknowledged that the dean really did work hard. He had left again to secure more funding for the pavilion. Song Yuyan suddenly remembered something and asked Zikin how he managed to hide his biological level and physical conditioning progress so well that even the dean and vice president Yuan hadn't noticed it. Flustered by such a sudden question, Lin Zikin apologized to his sister Yan and said that this was something he'd rather not talk about. The system was his trump card, and he had no intention of telling anyone about it. Song Yuyan turned to her little brother Chen again and asked him not to be so secretive, urging him to just tell his sister about it. She was even willing to share her own secret with him. All he had to do was ask. Avoiding a direct answer, Lin Zikin said that this really wasn't something he could talk about. Since Zikin didn't want to talk about it, Song Yuyan decided not to press him with questions. And since they were both at the same biological level and rank, Yuyan asked Zikin what he thought about a friendly sparring match. Without hesitation, Lin Zikin agreed to spar. Sparring with someone at his level would help him more accurately gauge his strength and hone his combat skills. While preparing for the fight, Song Yuyan explained that her physical conditioning had reached the second stage of skin, flesh, and bone, and she had already completed about 20% of it so far. Song Yuyan advised Zikin to attack her with all the strength he had. Yuyan asked Zichen if he was ready. Zichen replied that he was ready for battle. Sun Yuyan suggested that Lin Zichen attack first while she defended. She wanted him to show just how powerful his strikes really were. Lin Zichen lunged forward and kicked Yuyan. Having felt such a blow herself, Song Yuyan was astonished by just how strong Zichen was. Lin Zichen had only completed the first stage of physical conditioning, but he was already capable of injuring her in the abdomen, even though she had reached the second stage of muscle conditioning. He was terrifyingly strong. If things continued this way, he would surpass her very soon. Song Yuyan decided to take advantage of the fact that Lin Zichen was still weaker than she was, and while she still could, she had to show Zichen just how awesome she was. Without letting on that Zichen's attack had hurt her, Sun Yuyan cleared her throat and said she was very pleased with the kick he'd landed on her. She then explained that whenever he had the chance, he should aim to seriously injure his opponent with a single strike. Instead of striking her in the stomach, he should have aimed for her vital points after all. In a real fight, there is only life and death. There is no such thing as a fair fight. Yuyan asked if he understood this, to which Zichen replied that he did. Since he understood this, Song Yuyan suggested they begin a real fight and lunged forward. She hoped he would be able to hold his own against her for at least 5 minutes. As they entered the real battle, Lin Zichen asked Sister Yan to go easy on him. After that, Lin Zichen began driving Song Yuyan into a corner with a flurry of attacks. Song Yuyan was already giving it her all, but Zichen was still trading blows with her. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Yuyan wondered, could I really lose? Spotting a gap in Lin Zichen's defense, Song Yuyan attacked him with a punch. Realizing it was time, Lin Zichen slowed down for a split second. Song Yuyan's punch landed squarely on his face, sending Lin Zichen flying and crashing to the floor. Lin Zichen decided to pretend he had lost. Out of breath after the grueling battle, Song Yuyan helped Zichen to his feet and admitted that he truly had an incredible future ahead of him. After all, he had managed to force her to use 90% of her strength. If he kept this up, she probably wouldn't be his equal in just a year. Sun Yuyan turned to Lin Zichen and said that since he had already completed the first stage of physical tempering, he could begin attempting to open the apertures. Now she would teach him the latest method for opening the diaphragm that she had been researching. Sun Yuyan asked him to give it a try. Upon hearing about the method for opening the apertures, Zichen's eyes lit up, and of course he agreed. Sitting in the lotus position, Sun Yuyan told Lin Zikin that there are only 366 acupoints in the human body, distributed throughout all parts of the body. And according to the blood tempering technique, the easiest points to open are the 4 apertures located around the heart. Song Yuyan explained that as soon as he sensed these 4 apertures around his heart, he should direct his qi and blood toward them to strike them at a rate of 10 strikes per second. Lin Zikin quickly sensed these 4 points and began trying to strike them. Sun Yuyan explained that the harder the strike, the better, but he had to be careful not to damage his heart. No matter how hard Lin Zikin tried, he couldn't do it. He simply couldn't break through the 4 points. Suddenly, Lin Zikin felt the repercussions of his attempts to strike the acupoints around his heart and experienced intense pain. Sun Yuyan immediately ran over to him and, trying to help, advised him not to rush it. Either his body wasn't strong enough or her method was flawed. The Liu family's ancestral estate, the basement. Liu Chuanwu approached the ancient sarcophagus kept by his family, bowed, and addressed the head of the pavilion. Liu Chuanwu told the head that he had finally found an unrivaled genius with the potential to open apertures. He was certain that this genius, despite being a pure-blooded human, would definitely be able to transcend the limits of the ordinary level and evolve into a being of the advanced, rare, or even epic level. With excitement in his heart, Liu Chuanwu exclaimed that the head could then rely on him to supply the head with qi and blood daily to sustain his life. The head would no longer have to remain in that small coffin, and with the head's powerful protection and support, the head and this genius would lead the Heavenly Man Pavilion forward and elevate humanity itself. In response, there was only silence, confused. Liu Chuanwu wondered why the head hadn't replied for so long. Suddenly, he heard the figure inside the coffin snort, pondering what he had heard. And this wasn't the best news for Liu Chuanwu, because the fact that the head had to spend so much time on a single, simple answer meant that he had already exhausted all the energy he had accumulated that day. As he made his way toward the basement exit, Liu Chuanwu reflected on how the pavilion head was growing weaker by the day. All he could do was hope that Lin Zikin would manage to evolve into an advanced-level being before the pavilion head fell. Meanwhile, Lin Zikin returned home to Han Han. Lin Zikin said he had bought groceries on the way and was about to start cooking. Shen Qinghang turned to Chengni and admitted that she had something to tell him. Shen Qinghang explained that her mentor had come to see her that morning and said she wanted her to undergo gene fusion on an accelerated schedule. Her mentor said she should undergo gene fusion with the blue jellyfish because its genes were well suited for her at this early stage. The blue jellyfish is a low-level mutated creature, with adults averaging around the 7th ordinary rank. Lin Zikin recalled that the mighty jellyfish queen is capable of evolving to an advanced level. Her distinctive feature is that her psychic power far surpasses that of other mutated creatures of the same level, even at the ordinary level. It is capable of controlling dozens of cubic meters of seawater with just a faint signal of psychic power. Lin Zikin admitted that this sounded great and that, in his opinion, the blue jellyfish was a perfect match for Han Han. He advised her to agree. Shen Qinghang clarified that, according to her mentor, she would fuse with the genes of the jellyfish queen, a mutant whose biological level was advanced. Shen Qinghang realized that her body was still too weak and asked, "What if I can't handle the mutation and end up losing control?" Lin Zikin knew that the genes of a blue jellyfish were incredibly valuable on their own, let alone those of a jellyfish queen. Yuan Dongji was truly a generous mentor, which made Lin Zikin wish he had such a generous mentor himself. Lin Zikin patted Shen Qinghang and asked her not to worry about it, since jellyfish, like mutated creatures, naturally have high compatibility with the human body. Moreover, Han Han's compatibility with gene fusion is 21%. Therefore, genetic fusion with a mutated creature should be more than feasible. She definitely won't undergo mutation. Shen Qinghang asked if there would be any side effects. Lin Zikin explained that she might lose her reproductive abilities and exhibit some physical traits of the mutated creature, but she had already frozen her eggs, and if she wanted to have children in the future, she could simply use them. As for changes in appearance, they could be concealed by simply putting the mutated creature's genes inside her body into a dormant state. Speaking of which, Lin Zikin recalled that many of the monster's features were actually just cosmetic. Lin Zikin asked Han Han, "Have you seen cat girls or girls with foxtails? They're very popular." Shen Qinghang admitted that now that he mentioned it, she could see the point. Shen Qinghang wondered what mutated traits might manifest in her after merging with the blue jellyfish queen's genes. Could she become even more beautiful? Shen Qinghang quickly found a recording of the blue jellyfish mentor and, showing it to Chengni, asked, "Isn't she beautiful?" To which Lin Zikin replied that she was beautiful, but not as beautiful as Han Han. Shen Qinghong blushed at what she heard. She admitted that Zikin was good at giving compliments. Shen Qinghong explained that this video had been filmed by her mentor. Her mentor didn't bring any equipment with her. She simply jumped into the water naked and dove to a depth of 10,000 meters. Just how strong must her mentor be? Lin Zikin pointed out that after all, Yuan Dongji is at a rare level. Shen Qinghong acknowledged that she possesses immense power and wondered if she would one day reach the same heights. Lin Zikin replied that of course she would, since her compatibility with gene fusion is already at 21%. She should even forget about the rare level. After all, even the epic level is within her reach. Shen Qinghong said that it wasn't that simple, since it wasn't just a matter of compatibility. It also depended on physical constitution and even the resources available for evolution. Lin Zikin pointed out that her physique was already outstanding, since she was naturally attuned to water, and if she pursued the path of water attribute gene fusion, she would definitely surpass her mentor. Lin Zikin also asked her not to worry about resources. After all, from now on, he would work hard to earn money. Lin Zikin declared that whatever she needed, he would get it for her. Shen Qinghong blushed and, climbing onto the bed, said that in that case she would have to properly pamper her dear sponsor. Shen Qinghong took out some stockings and asked which color her sponsor preferred, white or black. Lin Zikin replied that either would do since he liked both. Since he liked both colors, Shen Qinghong decided to wear a different pair on each leg. Although it sounded strange, Lin Zikin didn't mind. A little while later, Han Han left for class and Lin Zikin decided not to go to the Pure Blood Research Institute. Instead, he would train at home. Before class began, Lin Zikin decided to check the latest news. Mysterious, unidentified plants had recently appeared in several districts of Shanghai. They come in a wide variety of types and have bizarre shapes. A large number of botanists have already rushed to study them. Since it is unclear whether the plants are harmful, it is strongly recommended to stay away from them to prevent unnecessary injuries or fatalities. The appearance of this plant piqued Zikin's interest, as these mysterious plants looked extremely similar to the ones in the background of a photo of his older sister, Han Han. Is it possible that these plants are from the land of origins? But how could such plants have appeared on Earth? Lin Zikin speculated that this might be related to the cult of divine plants. Humanity had only recently eradicated the cult of the rat god, and now a new cult had emerged. There is simply no end to the traitors of humanity. In any case, Lin Zikin needs to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After the second round of physical tempering, his qi and blood are being depleted too quickly. There's barely enough left for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Zikin decided to browse the shop and look for some pills that would help him quickly replenish his qi and blood. Blood-restoring pills caught Lin Zikin's attention. He decided to buy 100 to start with. One blood-restoring pill costs 1 point. The pill is made from expensive, century-old medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, and its effect depends on the biological level. The higher the level, the slower the recovery rate. The 9th rank of the ordinary level recovers in half a minute. The first rank of the advanced level recovers in half an hour, while the second rank takes 3 hours. While working on his orders, Lin Zikin recalled that he had already created the life force trace of an immortal slug, which meant it was time for him to start creating the next one. After a brief search, Lin Zikin came across the meat of a multi-bite mongoose, a kilogram of which is worth 40 points. Although it's called multi-bite, it's actually not poisonous at all. The multi-bite mongoose feeds on poisonous mutants and possesses a very high resistance to poisons. Lin Zikin surmised that absorbing its life force would grant him the poison resistance attribute, which would help him avoid death from sudden exposure to poison. However, he had less than 200 points left. Lin Zikin decided to start by buying half a kilogram of meat to kickstart the progress of creating the blueprint. Since he was currently unable to break through the apertures, likely due to a lack of physical strength, Lin Zikin decided to continue with the second round of skin tempering. And so Lin Zikin tempered his skin for over 2 hours. After the grueling training session, Lin Zikin collapsed from exhaustion. His training progress was going nowhere, all because he was depleting his qi and blood too quickly. He had to stop and rest for a bit. Due to extreme exhaustion, Lin Zikin felt hungry, so he went to look for a snack to regain his strength. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. The woman greeted the resident and said she was from the campus delivery service, asking if anyone was home. She had brought 2 packages. As soon as Zikin opened the door, he nearly collapsed. causing the woman to accidentally drop the packages as she tried to catch him. But at the last moment, Lin Zikin managed to regain his balance, and balancing on one leg, still managed to catch the packages. The woman asked him if he was okay. First, Lin Zikin decided to test the effect of the blood-restoring pill. As soon as he swallowed one pill, the system sent him a flurry of notifications stating that his qi and blood were being replenished. Lin Zikin's head was no longer spinning, and he could feel strength returning to his arms and legs. This was exactly the effect expected from such a luxurious pill, one that cost 1 point each, and the result was truly impressive. Next, Lin Zikin set about absorbing the essence of the multi-core mongoose. After consuming half a kilo of meat, he had accumulated only 1% of its essence. Now with the blood-restoring pills, the recovery time for his qi and blood had been drastically reduced, meaning the effectiveness of his physical conditioning would increase once again. Lin Zikin returned to his training. Using his points to gain strength more quickly had been entirely justified. That same evening, on her way home, Shin Qinghang called out to Chengni that she was back. She also had a guest with her. Lin Zikin went to the door to let them in. The guest turned out to be Li Chunxing. She greeted Zikin and said it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Lin Zikin was a little surprised to see Chunxing and greeted her in return. Once inside, Li Chunxing looked around a bit and admitted that they were very lucky to have such a luxurious apartment. She then complained that she didn't even have her own room in the dorm. She had to share a room with a roommate. Lin Zikin offered to let Chuxing move into his room at the martial arts college if she wanted to live alone. Li Chunxing thanked Lin Zikin for the offer and said that she actually quite liked living with her roommate. She didn't feel lonely. Lin Zikin agreed that she had a point. After that, Li Chunxing said discontentedly that she had actually come to complain. Li Chunxing suggested that they had no idea just how outrageous the upperclassmen were behaving. They're geniuses, so no one dares to stand up to them, but ordinary students are in a terrible situation. Lin Zikin wanted to hear more about it, and Shen Qinghang asked, "What happened?" Li Chunxing explained that the day before yesterday, an upper-class woman came to inspect their dorm, and she took a liking to Li Chunxing's makeup. She simply took it, saying she was borrowing it for a few days. In addition, a boy in her class had an even worse experience. His family had sent him a 100-year-old blood ginseng, which was also stolen. Afterward, he went to complain to the student union, but they did nothing. They simply said that the university operates by the law of the jungle, and that if he was unhappy, he should just take back what was stolen by force. But they were just freshmen, and they were no match for the upperclassmen. This was clearly favoritism toward the upperclassmen. Lin Zikin turned to Chuxing and, pounding his chest, said he would beat the living daylights out of any upperclassman who dared to cross the line with her. Li Chunxing thanked Zikin for that. Shen Qinghang admitted that the upperclassmen really were disgusting, and if they kept relying on luck, they'd have to come up with a plan together. Suddenly, the dorm building shook. Li Chunxing immediately assumed it might be an earthquake, and Shen Qinghang, having no other ideas, agreed with her. For some reason, Lin Zikin's sense of danger went off. He simply had a bad feeling about it, but the good news was that his sense of danger wasn't reacting strongly. The man in the demon mask turned to the divine messenger and said that this year he would strive to reach an advanced level. He just wanted to know if the messenger could provide him with resources for this purpose. The man wearing a bird mask replied that, given his outstanding achievements this year, he would reward him with an enchanted demonic flower. Tossing the demonic flower onto the table, he explained that the flower possessed a powerful aphrodisiac effect, and that when he consumed it, it would be best to have a woman nearby. The man wearing a demon mask thanked his divine messenger for the gift, and explained that among this year's freshmen at Shanghai University, there was a monster with absurd physical talent. He had already arranged for them to feed him an advanced-level demonic seed. If they managed to successfully bring him into the cult, interrupting his companion, the messenger said that it didn't matter, since all true geniuses are found in the land of origins. The man in the demon mask was furious at the envoy's words. So what? After all, he couldn't even get close to them. At that moment, one of the divine envoy's servants approached him and reported that news had arrived from the land of origins. A connection point had been found, and identical biological coordinates had been established. Now the master must go there in person to activate the connection. The messenger replied that he was leaving immediately and began to vanish in a crimson flame. The man wearing the demon mask immediately contacted his subordinates and shouted that if they couldn't force Lin Zikin to consume an advanced-level demon seed within 3 days, he would have no choice but to replace them. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan left the dormitory together. Shen Qinghan told Qingni that she was heading that way for class. Suddenly, someone called out to Lin Zikin loudly. Immediately afterward, Wang Shuzhe and Lu Gang ran up to him carrying a bag. Lu Gang asked Zikin if he could spare them a little time, since they had something they wanted to ask his help with. Lin Zikin asked them to explain. Lu Gang then explained that there was a third-year student who didn't like him or Wang Shuzhe. He was stronger than them, so he bullied them every day. Lu Gang asked Zikin if he could help them deal with him. Wang Shuzhe recalled that Zikin was this year's freshman champion, with such achievements that upperclassmen certainly wouldn't dare to offend him and would back down, starting to get nervous. Lu Gang said that of course they weren't asking for his help for nothing and handed Zikin a bag. Lu Gang explained that the bag contained spiritual fruits, including some that enhance beauty, calm the mind, refresh the brain, replenish blood, and strengthen yang energy. There were even evolutionary resources sent by his family. They were willing to give all of this to Zikin in the hope that he would help them. Wang Shuzhe also nervously recalled that they had been classmates and asked for his help. Lin Zikin asked how strong that freshman was. Wang Shuzhe replied that he was at the 6th rank of the ordinary level. Lin Zikin realized that, in that case, there shouldn't be any problems. Taking the bag, Lin Zikin agreed to do it. He suggested they meet at the entrance to the Pure Blood Research Institute today at 5:30 p.m. After that, he would deal with him on their behalf. Lu Gang and Wang Shuz promised that if Lin Zikin ever needed their help, they would come at the first call. After that, they said goodbye and hurried away. Shen Qinghang asked Qingni to open the bag quickly, as she wanted to see what kind of spiritual fruits were inside. She was very curious, since she had never eaten anything like that before. Lin Zikin suggested that Qinghang take one and eat it on the way. Shen Qinghang asked him to pick a smaller one, since she wouldn't have time to eat a large one. After that, Lin Zikin reached into the bag. After examining the fruit, Shen Qinghang told Qingni that it looked disgusting. Could it have gone bad, or was it full of worms? Lin Zikin wondered if they had indeed gone bad and brought one of the fruits closer to take a closer look. Suddenly, the system notified him that his threat detection had been activated. His attribute had triggered the alert, which was strange. Then the system asked Lin Zikin if he wished to consume an advanced-level demonic seed. Lin Zikin was simply stunned by this. After all, it turned out that the so-called spiritual fruit was actually a demonic seed. Lin Zikin instantly caught up to the departing couple and ordered them to stop. Wang Shuzi asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Qinghang was already running toward them. Lin Zikin asked her to call her mentor over immediately. A short time later, mentor Yuan Dongji rushed over to them. She asked, "What's going on here?" Lin Zikin told Vice Principal Yuan that the two had asked him for help and given him a bag of spiritual fruits. When he checked the contents, he found this strange red seed inside. He immediately suspected that it was somehow connected to the cult of divine plants. Realizing they had been exposed, Lu Gang and Wang Shuze trembled with fear in the background. After briefly examining the seed, Yuan Dongji explained that it came from a mutant tree, and anyone who ate it would be completely enslaved by the tree and lose all control over their body. This is one of the common methods used by the divine plant cult to coerce people into joining the cult. Upon hearing this, Lin Zikin realized that even at that moment, during the competition, these two had already been under the cult's control. Yuan Dongji seized the two of them and said she would take them away for examination. As soon as the results were ready, she would report them. Lu Gang and Wang Shuzi shouted at the vice president that they had been forced to do it and had no other choice. Suddenly, they fell silent. For some reason, the two of them couldn't open their mouths. Lu Gang surmised that this was part of Yuan Dongji's ability. As she flew away, Yuan Dongji said that cults were infiltrating everywhere, and that even at the university, no one could be completely trusted. In other words, they had to always be on their guard. Shen Qinghang was inspired by seeing her mentor in action, for her mentor's mental power was so strong that she could levitate objects and fly. Lin Zikin couldn't help but admit that the ability to fly was cool. Shen Qinghang told Qingni that Lu Gang and Wang Shuzhe were terrible people. He had wanted to help them, but they in turn had tried to harm him. Lin Zikin threw the bag into a trash can and said that from now on, they had to be very careful. The next day, the results of the investigation into the case of Lu Gan and Wang Shuzhe were released, confirming that the two were members of the Divine Plants cult. During the practical portion of the university entrance exam, a security inspector forced them to consume demonic seeds. Their punishment was expulsion from the university and criminal prosecution. Essentially, their futures were ruined. Han Han and Zichen's parents had also moved closer to the university and had recently settled into their new home. With the help of blood-restoring pills, Lin Zichen successfully completed the second cycle of skin tempering, and his second cycle of muscle tempering had progressed to 40%. As for Han Han, the day of her genetic fusion had arrived. Upon entering Shen Qinghang's office, she confessed to her mentor that she was a little nervous, which was why she had brought Chengni along. After that, Lin Zichen greeted the vice president. Yuan Dongji explained that the blue jellyfish was a mutant possessing aquatic properties. Handing her a glass, she told Qinghang to drink some water. After all, the higher the water content in her body, the smoother the fusion would be. Shen Qinghang drank a glass of water, and immediately afterward, Yuan Dongji handed her another glass and told her to keep drinking. This continued until Shen Qinghang had drunk so much water that she began to feel full. Her mentor said that since she couldn't drink anymore, she could stop. Mentor Yuan told Qinghang to take off her clothes and lie down. Holding up a syringe, Yuan Dongji explained that it contained the genes of the blue jellyfish queen. She would inject these genes directly into Shen Qinghang's heart and use her mental power to numb her pain receptors, so she wouldn't feel a thing. However, as soon as the gene fusion began, even with her pain receptors numbed, she would still feel intense pain. Yuan Dongji advised Shen Qinghang not to hold back and to scream if the pain became unbearable. Shen Qinghang told her mentor that she understood everything, after which Yuan Dongji injected the blue jellyfish genes into her heart. Watching the process from the sidelines, Lin Zichen reflected that the gene fusion process typically requires high-precision equipment to continuously monitor changes in the subject's physiological data in real time. However, none of that was necessary here, thanks to Yuan Dongji's overwhelming mental power. When she finished, Yuan Dongji said that the genes of the blue jellyfish queen had been fully integrated. As soon as the gene fusion began, Shen Qinghang would soon feel intense pain. Yuan Dongji advised Shen Qinghang to prepare herself mentally. Agreeing with her mentor, Shen Qinghang tried to compose herself. 2 minutes passed. Tired of waiting, Shen Qinghang asked why she wasn't feeling anything at all. Yuan Dongji admitted that it was strange. Lin Zichen asked Vice Chancellor Yuan, could something have gone wrong with the Han-Han fusion? Yuan Dongji was stunned when she suddenly realized what was happening, but she simply couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Could it really be? Lin Zichen asked, could Shen Qinghang's gene fusion have failed? Yuan Dongji replied that the fusion of Qinghang's genes with those of the blue jellyfish queen had not succeeded, but at the same time it couldn't be called a complete failure. Lin Zichen asked what she meant by that. Yuan Dongji explained that usually if no visible rejection is observed in the heart after injecting mutant genes, the procedure is considered successful. If no rejection reaction occurs, then with the help of various substances contained in the genetic reagent, the carrier's own genes will begin to rapidly fuse with the mutant's genes on their own, granting the carrier certain abilities. The introduced foreign genes caused absolutely no rejection, but they were also unable to fuse with Han Han's genes. Not understanding what was happening, Lin Zichen asked Vice Rector Yuan what exactly was happening to Han Han right now. Yuan Dongji replied that her spiritual intuition suggested that Qinghan's genes, it seemed, possessed a kind of self-awareness. They had surrounded the invading genes of the blue jellyfish queen, completely restricting their movement. During this process, some of the blue jellyfish queen's genes instinctively tried to merge, but they were suppressed directly by Qinghang's genes, which digested a large number of fragments that were absorbed as nutrients. Currently, all of the blue jellyfish queen's remaining genes are completely immobilized, and she has never faced a situation like this before. Suddenly, Shen Qinghang called out to Chengni and her mentor, then told them that her hair had begun to change color. Yuan Dongji and Lin Zichen were stunned by what they saw. Yuan Dongji said that this was one of the characteristic signs of the blue jellyfish queen's genes manifesting. However, since the fusion had failed, she herself didn't understand why the blue jellyfish queen's genes were still resisting. Lin Zichen asked Han Han if she felt anything strange inside her body. By this point, Shen Qinghan's hair had turned completely blue. Shen Qinghan said it felt as if something extra had appeared inside her. She could sense it and seemed to be able to control it as well. The ability to sense and control it must mean a genetic fusion. Therefore, Yuan Dongji surmised that she had overlooked something. Yuan Dongji decided to check everything again using her psychic abilities by touching her forehead to Qinghang's. After checking everything again, Yuan Dongji told Qinghan that the extra thing she sensed inside herself was the genes of the blue jellyfish queen. Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan to try using her mental powers to control them and put them into a dormant state. Shen Qinghong agreed to try and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, her hair returned to its natural color. Yuan Dongji praised Shen Qinghong and asked her to let the genes manifest again. Shen Qinghong activated the genes, and her hair turned blue once more. Yuan Dongji realized that even geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Siwei had spent half a month mastering the technique of putting mutant genes into a dormant state and back again. Qinghong, however, had mastered it almost instantly. Lin Zikin turned to the vice president and asked how Han Han was doing. Yuan Dongji said she had good news and bad news and asked which one he wanted to hear first. Shen Qinghong chose the bad news. Yuan Dongji walked over to Qinghong and said that the bad news was that she would never be able to become a gene fuser. As for the good news, Shen Qinghong is far more advanced and powerful than any gene fuser. After all, she can do everything they can do, but she doesn't need to perform gene fusion to do so, and she will easily surpass the fusers. To be more precise, her genes can subjugate the introduced genes of mutants. Shen Qinghong is capable of manifesting and utilizing their abilities without merging with their genes. This means she will never have to worry about a negative reaction from the animal's genes, and she will remain a pure-blooded human. To date, no pure-blooded human has been recognized as capable of breaking free from the ordinary level and reaching the advanced level. However, Shen Qinghan has an extremely high chance of becoming the first pioneer on Earth to reach the advanced level, while remaining a pure-blooded human. Qinghan's eyes sparkled at what she heard, and she asked her mentor, "Could I really do that?" Yuan Dongji replied that if any pure-blooded human were destined to break through biological limits, it would undoubtedly be her student, Qinghong. Listening to this, Lin Zikin wondered what Yuan Dongji meant by that. Could this be some kind of joke? Yuan Dongji explained that although Qinghan is not technically a gene fuser, her primary enhancement mechanism is still inseparable from mutant genes, so outwardly she will still be considered someone who has fused with genes. Yuan Dongji warned them that under no circumstances should they reveal this secret, not even to their own parents. She then turned to Qinghong and said that she still had a lot of research to do regarding her ability to subjugate genes. From now on, if she was free, she could come to her office every evening at 8, and they would thoroughly investigate this together. Half a month later, while Lin Zikin was doing his hardening exercises, Shen Qinghan suddenly called out to him and shouted that she had good news. As soon as Lin Zikin rushed into the bathroom, he saw that Han Han had learned to control water. Shen Qinghong explained that she could now control water with the power of her mind. Lin Zikin noted that she had only just learned to control water, yet she was already doing it so smoothly. Lin Zikin admitted that her talent was simply astonishing. Shen Qinghong told Cheng Ni that there was something even more astonishing. She could now remotely manipulate other people's qi and blood. According to Mentor Yuan, at the very least she could disrupt the flow of qi and blood, and in the worst case cause bleeding and kill instantly. Lin Zikin was surprised to hear this. He reasoned that since she could already manipulate others' qi and blood from a distance, she should also be able to manipulate her own qi and blood to temper her body. Shen Qinghong said discontentedly that, according to Mentor Yuan, her qi and blood intensity and physical talent were too weak, which was why she couldn't follow the path of pure-blooded people. Lin Zikin approached Qinghong and told her that they were both special beings, and what ordinary people cannot do, they might actually be able to achieve. Besides, since he's teaching her now, why not give it a try? Shen Qinghong blushed at Cheng Ni's words. After all, saying we're both special beings, wasn't that the same as confessing his love to her? Shen Qinghong jumped up and said he was absolutely right. They were special, and she was confident that she too could temper her body using qi and blood. In the days that followed, Lin Zikin spent his time teaching Qinghong how to control her own qi and blood to temper her body. Having finally completed the cultivation cycle, Shen Qinghong said it had worked, as she had finally mastered the blood tempering technique. Lin Zikin had only wanted Shen Qinghong to give it a try, but he never expected her to actually succeed. Currently, Han Han's biological level is second rank, but she can already practice the blood tempering technique, something that's only possible after reaching the threshold of the fourth rank. This alone defied all common sense. Shen Qinghong threw herself into Cheng Ni's arms and said that she could harness the genes of mutants to gain their abilities, while he could absorb their flesh. On top of that, they could both follow the path of purebloods. Now they truly were an unrivaled pair of geniuses. Lin Zikin agreed, saying that it was only natural. In less than half a month, during which Han Han had been honing the blood tempering technique with him. She completed its first stage. Han Han's biological level jumped to the third ordinary level. When Shen Qinghang fell asleep, Lin Zikin decided it was time to send Han Han into real combat, to expose her to bloodshed and toughen her character. After a brief search, Lin Zikin found a mission to capture 21 members of a drug trafficking gang armed with firearms. None of them were cyborgs or gene fusionists. The gang members were located in the Shanghai area, and the reward was 50 points. 9 p.m., Shanghai Municipal Public Security Headquarters. The commander introduced 2 students from Shanghai University to his team. They had accepted an assignment to work off campus and were there to assist with this case. The young man they were looking at was famous for placing second on the entrance exams in Nanjing province. The room immediately erupted in excitement. After all, with such an achievement, everyone understood that he was a very promising young talent with a limitless future. The girls noticed that he looked even more handsome in person than in his photos. Everyone was very happy to welcome the students. Commander Fan told Zikin that he had a godson who was also a freshman at Shanghai University this year. He had been admitted as the province's top scorer and was part of the group of gifted students. Unfortunately, given Zikin's immense talent, if only he hadn't joined the Heavenly Man Pavilion, he could have been admitted to the gifted class and studied there alongside his godson. The captain advised Zikin to listen to him and leave the pavilion while he still had the chance, and transfer to Evolution College. Lin Zikin decided not to comment on this at all. The commander mentioned that he had also invited his godson to today's operation. He suggested that Zikin take this opportunity to befriend him, and if any upperclassmen caused them trouble in the future, they could simply mention it to his godson, and he would definitely come to their rescue. Just as the commander was thinking about his little sunshine, the boy walked in. Upon entering the room, the godson told his uncle that he had arrived. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang were a little surprised to see him. Upon seeing him, the police officers were surprised to realize that he was indeed Commander Fan's godson. After all, this student truly exuded an incredible aura. They believed that Commander Fan Feixiong was truly lucky that his godson had placed second in the province. After all, thanks to his godson's support, he was sure to be promoted at headquarters. Commander Fan Feixiong turned to his godson Zhang Ni and said that he'd heard from his father that Zhang Ni had already reached the 5th rank of the ordinary tier a few days ago, which was very impressive. Yong Zhang told his uncle that there was nothing special about it, since that was the usual pace of leveling up. As he saw his nephew off to meet the students, Commander Fan mentioned that, in addition to him, 2 other freshmen from Shanghai University would be joining them in today's operation. One of them was a very beautiful girl. Commander Fan suggested to his nephew that he introduce him to her, which really piqued his nephew's interest, since he figured this would be his chance to prove himself. But as soon as he saw these students, he nearly gasped in shock. What the hell? What are Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang doing here? Since those 2 were involved in the operation, there was no point in him trying to show off. Commander Fan asked Zhang Ni to introduce them. Standing before him was the runner-up from Nanjing province. For some reason, his nephew fell silent. Commander Fan asked Zhang Ni if he was feeling unwell. After all, he looked terrible. Shen Qinghang whispered to Lin Zikin, asking if this was the Luo Yongjiang he had beaten in the entrance exams. Lin Zikin gave a lazy chuckle in response. Pulling himself together, Luo Yongjiang replied to his uncle that everything was fine. He was just surprised to see these 2 acquaintances. Commander Fang was surprised that his nephew knew them. Luo Yongjiang told his uncle that this beautiful girl had taken first place in Nanjing province and that she was also his classmate, and the guy next to her had taken second place in the province and had also been named the university's king of freshmen that year. Brother Cheng single-handedly crushed their entire class of geniuses during the entrance exam and won the title of king of freshmen. He is unquestionably the strongest in history. Lin Zikin felt uncomfortable with how much attention Luo Yongjiang was drawing to him, so he said that Luo was simply exaggerating and that he had just been on a roll that day, which is why he managed to pull it off, albeit barely. Upon hearing this, Luo Yongjiang smirked and decided to just go along with Zikin. Commander Fan's mouth dropped open in shock. Just how strong must the provincial runner-up be? He had clearly underestimated him. 11 p.m. the commander said they were heading to the drug dealer's hideout. Commander Fan handed the students bulletproof vests for protection. Just as Luo Yongjiang reached for one, Lin Zikin said he didn't need it. Luo Yongjiang immediately returned to his seat and without giving anything away, said that he didn't need it either, since ordinary firearms couldn't harm him. Luo Yongjiang knew that he might not be as strong as the king of freshmen, but he was still the province's top scorer. Soon he would have a chance to show these ordinary officers just how strong a student from the genius class really was. Soon they arrived at an abandoned industrial facility. Commander Fan announced the start of the operation, and immediately afterward they all stormed into the building. Upon seeing the police suddenly appear, the guards shouted to the others to run. They knew that if they were captured, they were as good as dead, so they were prepared to fight the police to the death. Return fire was directed at them. The commander ordered everyone to take cover, and immediately afterward, everyone hid behind the metal crates. Lin Zikin stood up and walked straight into the line of fire. Since he had rushed forward, Luo Yongjiang decided to follow Zikin. No sooner had he emerged from cover than Luo Yongjiang was hit by a hail of bullets, causing him immense pain. One of the police officers told Luo Yongjiang to take cover immediately. At the same time, Lin Zikin charged straight toward the enemies. No one understood what the hell was going on here. It was as if the student were completely bulletproof. The criminals simply couldn't hurt him. Lin Zikin quickly caught up to one of the criminals and was just about to beat the life out of him when the man suddenly shouted for him not to kill him. The criminals begged for mercy, but Lin Zikin continued to break through their ranks. One of them threw a grenade at his feet, shouting that this guy would go to hell with him. A powerful explosion thundered, its shockwave reaching the police officers and knocking over the crates that were shielding them. Lin Zikin decided to leave the remaining criminals to Han Han for training. Lin Zikin told Han Han that it was her turn. Shen Qinghang stretched and her hair turned blue. As long as she had control over the enemy's qi and blood, she could do this. The criminals suddenly realized that no matter how hard they tried to move, they simply couldn't. Shen Qinghang ordered them to be knocked unconscious, and in an instant all the criminals fell to the floor, unconscious. The police quickly handcuffed all the criminals. After searching the building, they reported to Commander Fan that they had found a box containing extremely unusual seeds inside. After the box of seeds was opened, Commander Fan said that, as expected, these were the seeds of the demonic tree, and by all accounts, the cult of divine plants was back in action. According to the drug dealers, 2 months ago, a mysterious masked man had paid them generously to distribute the seeds. The officer said that it wasn't enough for these people to deal drugs. They had also become traitors to humanity. Since they had already sorted everything out here, Lin Zikin told the commander that they would be leaving, as he and his girlfriend still had business to attend to at the university. The commander allowed them to leave and said they would be given a ride. For safety's sake, Lin Zikin decided to avoid any involvement in the activities of these cults. Suddenly, Lin Zikin saw from the car window a rat burying something in the ground. This rat had just planted the seed of a demonic tree. Lin Zikin surmised that it might be a rat from the rat god cult. Lin Zikin turned to Han Han and asked her to inform their mentor that the rat god cult had likely colluded with the divine plant cult and was helping them spread the seeds of the demonic tree. Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin called Commander Fan and said he had something to report. He relayed this to Vice Chancellor Yuan and Commander Fan. Since matters related to cults should be handled by public security teams and advanced-level beings. Half a month later, Lin Zikin and Han Han successfully completed another mission to apprehend armed drug dealers. 3 days after that, Zikin and Sister Yan completed a mission to apprehend a first-rank, advanced-level cyborg robber. Before Lin Zikin even realized it, the first semester of his freshman year was already drawing to a close. By this point, he had finally completed the second cycle of physical conditioning. Shen Qinghang rushed over to Zikin and happily told him that she had successfully completed the first cycle of physical conditioning. Even Lin Zikin was surprised at how quickly she had achieved this. Lin Zikin told Han Han that she had been practicing the blood tempering technique for only 3 months, yet she was already making great progress. Lin Zikin acknowledged that her talent far surpassed that of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghang asked Zikin, "Didn't you tell me that after completing the first cycle of body tempering, one's biological level rises to the standard 9th rank? So why am I still at the 6th rank 9th level?" Lin Zikin speculated that it was because her physical talent was too weak, but at the same time her control over qi and blood was exceptionally strong. That was precisely why the blood tempering had boosted her level more than her physical strength. Shen Qinghang burst into tears at this news, for it might mean she would never be able to catch up to Cheng Ni. Lin Zikin understood that even this was a very good result. After all, he was using a cheat code, and if she had managed to catch up to him, it would have been a truly terrifying outcome. A short time later, at the Pure Blood Research Institute, Lin Zikin and Song Yuyan still couldn't figure out exactly how they were supposed to open these apertures. Lin Zikin even suggested that it might require completing 5 cycles of physical tempering to open them. But Song Yuyan said that was unlikely, because if that were really the case, ordinary people would have practically no chance of progressing. Song Yuyan decided to stop talking about it and suggested they talk about something more pleasant. Yuyan smiled and told Zikin that she had some juicy gossip for him. Song Yuyan asked Zikin if he had even the slightest idea how chaotic the personal lives of their university's top leadership were. She offered to tell him all about it. Lin Zikin suddenly remembered something and asked Sister Yan how many points he had accumulated on her account so far. Song Yuyan said that he had used her account to complete many advanced level missions with her, and they had earned quite a few points during that time, a total of 2,400. Lin Zikin was glad to hear this, since the meat of a polyphagous mongoose costs 40 points per kilogram, so he should have enough to buy 45 kilograms and consume a sufficient amount of life essence. Lin Zikin turned to Sister Yan and said he wanted to buy 45 kilograms of omnivorous mongoose meat. He asked her if she could place the order for him at the store. Song Yuyan asked why he needed so much meat. Lin Zikin replied that it wasn't easy to explain. Even though he refused to answer, Song Yuyan still ordered the meat for Zikin. The omnivorous mongoose meat was delivered to the Research Institute's address, but just in case, Lin Zikin took it home to consume. Lin Zikin touched the meat and began the absorption process, after which the system notified him that he was absorbing a massive amount of the multi-toothed mongoose's life essence. Very quickly, the absorption progress reached 100%. The system notified Lin Zikin that a life force trace of the multi-jawed mongoose had been created and that he had obtained the biological attribute immunity to poisons. Lin Zikin's resistance to poisons had significantly increased. Lin Zikin saw the multi-venomous mongoose surrounded by a toxic stench that did not harm him in the slightest. Now, having acquired the new biological attribute, Lin Zikin decided to test whether a neurotoxin with an anesthetic effect could affect him. Lin Zikin injected himself with a syringe into his arm. 2 hours later, Lin Zikin still hadn't felt any noticeable effect. Apparently, the neurotoxin had been completely neutralized by his immunity to poisons. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zikin accompanied Han Han to a meeting with Vice Rector Yuan for the second injection of mutant genes. Shen Qinghong undressed and lay down. Yuan Dongji explained that before the injection, she needed to test the genes of the blue jellyfish queen to see if they were compatible with the genes of the second mutant. No sooner had Yuan Dongji begun the test than she suddenly gasped in surprise by some miracle. Qinghong's biological level had jumped from the 2nd rank to the 6th rank, and so quickly at that. Shen Qinghan replied awkwardly that she had been practicing the blood tempering technique and had successfully completed the first cycle of body tempering a few days ago, immediately after which her biological level reached the 6th rank. Yuan Dongji asked how she had managed to do that, and Shen Qinghong explained that she had used the blue jellyfish queen's ability to control water to manipulate her qi and blood. Yuan Dongji placed a hand on her student's shoulder and acknowledged that she was a true prodigy, and her physical capabilities were simply incredible. She has absolutely no doubt that in the future, Qinghong will become one of humanity's greatest fighters. Yuan Dongji took 5 syringes containing genes and explained that she was going to inject these 5 different mutant genes to test whether there was a limit to how many genes Qinghong could assimilate or what abilities she could control. The syringes contained the genes of 5 monsters with different attributes. The wood attribute includes a demon butterfly with golden wings possessing a powerful hallucinogenic ability. The wood attribute also includes a flower insect possessing a powerful camouflage ability. The water attribute is represented by an immortal slug with a powerful self-regeneration ability. The fire attribute is represented by a hellish lizard with a destructive combustion ability, and the earth attribute is represented by an armored earth dragon with a formidable defensive ability. Yuan Dongji warned Shen Qinghong that she was injecting genes into her and began administering the injections one by one. What happened next was astonishing. The moment the genes of the armored earth dragon were injected, they were instantly destroyed by Qinghong's own genes, dissolving into nutrients and being completely absorbed. As for the genes of the hellish lizard, the flower insect, and the golden-winged demon butterfly, they met the same fate. All of them, without exception, were destroyed. Only the genes of the inanimate slug from the last injection survived, after which they were subjugated by Qinghong's genes. Yuan Dongji explained that likely only genes with a water attribute could be subjugated. Yuan Dongji suggested introducing 3 more different genes from water mutants to see what would happen. After finishing all the injections, Yuan Dongji asked Shen Qinghan how she was feeling. Shen Qinghang replied that she didn't feel very well, as if she had overeaten and was very full. Under Yuan Dongji's supervision, the 3 water mutant genes she had injected at the end were also destroyed and absorbed. Yuan Dongji concluded that at the moment, Shen Qinghang's limit is 2 water mutant genes. Yuan Dongji told Shen Qinghang that her current physical strength is probably still not high enough, or perhaps her mental strength isn't strong enough. Therefore, for now, she is limited to the genes of 2 mutants. But when that changes in the future, she will definitely be able to subjugate more genes. Shen Qinghan was delighted by this news. It was simply wonderful. Qinghan promised her mentor that she would train even harder. While Shen Qinghang was getting dressed, Yuan Dongji explained that the genes of the immortal slug she had just absorbed gave her the ability to secrete a special kind of slime. Not only does it possess powerful healing properties, but it also has exceptionally effective lubricating properties. If she ever needs it in the future, she'll be able to. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang blushed deeply, realizing where the vice president was going with this. Yuan Dongji said she had something to announce. This year's competition for freshmen had been moved up. It would now take place in mid-January, at the very end of this semester. Yuan Dongji turned to Qinghang and said she was looking forward to her performance. She hoped Qinghang would make it into the top 5 and secure a spot in the special winter training camp. Shen Qinghang told her mentor that she understood everything and promised to do her best to achieve this. Lin Zikin was very interested to hear that the competition for freshmen had been rescheduled. Sometime later, Li Chunxing came to visit Qinghang at the dorm again. Li Chunxing apologized for bothering them once more. Shen Qinghang told Chunxing that she wasn't bothering them at all and asked her to come by more often. Lin Zikin smiled and invited her in. He then asked the girls why they had so many bags. Li Chunxing explained that her family's store had received a new shipment of clothing a few days ago. She had found several matching outfits that she thought would be perfect for Zikin and Han, so she brought them as gifts. Li Chunxing said that all the clothes had already been washed and asked them to try them on right away to see if they'd fit. After they changed, Li Chunxing asked them to pose so she could take a few photos for her online store. After all, with their photos, these outfits would surely sell like hotcakes. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghang realized what Chunxing had in mind. Li Chunxing laughed and admitted that this little idea had just popped into her head. Seeing the 2 of them in the next matching outfits, Li Chunxing was even surprised at how cool they looked. Li Chunxing admitted that this look suited them even better. Upon seeing the next outfits, Chunxing said they were simply stunning and that these sets would surely sell out. After the photo shoot ended, Lin suggested the girls go eat since they were done with the photos. During lunch, Shen Qinghang told Chengni that on their way back to the dorm, they ran into a terrible upper-class woman. Relying on her strength, she tried to snatch the shopping bags from her and Chengxin. If only they hadn't recognized her as Zikin's girlfriend, she really might have been able to take them. Li Chunxing said that this was the same upperclassman she had already told them about. She had borrowed her makeup and never returned it. This time, she had also tried to steal from her, and Han just happened to be in the way. Shen Qinghang said indignantly that this was simply outrageous. She suggested they go and sort everything out after they ate. Li Chunxing asked Han to let it go, since that upper-class woman was on the student council and her boyfriend held a high-ranking position. They definitely shouldn't provoke them. Shen Qinghang asked, why are we afraid of them? After all, Chenny would be with them. After that, Lin Zikin said he would go with them. After lunch, Lin Zikin and the girls set out to find the bully from the student council. At that time, all the sophomores were in the gym practicing martial arts, so they headed straight there. As soon as they walked in, the students inside immediately recognized the so-called king of the freshmen. They immediately began discussing what he was doing there. Had he really come to them just to invite trouble? Pointing to their target, Li Chunxing told Zikin that this was the girl with the wine-red dyed hair. Her name is Li Zizi. Approaching Li Zizi, Lin Zikin said that, according to his girlfriend, Zizi had taken some makeup from her and hadn't returned it. He asked if that was true. Li Zizi asked, what does took and didn't return even mean? He was talking as if she had stolen the makeup, after which she added that, of course, she would return the makeup once she was done using it. Besides, it's just makeup, so why are they making such a fuss? Li Zizi accused these freshmen of being greedy. Then she reminded Li Chunxing that she hadn't just taken her makeup, she traded it for her own. Li Chunxing showed the new bottle and Li Zizi's empty bottle, reminding her that she takes new makeup from her and gives back the empty bottles. Li Ziqi explained that when she gave the bottle away, it was still full of product. She then asked Fei Fei if she was telling the truth. Fei Fei replied that she had personally seen Li Ziqi give away a full bottle. Li Chunxing ordered them to stop talking nonsense and was about to approach them when Lin Ziqin stopped her. Lin Ziqin called out to the instructor and asked if he remembered correctly that the university adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. How exactly should this be interpreted? And does that mean the strong can torment the weak with impunity whenever they want? The instructor replied that this wasn't quite the case. He explained that at Shanghai University, the weak can challenge the strong without any conditions. But if the strong want to fight the weak, they must first obtain permission from the weaker party. As for determining strength, they judge it by rank or year of study. In addition, both sides must stake an equal number of points to initiate a challenge. The winner receives the points from both sides. If there are no objections, the minimum stake is 1 point. Li Ziqi shuddered upon hearing this. Lin Ziqin asked the instructor if that meant he could challenge her without any conditions. Li Zizi asked Lin Ziqin if he, a guy with a huge physical advantage, was seriously going to bully her, a girl. Li Zizi knew she couldn't defeat Ziqin with her 5th rank ordinary level. Lin Ziqin called out to Han Han and asked her to challenge Li Zizi. Shen Qinghang was surprised by such a sudden request. But after gathering her thoughts, she said she understood everything and agreed. Worried about what was happening, Li Chunxing explained to Ziqin that Li Zizi was simply provoking him, and that he shouldn't let Han Han fight her. Li Chunxing knew Han Han didn't stand a chance, since she had always been at the bottom of the class alongside her. And if Qinghan stepped into the ring, she would definitely get beaten up. Seeing how worried she was about her, Shen Qinghan asked Chunxing to calm down. Shen Qinghan promised that she would win this fight. Li Chunxing was deeply moved by Shen Qinghan's words. Shen Qinghan became even cooler in her eyes. Shen Qinghang jumped into the ring and introduced herself as Shen Qinghang, a freshman, and she challenged sophomore Li Zizi to a fight. The upperclassmen around her were mesmerized by how beautiful Shen Qinghang was and how cool she looked right now. Li Zizi tried to figure out why Qinghang was so confident she could beat her, thinking that Shen Qinghang was just pretty and nothing more. Li Zizi jumped into the ring and said that since a freshman was challenging her, they should place big bets. Li Zizi bet 10 points. Shen Qinghang agreed and also bet 10 points. The instructor told the girls that if both sides agreed, the challenge was considered official. The instructor asked the girls if they were ready. Both replied that they were ready. In that case, the instructor announced the start of the duel. As soon as the fight began, Shen Qinghang lunged forward, and at the same time her hair turned blue. Everyone present was surprised by just how fast Shen Qinghang turned out to be. Suddenly, something strange happened to Li Zizi. For some reason, her head was spinning, and her body, she couldn't move it at all. Quickly closing in on Li Zizi, Shen Qinghang raised her leg and kicked her in the face. The force of the blow was enough to send Li Zizi flying out of the ring, where she rolled painfully across the gym floor. Everyone present was stunned by the outcome of the fight. Li Chongxing wondered, since when has Han Han become so strong? Meanwhile, Fei Fei was worried about her friend. Fei Fei immediately ran over to Li Zizi to check on her, then right away called Qing Minyu and told him that Zizi had been kicked, causing her to suffer a concussion. She told him to come to the gym as soon as possible. In response, Qing Minyu shouted that he was already on his way. Fei Fei hung up the phone and, hugging the crying Li Zizi close, said they were in big trouble now. Meanwhile, at the Gene Combiner Institute, the students were in awe as they watched Li Moyue. He was a true monster in their eyes, because right now he was actually defying 7th rank gravity. It was also incredible that Luo Yongzhen had been in the mental capsule for a full minute and was still holding on. Ma Siwei was also amazing. She had already achieved an S rank in the reaction capsule. The instructor told the 3 students that this training session had been intense and exhausting and advised them to rest a bit. He then mentioned that he had received an official notice from the university's public relations department stating that the freshman competition had been rescheduled for January 18th. This news came as a complete surprise to the students. Li Moyu clenched his fists and said, "The sooner, the better." He couldn't wait to give Lin Ziqin a good beating. After several rounds of gene fusion, he had already risen to the middle of the ordinary level and was very close to reaching the 7th rank. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqin hadn't completed a single fusion at all. He simply couldn't compare to him. The students began discussing the fact that Lin Zikin still hadn't completed a single gene fusion, which led to speculation that he was already far behind these three monsters. Everyone here believed that following the path of a pureblood was like wasting one's talent. Ma Siwei told them that everyone has their own path and that they shouldn't judge others so easily. Upon hearing this, the students shuddered with fear and apologized. Ma Siwei thought of something strange. Today was their group's first time training in the advanced training room, but their top student, Shen Qinghong, was absent. Ma Siwei asked the teacher why Shen Qinghong wasn't there. He replied that, according to Qinghong, she had an urgent matter to attend to, so she had asked him for the day off. Suddenly, a student ran into the room and shouted to everyone about breaking news. Just a moment ago, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan had caused a commotion downstairs, and Shen Qinghan had just beaten up a bunch of troublemakers and some pretty second-year students. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ran downstairs to see what was going on. Li Jiqi, trembling and sobbing, wailed that she was ruined. Her face was ruined after the beating. Fei Fei called out to Shen Qinghang and called her cruel. Then she asked why she had kicked Jiqi so hard in the face. Shen Qinghan apologized and said that she hadn't actually meant to hit her that hard. Suddenly, Li Chunxing stepped forward and explained to Han Han that Jiqi had lost simply because she was weaker. Qinghan hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no need for her to apologize. Li Chunxing took Shen Qinghan by the hand and led her toward the exit, but Fei Fei grabbed Qinghan by the wrist and asked, "Do you really think you can just hurt someone like that and walk away?" Fei Fei said that behavior was simply unacceptable. Lin Zikin slapped Fei Fei's hand to make her let go of Han Han and reminded her that Li Jiqi had lost because she was weak, and if Fei Fei kept harassing them like this, he'd have no choice but to fight her himself. Fei Fei's face twisted into a malicious smirk. She asked Lin Zikin if he really thought that just because he was this year's freshman king, he was untouchable. If so, she challenged him to face her right then and there and try to beat her up. The very next second, Lin Zikin slapped Fei Fei across the face, earning himself another point. In fact, Lin Zikin had never heard of such a strange request. Silence fell over the gym, and an angry Li Jiqi approached them. Qing Minyu, the student council member in charge of maintaining order. Li Jiqi complained to the guy that they had ruined her face, after which Fei Fei added that they had deliberately aimed for their faces. After hearing from the girls about what had happened, Qing Minyu asked the younger guy if it wasn't a bit much to hit the girls in the face so hard. Lin Zichen said that, in his opinion, his girlfriend's bullying of the freshman was far more excessive. But Qing Minyu immediately shouted at Zichen, telling him not to accuse her without proof. Luo Yongzhang called out to Qing Minyu and said that, in fact, his girlfriend was constantly picking on freshmen from the regular classes. He'd seen it happen many times himself, so what other proof did he need? Qing Minyu was unhappy with how Luo Yongzhang had meddled in the matter. Lin Zikin challenged Qing Minyu to a fight if he wanted justice for his girlfriend so badly. Otherwise, he would simply walk away so as not to waste his time on them. Qing Minyu replied to Zikin that he was the one who had brought it up. Qing Minyu made a wager and asked the freshman if he had just as much, to which Lin Zikin replied that he did and accepted the wager. Ma Siwei wondered if Lin Zikin had gone mad by accepting Qing Minyu's challenge. After all, Qing Minyu's biological level had reached the 7th rank of the ordinary tier. Luo Yongjiang was inspired by Zikin's idea. He couldn't even understand how he hadn't thought of such a spectacular way to train before. Lin Zikin and Qing Minyu stepped into the ring, after which the instructor announced the start of the match. Qing Minyu immediately activated his genes, causing his muscles to swell and tear through his clothes. Thick fur began to grow on his arms and all over his body. The biological pressure felt by the students around them was simply overwhelming. Virtually none of them could imagine how Lin Zikin planned to defeat such a powerful opponent. Qing Minyu, the Lion Man, launched his attack. It seemed Qing Minyu was so fast that Lin Zikin would have no way to dodge. As he struck, Qing Minyu shouted that since Lin Zikin had dared to smash his girlfriend's face to pieces, he would do the same to Lin Zikin's face. Qing Minyu punched Lin Zikin in the face, unleashing a massive surge of power. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded from Qing Minyu's hand. Qing Minyu suddenly fell to his knees and screamed loudly from the unbearable pain. Lin Zikin looked down at the prostrate Qing Minyu, then said that this fight is over. Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin kicked Qing Minyu hard, sending him flying into the stands. Looking at the dejected Li Moyu, Liu Yongzhang said he had a sense of déjà vu. As it turned out, Lin Zikin was strong enough to instantly defeat a 7th-rank opponent of ordinary level. Li Moyu told himself that he had to become even stronger. Li Moyu called his grandfather and said that he wanted to fuse with the 2nd type of mutated beast genes and wanted to do it as early as tomorrow. Lin Zikin announced to everyone that, starting today, he would begin accepting paid fight requests. Whether they were newbies or experienced fighters didn't matter. As long as they paid him, he was ready to stand up for them and challenge anyone. Liu Yongzhang's eyes lit up, for he had just heard the words of a true show-off king. This guy is the biggest show-off at their university, and he wanted to become his student. A meeting had begun in the student council hall. Council members were complaining about how narcissistic Lin Zikin was and how he acted as if everyone else was nothing to him. This freshman actually dared to say in front of everyone that he was ready to fight even the student council president, which is simply a flagrant challenge to the authority of the student union. The council members wanted to finally deal with this thorn in their side. A girl from the council approached the president and said that regarding the fact that Lin Zikin takes paid jobs, the president of the student union was in a very bad mood. Zhou Shuihong said that Zikin was simply an overconfident king who had yet to know fear. Thanks to Li Chunxing's recommendation, Lin Zikin quickly landed his first job as a fight broker. His first client was Hu Yingli. For a long time, a sophomore named Huang Jiamin had been bullying her and had also taken many of her luxury clothes and handbags. Considering that Huang Jiamin has an older brother, Huang Jiazhui, who is on the student council and very popular, Lin Zikin charged 11 points for this job, giving 1 point to Chunxing as a reward for the referral. Lin Zikin quickly tracked down his target. Huang Jiamin asked Zikin what he was trying to do, then explained that her brother was in the student council's external relations department and had connections everywhere. She advised Zikin not to dig his own grave. She immediately recognized the university's notorious thug who punched people in the face, the king of freshmen, Lin Zikin. Realizing he wasn't going to leave, Huang Jiami begged him not to hit her. But if it was necessary, she asked that he not hit her in the face. Lin Zikin called out to Han Han and said he would leave this matter to her. Stretching before getting to work, Shen Qinghong agreed to handle it. When Shen Qinghong approached Huang Jiami, she asked Qinghong to stop and put an end to it, because she couldn't just hit her like that. Huang Jiami cried out in fear that if even a single hair fell from her head, her brother would never forgive her. Hearing someone enter, Huang Jiami realized it was her brother, Huang Jiazhui, along with his friends. Huang Jiami immediately told her brother that she hadn't done anything to Zikin, but he lunged at her without a word and tried to hit her. They were just bullying her. Crumpling his fists, Huang Jiaju turned to Lin Zikin and asked if he was going too far. Did he really think he was so invincible that no one could handle him? Huang Jiaju told Zikin that they could forgive him today. But if this happened again, he shouldn't blame them for showing no mercy. Huang Jiaju's friends asked, since when have the student council members become so accommodating? They speculated that they didn't dare cross the freshman king, and that if there wasn't a fight, it would be boring. Lin Zikin told Han Han to take action. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiami ran to her brother, begging him for help. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly went limp and fell to the floor. Huang Jiami couldn't understand why she couldn't move. Huang Jiaju decided they were asking for trouble and rushed into the attack. Suddenly, Lin Zikin unleashed his biological pressure. Lin Zikin's biological pressure was strong enough to suppress these 3 upperclassmen. Because of the intensity of the suppression, Huang Jiaju even wondered for a second if he had already reached an advanced level. Suddenly, Zikin's biological pressure intensified, and the upperclassmen fell to the ground, crushing a hole in the floor. Based on what had happened, Huang Jiaju surmised that Lin Zikin must have a truly powerful patron. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qinghong walked up to Huang Jiami and kicked her. The Huang siblings were defeated. Huang Jiaju wondered, what the hell had just happened? A short time later in the student council office, Huang Jiaju explained that they had all felt an overwhelming biological pressure. There was no doubt that it could only have come from an extremely powerful source. Upon hearing this, the union members were no longer surprised by Lin Zikin's arrogant behavior. He must indeed have someone powerful backing him. Zhou Shuihong turned to the others and said that since they did not yet know who Lin Zikin's patron was, they should all avoid him and watch how things unfolded. If any of them happened to come into conflict with Zikin, they should simply issue a warning. In any case, they must avoid a fight. Around the same time, there was a loud knock on the vice president's office door, immediately followed by Ma Zhenhe shouting to Vice President Yuan that the inner campus was now in complete chaos, all because of Lin Zikin. Upon entering the office, Ma Zhenhe explained that the whole issue stemmed from the so-called fight-arranging service he had started providing. Ma Zhenhe asked Yuan Dongji if this had been done with her approval, to which Yuan Dongji replied, no. However, she likes what Lin Zikin is doing. Yuan Dongji said that the student council had been suppressing the students here for too long. The rigid class hierarchy had become excessively entrenched, which was detrimental to long-term development. And now the time has come to tear it all down. 20,000 meters beneath the city of Shanghai, the biological passage connected to source number 36 has finally stabilized sufficiently. The envoy said that they can now begin transporting the mutated beasts from the source lands. However, for now they can only transport those below the advanced level. The biological passage has only just been created and lacks sufficient reinforcement mechanisms. The passage's endurance is limited, and if an advanced level mutant were to penetrate it, the biological passage could collapse instantly. The messenger explained that the passage was about to begin moving. He ordered the servants to concentrate and be ready, for a single small mistake would cause them to be sucked in and torn to pieces. Symbols began to emanate from the divine messenger. Coiling around his arm and staff, they headed toward the biological passage. The divine messenger stretched out his hands and commanded the biological passage to open. The biological passage burst open, and powerful streams of energy began to emanate from it. Immediately afterward, a large number of powerful mutants began squeezing through the passage. The messenger reported that more than 300 ordinary mutated beasts had been transported and brought under control. Should they continue? As soon as the messenger noticed that the biological passage was becoming unstable, he had to close it immediately. The divine messenger reached out toward the rift and commanded it to close. Suddenly, another monster began to break through from the other side of the biological rift. Sticking out its long clawed hands, the monster began to widen the rift. The giant rat asked the messenger what was happening. The messenger replied that by all appearances, they needed to prepare for a fierce battle. When the monster stepped to the other side, the envoy immediately recognized it as a nine-tailed fox. Once on the other side, the nine-tailed fox asked, "So is this the legendary land?" Thanks to Zikin's promotional presentation of his matchmaking services for battles, his business was thriving. Lin Zikin began receiving more than 10 orders every day. In just 2 weeks, Lin Zikin had already completed more than 200 orders and earned more than 3,000 points. Some of the students, including some who had previously even bullied him, nicknamed Lin Zikin the light of righteousness, purifying the rotten atmosphere on campus. Others, however, viewed him as just another businessman chasing after points. But Lin Zikin simply didn't care what others said about him. All he cared about was earning points. Upon returning to class, Shen Qinghang wished all her classmates a good morning. Luo Yongjing greeted Qinghang in return. Seeing the look on his face, Shen Qinghang asked what had happened to him, to which he replied, trying to act cool, that he had simply tripped while walking. After that, Ma Siwei explained that, in reality, this idiot had tried to impersonate Qinghang's fiancée while acting as a go-between and had ended up getting beaten up by members of the student council. Luo Yongjiang said it was all that damn student council's fault and asked how they dared to beat up only him while leaving Lin Zichen alone. With fire in his eyes, Luo Yongjiang said that the council members were just bullies who picked on the weak, but he was going to become even stronger and take his revenge on them later. Ma Siwei reminded Yongjiang that he wasn't the only one here who could become stronger. Besides, his talent isn't much greater than theirs, so she advised him to give up his dream of revenge. Luo Yongjiang was forced to agree with Ma Siwei. Ma Siwei said that the freshman competition would begin soon and that he'd be better off thinking about it and focusing on his recovery. The day of the freshman competition arrived rather quickly. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang defeated one opponent after another and successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. The cyborg dean admitted that he had never expected Shen Qinghang to make it to the quarterfinals. Her progress since the entrance exam had been simply enormous. Even Ma Zhenhe couldn't help but agree with just how remarkable Shen Qinghang's growth was. But unfortunately, in this match she would face Shiwei, otherwise she might have had a chance to advance to the semifinals. The battle began. Shen Qinghang and Ma Shiwei immediately awakened their genes, and to everyone's surprise, she made her first move very quickly. Shen Qinghang reached out and used qi and blood control on Shiwei. As she approached Shen Qinghang, Ma Siwei suddenly froze. For reasons unknown to her, Her chi and blood suddenly fell into disarray. Trembling as she tried to move, Ma Siwei looked at the approaching figure and wondered, could Shen Qinghang really be capable of such a thing? After striking her target, Shen Qinghang leaped up and delivered a kick. With a single blow, Shen Qinghang knocked Ma Siwei out of the ring. Ma Siwei was simply stunned that she had lost. Dean Ma cried out in shock that his daughter had been struck. Dean Liu wondered what was so special about this pair of childhood friends. Their family backgrounds were ordinary, so why were they both geniuses? Even Shen Qinghang was surprised that she had defeated Ma Siwei so easily, which made her even more inspired. 10 minutes later, at the semifinals, the first match of the semifinals, Lin Zikin versus Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan turned to Chengni and said that this would be the first time they'd fight in the same arena since they first met. Lin Zikin suggested to Han Han that they put on a good fight together. The instructor announced the start of the match. Immediately afterward, Shen Qinghang lunged forward and attacked Lin Zikin with a kick, but he easily blocked her strike with his hand. Lin Zikin explained that she should have used a punch instead of a kick. She'd made the wrong choice right from the start. Next, Shen Qinghang attacked him with a punch to the head, but Lin Zikin dodged the attack and said that now she had chosen a poor angle of attack. He explained that with such a strike, she leaves her opponent an opening for a counterattack. To everyone's surprise, the semifinal match suddenly turned into a live training seminar. The two of them fought as if they were a pair of lovebirds. Some of the spectators were even envious, as they too would love to have a sparring partner like that. After a while, because she was physically weaker, Shen Qinghang ran out of steam. Unable to continue the fight, she gave up. Thus, Lin Zikin won and advanced directly to the final. Stepping into the ring, Li Moyu acknowledged that his current strength was no match for Lin Zikin's. But even so, he shouldn't assume he could win easily. Even if he had to fight with all his might, he would only manage a draw. The instructor announced the start of the final match. Immediately afterward, Li Moyu activated his mutant genes, transforming into a humanoid beast. Suddenly, Lin Zikin charged at him and delivered a kick to his chest. It was yet another instant victory, ending with just a single blow. Lin Zikin's physical body was simply absurdly super strong. Seeing just how strong Lin Zikin was, some even began to believe that he could achieve something as a pure-blooded human. Everyone around realized they should no longer underestimate him. Yuan Dongji announced the conclusion of this year's freshman competition. And in addition to the bonus points for freshmen who reached the quarterfinals, the top 5 will also participate in a special training camp during winter break. This winter camp will be held at the headquarters of the Nanjing Military District, specifically at the unit tasked with suppressing source number 36. The camp will begin in 10 days. The day before the camp begins, the top 5 students must gather at the administrative building at 7 in the morning. Yuan Dongji told the students that she would personally drive them there. The nine-tailed fox speculated that since the plant cult has existed on Earth for a very long time, the cult's divine messenger must have encountered quite a few handsome men. The nine-tailed fox explained that the reason she had come to Earth this time was to find an earthly slave for her bed. The divine messenger almost immediately found a suitable candidate for the nine-tailed fox's bed. According to him, it was a young man who was not only exceptionally handsome, but also had an incredibly powerful physique. He then took out his phone and showed the nine-tailed fox a photo of Lin Zikin. After looking closely at the photo, the nine-tailed fox licked her lips and asked the messenger to tell her more about this man. Shortly after the winter break began, the day arrived when they were to depart for the military district for special training exercises. Vice Rector Yuan flew the 5 of them by helicopter to the headquarters of the Nanjing Military District. Not only would they, the 5 students from Shanghai University, undergo the special training program, but so would the top 5 students from Kyoto University, as well as representatives of the younger generation from the God of Mechanisms Corporation and the military district itself. Pointing to the massive red figure, Luo Yongjiang asked his friends to take a look at this cyborg. He then explained that he'd heard its combat power was comparable to that of the rarest heavyweights. Rumor had it that this cyborg was built by the God of Mechanisms Corporation, and each such cyborg was named after a city in Nanjiang Province. While Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang were looking around with the others, someone suddenly called out to them. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang immediately recognized Zhang Kai, with whom they had once studied. Seeing them there, Zhang Kai asked if the 2 of them were representing Shanghai University at the military district's special training exercises. Zhang Kai turned to Zikin and said that it was one thing when he used to get tired after just a few extra laps. but now he was already among the top 5 freshmen at Shanghai University and was representing the university at this special training session. Lin Zikin explained that Han Han had exceptionally high compatibility with gene fusion, and she had ranked first on the entrance exams in Nanjing province. After the gene fusion, her strength increased incredibly. Jane Kai was surprised that Shen Qinghong had truly become so formidable. Shen Qinghong noted that Jane Kai must also be quite strong. After all, he is the one representing God of Mechanisms in competitions, which means his strength has also increased significantly. Jiang Kai explained that his compatibility with mechanical modifications was exceptionally high, and raising his arm to show his equipment, he said that various modification experiments conducted by the company had significantly increased his strength. Jiang Kai said he still had some business to attend to, which forced him to leave, and as he said goodbye, he added that they would see each other again tomorrow at the training camp. Luo Yongzhang approached the sweet couple and said it was already late, then asked what they thought about eating in the cafeteria first and then going for a walk in the cafeteria. After trying the local food, Shen Jinghong told Chengni that the food here turned out to be even much tastier than it was in the university cafeteria, and, holding out her chopsticks with food on them, she offered him a taste. Lin Zikin tasted what Han Han had offered him from her chopsticks and admitted that it was indeed very delicious. The other 3 turned pale at the sight. They knew full well that such a public display of affection was meant to torment them, the loners. Li Moyu puckered his lips and asked Shiwei to feed him a piece of tofu too, after all. He also wanted to experience that wonderful feeling of being fed by a beautiful woman. Trying to ignore him, Ma Shiwei told Moyu to leave her alone. Suddenly a stranger called out to Li Moyu, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Stepping closer, the blond man called Li Moyu a Kyoto traitor. Li Moyu stood up and mockingly pointed out that these were the very same 2 losers who had always trailed behind him in high school, and asked, "Who exactly are you calling a traitor?" The guy with the cross asked Li Moyu, "Do you really think we're still back in those school days?" The blonde guy then explained that ever since Li Moyu decided to enroll at Shanghai University, his strength was simply destined to be surpassed by Qin Chuan. After that, the guy with the cross asked Li Moyu if he wanted to go outside and fight. Li Moyu replied that he'd be happy to do so. Upon hearing about the impending fight, a commotion broke out in the cafeteria. The geniuses of Kyoto University were about to face off against the genius of Shanghai University. Everyone wanted to see it. Jumping into the ring, Li Moyu suggested they both attack him at once, since that would save him the trouble and would also be faster than fighting them one at a time. The guy with the quest assured Li Moyu that there was no need for that, since Gaomu alone was more than enough to crush him. Gaomu grinned as he jumped into the ring. Li Moyu abruptly unleashed his mutant genes, assuming his beast form, and said with a smirk that the defeated opponent would take 3rd place. Li Moyu's appearance had changed since the competition, as he had returned home last week, where he fused with the genes of a Shadow Knight cat, thereby making up for his previous lack of speed. So how on earth could this guy possibly defeat him? Gaomu activated his mutant genes, causing his clothes to tear as well, and his body grew larger and became covered in layers of blue scales. Upon seeing his mutant form, Lin Zikin immediately realized that he was using the genes of an armored earth dragon, a mutated earth-type beast with extremely strong defensive capabilities. A standard-level 9th-rank armored earth dragon is capable of withstanding a full-power strike from an advanced-level 1st-rank demon-eyed monkey. Just as Lin Zikin had predicted, Li Moyu struck Gaoma with all his might. But Gaoma managed to block the blow with his scales. Using his increased speed, Li Moyu continued to rapidly land blow after blow on Gaomu, but Gaomu kept blocking. Unable to break through his opponent's defense, Li Moyu tried to figure out why Gaomu was so resilient. No matter how hard he hit him, he simply couldn't budge this wall. After observing how the fight was going, Shen Qinghong turned to Chenny and said that, by all appearances, neither of these 2 would be able to gain the upper hand. She speculated that if they continued fighting like this, it would end in a draw. Lin Zikin said that wasn't the case, and that the guy named Gaomu from Kyoto University would win this fight. Lin Zikin explained to Han Han that Gaomu was holding back and not using his full strength. He possessed another mutated beast gene that hadn't been activated yet. Meanwhile, Li Moyu had already given it his all. By this point, Li Moyu was already thoroughly exhausted. As he landed blow after blow, Li Moyu asked Gaomu if all he could do was hide behind his defense and stall for a draw. Gaomu smirked sarcastically and, addressing Li Moyu as the champion of Li Province, asked him to let him demonstrate his incredible power and end this fight instantly. Just like Lee Moyu, Gaomu activated the gene of the demonic-eyed monkey, growing even larger than he already was and becoming partially covered in fur. Lee Moyu's red face nearly turned blue with shock. He simply couldn't understand how Gaomu, with his level of talent, had managed to successfully fuse with the genes of two mutated beasts at his age. Gaomu replied that although his innate talent was inferior to Moyu's, the gene fusion technology at Kyoto University far surpassed that of Shanghai University. After throwing a block, Gaomu launched an offensive attack on Lee Moyu. Lee Moyu counterattacked, clashing fists with Gaomu, which released a powerful shockwave that destroyed the arena. Gaomu promised Moyu that he would prove that Kyoto University's betrayal in favor of Shanghai University was the biggest mistake of his life. Lee Moyu and Gaomu began simply wrestling with each other, relying on brute strength. However, the guy from Kyoto had the protection of an armored earth dragon, which made it clear to the spectators that the guy from Shanghai had no chance of competing in a contest of brute strength. After a brief fight, Lee Moyu was defeated. He was beaten to a pulp and his hands were maimed. Gaomu turned to Lee Moyu and asked if he knew why his family supported only his brother Li Yingjin and not him. It was all because he was simply a hopeless, good-for-nothing loser. On top of that, he'd even heard that Lee Moyu hadn't managed to become the top freshman at Shanghai University. He'd been completely defeated by a local freshman named Lin Zikin, making a complete fool of himself. Pointing into the crowd of spectators, Gaomu asked, "Which one of you is Lin Zikin?" Immediately afterward, Lin Zikin responded to his call. Gaomu told Zikin that he'd heard about how he'd managed to defeat Lee Moyu. So he challenged Lin Zikin to step into the ring and spar with him. If he could defeat him, he was willing to give him a dozen high-quality chi and blood pills. Upon hearing of such a reward for an easy victory, Lin Zikin replied with a smirk that it was a fair deal. Just then, Lin Zikin stopped Luo Yongzhang. Luo Yongzhang explained to his brother Chen that Gao had fused with the genes of an armored earth dragon and a demonic multi-eyed monkey, which made his attack and defense exceptionally strong. For this reason, Luo Yongzhang advised Zikin to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Luo Yongzhang explained that low-level gene fusers cannot properly keep the genes of mutated beasts active, and as long as Lin Zikin uses his speed advantage to outmaneuver him, he will surely be able to outlast him. Lin Zikin finally leaped into the ring. Upon seeing Lin Zikin before him, Gaomu remarked that he had already heard that Lin was following the path of a pure-blooded human. And that means Shanghai University really is good at churning out idiots, since it managed to convince him to give up a bright future with genetic fusion in order to stick to this path. Since Lin Zikin had surpassed Lee Moyu, Gaomu knew that by easily defeating him, he would show Lee Moyu what the real difference in strength was. Lin Zikin asked them to stop the pointless chatter and finally start the fight. Hearing the call to begin the fight, Gaomu charged at Zikin like a tank. But Lin Zikin rushed toward Gaomu at tremendous speed and landed a single blow, which Gaomu tried to block. With that strike, Lin Zikin easily broke through Gaomu's defense, and his fist slammed into Gaomu's face, sending him flying out of the arena. Luo Yongzhang's jaw nearly dropped in shock. It was a defeat that happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Zikin turned out to be ridiculously strong. The guy with purple hair turned purple himself from fear. His strength was only slightly greater than Gaomu's, but Gaomu had been knocked out instantly with just a single punch. He realized that if he were in there right now, he probably wouldn't even last a single round. Suddenly, someone else jumped into the ring. The young man admitted that he had expected another showdown this year between their geniuses and those from God of Mechanisms, but he never imagined that Shanghai University would produce such a monster. The young man introduced himself as Zhao Yuanzhong and said he was 19 years old and was representing his military district at this year's special training camp. Zhao Yuanzhong asked Lin Zikin if he'd like to spar with him. Lin Zikin admitted that he'd be happy to spar with him, but if there was no reward, he saw no point in wasting his time and energy here. Zhao Yuanzhong said he had a spiritual fruit worth 1.5 million yuan. This fruit strengthens qi and blood, and Lin Zikin could take it for himself if he won. All Lin Zikin saw before him was a weak, ordinary 9th-rank fighter whom he could easily defeat with a single blow. So, this guy had essentially offered to give him this spiritual fruit for free. How could he possibly turn that down? Lin Zikin said he agreed. Just as they were about to start fighting, the senior suddenly called out to them. He shouted that sparring was allowed here, but no one was allowed to win, as that would violate the military district's rules. Since there was no reward, Lin Zikin simply jumped out of the ring, leaving Zhao Yuanzhong behind. After that, he walked over to Gao and asked when he would give him the 10 high-level qi and blood pills he had mentioned. Gao rubbed the bruise on his face and, trying to compose himself, replied that he would go to the dormitory right away to get the pills and give them to him. Military district, single occupancy dormitory. Lin Zikin told himself that even though he was here for special training, he couldn't let his progress in physical tempering fall behind. By this point, Lin Zikin had already completed the 4th cycle of skin tempering at 12%. Compared to the 3rd cycle, the tempering process had slowed down somewhat. Shen Qinghang opened the door and asked Chengni if she could come in. Lin Zikin asked why her hair was wet. Shen Qinghang sat down next to Zikin and replied that she had forgotten to bring her hair dryer, then asked if he could help her dry her hair using his qi and blood control. Lin Zikin brought his hand close to Han Han's hair and quickly dried it. During the process, Lin Zikin said that she had arrived just in time as he had something for her. Lin Zikin handed her the vial and said that these were the 10 qi and blood pills he had won earlier. Since these pills didn't really help his progress, he was giving them all to her. Shen Qinghang said they were too valuable, but Lin Zikin asked her not to worry about it and told her she didn't owe him anything. They were family, and if she was doing well, then so was he. Since Lin Zikin was so insistent, Shen Qinghang agreed to take the pills. After that, Shen Qinghang, wrapped in just a towel, pounced on Lin Zikin and knocked him onto the bed. Running her hands over his chest, she asked him to let her thank him properly. The next morning, Zhao Yuanzhong greeted Lin Zikin after running into him by chance. Lin Zikin said he'd heard that the younger generation of their military district had undergone training in the land of their origins, to which Zhao replied that that was more or less the case. Lin Zikin asked what he meant by that, to which Zhao Yuanzhong replied that there was a fortified city in this military district that had been there from the beginning. Ordinary young soldiers are assigned to various posts within the city, but they are forbidden from going outside the city walls. To be more precise, they cannot experience the primordial struggle of the land of origins beyond the city walls. After all, to truly enter that realm, one must be at least at the advanced level. Earthlings in the land of origins are like mutants who have infiltrated the earth. Both are repelled by a boundary force. This is an invisible force that pushes out those who have not reached the advanced level. However, the mutants experience an even stronger repulsive effect, and many of their abilities are weakened by this force. Thanks to what he had heard, Lin Zikin understood why the Earth's gene combined. Suddenly, one of the seniors jumped down from the roof of the building, then shouted, "Is everyone here?" Zhao Yuanzhong snapped to attention and reported to the instructor that everyone was present. The instructor introduced himself as Lu Tianzhong and told the students that he would be their instructor for this special training session. If they wished, they could call him Instructor Lu. Lu Tianzhong promised that he would spare them unnecessary chatter. After all, everyone here had gathered for a single purpose, to undergo special training and become better. Lin Zikin sensed that the instructor's biological level had reached the 6th rank of the advanced level. Such power would allow him to become a dean at either of the 2 major universities. Instructor Lu Tianzhong said that he would now divide them into 4 temporary teams. Once the division was complete, they would immediately proceed to the camp's entrance exam. The special training itself would begin only after the test was passed. Fortunately, after the assignment, Lin Zikin and Han Han ended up on the same team. Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and the girl from Kyoto University, Shangguan Yueyin, were also assigned to their team. Shen Qinghang wrapped her arm around Zikin's and said she was glad they hadn't been separated. Instructor Lu explained that the building had 3 floors, each with checkpoints. They had 3 hours to pass through all the checkpoints on the roof to complete the challenge. On the first floor, there is a door in the middle of each of the 4 walls. Each team will enter through a different door to begin the challenge. That concluded the briefing. Instructor Lu Tianzhong jumped onto the roof and shouted that he hoped they would all succeed. As soon as Instructor Lu gave them the signal to start, everyone entered the building. Their team of 5 managed to break through the heavy fire and the insurmountable walls on the first floor. It wasn't particularly difficult. However, 3 teams had already reached the 3rd floor, while their team had only just entered the 2nd. They were far behind the others. On the 2nd floor, an intellectual challenge awaits. A game of rock, paper, scissors against artificial intelligence. A win opens the door to the next floor by 2 centimeters. A tie opens it by 1 centimeter, while a loss closes it by 3 centimeters and results in an electric shock. Realizing that the AI was cheating, Lin Zikin broke a window pane to use it as a mirror and kept forcing a tie until the door finally opened. But when they finally reached the rest area on the third floor, they discovered that the other three teams had been destroyed. Given that the three teams had been destroyed, Lin Zikin surmised that something was wrong on the third floor and decided to investigate using his sense of threat ability. There were only 4 rooms on the third floor, each guarded by a security robot. And judging by the battle scars left behind by the other 3 teams, these robots possessed extremely powerful defense and attack capabilities. Lin Zikin suggested that the team members move on and led them further. On the next floor, the team members realized that their opponents were robots. Zhao Yuanzhong shouted at everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, the security robot began firing at them with the machine gun mounted on its arm. Lin Zikin grabbed Shen Qinghang and leaped aside, while the rest managed to react and jump out of the way. As it turned out, the security robot was armed with armor-piercing ammunition. Zhang Kai advised everyone to be as careful as possible so as not to get hit, otherwise their bones would be shattered. Zhang Kai suggested that everyone wait until the robot ran out of ammunition, and only then attack it. As it turned out, this plan didn't work, because the robot had an endless supply of ammunition. They had to attack first before their cover was destroyed. Under fire from the security robot, Shangguan Yuyin trembled with fear and asked if they should just surrender. After all, if no one had made it through, then they surely wouldn't be able to either. Zhao Yuanzhong told her that even though their chances were slim, they couldn't give up. Otherwise, the instructor would tear them to pieces as soon as they got out of there. Zhao Yuanzhong asked the others, "How about we give it a try?" After all, they still had a chance to make it through. Shen Qinghang replied that they would definitely make it, since Chenny was with them. Since he and Lin Jiaqin were in top form, Zhao Yuanzhong suggested that the 2 of them attack the robot while the others provided cover. Zhao Yuanzhong gave the signal, and he and Lin Jiaqin rushed straight into the security robot's line of fire. To help the 2 of them, Zhang Kai fired a projectile. He shouted that he had launched thermal grenades to buy them some time. Zhang Kai shouted at them to hide in the purple smoke, since the robot's thermal sensors wouldn't be able to detect their location. Following Zhang Kai's lead, Shen Qinghang volunteered to help Zikin and Yuanjun by providing cover. Using her mental powers, Shen Qinghang controlled the robot's internal fluids, causing it to malfunction and slowing its movements and reactions. Finally, Shangguan Yuyin volunteered to draw the security robot's fire onto herself. This was their best chance. As he closed in on the security robot, Zhao Yuanzhong activated his genes. He then leaped up and struck the security robot on the head with all his might. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanzhong felt a sharp pain. It felt as if his bones had cracked. Following Yuanzhong, Lin Zikin rushed toward the security robot. Putting all his strength into it, Lin Zikin attacked the robot's body, barely managing to push it back. Even the attacks of an ordinary 9th-rank gene combiner couldn't leave a single scratch on it. This meant their enemy was at the very peak of this level. Returning to cover, Zhao Yuanzhong shouted to the others that the robot's defenses were too strong, making it impossible for them to break through. He suggested they take a breather before continuing the fight. Just as he was about to take a step, one of the walls nearby suddenly collapsed. The security robot switched from ranged combat to close combat, activating its lightsaber. Zhao Yuanzhong ordered his team members to run, as the enemy's thermal sensors had already recovered. But Shen Qinghang was unable to escape, and the robot was about to kill her. The robot delivered a powerful blow to Shen Qinghang, but at the last moment, Lin Zikin rushed by and saved her, lifting her into his arms. Shangguan Yuyin trembled with fear once again and began to sob. She said they couldn't handle it and suggested they just give up. Lin Zikin tried to escape from the robot while saving Han Han, but it had already caught up to them and was about to deliver the decisive blow. Everyone in their group was already at their limit, and Han Han had already had enough practice. Lin Zikin figured they'd spent enough time to defeat an opponent at the peak of the standard 8th rank, so he charged at the security robot. Lin Zikin decided it was time to clear this floor. Meanwhile, the students on the roof were complaining that the robot on the 3rd floor was ridiculously strong. They were convinced that no one would be able to get past it. Based on this, some even decided that the 3rd floor was simply a sobering lesson. Luo Yongjiang asked how Team D was doing since they still hadn't come out. Gao Mu reminded them that Team D was already far behind them. They were the weakest and were probably still getting beaten up by the robot. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the building. Everyone upstairs was startled by it and tried to figure out what had just happened. When the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned by what they saw, because it was the head of a security robot that had smashed through the ceiling right toward them. Yuan Dongji asked the commander if she had deliberately placed these robots at the peak of the 8th standard rank on the 3rd floor. She surmised that her plans did not include any of the teams passing this stage. Yahello, commander of the Nanjing Provincial Military District Headquarters, replied that this was exactly the case. After all, young people in their early 20s are brimming with youthful energy and arrogance. If they aren't reined in from the very beginning, it will be difficult to train them properly later on. Yuan Dongji acknowledged that this was a valid point. Upon seeing Lin Zikin in action, Yahello asked Yuan Dongji, "Is that the handsome guy practicing the blood tempering technique with my ex-husband?" Yuan Dongji replied regretfully that the children knew nothing about it, and that the old fool could easily confuse them. Suddenly, Lin Zikin threw an uppercut, simply knocking the security robot's head off. Yuan Dongji and Yahello gasped in surprise. What had just happened? Yahello noticed that right before their eyes, this guy had sent a robot at the peak of the 8th standard rank flying with just a single blow. Even Yuan Dongji couldn't believe what she was seeing. The security robot, once the terror of all teams, was mercilessly slammed into the ceiling. After the battle, Commander Yao from the military district and Deputy Director Yuan approached Group D. Yahello asked Lin Zikin if he was already at the 9th rank of the ordinary level, to which Lin Zikin replied that he possessed a natural gift of immense strength, and that the blood tempering technique enhanced his explosive power. That is precisely why he is capable of unleashing power comparable to the 9th rank. Yuan Dongji could hardly believe that the blood tempering technique was truly capable of enhancing explosive power. But even if that were the case, could Liu Chuanwu's theories really be correct? Yuan Dongji decided to use her mental powers once more to test Lin Zikin's strength. Realizing that Yuan Dongji was examining his body again, Lin Zikin used his natural camouflage so that she could not discern his true progress, and at the same time to test her in return. During her examination, Yuan Dongji discovered that Lin Zikin's skin, flesh, and bones were fully tempered, and that he had already fully completed the first cycle of body tempering. Lin Zikin's biological level had already reached the 9th rank of the ordinary tier. Did that mean the claims about him being at the 8th rank, and that he relied solely on blood tempering techniques, were lies? Yuan Dongji decided to keep this a secret for now. Yahello asked Yuan Dongji if she had found out anything. Yuan Dongji replied that Zichen was indeed an 8th rank, but in terms of physical strength, he could rival a 9th rank gene combiner, which was simply astonishing. Upon hearing this, Yahello admitted that it was simply insane. Purebloods seem nearly invincible when it comes to physical enhancement, and if Lin Zikin can truly break free from the constraints of the ordinary biological level, his future prospects are incredibly bright. A short time later, in the armory, all the weapons here were made of Class B alloy, and they were sharp enough to cut through iron like butter and could even block bullets from firearms. Commander Yao said that each of them would choose a weapon that suited them. They would use it in combat training in 10 days. Once they've made their choice, they'll begin learning how to use them. After examining the weapons briefly, Lin Zikin concluded that the Class B alloy wasn't as durable as his body after 3 cycles of hardening. These weapons would only slow him down, so Lin Zikin decided not to choose one. Commander Yahello asked if they had already chosen their weapons. She then noticed that Lin Zikin had nothing and asked where his weapon was. Lin Zikin replied that he didn't need one since he fought with his bare hands. By disregarding weapons, Lin Zikin began to get on Commander Yao's nerves. Judging by the excessive self-confidence of this genius from Shanghai University, Yahello assumed that he had easily passed the entrance exam and now considered himself untouchable. She wasn't going to put up with this and decided to put him in his place. Commander Yahello said that since everyone had received the weapon they wanted, they could start getting familiar with it. The best way to do this was to spar with someone in the arena. Commander Yao called out to Lin Zikin and recalled that he liked to fight with his bare hands. She said she was really curious to see what he was capable of and asked why he shouldn't go first and show everyone his skills. Since Commander Yao had suggested it, Lin Zikin agreed to go first. Zhao Yunzhong, armed with a chain sword, volunteered to be Lin Zikin's opponent. Activating his chain blade, Zhao Yuanzhong attacked Lin Zikin. But Lin Zikin simply reached out and grabbed the chain sword with his bare hand. Lin Zikin applied a little pressure, causing the chain blade made of a Class B alloy to crack. Zhao Yuanzhong simply couldn't understand how this had happened. After completely crushing the chain blade, Lin Zikin asked, "Who's next?" Those who witnessed what had just happened all wondered at once. Is he even human? What he had done was truly insane, as if Lin Zikin possessed a saint's body. Zhu Shishi from the God of Mechanisms Corporation stepped into the ring. She asked, since a Class B weapon couldn't harm him, would he dare to face reinforced armor-piercing bullets head-on? Zhang Kai advised Zikin not to accept her challenge, as it was far too dangerous. Zhang Kai explained that reinforced armor-piercing bullets fired from 10 meters away could easily penetrate 10-centimeter-thick steel plates, meaning Lin Zikin wouldn't be able to block them. Completely ignoring Zhang Kai's warning, Lin Zikin agreed to give it a try. Zhu Shishi raised her hand and, activating her weapon, said that for safety's sake, she wouldn't aim at any vital organs. Zhu Shishi asked Lin Zikin if he would try to catch the bullet with his palm. Lin Zikin agreed to do so. Zhu Shishi asked if he was ready. Lin Zikin raised his hand and replied that he was born ready. After receiving Lin Zikin's consent, Zhu Shishi released the weapon's energy from her hand. Suddenly, Zhu Shishi's hand exploded. Even an armor-piercing bullet fired point-blank couldn't penetrate Lin Zikin's hand. Meanwhile, Zhu Shishi's mechanical hand exploded. The bullet couldn't penetrate Lin Zikin's palm, causing it to get stuck and detonate inside the weapon. Lin Zikin was simply incredibly strong. Seeing what he was capable of, people began to wonder, could it be that pure-blooded humans really were the future of humanity? Having witnessed all this with her own eyes, Yahello smirked, for Lin Zikin was a genius of the highest order, far surpassing everyone else by a wide margin. After that training match, Commander Yao stopped interfering with Lin Zikin's training progress, while the others continued to learn how to handle weapons. Lin Zikin used this time to practice the blood tempering technique on his own and begin his fourth cycle of body tempering. Subsequent training sessions focused on qi and blood, as well as mental training, and took place in a special training room. Training for qi, blood, and the mind is conducted separately using specialized capsules with adjustable access levels. The access level is calibrated according to each person's current strength. Han Han's qi and blood access level has reached the 6th level, while her mental access level is at the 7th level. Mental strength is significantly more difficult to train than qi and blood. Witnessing such high access levels completely changed everyone's expectations. Based on his current physical strength, Lin Zikin believed he could withstand the 11th level in the qi and blood capsule, which is equivalent to the 2nd rank of the advanced level. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he set it to the 8th level, which roughly corresponded to the strength of the 8th rank of the ordinary level. When Lin Zikin stepped out of the capsule, he heard shocked exclamations directed at him. Everyone was amazed that he could actually withstand the intensity of 8th level mental training. His mental strength was on par with his physical level, which was truly astonishing. Could the mental strength of a pure-blooded human really be that high? Lin Zikin didn't dare reveal just how strong he actually was, so he held back. Tonight, he wanted to sneak back here with Han Han to test his true capabilities. He also wanted to roughly determine what biological level his strength corresponded to. Shanghai University, Pure Blood Research Institute. Song Yuyan was studying the materials alone. Lin Zikin wasn't there, nor was the dean. Yu Yan complained that everyone had left her here all alone. Suddenly, someone called out to Yu Yan, calling her a beauty. A 9-tailed fox suddenly appeared behind Yu Yan and asked if she knew where Lin Zikin was right now. The 9-tailed fox grabbed Song Yuyan by the face, turned her toward her, and demanded to know where Lin Zikin was. Under the spell of the 9-tailed fox, Song Yuyan replied that Lin Zikin was at the Nanjian Provincial Military District headquarters. Shen Qinghong asked Chengni if they could enter here without permission. Pointing to the combination lock, she suggested they hurry back before anyone noticed them. Lin Zikin told Han Han that a regular combination lock wouldn't stop him, and besides, Lin Zikin opened the door and said he just wanted to use the qi, blood, and mind capsules to test his limits, and even if they got caught doing this, nothing serious would happen. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghong was frantically looking around, hoping no one had noticed them. Lin Zikin discovered that he could last half a minute at the 12th intensity level in the qi and blood capsule. This meant that his physical strength had reached the 2nd rank of the advanced tier and was already close to the 3rd rank. The system alerted Lin Zikin that he was under an intense mental attack, gradually accumulating mental damage. His measured mental strength limit turned out to be the 10th level, equivalent to the 1st rank of the advanced level. In fact, Mental strength at this level is far more valuable than physical strength approaching the third rank of the advanced level. After all, improving mental strength is much more difficult than improving physical strength. Soon, the day of the combat training exercise arrived. This time, their mission is to eliminate the branch of the divine plant cult established in Shanghai. Lin Zikin was chosen as the captain of this operation. According to current data, the branch leader is a second-generation gene fuser, thanks to the fusion with the genes of a shadow nightcat and a phantom shadow giant shark. His biological level is at the peak of the 9th rank of the ordinary level. He is just one step away from reaching the advanced level. When they landed near their destination, Shen Qinghong noticed that the trees here were too tall, even taller than those in tropical rainforests. Even Ma Shiwei noticed that something was clearly off about them. Li Moyu said that if they suddenly began to feel as though something was off, it confirmed that they had arrived at the right place. This was undoubtedly the main hideout of the Divine Plants Cult's branch. Zhu Shishi decided to conduct reconnaissance by sending a drone ahead. Lin Zikin ordered the rest to follow the drone. About 300 meters ahead, Zhu Shishi spotted a bamboo structure covering at least 1,000 square meters. Zhu Shishi said that, barring any unexpected developments, this bamboo structure was likely the cult's main headquarters. Lin Zikin called out to Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu and said that since they had both fused with the genes of the armored earth dragon, they would lead the breakthrough alongside him. As for the 5 members of the God of Mechanisms Corporation, they would be responsible for long-range support. They must fire precise shots at any enemies. The rest must stay close to one another. After issuing his orders, Lin Zikin and his team rushed to storm the cult's headquarters. Instructor Lu said that no survivors should be left behind, and that their own safety was paramount. A cult member inside the bamboo building suddenly spotted the people rushing toward him and shouted that the enemy was attacking. Immediately afterward, Zhu Shishi shot him from a distance. Lin Zikin burst into the building by ramming the door open with his body. Immediately afterward, he took out another cultist with a kick. Lin Zikin mentally noted that this masked man was dressed exactly like the previous one, but had a different hairstyle. When Lin Zikin tried to absorb the life force from the cultist, the system notified him that he had absorbed a trace of the life essence of a wild giant eagle. The power of the all-seeing eye was increased by 1%. As it turned out, absorbing mutated beasts whose life force imprint he had created could enhance the corresponding biological attributes, which was good news for Zikin. The survival of the fittest attribute, which allowed him to absorb life essences for his own evolution, proved to be very useful indeed. After dealing with everything on the first floor, Lin Zikin leaped upward, breaking through the ceiling. He also caught 3 members of the Divine Plant Cult off guard on the second floor. Realizing that an intruder had made his way in, the cult members immediately rushed to attack him in order to kill him. Lin Zikin glanced at the trio and unleashed his biological pressure. Lin Zikin's biological pressure was so intense that he simply crushed these cultists into the ground. Having successfully dealt with them all, Lin Zikin approached to absorb their life essence. Since he was done here, Lin Zikin decided to check on how the others were faring. The system notified Lin Zikin of the progress in absorbing the life essence. 8% of the 8-horned iron bull's life essence, 42% of the shadow knight cat's life essence, as well as the absorption of the immortal slug's life essence, which also boosted his ultra-fast regeneration by 1%. Using his sense of danger, Lin Zikin checked on the others. Li Moyu, Ma Siwei, and Luo Yongzhang were facing an 8th-rank cultist of ordinary level. Li Moyu advised everyone to be more careful and asked them to cover him, as he wouldn't last long. The group of cyborgs successfully incinerated the cultists using their superior firepower. Based on what he had seen, they currently held the upper hand, however. It was strange that the branch leader, whose biological level was at the peak of the 9th rank, had still not appeared. Suddenly, the bamboo building began to shake. Lin Zikin rushed out of the building and realized that it wasn't just the building shaking, the ground was shaking too. The rest of the group also noticed something strange. The trees had begun to move, so they decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. It all ended with the vines forming a cage and trapping them inside. They had walked right into the trap set by the cult of the divine plants. Just like their group, the cage made of trees also held members of the divine plants cult. Lin Zikin slipped past the vines and headed toward one of the groups of cultists. After all, their top priority right now was to subdue them and figure out what was going on here. Lin Zikin dealt with the group of cultists almost instantly. He then lifted one of the beaten cultists and ordered him to tell him about this cage. In exchange, he was willing to spare the cultist's life. Upon hearing this, the cultist said he would tell him everything, those giant trees. Before the cultist could finish speaking, plants began sprouting violently from his body, silencing him forever. The plant grew by drawing on the cultist's life force, causing him to resemble a skeleton covered in skin within seconds. This was precisely how the cult of the divine plants was able to control its followers. Several figures wearing the cult's red masks appeared nearby. They were a man at the 6th advanced rank and a woman at the 9th rank, at the peak of the ordinary level. The man applauded Lin Zikin and said that he was truly a genius, one of a kind, an incomparable talent among his generation. Such a person simply must join the cult of divine plants, embrace his bright future, and reach great heights in the evolution of life. The situation was dire for, by all appearances, these two and their traps were aimed specifically at Lin Zikin. Instructor Lu sensed that the masked man was incredibly strong, and if things continued this way, something bad was bound to happen. Instructor Lu told his students that the situation was extremely dangerous right now, and that they should all leave as soon as possible. He would hold off those two himself. Lin Zikin ordered all members of the group to follow him and led them away from there. The masked man asked Lin Zikin if he really thought he could escape. Then he snapped his fingers, and a multitude of vines shot out from behind him, rushing toward the students. The cultist's vines quickly caught up with the fleeing students. Then, one by one, they began to capture them. Finding herself trapped, Shangguan Yueyin cried out for help. Following her, Ma Siwei, Luo Yongjiang, and others also found themselves trapped. Seeing all his students captured, Instructor Lu said this couldn't go on any longer. Instructor Lu activated his mutant genes, transforming into a mighty humanoid tiger, and began tearing the vines apart with his hands. He had to defeat the cultists to save everyone. Approaching the masked man, Instructor Lu leaped into the air, preparing to attack him. The masked man raised his hands, and his vines shot toward Lu Tianzhong. The masked man asked the instructor, "Is that all you've got?" After all, on his own turf, he could easily handle someone like him. Instructor Lu Tianzhong refused to give up. As he continued to tear through and dodge an ever-increasing number of vines, he shouted that he would fight until his very death. Lu Tianzhong activated his mutated beast genes and roared as he underwent his second transformation. Lu Tianzhong grew even larger. The fur on his body thickened, and the claws on his hands became even sharper. In one swift motion, he severed all the vines and instantly caught up to the leader of the plant cult. Meanwhile, the students continued to fight the vines by activating their mutant beast genes, but even so, the vines were still inflicting damage on them. Lin Zikin ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Immediately afterward, he freed Shen Qinghang by breaking the vines with his bare fists. Trapped by the vines, Ma Siwei asked Lin Zikin to save her. Lin Zikin replied that he was already on his way. Immediately afterward, Li Moyu said he would handle the situation himself, and using his bat with B-class alloy nails, struck the vines. To his surprise, no matter how much force he applied, the vines simply wouldn't break. A few seconds later, Lin Zikin arrived and tore apart the vines, restraining Ma Siwei with his bare hands. Moving at incredible speed, Lin Zikin continued to tear at the vines, freeing his subordinates, and ordered them to leave immediately. Suddenly, Lin Zikin caught a whiff of a certain scent. Lin Zikin was taken aback for a second, but then he realized it might be the scent of flowers. The system alerted Lin Zikin that he was being exposed to a floral poison capable of causing living beings to lose consciousness. Thanks to Zikin's attribute, his resistance to this poison began to rise rapidly. Since his enemies were using something like this, Lin Zikin realized the situation was dire. Lin Zikin surmised that this woman was the head of the Divine Plants cult's branch. The girl was surprised that Lin Zikin was immune to her poison. Moreover, he had even managed to sense her presence. By this point, all the other members of the group had already collapsed unconscious due to the poison. Since Lin Zikin possessed such incredible power, the branch leader admitted that it was no wonder the higher-ups at headquarters were willing to take the risk and orchestrate this attack to bring him under their control. Taking advantage of the branch head's compliance, Lin Zikin charged toward her at full speed. Only the cult leader was taken aback by his speed, barely noticing his movement. The very next moment, Lin Zikin finished her off with a blow to the head. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had absorbed a large amount of life essence. His absorption progress for the Shadow Cat's life essence stood at 62%, and he had also absorbed 23% of the phantom shadow giant shark's life essence. Meanwhile, Instructor Lu Tianzhong continued his battle. He was utilizing the genes of the four-armed demon monkey at 120% and those of the saber-toothed tiger at 130%. This made him even stronger, and 2 more arms sprouted from his back. Instructor Lu shouted at the masked man that he was about to die. Instructor Lu lunged forward, ready to take him down, trying to block his opponent with vines. The masked man shouted at the instructor that he was a complete madman. He asked if the instructor wasn't afraid of mutating or losing his mind by reactivating the mutant genes like that. Using his 2 extra arms, Instructor Lu easily broke through the vines and finally plunged his right arm into the man's chest. The blow was powerful enough to send the masked man flying further, smashing through his own vines as he went. And at the end of his flight, his body crashed into a rock. The masked man was glad that he had merged with the genes of the immortal slug, otherwise he would already be dead. This man had forced him to take such action. The masked man had consumed a high-level demonic seed. After that shouting die, he attacked him again with a multitude of vines. A huge number of vines suddenly burst out of the ground and rushed toward Instructor Lu. Unable to dodge or break them, Instructor Lu was ultimately pierced by the vines. By this point, most of the students had already regained consciousness. The good news was that the trainees from the military district had brought antidotes with them. As soon as they recovered, Lin Zikin planned to continue the evacuation. Suddenly, his threat detection ability triggered. Things looked bad because a powerful aura was approaching them, and this opponent was a 6th-rank advanced-level fighter. It was the same masked man who had fought Instructor Lu, but since he was here, did that mean he had killed Instructor Lu? Lin Zikin turned to his team members and told them he sensed impending danger. The masked man controlling the vines is chasing them, but he doesn't sense Instructor Lu's presence nearby. This means that Instructor Lu has likely been defeated. Since the masked man's target is him, Lin Zikin volunteered to distract him and create an opportunity for them to escape. Lin Zikin ordered them not to turn around, not to worry about him, and not to interfere. After saying this, Lin Zikin turned and ran toward the enemy. Shen Qinghang, who was being held by Ma Siwei, told Zikin to come back. Without turning back, Zikin replied that he would definitely return. Shen Qinghang understood that with her current 6th-rank strength, there was no way she could help Zikin. The only thing she could do was stay out of the way, so as not to hinder him. Shen Qinghang once again began to regret that she wasn't strong enough. After catching the masked man on his tail, Lin Zikin began to keep his distance from him. Just as he'd suspected, the man was after him specifically, which meant Han Han should be safe now. But something was off about this man's speed. It clearly wasn't the speed of an advanced 6th-rank cultivator. The masked man was covered in wounds and was breathing heavily. Judging by his current condition, this man's strength was only 1 rank higher than Zikin's, and on top of that, he was seriously injured. Lin Zikin seriously considered taking advantage of this opportunity to try a counterattack. Using his natural camouflage, Lin Zikin gradually began to feign exhaustion. The masked man was delighted to see him slow down, as this meant Zikin was finally out of breath. Seizing this opportunity, the masked man swept his arm, attacking Lin Zikin with vines. Lin Zikin dodged these vines without much trouble. As it turned out, these vines didn't even possess much attacking power. Clearly, the man was holding back in order to capture him alive. And if that was the case, then he was willing to let his opponent do just that. Lin Zikin deliberately let one of the vines hit him. Then, acting on impulse, he plunged downward, crashing through a tree. The masked man was angry at how fast Lin Zikin was running since he had to chase after him. Just in case, Lin Zikin used his natural camouflage. The masked man told Lin Zikin that if he hadn't slowed down, the masked man would have had to work hard to catch up with him. The masked man noticed that Lin Zikin had managed to develop a speed far exceeding his biological limits. He surmised that Lin had injected himself with some kind of agent, recently developed in the military district, one capable of stimulating hidden potential. The masked man was extremely displeased with the way Lin Zikin had dealt with his subordinate. After all, his night slave had been just one step away from reaching the advanced level. The man surmised that she had underestimated Lin Zikin since he had used the power of the reagent to kill her by catching her off guard, and yet he had spent 5 damn years training her, only for him to simply kill her. Lin Zikin assumed that this man was referring to that 9th-rank branch chief. Even though his slave had been killed, the masked man smirked. He told the unconscious Lin Zikin that the girl with purple hair, who had been with him, was actually far more attractive than any movie actress. He promised that as soon as he recovered, he would track her down and make her his new night slave. For now, he would simply capture Lin Zicken and complete his mission. When the masked man reached out toward him, Lin Zicken realized that now was the right moment. Acting quickly, Lin Zicken gathered all his strength into his fist and swung it with all his might, striking his opponent between the legs. The pain made his veins bulge and his eyes turn red. Suppressing his trembling, the masked man recoiled. Only now did he realize that this damn dog had simply been pretending. Suddenly noticing Lin Zicken lunging toward him, the masked man raised his arms to block the blow. But at the last moment, Lin Zicken extended his leg, striking the masked man in the groin once again. The masked man tried to figure out what was happening. How could Lin Zicken unleash such power? Did that mean the reagent was still active? Lin Zicken caught up to the masked man and began raining punches down on him at full speed. The masked man told himself he had to stay calm, because if he could withstand this attack, Lin Zicken would inevitably exhaust himself. But things were turning out completely differently. For some reason, Lin Zicken's chi and blood still showed no signs of depletion. What's more, Lin Zicken was gradually growing stronger. Enduring Lin Zicken's relentless attacks, the cultist shouted that he wasn't even 20 years old. He was just an ordinary ant. So how was he able to continuously unleash power at an advanced 4th rank level? Lin Zicken had no intention of answering his enemy's question. Instead, he landed another blow to the cultist's face. Finding himself in a dire situation, the cultist appealed to the 9th Elder to save him. The masked man screamed that he couldn't take it anymore. Lin Zicken gathered all his strength into his fist. He delivered a crushing blow to the masked man, sending him flying into the air. The masked man crashed heavily to the ground, and his mask shattered. Beaten and maimed, the cultist lay on the ground, trembling silently. But Lin Zicken's rage did not subside. It only grew stronger. Pouncing on his enemy and continuing to beat him, Lin Zicken shouted at him to stop spouting nonsense. If he missed his night slave, Lin Zicken was ready to send him straight to her right then and there. After a prolonged beating, Lin Zicken was out of breath, and his fists and clothes were covered in blood. The system asked Lin Zicken if he wished to absorb the target. Lin Zicken touched the body and began the absorption. The system notified Zicken that he had created a life force imprint of a forest spirit and obtained the biological attribute, Lord of the Forest. Thanks to this new attribute, Lin Zicken could control the surrounding plants using his mental power. He also created a 9-stage life force imprint of a soul insect and obtained the biological attribute Supreme Spirit. Thanks to the Supreme Spirit attribute, his mental powers increased significantly. Both attributes he obtained were based on mental power. Based on this, Lin Zicken surmised that this young man was a mage, and it was precisely because of his weak physical defense that he was able to find a weakness and kill him, despite his advanced level. Suddenly, Lin Zicken heard someone applauding from behind. The stranger was amazed at how, using an ordinary level body, he had managed to kill a 6th-rank bodyguard. Are there really such geniuses on Earth? The man in the bird mask said that it seemed their plan had been worth it. Lin Zicken surmised that this must be the 9th Elder. Vines burst forth from the ground and immediately bound Lin Zicken. The 9th Elder admitted that it was truly astonishing that the Earth had produced such a genius. It was all over. He couldn't break free from them. Trying to gauge the 9th Elder's strength, Lin Zicken surmised that he was roughly at the rare level. Suddenly, a hail of icy projectiles flew in from the side, slicing through the vines, restraining Lin Zicken. The 9th Elder was greatly surprised to see Yuan Dongji there. He asked how she had ended up there. As she prepared to attack, Yuan Dongji explained that ever since Lin Zicken had made a name for himself in the military district, she had known that their cult wouldn't be able to sit idly by. So she had been secretly keeping an eye on him, waiting for them to make their move. The 9th Elder said she was simply using their own plan against them, which was quite amusing. But even he alone would be able to stand up to a girl like her. Yuan Dongji smirked and said he was too arrogant. Then after attacking the 9th Elder with a barrage of ice projectiles, she asked if he really thought things would be the same as before. Now she was no weaker than he was. The 9th Elder ordered the vines to rise up, and immediately afterward hundreds of vines burst from the ground, blocking Yuan Dongji's attacks. While Vice-Rector Yuan held off the 9th Elder, Lin Zicken seized the opportunity to flee before he got caught in the crossfire of the battle between these powerful figures of a rare caliber. While fleeing the crossfire, Lin Zicken suddenly noticed someone nearby. Could it really be Instructor Lu? Upon seeing Zicken, Lu Tianzhong called out to Lin Zicken and asked him to help. This was the perfect opportunity to test his new biological attribute. Lin Zicken activated the Lord of the Forest attribute. After that, the vines loosened, and Instructor Lu managed to free himself. Instructor Lu Tianzhong was greatly surprised that the vines holding him had suddenly loosened. Lin Zicken explained that by the time they approached the masked man, he was already seriously injured. He had simply used a stealth attack to counterattack and kill him, and since that man was dead, his ability had naturally deactivated. Stretching his stiff muscles, Instructor Lu said that in that case, they couldn't waste any time. They had to find the others and evacuate from there. Soon Lin Zicken and Instructor Lu caught up with the rest of the group. Upon seeing Lin Zicken, Shen Qinghong immediately rushed toward him and sobbing said she had been very scared. She'd been afraid she'd never see him again. Shen Qinghong asked Zicken to promise that he would never leave her. Lin Zicken hugged Han Han and promised. Ma Siwei approached them and asked Lin Zicken if he was okay. She then handed him a vial of excellent restorative medicine. Lin Zicken thanked Ma Siwei but refused the medicine since he wasn't injured. Bowing her head, Ma Siwei tried to press the vial into his hands and asked Lin Zicken to just take the medicine and use it later, in case he suddenly needed it. Since they needed to evacuate from there immediately, Lin Zicken ordered everyone to get into the cars quickly, as it was too dangerous there. Lin Zicken explained that a powerful warrior of a rare level from the divine cult of plants was currently facing off against Vice-Chancellor Yuan. Therefore, staying there meant getting caught in the middle of their battle. Everyone was surprised to hear about the rare-level enemy and that Vice-Rector Yuan was also here. They also found it strange that the military district still hadn't sent anyone. Everyone quickly got into their cars and began evacuating. Suddenly, someone appeared in the car's path. The student called out to Instructor Lu to warn him. After all, their car was speeding straight toward this stranger. Instructor Lu Tianzhong said that anyone capable of sneaking into a place like this was undoubtedly dangerous, so he ordered everyone to brace themselves and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. It seemed as though they were about to crash into the stranger, but she suddenly vanished, and their car was enveloped in fog. Luo Yongzhang said that the girl with fox ears suddenly fell, after which Zhao Yuanzhang added that she disappeared in a split second. Ma Siwei asked, where did she suddenly disappear to? Not only Lin Zicken, but even Instructor Lu, a 6th-rank specialist, couldn't sense this stranger with fox ears. This meant that this fox girl's level was much higher than Instructor Lu's. The fox girl asked, are you looking for me? Only then did the team members notice that she had appeared in their car. Instructor Lu Tianzhong asked who she was, and instantly reverting to his beast form, he charged at her. The 9-tailed fox looked Instructor Lu in the eyes, after which his genes suddenly deactivated, and he began to transform back into a human. She then ordered him to get out of the car, and he simply headed for the exit. Next, the 9-tailed fox ordered everyone except Lin Zicken to get out of the car and move far away, since she wasn't interested in them. The group members didn't know what to do next, and wondered if this fox girl could be a member of the Divine Plants cult. Since even Instructor Lu was no match for her, they had no choice but to obey her order, but to leave Lin Zicken behind here. Lin Zicken said she had come here for him, which meant the rest of them had to leave. The group members reluctantly left the vehicle. As they were leaving, Zhao Yuanzhang asked Zicken to take care of himself, but Shen Qinghong refused to back down. She said she would no longer allow Lin Zicken to face danger alone again. Lin Zicken asked Han Han to get out, but she didn't want to abandon him. The 9-tailed fox told the girl that she was already driving her crazy and simply lifted her up with her power. She then threw Shen Qinghong out the car window. Reacting in time, Ma Siwei and Shangguan Yueyan managed to catch Shen Qinghong. After checking her over, Lin Zicken felt relieved, as only her clothes had been damaged. Han Han herself was unharmed. Suddenly, Lin Zicken felt the fox girl touch him. The 9-tailed fox told Zicken in a gentle voice that now it was time for them to talk about the two of them, her and her little bed slave. The 9-tailed fox admitted that his powerful body and handsome appearance perfectly matched her requirements, and the essence inside such a strong body must be sweet and delicious. He was truly worthy of becoming her bed slave and supplying her with this essence. Lin Zicken asked the fox girl, is she a gene fusion being, a mutated beast, or a non-human? The 9-tailed fox replied that she was neither one, nor the other, nor a third. Although she came from the land of origins, she was half human. Her mother was a being from the land of origins, and her father was from the mortal world. Although her mother was very remarkable, her worthless father had simply deceived her for money and sexual pleasure. She had never even met him. Spinning the collar in the air, the nine-tailed fox told Zichen that if he was interested in her opinion, men were only good for being bed slaves with collars. And since she had chosen him, the nine-tailed fox stepped closer and asked if he would agree to put on the collar and become her slave. Lin Zichen asked what would happen if he refused. The nine-tailed fox was displeased to hear this. She said he had no reason to refuse, and of course, he didn't even have the right to do so. Lin Zichen asked her in that case to give him some time to think it over. He needed to stall for time until Vice Principal Yuan arrived. The nine-tailed fox lifted his face toward her and said he could think it over while also advising him to take a good look at her beauty and graceful figure. After that, the nine-tailed fox asked if he had even the slightest idea how many males in the land of origins were craving her body. Lin Zichen promised to keep that in mind. The nine-tailed fox asked, could it be that you're hesitating because of that girl? Then she suddenly appeared behind Shen Qinghang and said that in that case, she would simply kill her. Lin Zichen reacted instantly and rushed to save Shen Qinghang. Racing at full speed, he punched the fox girl right in the face, but his fist simply passed right through her. Could it have been a clone or something else? A purple mist spread through the air. Shen Qinghang, stunned by what had just happened, asked Chengni, what's wrong with him? Lin Zichen asked why she was even asking. After all, he was saving her. Li Moyu recounted in surprise that Lin Zichen had suddenly leaped out of the car like a ghost and struck the air right next to Qinghang. Shen Qinghang asked what he meant. The nine-tailed fox said that was very cruel. The voice came from behind. Peering out the window, the nine-tailed fox explained that her physical body was only at the 9th rank of the ordinary level, and that she wouldn't have been able to withstand his blow. Everything was just as Lin Zichen had thought. He hadn't struck a fake body just now, but an illusion. All her opponent had to do was release a little mental energy to toy with people, which was quite problematic. The nine-tailed fox said she just wanted to play with him, but now, suddenly a multitude of illusions appeared around the nine-tailed fox, and as she rushed forward with them, she told Zichen that now she would definitely kill his beautiful beloved. Lin Zichen understood that if his mental power wasn't stronger than the fox's, any action he took against her would be like a needle stuck in rubber, completely useless. He had no choice but to use it. Lin Zichen hoped it would work. Lin Zichen utilized his new attribute, Supreme Spirit. Just as he had thought, they were all illusions. He didn't need to worry about Han Han. But the nine-tailed fox's real body was now sitting on the roof of the car, watching. Lin Zichen leaped forward and swung his fist to kill the nine-tailed fox. Seeing this, she was surprised at how he had ignored all those illusions. Lin Zichen struck the nine-tailed fox in the head, but his fist passed right through her again. Could this be another illusion? Lin Zichen immediately retreated toward Han Han. The nine-tailed fox wanted to kill her, so he had to protect her. Appearing behind him, the nine-tailed fox said that this was quite interesting. Somehow he can instantly boost his mental power and shatter her illusory technique, the one she's so proud of. He never ceases to amaze her. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox was now standing next to her instead of Han Han. Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out. Had Han Han turned into that woman? Or was this just another illusion? Shen Qinghang grabbed Lin Zichen's hand and turned to him. Shen Qinghang asked what was happening to him. Han Han radiated warmth, and even from her touch, he could tell that she was definitely Han Han. Thanks to the blessing of the Supreme Spirit, Lin Zichen can significantly shorten the duration of the nine-tailed fox's mental control. Her physical body is weaker than his, and therefore Lin Zichen picked up Han Han. Then he began to run with her in his arms. Right now, escape was the best possible strategy. The sky turned red, and the nine-tailed fox told Lin Zichen that he couldn't escape her. She was curious to see how he would now shatter her illusion. Suddenly, a red eye appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, Yuan Dongji continued her battle with the Ninth Elder. While continuing to block all of Yuan Dongji's attacks, the Ninth Elder said that as soon as the water source ran dry, her power would drop sharply. Besides, since this was his territory, she had no chance of defeating him. The Ninth Elder counterattacked with vines, but Yuan Dongji blocked them again with water. The Ninth Elder explained that the power behind the cult of divine plants was a major force in the land of Exodus. The cult controlled the vast, inexhaustible resources of spiritual plants in the southern region. The ninth elder told Yuan Dongji that with her talent, if she agreed to join the cult of divine plants, she would have full access to the inexhaustible resources of rare flowers and fruits for the rest of her life. Yuan Dongji replied that, unlike a heartless traitor to humanity like him, she would never join a cult that persecutes people. The ninth elder tried to subdue Yuan Dongji, whose water supply had already begun to run out. The ninth elder asked, "What do you mean by heartless? After all, that is the very essence of human nature. If a person does not act in their own interest, they will be punished by heaven and earth. But in today's society, there are too many restrictions binding people. That is what truly destroys humanity." Yuan Dongji shouted at him not to try to deceive her with this nonsense, and creating dozens of ice projectiles, she sliced through the vines attacking her. The ninth elder asked if that meant she wouldn't stop until she died. The ninth elder's vines began to break through Yuan Dongji's defenses. The ninth elder said that his vines were absorbing every drop of water she used for self-defense. She simply couldn't hold out. Finally, the ninth elder managed to bind Yuan Dongji with his vines. Having dealt with the obstacle, the ninth elder asked Yuan Dongji not to rush and to play with the vines for now, while he took the genius with him. Yuan Dongji couldn't let the ninth elder take Lin Zikin away, even if it meant risking a mutation. Yuan Dongji began to activate her mutant beast genes, trying to squeeze as much power out of them as possible. Suddenly, the ninth elder heard a noise. Frightened birds flew up from the trees and began to fly away. The ninth elder looked up, and to his surprise, saw a massive tsunami there. Using the extra water, Yuan Dongji freed herself from the vines. Yuan Dongji told the ninth elder that if his territory was a forest, then she would simply turn that forest into a sea and claim it for herself. Shen Qinghang asked Cheng Ni why it had suddenly become so dark. Lin Zikin helped Shen Qinghang to her feet. After that, they began to watch what was happening. For some unknown reason, fish were flying through the air. Lin Zikin surmised that this was a very powerful illusion. After all, even Han Han had fallen under the mental influence of that demoness. Her mind was definitely clouded right now. Fortunately, Lin Zikin possesses the blessing of the Supreme Spirit, thanks to which he will be able to hold out for a long time yet. The nine-tailed fox was surprised that Lin Zikin had managed to block even that. She wondered if he was truly only at the ninth rank of the ordinary tier. The nine-tailed fox remarked that while this land had so few resources for cultivation, it had still produced such an unparalleled genius. If only Lin Zikin had been born in the resource-rich land of origins, he would have already reached a rare level by now. It was far too wasteful to leave Lin Zikin on this land. The nine-tailed fox suggested that he accompany her to the land of origins. He could become her servant, exchange his essence for cultivation resources, and evolve alongside her. The fox asked what he thought of her idea. The darkness began to recede faster and faster. Lin Zikin surmised that it had taken her an enormous amount of mental energy to create such a large-scale illusion, which meant she was already nearly at the limit of her abilities. And if that was the case, then he had a chance to do it. Lin Zikin used the Lord of the Forest attribute. The nine-tailed fox told Lin Zikin that she had been completely sincere with him, but he kept rejecting her time and time again. But even her patience has its limits. Lin Zikin asked if that was really sincerity. She couldn't even show him her true form. Wooden vines were slowly creeping toward the nine-tailed fox from the blind spots. The nine-tailed fox called Lin Zikin her little bed slave and asked, "What if I told you that I'm already talking to you in my true form?" Lin Zikin replied that it was possible, but they could only find out the truth by testing it, and immediately afterward he attacked her with the wooden vines. Lin Zikin instantly bound the nine-tailed fox, who was surprised that he was able to control the vines. The nine-tailed fox was immobilized, and since the vines had bound her, this must be her real body. Lin Zikin wasn't going to let this chance slip away. Finally having caught her, Lin Zikin struck the nine-tailed fox in the face with all his might. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox's body scattered into tufts of fur. Lin Zikin couldn't understand what had just happened. For some reason, there was no blood after the blow. Lin Zikin surmised that at the last moment, the nine-tailed fox had severed its own tail to escape. The system asked Lin Zikin if he wished to absorb it. Puzzled, Lin Zikin picked up the tail and wondered if he could really absorb it. The land of origins. The nine-tailed fox admitted that this was very interesting. After all, Lin Zikin had indeed broken through the third-rank advanced-level illusion and killed her clone. This man was perfect for training, and so the nine-tailed fox decided she had to get him at any cost. Maids entered the room. They told their mistress some astonishing news. The Night King's youngest son had expressed a desire to become her bed slave. The Night King's son was born at the advanced level and had reached the rare level by the age of 30. Thanks to his mistress's care, he would one day even be able to ascend to the legendary level. The nine-tailed fox took the elixir and said that now, even if the king of the night himself offered to become her slave, she wouldn't be interested. After all, she had already found the perfect candidate on earth. The nine-tailed fox ordered her maids to simply turn down everyone else from that moment on. From the fox's tail, Lin Zikin managed to absorb 10% of the nine-tailed fox's life essence. If the system says so, then she really was a nine-tailed fox. However, her power seemed rather average to them. Based on this, Lin Zikin concluded that she was merely a clone. After dealing with the nine-tailed fox's clone, Lin Zikin and Han Han returned to the others. They were immediately asked what had happened, to which Lin Zikin replied that they had all been under the mental control of the girl with fox ears. Li Moyu asked, "Where is she now?" To which Lin Zikin replied that he had driven her away. Instructor Lu was surprised by what he heard and asked, "How were you able to drive her away?" Lin Zikin explained that her physical body was very weak. After repeatedly creating illusions, her mental strength had been depleted, her combat ability had dropped, and he had seized the opportunity to drive her away. Now it became clear how Zikin had managed to drive away such a powerful opponent. This time they were indebted to him. Since no one suspected anything, Lin Zikin concluded that he had managed to deceive them. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise. Birds were fleeing from the direction of the noise. Wanting to find out what was happening, Lin Zikin activated his all-seeing eye and discovered that a tsunami was currently barreling toward them. Lin Zikin immediately lifted Shen Qinghang and ordered everyone to climb the trees right away. He quickly found a giant tree over 100 meters tall for this purpose. Once they were higher up, everyone saw for themselves that a massive tsunami was heading their way. But the waves were too high. Would it be safe for them to stay on this tree? Instructor Lu shouted that the tsunami was approaching and ordered all his subordinates to grab onto the trees and hold on as tightly as possible. A massive tsunami struck the forest. The students were terrified out of their wits, but they managed to hold on, and even the tree withstood the impact. The system notified Lin Zikin that he had survived the tsunami. For this, he was credited with fulfilling one of the requirements for the achievement, surviving various extremely harsh conditions or disasters. As a reward, his survival of the fittest attribute will be improved. The total number of survivals has reached 2 out of 100. Lin Zikin was surprised to see this, since the last time this attribute appeared in the description was a year ago, and the activation requirement had been far too harsh. Ma Siwei asked why a tsunami had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lin Zikin speculated that it was the work of Vice-Chancellor Yuan. She was fighting on their behalf against the 9th elder of the divine plant cult. Lin Zikin even began to wonder how their battle was going right now. Li Moyu reminded him that Vice Principal Yuan possessed a rare level of power and carried the genes of a flood dragon. Having summoned such a massive tsunami, she simply couldn't lose to anyone. Immediately after Moyu's words, Lin Zikin's sense of danger kicked in. Right now, the 9th elder was heading toward them. Using his all-seeing eye, Lin Zikin saw the 9th elder rushing toward them. This was bad. Could it be that Vice-Chancellor Yuan had lost? 10 minutes ago, Yuan Dongji had attacked the 9th elder with a massive water dragon. Unable to block or dodge such an attack, the 9th elder took the full brunt of it. The 9th elder wondered, did she really sacrifice her own blood? Has she lost her mind to do something like this? A new dragon formed from the water and attacked the 9th elder. But he managed to grab the serpent-faced creature by the fangs. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to. Suddenly, enormous dark red vines burst forth from the depths of the sea. They rushed toward Yuan Dongji at tremendous speed and grabbed her. Yuan Dongji found herself trapped. The 9th elder reminded Yuan Dongji that she wasn't the only one capable of sacrificing blood. Yuan Dongji began trying to escape the trap, but the vines barely gave way. The 9th elder asked Vice Principal Yuan not to rush and to struggle there a little longer while he went on ahead. Upon seeing the 9th elder, Lin Zikin told the group members that Vice Principal Yuan had lost. The 9th elder of the Divine Plants cult was rapidly approaching them. Since he was the one being targeted, he would be the one to lead the way. Lin Zikin jumped down from the tree and dove underwater. Instructor Lu said that he too sensed a powerful figure heading this way. He ordered everyone to quickly follow him in the opposite direction from Lin Zikin. Swimming at full speed, Lin Zikin tried to get as far away as possible. Just as he had expected, the cult elder followed him, which meant that Han Han and the others were finally safe. He no longer needed to stay on the surface and put himself in danger. Lin Zikin dove underwater now. Using the blessing of the water affinity, he could hope to escape him underwater. After briefly assessing the Ninth Elder's injuries, Lin Zikin surmised that the battle with Vice Principal Yuan had not been an easy one. Lin Zikin surmised that Vice Principal Yuan was not dead, but was trapped by him. In that case, he had to find her and help her escape. Her approximate location must be in the direction from which the waves were coming. Lin Zikin swam at full speed, but the dark red vines began to catch up to him. At the last moment, Lin Zikin managed to dodge the vines' attack. Seeing this, the Ninth Elder was once again convinced that this guy was a true monster, since a pure-blooded human of an ordinary level shouldn't be capable of moving underwater at such a speed. He had to deal with him as soon as possible. The Ninth Elder focused all his strength on dealing with Lin Zikin. His vines had practically caught up to him, and finally he managed to grab Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin could no longer dodge the Ninth Elder's attacks. The gap in their strength was simply too great. The Ninth Elder was delighted to have caught this young man. But suddenly something strange happened. Just as he was about to pull his catch out, for some reason his vines spun out of control, and the young man managed to break free. The Ninth Elder assumed the young man had simply gotten lucky and decided to try to catch him again. The Ninth Elder's vines instantly caught up with Lin Zikin and bound him once more. He wondered how the boy would manage to escape now. Lin Zikin once again used the Forest Lord's attribute to free himself. The Ninth Elder was shocked by what had happened. Why had his vines gotten out of control again? It was simply impossible. Lin Zikin must be hiding something. If he caught him and brought him back to the others, it would shake the entire cult to its core. Declaring that he must capture him personally, the Ninth Elder leaped into the water. By this point, Han Han and the others must have already gotten far enough away. Lin Zikin decided that now was the right moment to slip away. Lin Zikin used natural camouflage to completely conceal his presence and hid behind a tree, after which the Ninth Elder swam past. Suddenly, the Ninth Elder realized he had lost track of Lin Zikin. He couldn't even sense his presence, although things were obviously not that simple. The Ninth Elder realized that Lin Zikin had been using himself as bait from the very beginning to lure him here and buy time for his friends to escape. He was probably already on his way back to them. The Ninth Elder rushed off in pursuit of an imaginary trail. Lin Zikin finally had a way to get out of here. He had to save Vice Rector Yuan while he still had the chance. The Ninth Elder suddenly stopped. Only now did he realize something. Soon Lin Zikin found Vice Principal Yuan, who had been captured. He decided to secretly use the Forest Lord to free her from the vine's grip. After a long struggle, the vines finally gave way. It was incredibly difficult to free herself, but she managed to escape. Yuan Dongji decided that she now had to find Lin Zikin and Qing Han as soon as possible. Lin Zikin surfaced and called out to Vice Rector Yuan. Surprised, Yuan Dongji asked why he was there and when he had managed to get there. Lin Zikin explained that the Ninth Elder had just been chasing him and he'd had to run until he stumbled upon her by accident. The cult elder's vines lunged at them once again. Yuan Dongji grabbed Lin Zikin and dove underwater with him. Swimming alongside Vice Chancellor Yuan, Lin Zikin marveled at just how fast a rare rank cultivator could move. The ocean was Vice Chancellor Yuan's domain, and even the Ninth Elder couldn't match her speed. Suddenly, they saw something ahead. Reinforcements from the military district had finally arrived. The commander addressed Vice Rector Yuan and explained that chaos had broken out in the military district due to an infiltration by cultists, which was why their reinforcements had been delayed. Suddenly, Lin Zikin and Yuan Dongji sensed his presence again. The Ninth Elder continued to pursue them. Could he really have dared to show up here? Yuan Dongji realized there were traitors among the reinforcements. Realizing this, Yuan Dongji grabbed Shen Qinghang. She then rushed back into the water with the students. She could only take these two with her. As for the rest, she would have liked to help them, but she simply didn't have the strength. Unexpectedly, all the cyborgs rushed after the fleeing group. Even Yuan Dongji was shocked by this. Could they all really be traitors? Judging by what was happening, Instructor Lu also realized that all the reinforcements belonged to the cult of divine plants. Instructor Lu told his subordinates that they needed to retreat immediately. After all, if he was right, staying here would drag them into the impending battle. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred underwater. Afterward, Yuan Dongji and her disciples, surrounded by a water shield and pursued by the traitorous cultists, shot out from beneath the water. By this point, the ninth elder had already caught up to them. Yuan Dongji knew they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. The ninth elder addressed Vice Principal Yuan and acknowledged that reaching such a rare level was no easy feat. He said there was no need for them to fight to the death just yet. The ninth elder promised not to cause her any trouble if she handed Lin Zichen over to them. Yuan Dongji shouted that he could only dream of her handing Zichen over to them and began to reactivate her mutant beast genes, becoming more and more dragon-like. The horns on her head grew larger, her body became covered in scales, and a large dragon tail sprouted from her. Yuan Dongji summoned 4 enormous water dragons to attack. The ninth elder asked if she was once again sacrificing her essence blood to save 2 strangers, thereby destroying her own future and permanently blocking her potential. In the eyes of the cult elder, Yuan Dongji was completely insane. Using the water dragons, Yuan Dongji dealt with some of the enemies almost instantly. At the same time, Yuan Dongji pushed her disciples aside and ordered them to leave. Lin Zichen grabbed Shen Qinghang and urged him to hurry, since they couldn't let Vice Principal Yuan down. The ninth elder once again blocked Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghang's path. He had no intention of letting Zichen escape any longer. Suddenly, one of the water dragons flew toward him and sank its fangs into the ninth elder. With a wave of his hand, the ninth elder destroyed the water dragon and, though wounded, rushed toward his target. Without giving the ninth elder a chance, Yuan Dongji attacked him with a second water dragon. But at that very moment, a huge cyborg attacked her. It was a sneak attack. The cyborg's projectile struck the water dragon, severely slowing it down. The commander of the cultist rescue team shouted at Yuan Dongji to go to hell, and the massive cyborg fired a beam from its chest at her. The beam from the high-level cyborg struck Yuan Dongji directly and completely destroyed the water dragon. Yuan Dongji survived the traitor's attack. The attack was barely enough to leave a scratch on her. The ninth elder, who had been recaptured, ordered the commander to detonate his hidden backup energy core and detain Yuan Dongji. Otherwise, the commander's entire family would die a horrible death. The commander could not have defied the ninth elder had they not been holding his family hostage. The commander apologized to Yuan Dongji and activated the core's detonation. With tremendous force, the cyborg's energy core exploded near Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji's entire body was scorched, and her regeneration was proceeding far too slowly. The ninth elder had practically caught up to the disciples. Now it was too late. Lin Zichen sensed that the ninth elder of the divine plant cult was pursuing them again. Of course, he possessed the natural camouflage attribute, but he wouldn't be able to hide Han Han. The only option left was to deactivate natural camouflage and split up with Han Han, moving in opposite directions to draw the ninth elder's attacks onto himself, and then escape. Lin Zichen suggested to Han Han that they split up so he could distract the ninth elder. The ninth elder asked Lin Zichen if he was really going to use the same trick again, trying to let his girlfriend escape. He wasn't going to be fooled again. The ninth elder used vines to capture both of them at once. The vines, strengthened by blood, quickly caught up with Shen Qinghang. They then bound her and pulled her out of the water. Shen Qinghang shouted at Qingni to run. The ninth elder covered her mouth with a vine and, raising his fist toward Qinghang's head, warned Lin Zichen to step out, or else he would strike her. Lin Zichen immediately leaped out of the water and ordered the ninth elder to let her go. Lin Zichen agreed to go with him if the ninth elder released Han Han. The ninth elder once again sent out vines to grab Lin Zichen, and this time he did not resist. The ninth elder told the boy that as soon as he arrived at the headquarters of the cult of divine plants and met the incomparable god of the primordial earth, he would only thank him for being captured today. The ninth elder seized Lin Zichen and flew away. Meanwhile, the vines enveloping Shen Qinghang loosened their grip. With tears in her eyes, Shen Qinghang floated after Qingni, calling out to him when suddenly a mysterious voice from the water uttered, "Sacrilege, punishment, divine punishment." The ninth elder suddenly stopped, sensing something strange. He and Lin Zichen saw something rising from below. A massive wave of water, surpassing Yuan Dongji's tsunami, surged toward him and began to crash down on them. Before him was something enormous, but for some reason his sense of danger didn't react at all. The massive wave engulfed Lin Zichen and the ninth elder, sweeping them into a whirlpool. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zichen freed himself from the vines. Suddenly, he felt as if someone were lifting him up. He relaxed completely, and his body rose out of the water on its own. After saving Chengni, Han Han pulled him up and ran toward him through the water. Then she hugged him, and sobbing, thanked God that he was unharmed. Lin Zikin realized that this mysterious power did not come from Vice Principal Yuan, but from Han Han herself. Overcoming the force of the water, the ninth elder leaped out of the depths once more. The ninth elder shouted at Yuan Dongji that she had forced him to do it, and immediately afterward, the elder's body began to grow in size. Shen Qinghang shielded Chengni with her body and shouted at the ninth elder that she would not let him take Chengni away. The ninth elder took the form of a terrifying tree-like monster with butterfly wings and a bird mask, then attacked them. Suddenly, another wave surged from the direction of Zikin and Qinghang, rushing toward the cult's elder. Pounded by the powerful waves, the ninth elder begged Vice-Chancellor Yuan to spare him, promising in return to tell her the truth. He understood that she still wanted to know the truth about the deaths of her daughter and son in the land of origins. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghang were surprised to hear this, for it meant that there was more to the deaths of Vice-Rector Yuan's children than met the eye. Only then did the ninth elder slow down the water symbols floating in the air around Shen Qinghang. In fear, he shouted that it wasn't Vice-Rector Yuan, it was her, but who the hell was she? A huge hand rose from the water and finally crushed the ninth elder of the divine plant cult. Only after the system asked Zikin, "Do you wish to absorb?" Lin Zikin realized that the ninth elder was finally dead. Touching the ninth elder, Lin Zikin absorbed his life force, increasing his Lord of the Forest attribute by 87% and his Supreme Spirit attribute by 99%. Lin Zikin never expected that such a powerful figure of rare caliber would perish so easily due to Han Han's abilities without the slightest chance to fight back. Shortly thereafter, Vice Principal Yuan, having recovered from her severe injuries, found them and asked about the ninth elder's whereabouts. Lin Zikin decided to protect Han Han's secret and did not tell the truth, instead replying that they had not seen him. Vice Principal Yuan did not press the matter further. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements from the military district finally arrived. After hearing the report from Yuan Dongji, the staff commander Yahello recalled that fox women usually remain neutral, guard their territory, and rarely interact with the outside world. So why would one of them come to the human world? Yuan Dongji explained that the woman had come looking for someone to train with, and it seemed she had taken a liking to their Lin Zikin. Yahello said that although Lin Zikin was very talented, there were countless geniuses on Earth with even greater talent than his. She simply couldn't understand why a popular female fox had suddenly set her sights on him. Yuan Dongji suggested putting the matter of the foxwoman aside for now and asked what the situation was like in the military district. Commander Yahello replied that they had dealt with all of them, then took a sip of coffee from her cup. Yahello explained that including those captured by Vice-Rector Yuan, there had been a total of 47 heretics who had been hiding in the military district for many years. They had almost completely cleared the military district, which was a huge success. Sensing something was amiss in Commander Yao's words, Yuan Dongji asked her not to mention that throughout this entire battle, the military district had deliberately used cadets as bait in a covert operation to purge the heretics. Commander Yao reminded her that while one could be careless about food choices, one shouldn't say whatever came to mind. Commander Yao opened a wooden box and explained that it contained the military district's latest high-grade anti-mutation reagent. Its potency was 10 times greater than that of the ones currently on the market. Yahello told Yuan Dongji that she looked unwell and advised her to inject it right away. Yuan Dongji closed the box and said she was fine for now, but she would inject the reagent as soon as she got home. Due to the sudden incident, the special training ended early and they returned to the university. Vice President Yuan took Han Han and Lin Zikin to her office, saying she wanted to discuss something. First, Yuan Dongji decided to use the reagent that Yahello had given her. Once she had recovered, Yuan Dongji told Zikin that when he had demonstrated outstanding talent during the camp entrance exam, she had already known that the traitors from the divine plant cult would come after him. Lin Zikin turned to Vice Principal Yuan and asked, what exactly is the cult of divine plants? And what was the biological level of that ninth elder? Yuan Dongji explained that the cult of divine plants was the oldest of all known heretical cults. It emerged even long before the mutated beasts appeared on Earth. Moreover, the emergence of mutated beasts on Earth was also due to them. Furthermore, most minor cults, such as the rat god cult, were originally founded by the cult of divine plants. That is all she currently knows about the cult. As for the ninth elder's biological level, he is a formidable figure. This is a closely guarded secret, and it can only be revealed in direct combat. Her current biological level is the rare third rank. Yuan Dongji suggested estimating her approximate level based on the information they had been given. Lin Zikin considered himself lucky that the cult had chosen to capture him rather than kill him. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Yuan Dongji suggested moving on to the main topic. She turned to Lin Zikin and said that she had seen him single-handedly kill a powerful, advanced-level 6th-rank fighter without sustaining a single injury. Lin Zikin explained that although the cult fighter was 6th rank, he had been severely wounded, causing his strength to drop to 4th rank. Yuan Dongji complained to Lin Zikin that he was too cautious and afraid that others would find out how strong he was, which is why he liked to hide his true strength. Yuan Dongji acknowledged that this was a good habit, but one typical of strong fighters. Meanwhile, Lin Zikin is still just a student. By hiding his strength, he's depriving himself of resources for training and slowing down his rate of progress. Of course, she can understand why he acts this way, but the fact is that he doesn't feel safe and is afraid of becoming a target for people with malicious intentions. However, given his performance at the special training camp and how desperately the cult of divine plants wants to recruit him, it won't be long before he catches the attention of the country's top leadership, and they love to bet on promising talent. Soon someone will approach him on their own. Yuan Dongji advised Lin Zikin to heed her. He must present his talent in the right light and find a powerful patron. That is the wisest choice he can make. Lin Zikin replied that he understood everything. He simply needs to demonstrate the power of his qi, blood, and intellect. For now, that should be enough. As for his attributes, they were too powerful, and it was best to keep them a secret. Upon returning home, Lin Zikin told his father and mother that he was back. Lin Yangsheng was surprised by his early return, since Chengni had told them he would be gone for a month, but only half that time had passed. Lin Zikin explained that he had returned because his special training had ended early, since he was back. Zhang Wangxing promised to cook his favorite dishes right away. Once they were seated at the table, Zhang Wangxing said with a smile that she had some good news for him. Lin Zikin asked, "What is it?" Then his father touched his mother's belly, and together they told him that he would soon become a big brother. Lin Zikin was shocked by what he heard, because that meant he would have a little brother or sister. Lin Zikin asked his mother, "Are you really pregnant?" She replied that they had found out a couple of days ago and that she was hoping for a daughter this time. Lin Yangsheng said that ever since Chenny and Han Han left for college, the house had started to feel too empty. He and his mom just couldn't get used to it. Zhang Wangxing said that they didn't know how long they'd have to wait for grandchildren, so they decided together to have another child to keep them company. Lin Zikin admitted that this was simply wonderful. The main thing was that the two of them were happy, and no matter how many children they wanted to have, their family would definitely be able to raise them. Lin Zikin understood that physical strength alone wasn't enough. He also needed to improve his mental strength. Otherwise, he would be extremely vulnerable against opponents who used mental attacks. Lin Zikin decided to continue enhancing his supreme spirit attribute, so he bought another 12 kilograms of spiritual insect meat. Lin Zikin suddenly noticed the meat of a giant pest, half a kilogram of which cost 100 points, which was very expensive. In appearance and behavior, this mutant closely resembles a squirrel. It likes to store food in both cheeks. An adult giant pest can store food in a volume more than 100 times its own body size. This monster was very interesting, because perhaps with its help, he would finally be able to unlock a storage space. Lin Zikin still remembered how that girl with fox ears had pulled a collar out of thin air. She probably had a similar storage item. Lin Zikin decided to start by buying half a kilo of meat to replenish his progress bar. Han Han walked into the room and called out to Cheng Ni. She told him that Aunt Xing turned out to be pregnant. Lin Zikin explained that they had wanted to play with a baby so badly that they couldn't wait for one to come along on its own, so they just took matters into their own hands. However, right now there was something more important than that. Because of how abruptly Lin Zikin had changed the subject from the baby, Han Han thought about the very thing that had made her blush. Han Han asked, "What exactly?" Lin Zikin took out a pencil and a notebook and said they needed to investigate that mysterious power Han Han had suddenly displayed earlier. As he began to draw, Lin Zikin recalled that the water droplets floating around them resembled some kind of ancient symbols. Lin Zikin showed Han Han the symbols he had recreated from memory and said they needed to figure out what they meant. To start, he decided to search the internet, since they might find some useful information there. Since those two from the Pureblood Human Studies University devoted all their time to studying ancient texts, Lin Zikin speculated that they might know about these symbols. Shen Qinghang said that her teacher was very powerful and intelligent, and perhaps she might also know about them, so she began taking photos of the symbols on the paper. Soon, Mentor Yuan replied to Han Han, and as it turned out, even she knew nothing about it. The same thing happened with Lin Zikin. Sun Yuyan and Liu Chuanwu replied with memes featuring clueless characters. After that, Liu Chuanwu sent Zikin a voice message. Liu Chuanwu asked Lin Zikin where he had seen these symbols. These symbols seemed somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't remember exactly where he'd seen them. Surrounded by women, Liu Chuanwu said he vaguely recalled seeing something similar on some antique items at a research institute. Liu Chuanwu promised that he would go to the institute tomorrow morning to check. If he found anything, he would let Zikin know. One of the wealthy ladies had grown tired of waiting. She asked Mr. Liu to keep drinking and promised that he wouldn't leave until he was drunk. Liu Chuanwu said that 1 bottle costs $1 million and 10 bottles would cost $20 million. Hearing women's voices, Lin Zikin hurried out of the room. This man should get his own affairs in order before writing messages. After the recent battle, all the major powers on Earth had turned their attention to Lin Zikin. The Li family of Kyoto, the Yuan family of Nanjiang, the God of Mechanisms Corporation, and the Juzhou Military District Headquarters. All of them had issued orders for their people to keep a close watch on Lin Zikin. They must not let him out of their sight. Of course, this also applied to the villains. The chief elder of the Divine Plants cult acknowledged that Lin Zikin was an interesting young man. The next morning, Lin Zikin was awakened by a loud noise. As it turned out, it was a call on his phone. Since Han Han was lying on the other side, it didn't disturb her sleep. Lin Zikin was greeted and told that the items he had ordered from the Academy store had arrived at the pickup point. Therefore, Lin Zikin was asked to pick them up. Lin Zikin signed for the spiritual insect meat and the giant pest he had ordered yesterday and immediately began devouring it. The system notified him that the process of creating a life force trace from the giant pest had begun, and there was still no news about those mysterious symbols. Lin Zikin told Han Han that he was going to the Research Institute to look for information about the ancient artifact that Dean Liu had mentioned. Shen Qinghang volunteered to go with him. Lin Zikin decided to call Dean Liu to ask about her. Lin Zikin told the dean that he was thinking of stopping by the institute and asked if Han Han could come with him. Dean Liu replied that since Qinghang was his fiancée, she was welcome to visit anytime. Lin Zikin said he understood, then asked if the dean had found out anything about that artifact. Liu Chuanwu was exhausted after the previous night. He replied to Zikin that he still hadn't figured out where it was, and speculated that it might be in the storage room. Since Yu Yan was currently at the institute, he suggested they look for it together. It should be a bracelet made of pearls and seashells. Hearing their master Liu speak, the lady standing next to him woke up and asked him to repeat everything again. Liu Chuanwu hurriedly told Zichen that he still had things to do and said goodbye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghang felt awkward because it turned out that Dean Liu was still busy. Upon arriving at the institute, Shen Qinghang remarked that it had been a long time since she'd been there. Lin Zikin advised her not to pin too many hopes on him. Once inside, Shen Qinghang admitted that he really was unique, completely unlike anyone else. Lin Zikin agreed with her, since this institute looked more like ancient ruins. Shen Qinghang suggested coming here to clean up in her free time, but Lin Zikin turned her down, saying it would ruin the atmosphere here. Upon entering, they found Song Yuyan warming up. Seeing them, Yuyan greeted them. Immediately afterwards, she hugged both of them and said they made a very beautiful couple. Shen Qinghang greeted Yuyan's younger sister, while Lin Zichen asked her to stop teasing Han Han. Song Yuyan let go of Zikin, and hugging Qinghang even tighter, said that this was their first meeting, so she'd like to get to know her properly. Yuyan admitted that Han Han was 10 times more beautiful in person than in her photos. Trying not to show his embarrassment, Lin Zikin asked Yuyan to stop since they were here on serious business. Once they arrived, Shen Qinghang realized that her sister Yuyan was a bit too energetic. A few minutes later, Lin Zikin asked sister Yuyan if she remembered where the pearl and seashell bracelet the dean had mentioned was. Song Yuyan replied that she'd been at the institute for 10 years, but in all that time she'd never seen such a bracelet. Since that was the case, Shen Qinghang said they'd have to look for it. Sun Yuyan rolled up her sleeves, winked, and told the younger ones not to worry, She knew the storage room like the back of her hand. They'd definitely be able to find it quickly. 3 hours later, they still hadn't found anything. Song Yuyan asked if the bracelet actually existed, or maybe the dean had already succumbed to senile dementia and gotten everything mixed up. Lin Zikin suggested that they just have to wait until the dean returned and ask him. Suddenly, Shen Qinghong tugged at Zikin's sleeve and called out to him. Shen Qinghong pointed at the fish tank and asked if the bracelet might be there, buried under a layer of dirt. Lin Zikin asked why she thought that, to which Qinghong replied that she wasn't entirely sure. She just suddenly noticed it and felt an inexplicable certainty. Yu Yan found a shovel nearby and asked them to stop their pointless chatter, since they could just dig up the fish tank and see for themselves. After digging up a little dirt, the trio was surprised by what they saw. As it turned out, that bracelet really was buried there. Han Han's intuition had been right. Lin Zikin began examining the patterns on the bracelet. At first it seemed to him that these patterns really did resemble the ones that had appeared that day, but then he realized that this was exactly the same type of pattern. Just then, a weary Dean Lu walked in, and he immediately noticed that they had already found the bracelet. Lin Zikin asked the dean where he had gotten the bracelet. After a brief pause, Dean Lu began his story. It all started with an underwater expedition 20 years ago. About 20 years ago, he stumbled upon the entrance to a cave at the bottom of Double Sun Bay in Shanghai. Inside that cave was only a huge mural depicting a blue-haired maiden whom all sea creatures worshipped, and he found this bracelet on a rock next to the mural. The video suddenly cut off. Sun Yuyan asked, "Is that all? What about the rest?" Lin Zikin asked the dean, "Why didn't you keep recording?" By this point, Dean Lu had already regained his composure. The dean explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to. For some reason, the recording device had malfunctioned. As a result, over an hour's worth of footage wasn't recorded, and he only noticed it when he got home. The next day, he went back underwater to record everything again, but he couldn't find the entrance. Even the coral reef had disappeared. Everything that had happened seemed unreal, as if he were a fisherman who had accidentally found himself in a world with a magical spring and blooming peach trees. Looking at the bracelet from that cave, Lin Zikin wondered, was it really that strange? Lin Zikin held out the bracelet to Han Han and offered it to her if she wanted to take a look. As soon as the bracelet was in her hands, it began to captivate Han Han. She found the bracelet very beautiful, and a growing desire to keep it for herself began to take hold. Catching herself thinking this, Shen Qinghong refused to do so. She tried to understand why she had suddenly thought of this, and why this bracelet had suddenly begun to stir such strong feelings in her. Seeing how Han Han was looking at the bracelet, Dean Lu suggested she keep it for herself. After all, it would just be gathering dust here anyway. Shen Qinghong asked if he was sure about that, to which the dean replied that of course he was sure after all. They were friends. He then added that she was welcome to stop by any time. Shen Qinghong thanked Dean Lu. Just then, someone suddenly called Lin Zikin. Picking up the phone, Lin Zikin said he was currently at the Pure Blood Research Institute. After the call ended, Lin Zikin smiled, just as he'd thought something serious was brewing. Dean Lu Chuanwu asked Zikin who had called. After that, Yu Yan asked why he looked so serious. Lin Zikin replied that it was Vice President Yuan, and according to her, the vice governor in charge of the Land of Origins was on his way here to meet with him and was expected to arrive in about half an hour. Dean Lu and Yu Yan froze, realizing what this meant. They suddenly turned pale with shock and cried out in unison that this was the most powerful person among the nation's highest officials, a figure whose biological level was, at the very least, legendary. The vice governor is the second most powerful person in the entire country. Lin Zikin turned to the dean and said that the vice president had asked him to compile all the research findings on the path of purebloods accumulated by the institute and briefly summarize them for a report to the vice governor. Liu Chuanwu was taken aback upon hearing this. Suddenly, he and Yu Yan began to weep with joy. Song Yu Yan turned to Dean Lu and said that this was simply wonderful. After all, thanks to such an outstanding genius as Zikin, an important figure had finally agreed to pay attention to their pureblood path. Liu Chuanwu agreed with her. After so many hardships, better days had finally arrived for them as well. Dean Lu told Yu Yan to follow him, as they needed to organize the research findings from all these years. About half an hour later, Lin Zikin and the others finally saw him arrive. An air transport arrived, and the following people disembarked: China's Vice Governor Ye Yongsheng, Secretary Zhang, and Vice President Yuan. Vice Governor Ye said he was very interested in the path of the pure-blooded people that they had been researching. He suggested they go inside to discuss it. Once inside, Dean Liu handed Vice Governor Ye the materials that had just been organized and explained that these were the results of the Institute's research on the path of pure-blooded people over the years. Glancing through the materials, Vice Governor Yi remarked that when the path of pure-blooded people first emerged, he had paid attention to it for a while. But all the geniuses, without exception, who had followed it eventually got stuck at the ordinary level. So he considered it a dead-end path with no future. However, he never expected that even after so many years, there would still be people insisting on researching this path of evolution. And especially since they would actually achieve results. Vice Governor Yi suggested setting aside Lin Zicken's astonishing achievements in the military district and the divine plants cult's interest in him. Because even though he's clearly only at the 9th rank of the ordinary level, he senses that Zicken's chi, blood, and mental power are already at the 2nd rank of the advanced level, which is even more astonishing. Unfortunately for him, Lin Zicken had to learn the hard way that his natural camouflage doesn't work against someone so powerful. Even Dean Liu and Yu Yan were astonished by this. Lin Zicken had clearly overestimated the effectiveness of his natural camouflage and severely underestimated the perceptual abilities of a legendary level fighter. Vice Governor Ye Yongsheng stated that starting today, he hoped Lin Zicken would demonstrate his full strength without restraint and present himself as a pure-blooded human. Lin Zicken, a genius of the pure-blood path who constantly challenges gene fusionists and cyborgs, wanted Zicken to show him the true limits of the pure-blood path. Lin Zicken turned to the vice governor and explained that the reason he had been holding back his power was his fear of attracting too much attention, because then cultists might start attacking his family, putting them in danger. Vice Governor Ye said that since he had told Zicken to demonstrate his power, he would naturally guarantee the safety of both him and his family. This was exactly what Lin Zicken had hoped to hear from him. Lin Zicken promised the vice governor that he would demonstrate his full strength and let him see the limits of what pure-blooded people are capable of. Vice Governor Ye turned to Secretary Zhang and asked him to add this student's contact information and send him the list. Lin Zicken received a file labeled List of Geniuses. The vice governor explained that this was a list of the nation's young geniuses, onto which only those under 30 could be included. Each of them is a once-in-a-century genius with the potential to reach legendary status. They also form the main fighting force that the land relies on to resist the land of origins. Among the names on the list, Lin Zicken spotted the name of Han's older sister, Luo Qiangshui. She is 19 and has already made a name for herself by crossing the Valley of Deadly Snow alone, single-handedly killing a 5th-rank advanced-level disciple of the Snow Cult and severely wounding a 1st-rank rare-level ice crystal tiger. The vice governor explained that nearly all of the geniuses had been sent to the land of origins for intensive training long before reaching school age. These young people are on a completely different level than people like Zicken, who follow the standard education system. Lin Zicken turned to the vice governor and asked, compared to the geniuses on the list, how big the gap was between them and the genius from Kyoto University or the cyborg girl from the God of Mechanisms Corporation. Vice Governor Ye replied with a smirk that those two weren't even in the same league as them and weren't even on the same level. As for the so-called geniuses he knew, they were little better than large insects on the land of the origins. Vice Governor Yi said that he had sent him this list to show that there are always people better than him and that above the heavens there are even higher heavens. The vice governor advised Zi Chen not to limit his vision to just the earth. Vice Governor Yi acknowledged that Lin Zichen's talent is quite good right now. He has already reached the level of an extraordinary being, but that is only for now. How far he will go in the future depends solely on his future achievements. Vice Governor Yi stood up and told Zicken that if he made it onto this list of outstanding beings, he would receive cultivation resources powerful enough to elevate even an ordinary being to the rare level. Lin Zicken promised the vice governor that he would not disappoint him. Vice Governor Yi said he would look forward to his success. He then added that his curiosity had been piqued by someone else present here, Shen Qingheng. He could see the genes of mutated beasts in her body, but she hadn't fused with them. Instead, she had subjugated them, and she had even mastered the technique of blood tempering, following the path of a pure-blooded human. Vice Governor Yi said that with such outstanding talent, she would easily take first place on the list, so he asked why she was so timid. Lin Zicken explained that as a child, Han had been bullied by her classmates, which left her with psychological trauma. That's why she's quite withdrawn and timid. Vice Governor Yi said that, unfortunately, Qinghan's biological level was still low even after completing the first round of physical conditioning. She was only at the 6th rank of the ordinary level. Her talent had not yet fully manifested. Vice Governor Yi told Han Han to perform well in the future and work hard so that they could both make it onto this list. Meanwhile, Dean Liu and Yu Yan couldn't get over the shocking news. It turned out that Lin Zikin's fiancée also followed the path of the purebloods and had even completed the first round of physical tempering. With that, Vice Governor Yi concluded his remarks and headed for the exit. Vice Principal Yuan offered to see him out. After seeing off the Vice Governor, Lin Zikin and Han Han revealed to the others the part of their power they had been hiding. Lu Chuanwu awkwardly turned to Qinghan and asked, since she was already following the path of the purebloods, how about joining their Heavenly Man Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongji's expression darkened. She called out to Liu and asked, what do you mean by that? Liu Chuanwu said that Qinghan was following the path of a pureblood, so it made sense for her to join the pavilion. Yuan Dongji asked if he didn't know that Qinghan was already her disciple. Liu Chuanwu then asked if she couldn't remain her disciple even if she joined the pavilion. Yuan Dongji explained that in that case, he should have asked her opinion first. Since she had brought it up, Liu Chuanwu asked if she agreed to Qinghan joining the pavilion. Yuan Dongji suggested that Liu Chuanwu step aside for a moment, then grabbed him and dragged him into another room. Liu Chuanwu asked her not to be so harsh, since he couldn't bring himself to hit women. Song Yuyan told the others that it seemed the dean was finished now, since he was just a mortal who had dared to talk back to the vice-chancellor. After discussing the matter with Yuan Dongji, Liu Chuanwu welcomed Qinghan into their pavilion. Song Yuyan was stunned by what was happening. Not only had the dean emerged from there alive, but he had also received Vice-Rector Yuan's approval. She asked how he had managed it, to which Liu Chuanwu replied that it was none of her business. In fact, Yuan Dongji had agreed to let Qinghan join the pavilion, but only on the condition that he come to the Yuan family for a meal. Liu Chuanwu didn't dare refuse her, but thinking about it now, Dean Liu realized it was an obvious trap. Lin Zikin recalled that the dean had promised to help him find an influential sponsor. Zikin asked, what is this person standing, and how does he compare to the vice governor? Taken aback by such questions, Liu Chuanwu replied that he couldn't say anything yet. Lin Zikin asked, is this some kind of joke? He was already about to beat up the dean, but the dean asked Zikin to stop and listen to him. Liu Chuanwu explained that she had been sealed inside an ancient coffin the whole time. In fact, even he had never seen her before, so he himself didn't know the exact details. But she is the head of the Heavenly Man Pavilion, so she's clearly no pushover. Upon hearing about the head of the pavilion, Lin Zikin asked the dean if he himself wasn't the head. Liu Chuanwu explained that he was merely an archaeologist who had unearthed the pavilion's master from the ruins. Lin Zikin asked, what kind of story is this? Liu Chuanwu explained that the pavilion master was a great figure from a very distant era, and moreover a great benefactress whose name has been preserved in history. Her name is Qi Qingmo, and her title is the Great Immortal Master of Compassion. The blood tempering technique was discovered in ancient ruins. It originated from a very distant era on Earth and was also one of the paths of evolution during that time. Ever since the technique of blood tempering came into existence, groups of people have emerged who use it to improve themselves. They call these groups martial arts schools. The Heavenly Man Pavilion was one such school. In that age of the gods, the pavilion's head, Qi Qingmo, stood out from other immortal masters, who treated mortals as nobodies. She, however, treated mortals as equals, sending food to those suffering from hunger, opening water channels in areas affected by natural disasters, and even intervening when mortals were persecuted by other immortals or gods, to enable physically weak mortals to embark on the path to immortality and attain the power of the gods. She painstakingly researched and developed a blood tempering technique that granted ordinary beings the ability to evolve into gods. Unfortunately, by the time he unearthed the ruins, the pavilion head's body was already very weak. She had fallen unconscious. She only had time to teach him the most basic cultivation technique, the blood tempering technique. The pavilion head told him that when a pureblood evolves to the advanced level, he will be able to remove the seal from her by transferring his qi and blood to her. Liu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zikin and said that, at present, he was the one with the best chance of reaching the advanced level and awakening the pavilion head. Lin Zikin asked, what does it mean to absorb his qi and blood? What if the pavilion head plays dirty and drains him dry? Liu Chuanwu reminded Zikin that the pavilion head was a great benefactor and would certainly not do such a thing. If he was still worried, he was willing to call in a few experts to accompany them when the time came. Liu Chuanwu told Zikin that he had nothing to hesitate about. He took out his phone and promised to send him all the information about the ancient bronze coffin and the ruins of the Heavenly Man Pavilion so that he could better understand the situation. As the winter break drew to a close, thanks to the steady supply of celestial materials and earthly treasures from Vice Principal Yuan and Dean Liu, Lin Zikin and Han Han had made tremendous progress in their physical tempering. After completing the 4th cycle of physical tempering, although Zikin's level had not exceeded the 9th rank, the strength of his chi and blood had become roughly comparable to that of a powerful master at the 3rd rank of the advanced level. Shen Qingheng said this was simply amazing since she had already completed her 2nd round of physical tempering and reached the 8th rank. Together with Han Han, they successfully overcame these challenges right before the start of the new semester. After that, Lin Zikin accompanied Han Han to the gene injection site. After Han Han undressed and lay down, Vice Principal Yuan explained that this time she would inject her with the water butterfly gene. This gene is incredibly valuable, so she advised Han Han to try her best to subdue it. The water butterfly is an aquatic mutant whose mental power is far stronger than that of other mutated monsters of the same level, and it can use illusory attacks. After finishing injecting the gene into her heart, Yuan Dongji asked Han Han to let her know if she suddenly felt any discomfort. Yuan Dongji used her mental abilities to observe the gene subjugation process and confirmed that everything had gone very successfully. Vice Principal Yuan told Han Han that as soon as she got used to controlling the water butterfly's genes, she could try using attacks based on illusions. While Shen Qingheng was getting dressed, Lin Zichen asked Vice Principal Yuan if she could tell him about her senior student who was in the Land of Origins. He was very interested in her. Yuan Dongji asked if he was curious because he had seen her combat achievements on the list of exceptional geniuses, to which Zikin replied that was indeed the case. Yuan Dongji explained that she had found her 11 years ago on a snow-covered mountain in the Land of Origins. She was only 8 years old at the time. She was sitting curled up in a ball, alone under a tree, barely breathing and on the verge of death. Yuan Dongji took pity on the girl and saved her on a whim. Later, she took her on as a disciple and raised her. Later, when it was time to return to Earth, she brought her to the base in the Land of Origins. Since then, the girl had lived there, and she would visit her from time to time. Yuan Dongji said that she knew nothing about the girl's past, and the girl herself didn't remember anything. It seemed she had lost her memory. Lin Zikin asked, "Is she an unusual being?" To which Yuan Dongji replied that she was indeed an unusual being, and that she couldn't be the one he knew as a child. After all, the military district would never have allowed an unusual being to come to Earth. Lin Zikin calculated that Bai Shui had transferred and disappeared around that time, and their ages matched perfectly. Is it possible that there is a way to travel from the Land of Origins to Earth? After getting ready, Shen Qingheng told Chengyi that she was ready. After that, they said goodbye to Vice Principal Yuan and left. Due to the powerful blow, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjiang were both knocked out the door at once. This was done by Gu Haidong, the deputy head of external relations for the student council, whose biological level is at the 8th ordinary rank, and who is ranked 156 on the peak list. Gu Haidong said that anyone who dares to cross the threshold of this training room and refuses to follow the student council's rules will face the same fate as those two. After being beaten up, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjiang went to Brother Chen. They wanted him to avenge the freshmen, a group to which they also belonged. Luo Yongjiang explained that a group of upperclassmen, led by the student council's vice president for external affairs, had taken over the training room on the 2nd floor of the gym and wouldn't even let freshmen set foot in there. They were just beating people up. Li Moyu asked Zikin to beat up Gu Haidong until he started coughing up blood. He's willing to pay Zikin 10 million for this. Since the opportunity had come to him on a silver platter, Lin Zikin had no intention of turning it down. He guaranteed that Li Moyu would be satisfied with the result. And while he was at it, Lin Zikin gave him his bank account number. Backed by a formidable force, Li Moyu and Luo Yongjiang kicked the gym door open. Li Moyu ordered that scumbag Gu Haidong to get the hell out of there, because Daddy was back to kick his ass. Luo Yongjiang asked Gu Haidong if he'd heard what Brother Moyu said. He'd better get out of there immediately. Gu Haidong stretched his muscles and said he'd thought they'd brought someone powerful, not some freshman king. By sensing the threat, Lin Zikin immediately assessed Gu Haidong's level. By this point, Gu Haidong had already fused with the genes of 2 mutated beasts, the chi-blooded demonic-eyed gibbon and the mental shadow bat. Lin Zikin turned to Han Han and said he was leaving this guy to her for practice. He also asked her not to forget to make sure he coughed up blood after the fight. He reminded her of this for the sake of the 10 million from Moyu. Surprised that they'd sent some girl to fight him, Gu Haidong asked, "Is this some kind of joke? Or is the king of the freshmen underestimating me?" Go Haidong ordered one of his subordinates to deal with the brat, after which she asked him to leave it to her. The girl turned to Shen and promised to teach her how to treat her seniors properly. A few seconds later, the girl with purple hair was knocked out with a single kick. The upperclassmen were stunned that Shen Qinghang was so strong she could defeat their classmate with a single blow. Shen Qinghang told Gu Haidong that now it was his turn. Ji Haidong activated his mutant genes, transforming into a giant humanoid rat. He admitted that he had greatly underestimated Shen Qinghang. He then said that if she tried that kick on him, she wouldn't even leave a scratch on him.